Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Apocalypse Era. On August 24th of the Urban Era, the island nation began discharging nuclear wastewater into the world. The will of the heavenly path awakened, unleashing a furious tsunami and earthquake that obliterated the island nation. Yet, the nuclear contamination was irreversible. As the tsunami and ocean currents swept across the globe, humanity faced successive infections of nuclear mutations, while a new wave of mutated viruses ravaged the Earth. The species of the world dwindled, ushering in the apocalypse era. In a desperate bid to save humanity, the heavenly path was compelled to open portals to other realms, allowing humans to acquire supernatural abilities and strengthen themselves, while alien races simultaneously invaded the blue planet. In the year 48 of the apocalypse era, in the city of Haiwe, on a rainy night, as he gazed at the ragged mother and daughter crouching by his doorstep, a fleeting smile tugged at the corner of Li Ji's mouth, only to be quickly erased by the shadows of the night. Cough! Cough! After a prolonged bout of coughing, the blood-stained handkerchief bore an inexplicable floral scent, causing Li Ji's expression to darken once more. Stop squatting there, come in, and speak. Li Ji opened the door and entered without waiting for a response. Zhao Yu exchanged a glance with her daughter before following him inside. The interior of the two-story gray-white stone cottage was met with a chilling draft, causing the mother and daughter to shiver involuntarily. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a mottled light and shadow on their faces, rendering their expressions obscure. Since you are here, I assume you have made your decision. The contract is on the table. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Li Ji lounged languidly on the sofa, scrutinizing the mother and daughter duo, with particular focus on the filthy little girl. Name, Qin Xiang. Age, 14. Race, human. Contamination level, 0. Potential level, golden, capable of awakening a maximum of 4 supernatural abilities, with a maximum upgrade level of 7. Supernatural abilities, awaiting awakening. A swirl of golden clouds hovered above the girl's head, glancing at the gray-white clouds above his own. Li Ji could only marvel at the unimaginable disparities among individuals. 0 contamination level. What extraordinary constitution is this? Or does the world simply favor her? Li Ji blinked and closed the special interface within his view. Are you truly certain you wish to give me 100 spirit coins? Zhao Yu, her face marred with sores, stared incredulously at the sum indicated in the contract, then at the bag of crystal-clear gemstones on the table. She swallowed hard, disbelief etched across her features, soon giving way to wild elation. The authenticity of the slave contract, exchanged from the Eternal Pillar, was beyond doubt. This surprise struck Zhao Yu like a thunderbolt. She knew Qin Xiang was special, as she was the only one in the family untouched by nuclear mutations, and had long sought to sell her at a lucrative price. However, the prospect of receiving 100 spirit coins had exceeded her expectations. This peculiar stone currency, naturally formed and imbued with unique energy, was highly versatile, endowing it with significant purchasing power. If all went as anticipated, 100 spirit coins would suffice for Zhao Yu's family of 5 to eat heartily for half a year. Of course, this did not account for Qin Xiang's share. What's wrong? Do you think it's too much? No. How could that be? Zhao Yu smiled obsequiously, clutching the purse to her chest, her darkened face contorting into a bloom of joy, a stark contrast to her earlier anxiety. I am quite fatigued. I hope there is no need for further discussion. I'll sign right now. Without hesitation, Zhao Yu picked up the small knife from the table and made incisions on her daughter's right middle finger and between her brows. Blood dripped down, and the bee-skin contract emitted a faint blue glow before dissipating. The little girl let out a cry, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as if she had lost something immensely precious. Li Ji felt an invisible thread linking him to the girl. Of course, the power lay in Li Ji's hands. With a mere thought, he could determine Qin Xiang's fate. The foremost wish of his rebirth had been fulfilled. It was not in vain that he had traversed the entire city for a month in search of her. Li Ji exhaled in relief and waved dismissively at Zhao Yu. I shall take my leave at once. Zhao Yu moved with remarkable speed, dispatching her daughter as if selling a tattered garment, scarcely glancing back at her child as she joyfully departed with the money. In this apocalypse, amid hunger and cold, perhaps human lives truly hold little value. Amidst his reflections, Li Ji pondered how he had indeed become a slave master, transforming into the very person he had loathed in his former life. causing his joy to wane slightly. The once heroic youth had now become the dreaded dragon. But so what? Survival was Li Ji's foremost consideration. Shall Bai go, ensure her safety at the very least, she must reach home with the coins intact. The contract must not be violated. Li Ji watched the hurried woman leave, his eyes narrowing slightly. Understood, master. The black cat lounging by the fireplace unexpectedly spoke, rolling over and gracefully darting out the door, even remembering to close it with its tail. Li Ji rose and turned to Qin Xiang. You are 14 this year, correct? Though you have yet to complete your comingafage ceremony, you are nonetheless considered an adult. I trust you comprehend the situation without further explanation? Yes, master. My mother has sold me to you. According to the slavery law of the City Alliance, from this moment forth, I am your slave, and my life and death are subject to your will. Children born in the apocalypse possess an early maturity, no one coddles them, and the harsh realities have long taught them the rules of survival in a world beset by despair. Her round, glistening eyes were fixed on the loaf of white bread on the table, and she swallowed hard, mimicking the actions of her mother. Go ahead and eat. From now on, you belong to me as long as I live. You need not worry about hunger. Thank you, master, you are truly wonderful. Watching the little girl devour her meal, Li Ji couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had previously felt a twinge of guilt over his actions, but it now seemed he had merely overthought for these impoverished souls. Mere sustenance was already a form of happiness. Even if her future potential was boundless, she was but a girl ensnared in the struggle for basic needs. As he gazed again at Qin Xiang, the text in his vision shifted once more. Loyalty 50. Predicted Awakening Direction 1. Lucky Hourglass. Awakening Level 40. Collecting Blessing-type items may enhance Awakening level. Predicted Awakening Direction 2. Curse Pendulum. Awakening Level 70. Collecting Curse-type items may enhance Awakening level. Predicted Awakening Direction 3. Azure Sky Fortune. Awakening Level 20. Conditions for enhancement unknown. Requires acquisition of key items to trigger. To think there are 3 potential awakening directions for her first supernatural ability. Ordinarily, individuals possess only a fixed singular option. The golden potential truly offers a significantly higher starting point. As the infamous Empress of misfortune from my past life, it seems she is destined to awaken along the second path and continue down that road. However, the first supernatural ability influences subsequent abilities. Whether this life will follow the same path, I fear I must contemplate further. Li Ji grinned, finding the little girl increasingly endearing, and casually handed her a bottle of dark milk. Take your time, no need to rush. Have some milk. Qin Xiang showed no awareness of her status as a slave. She eagerly accepted the drink, prompting a frown from the shadowy figure of the steward, Amos. Amos, please take Qin Xiang to bathe and change her clothes. Also, prepare me a light dinner to be delivered to my room. Understood, young master. With that, Amos silently slipped out of the shadows, his expression grim as he took hold of Qin Xiang and led her toward the bathroom. Qin Xiang offered no resistance, merely stuffing another piece of bread into her mouth as she left, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Li Ji stood up, intending to head upstairs, when the front door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Chapter 2. No longer repeating the past. A man clad in black armor adorned with yellow patterns, wielding a long spear with crimson tassels, burst in, his disheveled hair flowing as he leaned against the door, panting as though he had been running for quite some time. Uncle? What brings you here? Li Ji hurried over to support his uncle, Yang Xueru, noticing the beads of sweat pooling on his brow, and a wave of gratitude washed over him as he discerned the reason for his uncle's visit. Xiao Ji, who urged you to register for the bloody secret realm. You mustn't heed the instigations of those so-called friends. This matter is no trifling matter. It's a perilous venture, one where survival is far from guaranteed. Though slightly breathless, Yang Xueru's voice remained resonant, ringing in Li Ji's ears. Unfazed, Li Ji dug into his ears, guiding Yang Xueru to a seat and pouring him a glass of water before offering his explanation. Uncle, this decision was made independently. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You're aware of my condition. I can only last for another 2 or 3 months at most. Rather than fading away in obscurity, I would prefer to take a gamble. I am currently. Yang Xueru's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Ji. No need, uncle. I am fully aware of my own condition. You need not trouble yourself any further. It is utterly impossible to expect to obtain the resurgence elixir from those individuals. I do not wish to deplete your family's resources only to leave you with a mountain of debt after my demise. Moreover, your aunt is already in a difficult situation. I do not wish for my predicament to affect your relationship." Yang Shuiru hesitated, her eyes reddening as she eventually lowered her gaze and softly uttered an apology. Seeing the dejected expression on Yang Shuiru's face, Li Ji shook his head, feeling no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, a smile graced his lips. In his previous life, it was through his desperate pleas that Yang Shuiru not only exhausted their family fortune, but also covertly embezzled funds from the patrol team. Once discovered, she was relegated to the status of a slave and ultimately met a tragic end at the jaws of a monstrous beast. In this new life, Li Ji was determined to prevent such events from repeating. Having someone genuinely concerned for him, even willing to sacrifice everything to save his life, was a rarity in this age where human life was regarded as inconsequential. Uncle Yang Shuiru was, without a doubt, the person he trusted the most at present. Furthermore, the nuclear pulmonary disease he had contracted was far more complex than he and his uncle had initially perceived. "Uncle, rest assured, I would never jest with my own life. I shall live, and live well. After all, I have yet to attend your wedding." A glimmer of gray light flickered in Li Ji's eyes, but Yang Shuiru, absorbed in her own sighs, merely assumed her nephew was offering her comfort, completely oblivious to Li Ji's unusual demeanor. After a lengthy period of reassurance, Li Ji finally saw Yang Shuiru off. His uncle had many admirable qualities, yet when in the company of familiar faces, he tended to be excessively cautious in his words and actions. While Li Ji appreciated the concern, he felt somewhat out of place. After all, he had only recently been reborn, and in his previous life, he had struggled alone in the wilderness for decades. With his rebirth, it could be said that Li Ji's intrinsic character and approach to matters were entirely transformed. In terms of actively participating in the bloody secret realms, he had already diverged significantly from his former cowardice. Nonetheless, Li Ji remained steadfast in his decision, even if it aroused Yang Shuiru's suspicions. A step taken now could lead to countless opportunities some chances were simply too precious to miss. Moreover, using his terminal illness as an excuse to bolster his survival instincts was quite justifiable. After standing at the door for a moment, ensuring that their conversation had not contained any significant flaws, Li Ji finally closed the door and ascended the stairs. After all, his uncle was a captain in the patrol team, known for his meticulousness, and it was only in the presence of his sole nephew that he occasionally lost his composure. Certain matters were secrets that only he should know, not out of distrust, but merely for precaution. "Master, do you require dinner?" Amo emerged from the shadows, still enveloped in black cloth, revealing only a pair of turquoise eyes that glimmered with a hint of concern. "No need. I lost my appetite. You should rest, you've worked hard today." Nim Isaac Eno. Age 38. Race Isaac clan, human hybrid. Pollution level 5. Potential level. Purple can awaken a maximum of 2 abilities, with skills capable of advancing to a maximum of stage 5. Racial talent. Shadow affinity accelerates stamina and shadow energy recovery while in shadows. Ability 1. Shadow leap stage 3 can traverse freely within shadows. Ability 2. Shadow spike stage 2 harnesses shadow power to deliver a powerful strike to the target. Loyalty level 90. Character card 1. Born of mixed heritage, bringing talent along with prejudice, yearns for equality and respect. Character card 2. Merged with shadows, offering not only safety, but also a glimpse of the future. Li Ji clicked on character card 2, the purple text shimmering into view. First ability, evolution direction. Shadow fusion journey to the shadow realm to receive blessings, success rate 100. Second ability, evolution direction. Shadow summon journey to the shadow realm to absorb shadow source energy, success rate 100. With a loyalty level of 90, Amo was now the most loyal among Li Ji's subordinates. Although his purple potential did not match Qin Xiang's golden status, it significantly surpassed that of an average individual's grayish-white potential. Moreover, Amos' first ability, Shadow Leap, had already reached stage 3, making him exceedingly difficult to detect while hidden in darkness. Li Ji was also well aware of the second ability, Shadow Spike, it was a formidable assassination skill, making Amo a born assassin of considerable value. Furthermore, in his rebirth, Li Ji placed greater emphasis on loyalty, having learned the hard way the consequences of betrayal. He held great respect for Amo, who had cared for him dutifully for over a decade after his parents passed away. Of course, maintaining that respect was a lesson learned from his rebirth in his past life. He had merely been a spoiled rich kid living off his parents' legacy, never giving it much thought. To call him a wastrel would be an understatement more accurately. He had merely been a pawn pushed forward by his unscrupulous companions. I will settle the score with you all in due time. Li Ji silently encouraged himself, but as he lay down, he was startled by the icy touch of a human hand beneath the covers. "Who's there?" With a swift motion, Li Ji sprang up, grabbing the iron sword from his bedside and throwing back the covers. The oil lamp had yet to extinguish despite the dimness. He recognized the figure before him as little Qin Xiang. "What are you doing here?" Li Ji exhaled in relief. Warming the bed, Sister Amo said, "This is also one of my duties." Qin Xiang's cheeks flushed as she looked at Li Ji, her tone tinged with shyness, clearly aware of what might ensue. "No need for that. Some things need not be dictated by Amo. Your room is the first one on the left downstairs. You are not to enter my room without my permission. Understood?" "Understood, Master." "Also, refrain from calling me Master. Address me as young Master along with Amo." "Understood, young Master." "Good night, young Master." Watching the little maid scamper down the stairs, Li Ji noted Qin Xiang's loyalty level had risen to 59, filling him with satisfaction. He silently commended himself while reminding that, despite being in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, he must not forsake his principles. More importantly, this young lady, a figure of imperial stature in his previous life, was a member of the future foundation he had selected. He must take special care of her, both materially and spiritually. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the window of his bedroom. Chapter 3. The soaring loyalty of Qin Xiang, as anticipated by the young master. The group of wealthy heirs has indeed dispatched their It seems they are keeping a watchful eye on me. Despite my terminal illness that won't let me linger for long, they remain unyielding, almost wishing for my swift demise. Xiao Bai's eyes glinted with menace as he bared his teeth, saying, "Young master, how about I go eliminate them directly?" Li Ji shook his head, settling himself down comfortably. Feeling a slight relief from his fatigue, "That's not an option. We cannot afford to burn bridges just yet, and our manpower is insufficient. You must remember, the lord of this city bears the surname Yang. He is not to be trifled with." That on another note, has that woman divulged any crucial information? While massaging his weary eyes, Li Ji inquired that I didn't observe much afterward. "You know their nature. It's highly likely that her entire family won't survive the night." Xiao Bai lay on the ground, drenched in acid rain. Though it posed no harm, he still appeared somewhat dispirited. "Isn't there any hope for rescue?" "No, but a dozen beast-type bodyguards have arrived, accompanied by 2 mechanical assassins. As I surmised, these individuals are still quite fearful of death. They wouldn't dare venture into a slum without a retinue. Send half of the provisions to the people in the small courtyard. They may dress a tad shabbily, but the food must be of good quality. No consumption of items with a pollution level exceeding 10. The other half should be delivered to Qin Xiang. Ditto, young master. How generous of you. You're not developing a soft spot for that girl, are you?" A sly grin crept across Xiao Bai's feline face. Although this was not their first encounter, Li Ji still felt a shiver run down his spine. Rubbing his arms, he kicked Xiao Bai out the door. "Quit the prattle. Remember, you are but a cat. Devoid of such gossiping inclinations. By the way, take this to her as well. Tisich, and you claim to lack ulterior motives? That precious potion you've obtained must still be warm from your grasp." Xiao Bai, with spirit coins on his back and the potion in his mouth, leapt down the stairs, arriving at Qin Xiang's door in mere bounds. With a flick of his tail, the door swung open. Qin Xiang had yet to fall asleep. The unfamiliar surroundings stirred a sense of unease within her, the facade of composure she had maintained crumbling in solitude. The door burst open unexpectedly, startling Qin Xiang. "This is from the young master. A sum of 50 spirit coins along with a growth potion. The worth of these items need not be elaborated. You understand their significance. Furthermore, I hope you refrain from any foolish actions, especially notions of escape. From the moment you set foot in this room, you became the young master's slave, his private property, should you dare to betray him. I assure you I will not spare you." After casting a fierce glance at Qin Xiang, Xiaobai strutted out with an air of pride. Qin Xiang opened the pouch of spirit coins, a wave of the scent of money enveloping her. She had never touched spirit coins in her life, let alone such a quantity. Cool to the touch, they were undeniably beautiful. Though the allure of these spirit coins was intoxicating, her gaze kept drifting to the side. Gathering her courage, she picked up the potion from the ground, glancing at her left foot. A congenital deformity caused by maternal illness, it had been born missing half a foot, causing her chronic pain and forcing her to walk with a limp. The growth potion, when ingested, could enhance her vitality to a certain degree. While it could not regenerate lost limbs, it would suffice to rectify her significant deficiency. Qin Xiang had known of this potion for quite some time, yet had never seen one before, nor could she do anything about it. The growth potion could be exchanged for 10,000 spirit coins in the eternal light pillar, 100-fold of her price as a slave. The act of providing such a luxury, a good that was considered extravagant even among nobles, was utterly perplexing to Qin Xiang. Surely, the master must be somewhat misguided. Yet this inadvertently benefited me. The discomfort of being sold dissipated in that moment. Embracing the potion and grinning foolishly for a while, Qin Xiang cautiously opened the vial and drank it down, entirely unconcerned about its contents. She could hardly wait any longer. Becoming a whole person had been her greatest wish since birth. "Xiaozhi, you appear to be in rather poor condition. Did you not sleep well last night?" As dawn broke, Yang Xueru hurried over, noticing Li Ji's dark circles and growing increasingly worried that Li Ji merely shrugged. He indeed had a restless night. His sleep had always been light, and last night's turmoil had exacerbated it. However, he recognized that Qin Xiang was genuinely joyful, and considering the surge in her loyalty, he chose not to dwell on it further. Splashing cold water on his face, Li Ji felt slightly more awake. "Uncle, rest assured, I am well-prepared." Li Ji clapped his hands, and two figures, a tall one standing around 2 meters 3 to 4 centimeters, and a short one not exceeding 1 meter 50, emerged from the kitchen. "Uncle, allow me to introduce. This is Qiu Shui, and this is Qiu Hua. They will accompany me into the blood-stained secret realm shortly." "Are they relatives?" "Yes, to be precise, they are twins." "Twins? These two?" Yang Xueru scrutinized the two external aides his nephew had chosen, silently tagging this mixed-blood pair as unreliable. Upon catching the glint in Yang Xueru's eyes, Li Ji realized what he was thinking, but chose not to elaborate, for some matters could only be perceived by oneself. Of course, had Qin Xiang awakened her abilities, he would have opted to bring her along, but alas, he was a step too late. These two were currently his best options. Name: Qiu Shui. Age: 43. Race: giant human hybrid. Special talent: synchronized thinking with twin brother. Pollution level: 25. Potential level: blue. Maximum of 2 abilities can be awakened. Can reach a maximum of 3rd tier. Ability: giant strength 2nd tier. Inherits the strength talent of the giant race, amplifying power 20-fold instantaneously. Loyalty: 63. Character card 1. Experienced a tragic childhood. His brother is his utmost concern. All who harm his brother will pay with blood. 2nd ability: awakening prediction. Toughness awakening probability 10. Consuming high-intensity minerals and metals can enhance awakening probability. Providing for you well has only increased loyalty by 2 points compared to last time. It's barely acceptable. At least you're not a thankless wolf. Sighing inwardly, Li Ji opened the character card for his brother, Qiu Hua. His expectations for his brother were considerably higher than for Qiu Shui. Name: Qiu Hua. Age: 43. Race: giant human hybrid. Special talent: synchronized thinking with twin brother. Pollution level: 22. Potential level: blue. Maximum of 2 abilities can be awakened. Can reach a maximum of 3rd tier. Ability 1. Mineral sensing, 2nd tier. Possesses keen insight and perception of various minerals. Ability 2. Crimson flame forging. 1st tier. Inherits the forging talent of the dwarven race. Capable of proficiently forging extraordinary weapons. Loyalty: 85. Character card 1. Naturally resilient and calm, he enjoys forging. His greatest wish is to craft the finest hammer for his brother. Character card 2. To be reviewed indeed. Qiu Hua is the better choice. Not only is he intelligent and capable, but both of his abilities are fully awakened, far surpassing Qiu Shui, the simple giant who merely consumes. Gazing at the abilities detailed on Qiu Hua's character card, Li Ji felt a surge of excitement. Such days hold promise. Chapter 4. The Bloodstained Secret Realm. Although Qiuhua's potential level is not particularly high, he has at least reached the threshold for dual abilities. The key point is that his Crimson Flame forging ability is classified as a rare talent. In my past life, which faction did not treat forgers as treasures to be revered, extraordinary weapons are the sharpest claws of ability users. If all goes as expected, Qiuhua's awakening of this ability must be attributed to the innate talents of the dwarven race. Although it is unlikely that Qiuhua will ultimately rise to the status of a master forger. With sufficient resources, he could at least be cultivated into a capable forger, an essential talent for any burgeoning personal power structure. But Li mentally clicked on Qiuhua's second character card, and the blue vision updated. Character card 2. Journey to the ancestral land of the Sterling Dwarves. That is where you truly belong. First ability, evolution direction. Nurture and absorb 3 crystals of mineral veins, attuned to the pulse of the veins, success rate 70. Second ability, evolution direction. Hammer of Forging Hell. Successfully forged 10 extraordinary second-tier weapons, success rate 60. Upon reviewing the newly updated information, Li Ji furrowed his brow. The materials required to forge extraordinary weapons are not to be trifled with, and the failure rate is exceedingly high. Moreover, crystals of mineral veins are exceedingly rare commodities. Once mined, an entire vein becomes effectively depleted, highlighting their preciousness. Should he wish to fully cultivate Qiuhua, the costs incurred would be substantial. Perhaps it is best to deliberate on the evolution of abilities. For now, basic abilities sufficed. Li Ji silently made a note that as the day brightened, Yang Xueru pulled Li Ji aside, intending to offer one last piece of advice. However, upon seeing the resolute expression in Li Ji's eyes, Yang Xueru opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to relent. He quietly produced a blue-silver patterned gemstone bracelet, personally fastening it onto Li Ji's wrist. Li Ji was aware that the object on his Aunt Mu Yushuang's hands was a life-saving talisman. Yang Xueru departed with a heavy heart, reluctant to escort Li Ji to the secret realm, fearing it might be a final farewell. However, Li Ji was free of such worries. Accompanied by the Qiu brothers, he made his way directly to the entrance of the secret realm. According to his memories, the individual who seized the greatest opportunity within the bloody secret realm had entered 3 days later. Thus he believed he had ample time to acquire what he desired. The so-called secret realm was not particularly concealed. The portal of light was situated just outside the western city gate, that a 2-meter square luminescent screen rose from the ground, its silver surface rippling intermittently. Beside the screen stood a handwritten sign detailing the Bloody Secret Realm. Bloody Secret Realm. Tier 2 Minor Secret Realm. Entry level restriction. Ability level not exceeding Tier 2. Main Secret Realm creatures. Crimson Spider. Red Willow, Red Feathered Nightingale. Main Secret Realm products. Venom Sac, Spider Silk, Red Willow Fruit, Nightingale Feathers. The sign provided extensive information, yet conspicuously omitted any mention of the perilous nature of the realm. This was due to the fact that even the most basic Tier 1 secret realm could potentially harbor Tier 7 beasts. The primary focus was on instilling fear. Though the probability was low, it had occurred before. Therefore, those who entered the secret realm were solely responsible for their own lives, that in stark contrast to the long line stretching 100 meters before the ancient forest secret realm at the southern city gate. The entrance to the bloody secret realm was practically deserted. There were no onlookers, and even the lone soldier stationed there seemed more like a collector of entry fees than a guard. Due to the extreme danger associated with this secret realm, very few were willing to enter, resulting in a relatively low admission fee of merely 3 spirit coins per person. Old Wang, we 3 have placed the money here, Li Ji remarked, depositing the entry fee into a designated sealed box and discreetly slipping another handful into Old Wang's arms that if anyone follows, please help me stall them. Old Wang was a close friend of his father. Having watched him grow up, that he weighed the pouch of coins, handed Li Ji 3 green leaf talismans, and gestured for him to proceed. Let us go. Young master, I shall enter first. You stay back to cover me. Qiu Shui volunteered, stepping forward. The moment his fingers brushed the light gate, his body rapidly contracted and spun before vanishing in an instant. Li Ji followed suit without hesitation, reaching out to touch the light gate. The sensation was akin to neither water nor gel, enveloping him and squeezing his entire being. After a couple of breaths, a profound weightlessness overcame him. When he opened his eyes again, an array of vivid red colors assaulted his vision. A scarlet sky, dark red earth, and magenta flora. The intense hues caused his pupils to constrict repeatedly. "Young master, take this." Qiu Shui produced a pair of glasses from his pocket and handed them to Li Ji. Though referred to as glasses, they were actually crafted from the eggshells of the exotic white jade pheasant, cut in half, polished, and strung together with a cord. The first trial of the bloody secret realm was an overwhelming visual assault of red. Without such specialized glasses, one would find it nearly impossible to navigate. This single pair was worth nearly 100 spirit coins, as the white jade pheasant was a valuable beast, with every part of it being precious, including its eggshells. The high cost was a significant reason most individuals were deterred from venturing into the bloody secret realm, despite its abundant and high-value products. However, one gets what one pays for. Upon wearing the glasses, Li Ji felt a refreshing coolness soothing his eyes, and the varying shades of red became far less blinding, allowing him to discern details clearly. After a short while, Qiuhua also entered the secret realm. "Did no one follow?" Li Ji inquired. Qiuhua replied, "I specifically looked around before entering. There was no one nearby, though they might be hiding. However, young master, do you think they'll really follow us? This place isn't the ancient forest secret realm. The danger here is considerable." Li smiled confidently. "If it were someone else, perhaps I would be uncertain, but that fellow Lin Tianyao will undoubtedly follow." As he spoke, Li Ji distributed the green leaf talismans to the Qiu brothers. For him, 3 days would suffice. After all, the scope had been largely narrowed down. If he couldn't find it in 3 days, he might not in 3 months either. Scanning his surroundings, he chose a direction. "Let us head this way." Outside the bloody secret realm, a group encircled Old Wang. "Old Wang, did that kid Li Ji go in with the Qiu family's big oaf and little shorty?" A young man clad in lizardskin armor and wearing a brooding expression interrogated. "Who do you think you are to call me that? Even if your father were here, it would be one thing, but you, just because you're a one-eyed brat." Old Wang sneered, his smile devoid of warmth. "You old fool, are you looking for death?" Lin Tianyao's remaining eye bulged in fury, his anger boiling over as he nearly struck out. "Don't be impulsive, Lin Xiao. This old fellow has some background." Someone cautioned. "Indeed, Lin Xiao, this old man is not to be trifled with. That we need to discuss this further." A chorus of voices prevented Lin Tianyao from acting rashly. "Discuss what? If we delay any longer, we'll miss our chance. Li Ji is after the Tao Yao fruit." Lin Tianyao shoved several people aside, intent on seizing the green leaf talismans from Old Wang. "You want to make a move? If you dare, I'll still regard you as a man. If not, just scram." Though Old Wang made no move, the pouch of green leaf talismans at his side vanished in a thin air, just as tensions escalated. A deep voice resonated from the city wall. "Let him in." Instantly, the group fell silent, and Old Wang bowed respectfully towards the wall, then tossed a green leaf talisman to Lin Tianyao. "Just one. That one do. There are too many of us. We need at least 10. Lin Tianyao insisted, unwavering. "Take it or leave it." Old Wang produced 2 more talismans, tossed them on the ground, and promptly lay down, snoring loudly. "Fine, fine." Lin Tianyao's face reddened with rage as he shouted. Lin Air, you 2 go in first." The 2 guards stepped forward without hesitation. "Let us see how this unfolds," Lin Tianyao declared, darting into the secret realm. The remaining group exchanged glances. "What about us?" It seemed that this time, the Li and Lin families would have to settle matters of life and death. Don't be ridiculous. Settle matters of life and death. The Li family only has Li Ji left. Besides, will he even survive in the bloody secret realm? What a pity for the Tao Yao fruit and the treasure map. What is there to pity? Those things are beyond our reach. It's already a blessing that the Li family is down to 1 member to divide the spoils in Haiyu City. Let us go. I'll treat you all at Chunyu Tower." Mu Xiao is quite grand as the crowd departed. Old Wang opened his eyes, fixating on a particular individual's retreating figure. A peculiar smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 5. The murderous beehive within the bloody secret realm. Li Ji and his companions had been running for a while, disregarding their physical exhaustion. Above, a crimson sun rose and set like in the outside world. By nightfall, swarms of crimson spiders would scour the realm, necessitating the identification of a safe hiding spot in advance. In addition, Li Ji was following the information he had gleaned from his previous life. searching for the greatest opportunity hidden within this secret realm. Young master, there is a cave over here, Qiu Shui exclaimed, having made a discovery. Let us go in and take a look. The secret realm was both a treasure trove and a source of calamity. The rewards one could reap largely depended on luck, and exploring cave-like areas often entailed a certain cost. However, there was no alternative. The opportunities Li Ji sought were typically concealed within such caves. And even if the current landmarks didn't align perfectly, he couldn't afford to overlook them. Young master, I'll take the lead, Qiu Shui eagerly declared, brandishing 2 steel hammers and swiftly enlarging the entrance of the cave threefold. Otherwise, his large frame wouldn't fit. Lig made no attempt to stop him, recognizing that this cave was not an ideal nighttime refuge, as crimson spiders favored such dark corners. Expanding the entrance was inconsequential. Young master, I can sense that there may be some ores within this cave. Qiu Shui concentrated, feeling his surroundings that, it seems we might strike gold, Li Ji remarked with interest. The ores produced within secret realms were typically not the common iron or copper found outside, but rather unique minerals. And sometimes even raw spirit coin ores, which were more useful and highly valued. As Qiu Shui stepped into the cave, he reported, Young master, the space inside is quite vast, and I haven't detected any exotic beasts yet. Hearing Qiu Shui's signal, Li Ji unsheathed his broad-bladed sword, while Qiu Shui readied a square shield, and they both entered the cave in succession. The cave's walls were adorned with luminescent moss, illuminating the interior sufficiently, negating the need for additional light. Let us search around. If we don't find anything, we'll withdraw. We don't have much time, Li Ji instructed. Understood, young master. The two responded in unison. Each embarking on their search, Lig busied himself flipping over stones and moss, occasionally squashing small insects. Young master, I found something, black striped stone, about 10 pieces, Qiu called out from a short distance. Excellent, gather them, Li Ji nodded, feeling pleased. Black striped stone was a superior forging material, and considering its fist-sized dimensions, it could fetch several hundred spirit coins at the very least. What is this? Qiu noticed a stick-like object nestled in a corner and attempted to hammer it. Stop! Li Ji shouted, but he was a moment too late. Qiu had already acted. Bang! A loud clang was followed by a piercing shriek. Run! That is the root of the red willow. As the conversation unfolded, thick, gnarled tree roots thrust aside the mossy veil, thrashing like colossal whips towards the trio. Lig, caught off guard, braced himself against the broad blade of his sword, enduring a fierce lash. Bang! The tremendous force sent him stumbling back several paces, his blood surging, and his arm felt as though it might shatter from the agony. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ji turned and fled. Young master, you and my brother go ahead. I will hold them off. Qiu positioned himself before the two, raising his square shield. Fire! The elemental flames surged, instantly igniting the shield's edges, and a 2-meter square wall of fire swiftly enveloped the cave entrance. The fiery crafting ability belonged to the fire element, its temperature exceeding that of ordinary flame manipulation. Emerging from the cave, Li Ji scanned the surroundings and exclaimed, there, on the cliffside, amidst a tangle of vines, a willow-like plant unfurled from its creeping position, its slender branches thrashing about, sending sap flying. Take it down. There's a red willow fruit. Qiu Dishao bellowed, at the juncture where the willow connected to the cliff. Over a dozen palm-sized crimson fruits hung. These were one of the specialties of the Scarlet Abyss, a vital ingredient for potions, their value self-evident. In no way, look at its size. It has already evolved to the 3rd tier, that we can't defeat it. And it's far too high up, that we must retreat. Li Ji reasoned wisely, noting that the red willow stood nearly 12 meters above the ground, out of reach of their attacks. Climbing the cliff would only make them targets for the red willow. Qiu Shui also emerged from the cave, and the three swiftly withdrew. The red willow, unable to move, could only vent its fury at the surrounding stone walls. Shortly after Li Ji departed, Lin Tianya and his companions arrived. Young master, there are signs of a struggle. Lin stated first. Am I blind? Can't you see how obvious it is? Lin Tianya snapped, irate, finding fault with everything around him. Lin Yi, realizing his mistake, quickly knelt to plead for forgiveness. Lin Tianya then turned his wrath upon Lin Er, who promptly knelt in fear as well. Young master, that red willow tree is 3rd tier. The two of us likely can't take it down. Lin revealed the results from his detector to Lin Tianya. Let us go. Lin Tianya shot a glare at Lin and Lin before turning away. Though a prodigal, he was not foolish. Recognizing a lost cause, he prioritized finding Li Ji and acquiring the treasure map and the clues to the Tao Yao fruit. The treasure map might be a sham, but the Tao Yao fruit was crucial for restoring his eyesight. Lin and Lin exchanged relieved glances before following suit. Meanwhile, Li Ji led his team to a river valley. Wait! Silence. Li Ji halted, observing a short-necked tree in the distance. The Chiu brothers followed his gaze and instinctively swallowed hard. Did I see that correctly? Could that possibly be a killer bee nest? How could it be so large? Chiu Shui whispered, disbelief etched on his face that as he spoke, he hesitantly retrieved his electronic guide to search for information. Killer bees, half a finger long, carnivorous first-tier mutated insects, average flight speed, venom can be lethal. When in a swarm, danger level not below second tier. The nest is spindle-shaped, approximately 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The short-necked tree stood only 1.5 meters tall, yet beneath its branches hung a nearly meter-high spindle. Unmistakably the killer bee nest. IT must have undergone a secondary mutation. But that's fine. I prepared for this. IG gazed at the nest, feeling reassured that they had arrived at the right location. With that, Li Ji retrieved a metal tube the thickness of his arm from his backpack. He opened the tube, releasing a burst of cold as the mist dispersed. 3 test tubes filled with blue liquid came into view. Li Ji seized one and hurled it at the nest. Having injured his arm earlier, his throw was not entirely precise, but it still struck the lower part of the nest. Upon impact, the test tube shattered, and the blue liquid, seemingly defying gravity, surged upward through the nest, coating it in a transparent blue membrane within mere seconds. Aside from a few killer bees that escaped, the majority remained trapped. Quick, take down the nest. Upon hearing the command, Chiu Shui was the first to spring into action, his tall frame allowing him to reach the tree's edge in a few strides, where he swiftly crushed 2 escaping killer bees. Li Ji leaned in for a closer look, noting that over 1,000 killer bees were tearing at the blue membrane, continuously stretching it. We can't skimp on this. Li Ji decisively poured the remaining 2 test tubes over the nest, significantly enhancing the membrane's hardness and resilience. It appeared that, for the time being, the killer bees would be unable to escape. Come, let us dig a pit. We're preparing a grand gift for Lin Tianya and the others. Chapter 6. The Death of Lin Ha. What is that? Following the conspicuous tracks left by the towering Chiu Shui, Lin Tianya and his companions arrived at the river valley, their gazes quickly fixating on the short tree. A thread was entwined among its branches, with a folded piece of cloth flapping in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Could it be that Li Ji voluntarily revealed the treasure map? What is he up to? Someone go and retrieve that cloth for me. I must see what trick Li Ji is playing. With subordinates at hand, Lin Tianya naturally refrained from risking himself. Lin and Lin exchanged glances, and it was decided that Lin with his defensive abilities, would approach the tree. Lin proceeded cautiously, though he perceived Li Ji as an incapable individual merely flaunting a noble title. They were in a secret realm fraught with unpredictability. Upon hearing the command, Lin felt a pang of anxiety. The young master was known for his sharp tongue, so he promptly dashed toward the short-necked tree. As he ran, he activated his ability, enveloping himself in a layer of flowing water membrane. This was his defensive ability, a robust water membrane that effectively mitigated both impact and elemental damage, though the water membrane partially obstructed his vision. The comprehensive protection it provided put Lin at ease. Besides, with the eggshell glasses on, his sight was already compromised, so a bit more obstruction mattered little. After all, his water membrane could withstand second-tier attacks. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Lin immediately sensed something amiss. A trap. The soft soil felt freshly disturbed, contrasting starkly with the hardness of the rocky terrain he had traversed. Weighing 200 pounds, he found his feet sinking immediately. Crack. It seemed he had crushed something. His proud weight became a death sentence. Buzzing. Looking down, Lin felt a chill run down his spine, that a swarm of killer bees emerged from the hole he had created, shaking off the mud from their wings. Some clung to the water membrane at his feet, biting, while even more surged toward his face. Crap. As the tyrants of the secret realm, the killer bees were already irritable. And after being trapped by Li Ji, their anger had escalated. Now someone dared to trample their nest, driving the killer bees into a frenzy as they relentlessly attacked Lin Er's mutated creatures. These first-tier killer bees were notably faster than Lin Er's running speed, swiftly surrounding him and transforming the water sphere into a bee ball. Although Lin Er was a second-tier ability user, his internal energy was ultimately finite, under the relentless assault of thousands of killer bees' bites and stings. The water sphere shattered within 10 seconds. A young master, save me, cough. Help me. His iron armor felt as fragile as tofu beneath the killer bee's teeth, and more of the insects burrowed into his body, beginning to feed in a furious frenzy. The hallucinogenic venom coursed through his veins, and Lin Er, in a mad panic, unleashed water bullets into the air, only to collapse helplessly onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Tianya and Lin Yi had opted to retreat the moment the killer bees first appeared. Now hiding behind a stone wall to observe Lin Yi are in truth. Lin Tianya possessed second-tier fire abilities and could summon fire snakes, posing a significant threat to the killer bees. However, to rescue someone? That was preposterous. What master would risk their life to save a slave? That fool. He knew there was a trap and still stepped into it. Couldn't he have tested it first? Was this a design by the dim-witted Li Ji? No, it must be the second son of the Qiu family. That little squirt had some cunning. Lin Tianya muttered angrily, yet inwardly he felt a twinge of retreat. With Lin Er's defensive abilities gone, the dangers in this secret realm had undeniably increased. Yet the Tao Yao fruit was too tempting to abandon. After all, not everything in the eternal light column could be exchanged. Young master, the swarm is retreating, Lin Yi whispered. Lin Tianya glanced up and, indeed, saw the swarm circling the base of the tree before departing in disarray, unable to excavate further. Let us go check it out. Naturally, Lin Tianya would not go first. He instructed Lin Yi to lead the way. Beneath the tattered armor lay nothing but bones, stripped of flesh, with numerous bite marks evident on the white remains, a testament to the killer bee's fury. Lin Yi gazed at the bones, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Casually glancing back at Lin Tianya, Lin Yi squatted down, feigning an examination of the corpse, while stealthily pocketing the fallen pouch nearby. It likely contained 30 spirit coins. My dear brother, you really knew how to save money. Don't worry, I'll spend it for you. Lin Yi's eyes turned red as he sorrowfully scattered a handful of red earth over the bones, giving Lin Er a makeshift burial. Lin Yi, what the hell are you doing? If you don't want to join him in the grave, hurry up and bring me the goods. Lin Tianya let out a furious curse, the pain from his blinded eye throbbing subtly, further aggravating his already irritable mood. The young master has arrived. Despite being heavily damaged, the iron armor remained a rare and valuable asset in this apocalyptic world. Not only could it withstand harm, but selling it at the blacksmiths could yield 4 or 5 spirit coins, sufficient for a month's expenses. With a swift motion, Lin Yi, still deep in thought about making money, had the cloth snatched from his grasp by Lin Tianya, who unexpectedly delivered a slap that sent Lin Yi sprawling to the ground. Stop dawdling. Do you believe I want to go out and have someone deal with you? After kicking Lin Yi a couple of times, Lin Tianya finally unfurled the cloth for closer inspection. The fabric appeared to bear abstract depictions of mountains and rivers, but it lacked the semblance of a treasure map and contained no markings for the location of the coveted peach fruit. Flipping it over, he noticed a line of text. Look from a distance for a surprise. Lin Tianya, skeptical yet intrigued, extended his arm to hold the cloth as far away as possible. As one good eye squinted. He was infuriated to see that the so-called treasure map clearly formed 2 large characters. Fool. Fuming, Lin Tianya hurled the cloth aside and shouted angrily, Come out, you scoundrel Li Ji, I know you're here. If you have the guts, show yourself. I will flay you alive, just like your wretched parents, and chop you into pieces to feed to the most repulsive cockroaches. There's no need to shout. I'm already here. Li Ji emerged from the mangroves with the Qiu brothers, his expression calm, but the hatred in his eyes unmistakable. You two handle Lin Yi. Leave Lin Tianya to me, Li Ji commanded. But young master. You, Qiu Shui began, but was cut off by Li Ji's insistence. Just do as I say. The Lin brothers heard the exchange clearly. Lin Yi, rising from the ground, glanced at Lin Tianya before swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction, with the Qiu brothers quickly in pursuit. For Lin Yi, this was not a fair contest, yet he had no choice. Perhaps this was the best arrangement, that he only hoped that his young master would swiftly eliminate Li Ji and come to his rescue. You lured me into the secret realm and schemed to eliminate the strongest defender, Lin Er, just to confront me alone. Seeking revenge, Lin Tianya scoffed, "Come then, if you wish to avenge your parents, come at me." With hands clasped, fire elements surged forth, coiling around a fire serpent as thick as a forearm at his feet, glaring menacingly at Li Ji. Unperturbed, Li Ji approached Lin Tianya, glancing at his information point 20 years old. Human, 15 pollution level, potential rating. Blue, with other details obscured as an enemy. There was no loyalty to be seen. The complete character card was hidden in the small town of Haiyue, with its population of less than 10,000. A blue potential rating was already remarkable. Had Li Ji not been an adversary, he might have considered taking Lin Tianya under his wing. As he passed Lin Er's corpse, Li Ji deftly picked up a fallen dagger, flipping it through the air before catching it in his grasp. Revenge, of course, was essential. Last week, I took one of your eyes. How does it feel to be a one-eyed dragon? Today, with your slave's dagger, I shall let you bleed and experience the wails of the departed. Chapter 7. I will collect what is due. How brazen. You consider underhanded tactics a skill? You, a powerless waste without awakened abilities. What do you think you can do against me? Lin Tianya pointed, commanding the fire serpent to hiss and dart toward Li Ji like a sharp arrow. To Lin Tianya's astonishment, the anticipated image of Li Ji being engulfed by the serpent did not materialize. Instead, Li Ji wore a smirk, his steps unhurried as he twirled the dagger deftly between his fingers. In a split second, as the fire serpent approached, Li Ji sidestepped, evading its strike while simultaneously cleaving the serpent in two. The severed fire serpent dissipated into nothingness without even a sound. What just happened? How could my fire serpent vanish? This is a product of fire element abilities. How could he possibly negate my power? Lin Tianya gaped, pointing a trembling finger at Li Ji. Stunned by the scene, Li Ji chuckled. Elemental creatures born from abilities are far too easy to deal with. No, to be precise, low-level elemental creatures. Find a core. Destroy the core. It's that simple. Look, I've just expanded your knowledge. It's only fair you pay me some tuition. But he glanced at the dagger in his hand, the front half of the blade already charred. Even low-level elemental beings possess a core with extreme heat. It was no surprise the ordinary iron dagger could not withstand the flames. But it mattered little. Although the charred dagger would be brittle, it could still serve its purpose. What are you prattling on about? Elemental creatures, cores? Li Ji's words startled Lin Tianya, who did not fully grasp their meaning, but understood that his fire serpent was ineffective against Li Ji. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second ability, Flame Fist. In essence, it enveloped his fists in flames, delivering deep second-degree burns upon impact. Upon witnessing this, Li Ji's brow furrowed, not out of fear, but in recollection of his own tragic past. Captured and tortured, the memory of the Flame Fist struck him particularly hard, and no matter how he begged for mercy, he was subjected to searing pain every few days, leaving him with no unscathed flesh for 5 long months. If not for someone secretly applying medicine, he would have succumbed to the agony long ago. Suppressing a smile, Li Ji charged at Lin Tianya. Come on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You worthless fool. Lin Tianya roared, seemingly to bolster his own courage as he advanced toward Li Ji. With left hooks, jabs, knee strikes, right hooks, and left jabs, Lin Tianya unleashed his full arsenal, yet he could not land a single blow on Li Ji. Instead, he found himself continually cut by the dagger, howling in pain as blood flowed from numerous wounds. This is the rage of impotence. It truly reflects your reality. Slow down. Your moves are far too sluggish. Is this how your so-called boxing master taught you? His skills are pathetic. Perhaps you should dismiss him and bow to me as your new teacher. Oh, such a handsome face. It deserves a few ugly scars. Don't you think? Shall I blind your other eye as well? Sounds quite fitting, doesn't it? Though Li Ji's taunts aimed to distract Lin Tianya, his expression remained as frosty as ice, with the agility of a dragon. Li Ji danced around Lin Tianya's blind spots, striking him unexpectedly and demonstrating both flexibility and unpredictability. Each time Lin Tianya attempted to adjust his strategy, Li Ji anticipated his moves and mocked him with renewed strikes. With decades of experience in the wild, even without awakened abilities, he could easily outmaneuver this sheltered weakling. Growing bored and mindful of his true objectives, Li Ji's movements became increasingly rapid. There were several moments when Li Ji could have simply slit Lin Tianya's throat with the dagger. But he opted for a more opportune moment to thrust it toward Lin Tianya's back. Suddenly, a green barrier erupted from behind Lin Tianya, deflecting the dagger while simultaneously restraining Li Ji's movements. This was the chance. Lin Tianya pivoted with sudden exhilaration, unleashing a furious roar as he drove both fists toward Li Ji. "I will end you." However, when Lin Tianya's single, I met Li Ji's gaze. A sense of dread washed over him. There was no fear in Li Ji's eyes, only mockery. Yet with the force of his fists already in motion, Lin Tianya was resolved to give it his all. "Got you." Lin Tianya stared in disbelief at his fists, poised to strike Li Ji, only to find them severed at the wrists. The excruciating pain sent him rolling on the ground, howling in agony. Unable to maintain his abilities as the fire element dissipated. With the bindings gone, Li Ji waved his hand, a nearly invisible transparent thread emerging from the severed limbs. This, your trump card? Unlimited equipment? As a level 2 ability user, Lin Tianya's physical prowess was commendable. Within moments, he could endure the pain enough to speak. Unlimited equipment could be exchanged for in the Eternal Pillar, an item usable by ordinary people without the need for abilities. Though its exorbitant cost was a notable drawback. That dagger attack was merely a ruse, wasn't it? Just to create pain and fury, allowing me to overlook this thread sharper than any blade. Struggling to rise, Lin Tianya attempted twice, but ultimately resigned himself to the ground, feigning defeat. "Partially correct, I could kill you at any moment. The delay was merely because I needed your hands." That Lig retrieved a trash bag from his pocket, disdainfully tossing Lin Tianya's severed arm inside. "Using my own strength, I could never achieve such a perfect cut, but with your own power, it was effortless. You truly are an exceptional tool." Lin Tianya's face flushed crimson as he could no longer contain his fury. Spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, Lig kicked Lin Tianya to the ground, tearing the fabric from his back. To his surprise, he discovered a remarkable treasure. Li Ji swiftly seized a colorless diamond crystal embedded in the middle of Lin Tianya's spine, causing Lin Tianya to convulse in agony once more. A second-tier protective spirit crystal, no less. An unlimited piece of equipment that could be reused once charged. In terms of value, it far surpassed my blade's silk ring. Li Ji's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This very item had just deflected his dagger and temporarily restrained him. For low-level supernatural beings, this was an unparalleled defensive and counterattack tool. To be honest, his prior actions were merely a test. Even if he could have struck Lin Tianya's heart, he wouldn't have done so with lethal intent, for his aim was not simply to eliminate Lin Tianya. On the other hand, Li Ji suspected that Lin Tianya possessed protective gear or other hidden cards, hoping to trick him into revealing them. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Tianya not only had a hidden card, but that it was quite impressive. Fortunately, the cautious habits cultivated during his wilderness training had not abandoned him. The multitude of blade silk entangled around Lin Tianya's wrists provided the opportunity to sever his wrist bones in one fell swoop, avoiding a mishap. "Well, the chatter has gone on long enough. It is time to send you on your way," Li Ji remarked, picking up the dagger from the ground with a nonchalant tone. "No, please. You cannot kill me, Li Ji. I am the heir of the Lin family. They will hunt you down." Lin Tianya panicked, believing that Li Ji merely sought simple revenge. For even with blinded eyes or severed hands, the Eternal Light Pillar offered a chance for recovery, as long as the stakes were high enough. Such injuries were not perceived as irreconcilable enmity by the great families. Yet, he had never imagined that Li Ji truly intended to kill him. "Spare me. I will compensate you. I will never target you again. Please, I beg you, spare my life, Li Ji. I can offer you money. Plenty of spirit coins. I can provide you with a 3rd tier or higher supernatural weapon." Tears and snot streamed down Lin Tianya's face as he knelt. Pleading desperately, Lig scoffed, about to respond, but fell silent as he plunged the dagger into Lin Tianya's throat, silencing his pleas for mercy. "Compensation? I will seek that from your Lin family." With another thrust, he pierced Lin Tianya's heart. "Not only mine, but also my parents' share." The dagger could no longer bear the weight, snapping within Lin Tianya's chest cavity. Lin Tianya struggled briefly before succumbing to breathlessness. However, this was not the end. Li Ji withdrew the blade silk, wrapping it tightly around Lin Tianya's neck to execute a beheading. That was not mere desecration, but but rather a measure to ensure Lin Tianya's demise was absolute. After all, under the might of the heavenly path, anything less than complete dismemberment or utter destruction of the form could result in resurrection. For instance, Li Ji himself. Chapter 8. Thanks to young Master Tianya. Sitting beside the corpse and pool of blood, Li Ji's mind drifted into a state of emptiness. The person he had long yearned for in his previous life had finally met his end. It must be said that you were formidable. Starting with merely a blue potential level, you managed to forcefully ascend to the 7th-tier master. I have diligently read through the numerous personal biographies you so boastfully publicized. I shall seize upon the various fortuitous encounters you experienced. You truly are an excellent tool. Rubbing his leg muscles, Li Ji felt a pang of concern that he would need to find some treasures to enhance his physical capabilities soon. Even utilizing the first layer of the dragon transformation technique was proving to be quite laborious. The dragon transformation technique is a remarkable close combat maneuver belonging to the spellcasting profession, unique and crucial for Li Ji's survival during numerous assassination attempts in his past life. The rank of this technique passed down by others was uncertain, yet he had never encountered anything similar among other spellcasting professions, suggesting it was unlikely to be of low grade. Remembering the stern and merciless teaching methods, Li Ji couldn't help but chuckled. I end this lifetime. Perhaps we can swap roles as teacher and student, allowing you to experience what true pleasure feels like. Just as he was lost in thought, distant shouts reached his ears. Young master, are you all right? It was the Qiu brothers, with Qiu Shui carrying Lin Yi's corpse on his shoulder. Though both brothers bore visible injuries, their overall demeanor suggested they were not in dire straits. As they drew near, the gruesome sight of Lin Tianya's fate startled them that a common man had dispatched a 2nd-tier supernatural being. And seemingly, without sustaining any injuries, the brothers exchanged glances, their thoughts synchronizing. Is this truly our young master? How extraordinarily powerful! It must be, but when did commoners gain the ability to single-handedly slay supernatural beings? Moreover, the young master's demeanor is utterly unlike that coward who wouldn't dare harm even a chicken. Rumors have misled me. Thankfully, we allied with the young master. It appears our future is promising. You better show some respect to the young master from now on. Do you hear? When have I ever disrespected him? Li Ji could easily guess the Qiu brothers' thoughts, as their rising loyalty served as the best testament to this. As for the younger brother, Qiu Hua, his loyalty had reached a commendable 90 points, matching that of A.S. Long, as Li Ji refrained from actions that transgressed Qiu Hua's bottom line. Betrayal would be out of the question. The Lig clapped his hands. All right, enough whispering. Quickly gather any valuables from their bodies and take them away. Qiu Hua, puzzled, asked, how does the young master know we were speaking? Did you tell him we have a mental connection? No, it must just be a guess. Qiu Shui scratched his head, dismissing the matter entirely. As he spoke, Qiu Shui bent down to search the corpses. How are you both faring? Are you all right? Though he was aware there were unlikely to be serious issues, Li Ji still expressed concern. Qiu Hua shook his head, reassuring, don't worry, young master. The two of us can take on one with ease. That my brother and I work well together. Our tough skin and resilience will have these minor wounds healed in a couple of days. It was just that Lin Yi's explosive gun ability was exceedingly swift. He ran off far too quickly. Otherwise, we would have been here to assist you long ago, though it seems you didn't need it. Li Ji understood. This had been part of his strategy. First, eliminate the defensive meat shield, then distract the speedy supernatural being to prevent escape, and finally exploit Lin Tianya's arrogance to deal with him alone. After all, who would expect a 2nd-tier supernatural being to be slain by a commoner? To be honest, had Lin Tianya truly managed to flee with Lin Yi, the three of them would have been unable to pursue them. Meanwhile, Qiu Shui had already stripped the two corpses, leaving no stone unturned in his search for hidden valuables. This was a common practice in the apocalypse. All valuable items would be collected, representing the primitive accumulation of wealth. However, perhaps due to bad luck, he found nothing except for 3 coin pouches and a finely crafted gemstone ring that is so much for being the eldest son of the Lin family. He is nothing but a pauper. Young master, this is all there is. Nothing else of value remains. Collecting the items from the deceased trio amounted to over 700 spirit coins, with Lin Tianya contributing the majority. Additionally, there was a set of broken iron armor, a long spear, and a gemstone ring. It was now time for distribution. The long spear was given to Qiu Hua, though despite entering the secret realm with a square shield, he, like Xiao Shui, wielded a hammer. In this era, weapons were a necessity and should not be wasted. As for Li Ji, he examined the ring closely. With a golden band and silver setting, the transparent gemstone bore a striking resemblance to the object described in Lin Tianya's autobiography. A cold smile crept across Li Ji's lips as he scrutinized the ring. It seemed the first round of fortuitous encounters would soon unfold. Thank you, young Master Tianya. The spirit coins were divided, with each Xiao brother receiving 50, while the remainder filled Li Ji's pouch. The two brothers bore no grievances, understanding their young master's recent expenditures had been considerable. Let us proceed. It is time to attend to business. Li Ji, accompanied by Xiao Shui, headed straight for the redwood forest. During the wait for Lin Tianya, Li Ji had already pinpointed his target location. Crouching low, Li Ji and Xiao Hua concealed themselves behind the bushes. Their focus trained on the spider nest not far away, where a half-man-high tree hollow awaited that in the river valley. The beehive lay to the east, while the spider nest nestled within the redwood forest. Shrouded in darkness was undoubtedly the place. You two proceed as planned, be cautious, and do not wait for me once you are outside, Li Ji instructed. Rest assured, young master, I will keep an eye on my brother. Xiao Hua replied, carefully retreating to join Xiao Shui outside. Meanwhile, Li Ji departed from his hiding spot, circling around to the rear of the spider nest. Dozens of crimson spiders, the size of small dogs, crawled in and out along fixed silk paths. Ji felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight. The crimson spiders spun silk solely to wrap their prey, not weaving warning webs near the nest, thus reducing his chances of exposure. After a brief wait, a bloody morsel was tossed onto the silk path, evidently a severed limb. The pungent smell of blood quickly drew spiders to investigate, and upon confirming it was food, they began to feast voraciously. The cycle of discarded remains continued, luring spiders further away from the silk path, which was precisely why Li Ji had instructed Xiao Shui to bring along Lin Yi's corpse. Naturally, the spiders drawn out would meet a grim fate at the hands of the lurking Xiao brothers. In this manner, around 20 spiders were lured out of the redwood forest, and the corpses were exhausted. Next, a fireball was hurled toward the silk path. Spider silk was highly flammable, and the flames swiftly spread along the path toward the spider nest. Hiss, hiss, the scarlet spiders swiftly emerged from their lair. Dividing into two factions, one group surged towards the mangrove forest, while the other began to excavate a circle of pits in front of the nest, presumably to thwart the flames, indicative of their notable intelligence. The sounds of battle resonated mightily outside the forest, accompanied by booming roars and hissing. Upon completing the pits, the spiders received a signal to hunt and quickly rushed towards the mangroves, leaving only 2 spiders to stand guard. Observing this, Li Ji no longer hesitated. He set down his backpack and, wielding his broad-bladed sword, charged toward the sentinels. Skillfully evading 4 strands of spider silk, he successfully closed the distance. At this juncture, the encounter became straightforward. Being merely first-tier creatures, the spiders stood no chance against Li Ji's agile movements and the heft of his sword, allowing him to effortlessly behead the 2 guards. The skirmish concluded swiftly, leaving the spider carcasses intact. The tree hole measured no more than half a person in height and over 30 centimeters in width. Fortunately, Li Ji's slender frame allowed him passage, while the Qiu brothers could not possibly enter. He sliced open a gland and evenly smeared its contents across the surface of his sword, ensuring that the scent of humanity would go unnoticed by the olfactory-sensitive scarlet spiders. He then vertically inserted the sword at the entrance, perfectly concealing the tree hole. This was, after all, a custom-made door panel for Li Ji. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle that resonated through the forest, amplified by the hollow of the tree. The young master has signaled. Let us go. Qiu Hua unleashed his skills, igniting the fire element to carve a path through the swarm of spiders. Xiao Shui seized Qiu Hua, employing his immense strength to shield his head as they broke free from the encirclement. The spider silk proved no match for Xiao Shui's charge. The duo escaped successfully, and Li Ji soon laid eyes on the ultimate objective of their venture. Chapter 9. The Maiden in the Coffin. Li Ji retrieved a fist-sized luminous pearl from his backpack, illuminating the space within the tree hole. He produced a specially crafted stand to secure the pearl above his head, then pried apart the rotting, entangled roots, revealing a naturally formed rocky passage. Sliding down the passage for about 10 meters, he encountered a pair of imposing doors, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Standing before him at last, he had arrived. Arriving 2 days early here should align closely with the information he had acquired in his previous life. That Lig set down his backpack and scrutinized the grand doors. Based on his experience, these doors were likely forged from a foreign metal known as kaidila, renowned for its indestructible properties against ordinary attacks. The surface radiated a faint blue glow, exuding an icy chill without any condensation of mist. The doors were etched with twisted lines, devoid of discernible meaning, resembling the marks left by someone venting their frustrations. The Lig's gaze fixated on the 2 small holes at the center of the door. Shallow, merely around 10 centimeters deep. There were no indications or prompts nearby. A typical person, upon observing this, would likely conduct a simple test for danger and consider probing within to search for a switch. However, this was an artifact of a secret realm. One could not act recklessly. Lig retrieved a garbage bag from his backpack, extracting Lin Tianya's severed hand, and decisively inserted it into the cavity. He waited for 2 seconds. Whoosh! Something from behind the door swiftly drew in the severed hand, followed by a crunching sound that made Lig furrow his brow. What a repulsive premise, though others might be oblivious to the door's origins. It was no secret to Lig, especially given the prior revelations from others' experiences. This door was known as the Door of Sacrifice. It could manifest not only in secret realms but also in apocalyptic worlds. As long as one could unlock the door, they would gain access to random items from an alternate space behind it, which could range from priceless treasures to worthless refuse. The method to open the door, as the name suggests, involved a sacrifice. However, this sacrifice was not arbitrary. It had to adhere to the door's specific requirements, offering designated items to gain entry. The designated items were concealed within the chaotic scratches on the door. It would be a miracle for an ordinary person to decipher them. Thankfully, Lig need not understand, as the previous masterless mage, Lu Yuanlin, had already conducted experiments on his behalf, and the cause could be gleaned from his nickname. There might be other offerings capable of unlocking the door, but Lig felt no urgency to explore that possibility. It is worth noting that any item inserted into the door would be permanently considered a sacrificial offering, unable to be withdrawn again. This was the power of the rules governing the sacrifice, that if a bodily organ was offered to the door of sacrifice, the lost part would be irretrievable. Thus, this door necessitated a hand to be sacrificed. Otherwise, he would have to bring Lin Tianya's head to eliminate any future threats. That a hand would suffice. Even if Lin Tianya were to be reborn, his threat level would significantly diminish without his hands. Lig contemplated this, and after 2 minutes of crunching sounds, the door creaked open just enough for a single person to pass. Behind the door, a shimmering blue curtain obstructed any prying eyes from glimpsing the interior. Without hesitation, Lig sidestepped through. Upon entering, Lig felt a sharp pain in his hand. Where an imprint resembling a door was seared onto his skin, he remained unfazed. This marked the switch to exit the alternate space behind the door of sacrifice. Crossing the curtain of light, his vision brightened, and he removed his eggshell glasses to hang around his neck. As he focused, he realized he was in the alternate space accompanying the door of sacrifice. An expansive stone hall estimated to span over 100 square meters, chaotically filled with various debris. Among the items were common everyday necessities like clothing and shoes, as well as moldy, decaying food exuding foul odors, and some rotting weapons and books. All of these were deemed treasures, for the door of sacrifice did not discriminate between the quality of items it consumed, but if only he could encounter the legendary Eternal Door, rumored to house only the rarest of treasures. Setting aside his fanciful thoughts, Lig picked up a relatively intact spear shaft and began his search for treasure amidst the refuse. Nearly 2 hours later. Excellent. An additional 33 spirit coins earned. Accepting the meager reward for his collection efforts with a stoic expression, Lig turned his gaze towards the farthest reaches of the hall, where a coffin made of golden silk would rested. It appeared that Lu Yuanlin's adventure, along with that peach-like fruit, should be contained within this coffin. After surveying the surroundings, he noted the coffin's lacquered surface seemed remarkably new, with no signs of soul-binding nails hammered in, suggesting it was a coffin yet to be used. After a moment's contemplation, Lig decided against delaying further and forcefully pushed open the coffin lid. With a resounding whoosh, the lid swung wide, revealing a sight that startled Li Ji. Within lay a young maiden of tender years, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal gown, radiantly red and resplendent. Upon closer inspection, he noted that while the maiden held a jade cicada in her mouth, her skin was as smooth as cream and her complexion rosy, utterly devoid of the ghastly hues of a corpse. Judging by her appearance, she must have hailed from an illustrious lineage, buried in her wedding attire. Perhaps she awaited her long-lost groom? Such a fate was indeed regrettable. Li Ji mused softly, and he firmly believed the maiden to be deceased. According to his knowledge, the door of sacrifice permitted no living beings other than the sacrificial offerings marked by its imprint. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he intended to ascertain the nature of this maiden's existence. With a flicker of his eyes, he summoned forth the character card information that only he could perceive, which materialized beside the maiden. Li Ji's expression darkened slightly, for only the living possessed character cards. However, unlike those he had encountered before, the interface of the character card beside the maiden was shrouded in darkness, bearing only a few lines of crimson text. Name: Jiang Yujun. Age: 14, in a state of stasis. Race: ancient human clan. Remarks: between life and death, ancient human clan? What manner of race is this? Li Ji rifled through his memories but could not recall any such name. Surely it could not simply refer to ancient humans. In his previous life, while navigating the wilderness, he had fortuitously joined a medium-sized intelligence organization, from which he gleaned numerous obscure secrets. One of the reasons he felt emboldened to strategize after his rebirth. Alas, his prior inadequacies had prevented him from ascending to a higher echelon within the organization, thus denying him access to the true secrets of the heavenly path and the world. With a sigh, Li Ji reflected on how he had painstakingly elevated his abilities to the 6th-tier master level in his past life, yet still fell short of Lin Tianya's 7th-tier grandmaster status. Although a 6th-tier master was considered a high-ranking professional, the chasm between them was one only he comprehended. The threshold of the 7th-tier grandmaster could deter 99% of ability users. Even upon his rebirth, he could not guarantee he would surpass this barrier. Shaking his head, he cast aside the excess negativity and divergent thoughts, restoring his focus. For the time being, he set aside the matter of race. What did it mean to exist between life and death? Was it an indication that she might transform into some undead creature of the other realm? In the months since his rebirth, this was the first time he had encountered such an ambiguous prompt within a character card. Overthinking without direction bore no fruit. Li Ji shifted his attention to the offerings within the coffin. The coffin itself measured approximately 2 meters and 40 centimeters in length. While the maiden stood only about 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, her petite frame leaving much of the space filled with gold, silver, and jade artifacts. Among these, 3 items particularly captured Li Ji's attention. A blood-red peach delicately nestled in a jade bowl, a lustrous golden pearl, and a half-meter-long scepter adorned with a beast's head. Chapter 10. The wedding ceremony. The peach-like fruit, upon consumption, could enhance one's physical capabilities, augment potential, and eradicate all forms of pollution, mutation, and disease, rightfully earning its reputation as a miraculous remedy for the living dead. Awakening golden pearl, unbound by potential level restrictions, guarantees the awakening of a unique supernatural ability upon consumption. The wailing staff, though currently merely a 1st-tier anomalous weapon, can be integrated into the body for nurturing and growth, promising limitless potential in the future. Indeed, this is where Lin Tianyuan's extraordinary adventure lies. Li Ji's gaze flickered, a smile gracing his lips, and he felt an exhilarating sense of delight within. Since his rebirth, he had first secured the misfortune of the Empress, then avenged his parents by vanquishing their enemies, and now he had encountered a fortuitous event that could transform his very being. Truly, fortune favored him. Do you desire these? Naturally, who wouldn't he wait? Who is speaking? Instinctively, Li Ji turned his head, only to meet a pair of jade-like eyes as deep as a tranquil pond. The female corpse has awakened. Li Ji attempted to move, but found his limbs completely immobilized, unable even to blink. This was not the result of mental terror causing physical rigidity, but rather a comprehensive confinement of his being. Buzzed to the left of the intricately carved rosewood display stood a set of blood-red wedding robes. To the right dangled a large crimson embroidered ball. Beneath the delicate gauze curtains, lay neatly arranged red wedding blankets and intricately embroidered mandarin duck pillows. The walls of the room were adorned with the character for double happiness, while a pair of dragon and phoenix candles flickered uncertainly on the table. Clearly, this was a bridal chamber. Lig moved his limbs, finding no issue. The confinement had vanished, clad in his apocalyptic attire. He felt utterly out of place amidst the ancient decor, a spiritual illusion. Li Ji attempted to open the door, but the seemingly ordinary wooden door did not budge. The window paper, which should have torn at a mere poke, now possessed the strength of high-grade alloy. They would not allow him to escape. It seemed that Lig calmed his thoughts, pondering ways to unravel the illusion. Illusions were not uncommon in the apocalypse. Not only were there special realms teeming with illusions, but also supernatural abilities capable of inducing hallucinations, along with corresponding talents among various races. Accordingly, methods to break illusions have been summarized into 3 categories. For supernatural beings, the best approach was to eliminate the caster, thereby extinguishing the source of the illusion, or to identify the contradictions between the illusion and reality, and exploit them to shatter the illusion. However, illusions formed in secret realms were different. They often required specific paths or items to break. Logically speaking, the illusion created by this female corpse should belong to a similar category of supernatural ability or talent, and there must be some illusory points to uncover. Yet, after a thorough search, Li Ji found no flaws. Every piece of furniture and decor in the room felt tangible and could be moved, the sensations remarkably authentic. It must be said that this illusion, initiated by the female corpse, was more real than any he had experienced in his previous life. That Lig picked up the wedding document from the table and opened it, only to find the names of the newlywed couple, the groom Li Ji and the bride Jiang Yujun. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. That moment, joyous singing erupted from outside. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome the groom. In an instant, it felt as though a valve had been opened, and a cacophony of sounds flooded into the room. The Li family from Tianyuan City has come. The Lan family from Moyan City brings gifts. Congratulations to Lord Jiang. Please seat the guests. Watch your step. Be careful not to fall. Quickly serve tea to the esteemed guests at that table. The welcoming voices, congratulatory shouts, the crackling of firecrackers, the laughter of children, the clattering of dishes, and the hum of conversation. Countless sounds surged into Li Ji's mind, causing his head to throb painfully. Even covering his ears could not block out this cacophony. The newlyweds have arrived. Pay homage. With this resounding call, Li Ji noticed that the surrounding sounds had vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself, unbeknownst to him, outside the bridal chamber and in the banquet hall. The wedding robe and large red embroidered ball had already been donned, and before him stood his parents. Their faces obscured yet radiating earnest gazes. At his side was his beautiful bride, her eyes glimmering with affection as they prepared to wed, and behind him were the smiles and blessings of a full house of guests. A glance to the side revealed gifts piled high, nearly reaching the ceiling, indicating a particularly affluent family background. This what ancient weddings were like. It certainly seemed quite splendid. Li Ji felt a twinge of sentimentality, only to feel a chill in his hand. Husband, why are you just standing there? His beautiful bride, her eyes shimmering with autumnal hues, blushed as she squeezed his hand. All right, we should pay homage to heaven and earth. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? My apologies. Li Ji chuckled awkwardly and quickly stood alongside Jiang Yujun. The groom and bride bow to heaven and earth. The officiant's voice boomed. Jiang Yujun gracefully bowed, while Li Ji, momentarily distracted, followed suit, yet unease lingered in his heart. What is this? Why do I feel discontent on my wedding day? It seems I have forgotten something important. Before Li Ji could ponder further, the officiant continued, bow to your parents. Jiang Yujun lifted her skirt and knelt before the high hall. Lig tried to catch a glimpse of the faces of his parents, but they remained elusive, familiar yet strange. Groom, what are you doing? Hurry and bow to your parents. Everyone is watching. The officiant leaned forward, urging him on. Turning around, Li Ji noticed that all the guests had risen, their eyes fixed intently upon him. The faces of the guests seemed to have vanished, leaving only their eyes behind. Against the backdrop of night, they resembled a constellation of stars. Or perhaps, a pack of wolves. Li Ji rubbed his eyes. It must be an illusion. The guests wore smiles, their eyes glowing with blessings and encouragement. Yet, why did he not recognize any of their faces? Husband, do you have other thoughts? Jiang Yujun gazed at Li Ji, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of weeping. No. I merely did not sleep well last night. I feel a bit sluggish. Seeing his bride's sorrowful expression twisted Li Ji's heart, prompting him to bow deeply to the high hall. Husband and wife bow to each other. The officiant sang out joyfully. Jiang Yujun bowed to Li Ji first, but as he attempted to reciprocate, he found himself unable to bend at the waist. Jiang Yujun lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, and it became evident that even at this juncture, he still did not wish to marry her. No, you misunderstand. Just as Li Ji was about to explain, a contentless information frame appeared beside Jiang Yujun. That is a character card. Wait, I am not an ancient person. I was born in the apocalyptic era. Heavenly Tao, supernatural abilities, rebirth. Li Ji's eyes narrowed, taking a deep breath, such a powerful illusion with a sound of shattering. Li Ji looked up to see a large chunk falling from the distant sky. The illusion is about to collapse. We must flee. Recognizing the signs, Li Ji instinctively reached for Jiang Yujun's hand, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. Jiang Yujun stood tall, her hands raised to the heavens, howling in anguish. For you, I forsook my family status and eloped with you. For you, I crushed my pride, pleading with my family to support you. For you, I betrayed friends to aid your military achievements. For you, I severed ties of kinship and friendship, yet you still refuse to marry me. Enough. If I cannot have your heart, then let your body accompany me to the grave. Jiang Yujun's furious scream transformed her lovely visage into that of a skeleton. With a wave of her hands, Li Ji felt as though struck by a heavy blow, sent sprawling several feet away. Chapter 11. Life and Death Contract. Coughing up blood, Li Ji clutched his chest. The realism of this experience suggests that I have truly entered this so-called illusion. Rather than merely my consciousness, 3 ribs are broken. But thankfully, none have pierced any organs that affects my mobility, yet is manageable. Assessing the sharp pain in his chest, Li Ji quickly evaluated his injuries, but there was no time to rest. As the once jubilant guests had morphed into malevolent spirits, lunging towards him. Despite the agony, Li Ji forced himself to rise, evading the initial wave of attacks and fleeing towards the backyard. Run, escape desperately, just like you did back then, leaving me behind in the enemy camp while you fled with that wretched woman. The skeletal Jiang Yujun did not pursue him, but remained rooted, arms raised to the sky, howling incessantly, seizing a broken chair leg. Li Ji swung it to fend off the small demons blocking his path, fighting and retreating. Damn it. I've yet to awaken my supernatural abilities, and my mutated vision cannot assist me now. I must rely solely on my physical prowess to withstand these injuries. This illusion is terrifyingly vivid. How could Lu Yuanlin have withstood it? Is it possible that I truly married that female corpse? Li Ji's mind raced, pondering this unlikely scenario. The ritual of bowing as a couple had posed a significant threat, prompting his subconscious to trigger his eyes, unlocking the character information interface and restoring the memories that had been obscured. If the ceremony had indeed been completed, the consequences would be dire, far from a normal escape from an illusion. With this in mind, Li Ji evaded another assault from several malevolent spirits in the backyard. He also discovered a glimmer of hope. Although these spirits appeared ferocious, their physical capabilities were quite ordinary, and they possessed no extraordinary abilities. Striking at their vital points could render them unconscious or even kill them. There were only about 100 of them. If he could find a suitable weapon and unleash his transformation technique, he stood a 50% chance of defeating them all, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Li Ji dove into an abandoned courtyard. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the central house appeared to have been ravaged by a great fire. The walls were charred and smoke-stained, with a portion of one side having collapsed. It seemed that no one had inhabited this place for a long time, and it was unlikely that any weapons remained in stock. Just as Li Ji contemplated relocating to search for arms, he stumbled upon an oddity. The gate to the adjacent courtyard was ajar, revealing a multitude of grotesque creatures gathered outside, yet none dared to cross the threshold. In a short while, they formed a long queue outside the gate. What was the situation here, and why did they all hesitate to enter? As Li Ji pondered this, he heard a creak, and to his astonishment, the seemingly abandoned house opened its door from within. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." A voice, as melodious as silver bells, emanated from inside, sounding quite youthful. Lig was not one to easily trust, immediately adopting a defensive posture. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as a figure emerged from the shadows. At the instant he glimpsed her face, Li Ji was taken aback. It was the bride in red he had seen within the coffin. "Wait, who was that I just saw?" Confusion washed over his features. "That was my mother," the girl replied with an indifferent expression. "I am Jiang Yujin." As she spoke, she swept her hand across her body, and her pale blue gown transformed into the resplendent attire of a bride. Complete with a phoenix crown, in her left hand, she held a marriage certificate, and in her right a red candle. "Since you are unwilling to wed my mother, you must choose to marry me instead." Upon hearing this, Li Ji raised an eyebrow. "I apologize, but I do not wish to make such a significant decision within this illusion." The girl furrowed her brows slightly. "I do not wish to harm you. If you refuse to marry me, you will not be able to escape this real illusion. The concept of marriage is merely a formality. It will not bring you any loss. Real illusion." The term piqued Li Ji's interest. Yet he shook his head. "I cannot trust you. Then you may find your own way out." Jiang Yujun scoffed. "I forgot to mention that this illusion will collapse in about a cup of tea's time. If you do not escape before then, prepare to have your consciousness obliterated." Lig's expression darkened. The situation was exceeding his expectations. Could it be that his early entry into the bloody secret realm had triggered these changes? Or was it that Lu Yuanlin had also experienced all of this and chose to accept Jiang Yojuan's proposal? Yet, some aspects had indeed changed. Name: Jiang Yujun. Age: 14. Unsealed. Race: ancient human clan. Remarks: between life and death. Life and death contract under signing. This was the transformation Li Ji had noticed on the character card displayed by Jiang Yujun upon her emergence. The age had shifted from permanent to unsealed. And the remarks section now included a note about a contract being signed. Thus, the earlier ceremony, the coercion of the 100 ghosts, and the so-called marriage scene were all illusions. The truth was that they were merely a means to bind him in a life and death contract. Was it that she could not be fully resurrected on her own? But if he refused, how could he break the illusion? In the distance, the sky began to crumble and collapse, and the pavilions and towers above were shattered, revealing the void behind them. Judging by the time, it would not be long before the collapse reached the courtyard. Lig approached the wall, intending to scale it to escape, only to find an invisible barrier preventing him from breaking through. The bull-headed demon was furious, yet dared not approach the gate. Lig gazed at the obstructed gate, contemplating the folly of attempting a forceful exit without a weapon, as it would be unwise to venture out unarmed. He retrieved a bracelet he kept close, adorned with a blue-silver patterned gem, a teleportation stone gifted by his uncle Yang Shuuru before entering the secret realm. The gem, which had once emitted a soft silver glow, now appeared dim and lifeless, indicating it could not be used. Was it true that this illusion was unsolvable and could only be unraveled by signing a life and death contract? Li Ji had some understanding of life and death contracts, as they could be exchanged for within the eternal light pillar. The parties entering such a contract would be intertwined in life and death, truly sharing their fates. Few would dare to sign such a contract unless they were in an extremely intimate relationship, for doing so meant relinquishing one's life into another's hands. Regardless of achieving mastery or even sainthood, an enemy could target the contracted partner to eliminate two foes in one blow, unless both party strengths progressed simultaneously to the pinnacle. No matter how he considered it, Li Ji felt it was a losing deal. If she were to take her own life in a moment of despair, would he not perish alongside her? The very thought was suffocating. Suddenly, he noticed the wall beginning to crack alarmingly fast. How could the illusion collapse so rapidly? The courtyard seemed to possess a hidden barrier, slightly halting the illusion's fall. Yet the walls and gate of the courtyard were already riddled with cracks, indicating they would not hold much longer. With no other options, Li Ji dashed into the small house to converse with Jiang Yujun. Chapter 12. I have a condition unlike before. This time, there was already a person seated cross-legged on the bed. Let us converse. What must I do to be released? Li Ji did not beat around the bush. Time was of the essence. Jiang Yujun did not rush to respond. Instead, she took out a piece of rouge flower, lightly dabbing it to paint her pale lips a deep crimson, observing her actions. Li Ji felt anxious but refrained from interjecting, finding a seat to settle down. The marriage certificate he had previously seen remained unfurled, the names unchanged, yet much of the content had been obscured, leaving only the words life and death intertwined. Clearly, it had transformed from a marriage certificate into a contract. The sound of hurried knocks echoed from outside, reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves or glass shattering. Li Ji scanned the room, noticing no changes inside, suggesting that the alterations in the external illusion did not affect this space. This revelation provided him with a slight sense of relief. Next, he would need to confront the girl on the bed with all his might. No, she should be referred to as a girl. Despite her long slumber, her years likely surpassed the sum of his 2 lifetimes. After applying the rouge, Jiang Yujun rose and moved to the dressing mirror, beginning to remove the phoenix hairpins from her head. This was the marriage chamber her mother had once prepared alone, where she had birthed and raised him. Jiang Yujun's eyes glistened with tears, and although she was somewhat disoriented, she still instinctively sought to protect this place in him. "Thank you for allowing me to take refuge here." Li Ji expressed his gratitude politely, not viewing her as an innocent girl unaware of the world. "Do not rush to thank me that I have awakened, but I have yet to fulfill my mother's final wish, and this small room cannot withstand much longer. When that time comes, I may be fine, but you shall still perish." What could that final wish be? Though left unspoken, it was evident it pertained to marriage, or perhaps the contract. Was there truly no other way? You are merely 13 or 14. Right? There are plenty of talented youths outside. There is no need to rush in a marriage, that Lig advised. Jiang Yujun sighed. "Even so, not everyone can enter the coffin, that I can sense your reluctance to wed me. Could you share the reason? Is it that I am not attractive enough? Or do you already have someone in your heart?" After a moment of silence, Li Ji replied, "No, you look very much like your mother. Both of you are quite beautiful. However, women only serve to hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Thus, I will not choose to wed until I have sealed my sword." That Lig chose to lie. Yet to his surprise, Jiang Yujun seemed to accept his words. "Drawing your sword? You mean to achieve great deeds, right? Is there truly a contradiction between achieving great things and starting a family? The man who abandoned your mother did so in pursuit of so-called great accomplishments." Leading to her, Li Ji shook his head. "It is not the same. Your mother's situation, I gathered a bit from the hall earlier. She was merely a nameless fool, completely exploited, not genuinely encountering a conflict between love and ambition." "Fool?" Jiang Yujun inquired, perplexed that Li Ji offered a brief explanation, inciting Jiang Yojun's cheeks to flush with anger. "I do not speak of my mother in such a manner. She was simply too enamored with that man, leading her to be deceived." Li Ji chose to remain silent, fearing that provoking the girl might lead to their mutual demise. Jiang Yujun shot him a disdainful glance before turning her head away. "You do not appear to be a good person. Perhaps it is for the best that we do not marry. I do not wish to leave here just yet." Li Ji chuckled softly, increasingly convinced that she did not belong to this era, nor was she a denizen of Blue Star. He proceeded to share tales of Blue Star's past and present, eliciting a series of astonished reactions from the young girl. Her curiosity piqued as they conversed. He calculated the passage of time, estimating that over 3 hours had elapsed, yet the anticipated collapse of the small house had yet to arrive. Lig could discern that this room was indeed a sanctuary. But how to exit required Jiang Yojun's concession. This thought crossed his mind. Jiang Yujun ceased her inquiries, her expression turning solemn as she gazed toward the screen. Against the unwavering candlelight, a figure emerged from behind the screen. "Young man, what year is it tonight?" Hearing the voice and seeing the silhouette, Li Ji instantly recognized it as Jiang Yojun's mother, causing alarms to ring within his heart. The mother's lament resonated deeply within him, evoking a wave of sorrow. The intensity of such emotions was unnervingly powerful. As Li Ji gradually came to his senses, a wave of shock washed over him. His mother's abilities were likely on par with the saintly figures he had encountered in his previous life. This realization weighed heavily on Li Ji's heart, for with such a formidable mother present, the likelihood of successfully deceiving the young lady into escaping was almost non-existent, and an extended silence enveloped the trio. Each lost in their own thoughts. To Lig, his mother began, "I can allow you to leave, but you must agree to one condition." Her words, Li Ji's interest peaked, while Jiang Yujun appeared somewhat despondent. "Speak, and I shall not refuse as long as it is within my capability," Li Ji responded promptly. "Take my daughter with you," his mother insisted. Before Li Ji could utter a word, she continued, "I am certain you are familiar with the concept of a life-and-death contract. And I do not wish to force you into signing one, however. You must agree to a protection contract, ensuring the safety of my daughter for 3 years. Any harm that befalls her will be transferred to you, even to the point of death." Jiang Yojuan's expression brightened at first, but unease crept in as she glanced at Li Ji upon hearing the latter part. 3 years of protection, with harm transferred. Li Ji lowered his head, silently comparing this with his own plans, finding little conflict. The dangers were certainly present, yet this option seemed significantly preferable to a life-and-death contract. At T.O. leave, he realized he had no choice but to comply. 3 years is acceptable, but I have one condition, Li Ji stated. "What is it?" His mother's voice hinted at restrained anger. Not wishing to provoke her, Li Ji quickly added, "My condition is that in matters of safety, Jiang Yujun must unconditionally follow my arrangements." This condition was hardly excessive, and thus his mother's anger dissipated as she turned to Jiang Yujun, asking, "What do you think, Junior mother? We are unfamiliar with the outside world. Such a condition is only reasonable. I too wish to see what lies beyond." Jiang Yujun replied without hesitation, "Daughters do not remain at home forever. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to witness your wedding." His mother's voice was tinged with both joy and sorrow. Lig, ever vigilant, felt his heart tugged by this emotional display, torn between laughter and tears, yearning to escape this perilous place swiftly. At that moment, his mother raised a hand, and the marriage contract on the table was manipulated by an unseen force, its original text erased and replaced with the newly agreed-upon protection terms. "Sign it," and no sooner had she spoken than Jiang Yujun eagerly approached. Without even a pen, she bit her finger, hastily signing her name on the contract, then turned to Li Ji with a beaming smile. "Brother Li Ji, you should do the same. Do you want me to help you bite?" No, thank you." Though a nagging sense of foreboding lingered about the potential troubles this contract might bring in the future, Li Ji found himself with little choice that he too bit his finger, letting the blood stain the contract as he inscribed his name. Once completed, the contract folded upon itself, transforming into a golden thread that entered the foreheads of both individuals. Vanishing from sight, the contract is established. Li Ji felt a measure of relief, believing that his mother would not turn against him any further. "All right, you may leave now. I have a few more words to impart to Juner." Chapter 13. Consuming the Taoyao fruit. Meanwhile, the wedding chamber within the illusion, along with the surrounding courtyard, rapidly deteriorated and vanished. In its place arose an endless expanse of graves under a half-setting sun. The mother and daughter sat atop the highest mount of earth, exchanging smiles. "Mother, your acting skills have truly improved," Jiang Yujun exclaimed, nestling into her mother's embrace. "You two were remarkable. Your little glances nearly made me believe something was amiss." Her mother praised, pinching Jiang Yojuan's cheek. "It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, yet I still fall short compared to you," Jiang Yujun declared proudly, despite her self-deprecating words. After a playful exchange, their conversation turned to Li Ji. The mother nodded in approval. "That young man is quite cautious. He not only evaded the slave contract, but also steadfastly refused the life-and-death contract. Had we delayed any longer, this illusion might have collapsed on its own. It is not so bad for you to stay with him for now. At least your safety is assured," she continued. "But mother, will you truly be all right alone once I leave?" Jiang Yujun glanced anxiously at the scattered graves. Concern etched on her face. Her mother gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We have managed this long. 3 years is but a fleeting moment. Nothing will go awry. Mother, I promise to find a solution within those 3 years." Jiang Yujun vowed earnestly. "Indeed, I believe in you, but do not bear too heavy a burden. I am not fighting this battle alone," her mother comforted. "Mother, you aren't still hoping for that person, are you? Do you truly intend to be a mere follower?" Jiang Yujun lowered her gaze. Her mother embraced her, their foreheads touching. "It's different. You heard, we are in another realm, and who knows how far we are from home? Even if your father is capable, he still requires time. Rest assured, our family will reunite," she concluded. "Now hurry and leave. We cannot afford to let the young man escape on his own. That would be a great loss." Before Jiang Yujun could voice another word, her mother gave her a gentle push, and she vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a nearby grave erupted, revealing a terrifying figure that roared at the sky. Enough already. I am still mourning my daughter's departure. Can't you all remain quiet for a moment? With a furrowed brow, the mother drew a small knife from the mound beneath her feet, slicing her wrist. Golden blood shot forth like bullets, obliterating the fearsome figure. The grave that had been disturbed gradually sealed once more, and her complexion paled, worry etched upon her brow, seeing that Jiang Yujun still lay in the coffin. Unresponsive, Li Ji shifted his body, finally regaining his freedom. When had he been ensnared? Although he was puzzled, he did not delay in gathering the 3 treasures he had set his sights upon. After all, serving as a protector for 3 years could not come without compensation. He would take these items as interest at AS for future rewards. He could gradually extract them from Jiang Yujun. He found it hard to believe that this visitor from another realm lacked valuable possessions. To be safe, Li Ji took a glance at the teleportation stone, observing a faint silver glow, indicating it was ready for use. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from teleporting away with the treasures and instead chose to wait for Jiang Yujun to awaken. This was not merely a matter of keeping his word. He was uncertain of his mother's true power and whether she could traverse realms that in case of an emergency, summoning her might prove to be an invaluable aid. Rubbing his chin, Li Ji pondered how to acquire 2 additional allies. Noticing that Jiang Yujun seemed unlikely to wake soon, he decided not to waste time and instead utilize the interest right there. The space of the offering gate would lock once a single offering was made, preventing any additional participants from entering. Thus, it was a secure environment, unrestricted by time. Before him lay the Taoyao fruit, the awakening pearl, and the wailing staff, each shimmering with brilliance and exuding an aura that was both invigorating and delightful. For these treasures, he had been compelled to sign a contract. While the outcome was not as expected, it was still worthwhile. Li Ji first picked up the Taoyao fruit, admiring it for a moment before decisively consuming it. Unlike the apocalyptic fruits that bore a sour and acrid taste, this one was rich and sweet, much to Li Ji's liking. However, the Taoyao fruit was only about the size of half a palm, and it was gone in just a few bites. Inside, he found a seed the size of a mung bean, and thankfully, he had chewed thoroughly. Otherwise, he might have missed it due to its hardness. That he carefully wrapped the seed and tucked it away, eager to experiment with cultivating it that if successful, the accumulation of initial capital would increase significantly. Having obtained such a top-tier seed, he resolved to find time to visit Heidao City and seek out some planting masters. Lost in thought, a surge of warmth rose from his lower abdomen. Here it comes, Li Ji centered his focus, fully attuned to the flow of warmth. Just as he began to acclimate to the comforting sensation, a sharp pain radiated from his heart, accompanied by a lingering, nauseating sweetness in his nostrils. The Taoyao fruit was taking effect. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Li Ji attentively sensed the changes within his heart. Thump, thump. The heartbeat grew increasingly vigorous, as though he were engaged in an intense workout. He retrieved a jade knife from within the coffin and leaned back against the side, feeling the onset of chest tightness and dizziness. Taking a deep breath, he fought through the dizziness and drew the jade knife, making a narrow incision in the shape of a cross across his chest, deep enough to see bone, and blood spurted forth. Yet, it was not the expected crimson hue. Instead, it was an unusual pink. It as coming out, within mere moments, an entity shot forth from the cross-shaped wound. Quick on his feet, Li Ji hurled the jade knife, pinning the creature, which resembled a small, 2-headed, 8-legged insect, to a wooden frame. It let out a series of distressed cries before falling silent. Relieved, Li Ji disregarded the mess and tore a piece of red cloth from the coffin's edge to staunch the bleeding. After expelling the most significant threat from his body, the Taoyao fruit began to exert its full power. A refreshing peach aroma enveloped him, and his muscles began to rhythmically convulse, while all the hair on his body started to shed. At this moment, Li Ji was too weary to pay attention to the changes around him. After the monstrous insect had appeared, a profound fatigue enveloped him. The scent of peach blossoms seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, and Li Ji could no longer hold on, collapsing into a deep slumber. Thus, when Jiang Yujun awoke and emerged from the coffin, the first sight to greet her was that of a large, bald, egg-like head. "What is he doing?" Is he so disinterested in marrying me that he resorts to self-mutilation? Nevertheless, the fragrance of the peach is rather delightful. I haven't noticed it on him before. Jiang Yujun leaned closer to Li Ji, inhaling deeply, and was soon overtaken by drowsiness, resting against him. Chapter 14. Jiang Yujun's character card. Uncertain how much time had passed, Li Ji slowly regained consciousness. That was a refreshing sleep. I feel significantly better, yet there remains a lingering heaviness in my chest. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing directly into Jiang Yujun's emerald eyes. What are you doing on me? What trickery have you employed? They both queried in unison. That a moment of silence ensued, before Li Ji spoke first. Could you kindly get off me? For someone your age, you certainly have a hefty head, making it difficult for me to breathe. Little brat, I have no interest in you. Moreover, you ought to behave and not hinder my progress. That Lig rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated and robust. His muscles were well-defined, and his overall condition was remarkably good. He glanced down and noticed that the grotesque wound on his chest had completely healed, leaving only 2 faint scars that would likely vanish in a few days. Even the previously fractured bones in his arm and the broken ribs had mended, highlighting the remarkable effects of the peach yao fruit. That as he took a few steps, he sensed a constriction and soon realized that his clothes had become somewhat tighter. Could it be that the peach yao fruit not only enhances physical attributes, but also promotes growth? Li Ji was pleasantly surprised. However, there were no other garments available, so he had to make do. Testing his enhanced physique in this alternate space, Li Ji discovered that his strength had indeed surged tremendously. Even his punches generated a notable wind that if his previous physicality was rated as a 1, it had now escalated to a 10. Excellent. With my current capabilities, executing the second layer of the dragon transformation is certainly within reach, significantly aiding both my offense and defense. That Lig felt a surge of joy. Only those who have endured illness can truly appreciate the value of health. Naturally, his affliction was not due to natural causes, but rather human misfortune, as evidenced by that monstrous insect. Approaching the wooden rack, he drew the jade dagger, and the insect's desiccated body fell to the ground, seemingly unable to withstand prolonged exposure to AI. Lig crushed the insect underfoot, his expression darkening. You were willing to invest your entire fortune to plant the everlasting goo in me. You truly are my dear uncle. Strange, why? Oh, no wonder I couldn't find it. What did you do with my jade hairpin? Jiang Yujun's eyes lit up upon seeing the small jade dagger in Li Ji's hand, and she hurried over to claim it. Lig paid little mind and handed the dagger to her. Jiang Yujun deftly inserted the dagger in her coiled hair, treating it as a hairpin. This pin? What? Is it not beautiful? No, it suits you perfectly. Li Ji hesitated momentarily, but chose not to divulge that he had just used the dagger to slay a vile insect. It seemed prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Strangely enough, Jiang Yujun had managed to change into a completely different outfit in the blink of an eye. The ornate phoenix crown and flowing robes were gone, replaced by a tattered short-sleeved shirt, as if she had rummaged through some forgotten corner. How do I look? This attire is unassuming and modest, right? Jiang Yujun twirled in place, clearly pleased with her appearance. Indeed, it was rather clever of her to choose something that wouldn't draw attention. Li Ji commented, if only your face were a tad darker and less attractive, it would be even better. Though her clothes were worn, Jiang Yujun's fair, delicate skin and striking features remained evident. Without Li Ji standing in front of her, she would likely attract attention the moment she stepped out of the secret realm. Well, what can I say? I am naturally beautiful. Jiang Yujun replied with a smile. To avoid complications, Li Ji suggested, if you have other garments, it would be wise to don something more respectable, ideally befitting your status as a young lady. The adage clothes make the man held even more weight in the apocalyptic era, where only the noble class and those with extraordinary abilities were entitled to wear finery. A dazzling appearance signified that one had powerful connections or remarkable martial prowess. Until it was established that she was merely a fade, the scoundrels lurking in the shadows would be reluctant to act. Fortunately, Jiang Yujun was quite obedient. With a swift turn, she transformed her attire into a more suitable outfit resembling Li Ji's own. Unflashy, yet not shabby. At this point, Li Ji was certain that this little girl's clothing was not ordinary. However, he paid it little mind, as garments that could change style and color were available for exchange within the eternal light pillar, lacking any special effects. making it foolish to purchase. Here, you want this, right? Jiang Yujun raised her hand, and a shimmering golden orb fell directly into her palm from the ground. The Lig accepted the awakening golden orb without hesitation, just as he was about to use it. A thought crossed his mind. Seizing the moment as Jiang Yujun turned away, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Name: Jiang Yujun. Age: 14. Race: ancient human race. Talent: 7 apertures. Linglong heart, not viewable. Pollution level: sacred body. Never polluted. Potential level: sacred rank. Maximum of 6 abilities can be awakened. Abilities can be upgraded to the highest sacred tier. Abilities: awaiting awakening. Remarks: between life and death. Lifespan: 3 years. 7 apertures. Linglong heart. Sacred body: a potential level surpassing Qin Xiang. Li Ji suppressed the shock within, unconsciously scanning Jiang Yujun for any signs that might distinguish her from ordinary people. Sensing something, Jiang Yujun turned to face him, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. "What are you doing? Your gaze is quite disturbing." Cough, cough. "I was just lost in thought. Don't overthink it." Li Ji chuckled, turning away. He shrugged. His earlier scrutiny may have indeed been somewhat peculiar. Yet it was evident that this young girl was not easily taken advantage of. However, glancing at her loyalty rating of 1, Li Ji felt that keeping her around might not be merely a challenge, but something more complex. Furthermore, there were several points that puzzled him. The phrase between life and death remained inscribed on her character card, and the lifespan indicated 3 years. What could this possibly mean? Did it imply that she would perish after 3 years? Or was it related to the duration of the protection contract? A short lifespan for a long life? This certainly fit the archetype of a tragic genius. Yet if that were the case, it would not be worth investing too much effort into her. Li Ji tapped his head, suddenly feeling that having this girl around was somewhat bothersome. Events were spiraling beyond his control, disrupting his plans after his rebirth. Never mind. It was best to set aside this unstable factor and adhere to his original strategy. With firm resolve, Li Ji cast aside distractions and focused on the golden orb in his hand. Chapter 15. Extreme Cold. The awakening golden orb, a rare treasure, guarantees the awakening of a special ability without any limitations on potential levels. Gazing at the radiant orb in his hand, Li Ji couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. After narrowly escaping the Lin family's confinement in his past life, he had wandered the wilderness only to be captured by other factions, becoming a mere pawn in the wasteland warband. Driven by a thirst for vengeance and a reckless spirit, he caught the attention of the leader, who bestowed upon him a 10 success rate awakening potion. This marked a pivotal turning point in his fate. Otherwise, he would not have survived to reach the 6th tier, let alone escape the clutches of slavery. Now, in his possession was an orb that would guarantee the awakening of an ability without the perilous gamble of a 90 chance of death. Everything was about to change for the better. Li Ji's gaze hardened. Recalling the words of Lu Yuanlin from his past life, he pressed the golden orb against his forehead, activating his spirit to make contact. "Are you certain you wish to use the awakening golden orb? Each individual may only utilize one in their lifetime." That a grand yet cold voice resonated within Li Ji's mind, startling him. It was the unique voice of the Blue Star's will. Li Ji felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated the implications of communicating with the Tao of Heaven outside the confines of the eternal light pillar. "Are you the Tao of Heaven?" Li Ji inquired cautiously, tinged with anticipation. This might signify a special opportunity. After a brief pause, he added, "I confirm my intent to use it. Awakening ability in progress. Please prepare yourself." The Tao of Heaven's voice promptly replied. Li Ji immediately held his breath, tensing his muscles in preparation for the impending agony. Unlike natural awakenings, this process would not be gradual. His body would endure immense pain as it was washed in foreign energy. He had experienced this torment during his previous awakening with the potion. However, he was not overly concerned about the physical suffering. He had endured much worse in his past life. What intrigued him most was what ability he would awaken. Would it be the same as before, allowing him to become a spellcaster once more? A special ability. What could that possibly entail? Li Ji's heart brimmed with anticipation. As the voice of the heavenly path resonated. The golden pearl seemed to undergo a solid sublimation, transforming into a stream of golden smoke that entered his body with each breath, that if the effect of the peach yao fruit evoked a sensation of warmth. Then the golden pearl brought forth a chilling current. The coldness spread throughout his body like the golden smoke, causing Li Ji to involuntarily shiver, yet he felt an exhilarating surge of energy. So much so that he experienced the peculiar sensation of his scalp tingling as if it were protruding outward as the chill permeated every corner of his being. The pores of his skin opened wide, releasing a dense white mist that enveloped him. Lig, confirmed as a human of the Blue Star, had been matched with a unique ability based on his personal characteristics. Please proceed to the range of the Eternal Light Pillar to accept the Heavenly Path's job transformation. The voice of the Heavenly Path concluded. The white mist rapidly condensed and compressed, ultimately transforming into a pale blue ice crystal that merged with Li Ji's heart. With each heartbeat, strands of blue energy infused into the blood coursing through his heart, subsequently pumping throughout his body. Lig extended his hand, and the water elements in the air coalesced, forming a water sphere in his palm. Yet this was merely the beginning. Strands of ice energy were drawn from the ice core within his heart. And in an instant, the water sphere transformed into a sphere of ice. A series of cracking sounds ensued as Li Ji compressed the fist-sized ice ball into the size of a pigeon egg with his mental power. Go! With a flick of his fingertip, the ice ball shot toward a nearby pile of decaying food. Upon impact, the ice ball shattered, releasing an explosion of coldness. Ice shards scattered like moss, swiftly freezing an area of over 30 square meters, causing the temperature of the entire otherworldly space to drop by several degrees, that if it struck a person, it would surely inflict severe frostbite. The Ice-type special ability, Extreme Cold, evolving to the Holy Stage. Capable of freezing all things. Lig felt the information left by the Heavenly Path resonate in his mind, envisioning a scene where he could freeze anything with a mere wave of his hand. And his heart surged with excitement. What have you done? Why is it so cold? Jiang Yujun inquired as she pushed open the coffin lid. Frowning, Li Ji waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just testing out my new ability. Nothing. Your smile is so wide it could barely close, Jiang Yujun remarked, glancing at the frozen garbage. It's indeed a remarkable ability. The air smells much better now. Lig was at a loss for words. To have such an impressive skill likened to an air freshener was rather disheartening. How much longer will you take? I've tidied up here and am ready to leave. Jiang Yujun rubbed her arms, exhaling a puff of cold air. Almost done. Just wait a moment, and I'll call you. You can entertain yourself for a bit. With this infinitely promising new ability, Li Ji found himself less concerned about Jiang Yujun. Mastering his new skill was of utmost importance. He speculated that the Lin family would learn of Lin Tinya's death simultaneously, and once they exited the bloody secret realm, he might face a fierce battle, necessitating early preparation. Lig sat cross-legged on the ground, once more gathering an ice sphere. This time, however, he did not extend his hand, but instead manipulated it with his mental power, causing the ice sphere to float in midair. 1, 2. 6 ice spheres revolved around Li Ji without colliding, appearing from a distance like planets orbiting a star. This meticulous manipulation of mental power was significantly more challenging than the previous brute force compression of the ice spheres. For most novice spellcasters, it would take at least a decade of training to barely grasp the fundamentals. Yet, as a 6th-tier master spellcaster in his past life, this operation was as effortless for Li Ji as wielding chopsticks to eat. Only upon attempting to condense the 7th sphere did he begin to feel dizzy, and when he barely managed to form the 8th, nausea washed over him. Huff, am I reaching my limit? The energy for his abilities stemmed from the ice core, while his mental power originated from Li Ji's own consciousness. The energy required to condense a few ice spheres was negligible for the ice core, yet Li Ji's mental power was nearing its breaking point. The trajectories of the ice spheres began to deviate, nearly colliding several times. Let us give it a try, see if it's possible to form one more. Just as the 9th sphere was halfway formed, Li Ji felt a sharp mental pain stab through his brain, causing him to stumble. Fortunately, in that moment of losing control, Li Ji dispelled the spell, and all the ice spheres dissipated. Lig gasped for breath, pressing his temples firmly to alleviate the mental pain. Unexpectedly, the ice core embedded in his heart began to exert power, continuously generating chill within his mind, swiftly calming his boiling mental energy in less than 10 breaths. Li Ji's mind regained clarity. Although he still could not cast spells directly, his cognitive abilities remained unaffected. He even sensed that perhaps after a half hour of rest, he could initiate his abilities once more. Discovering that the ice core possessed such a function, he realized that as long as he did not engage in prolonged, high-intensity spellcasting, he could essentially maintain an unbroken flow of casting. Li Ji grinned widely, his joy apparent. Including the initial ice sphere, it seemed his current limit was condensing 8 spheres, barely able to muster a ninth, that if he opted to condense smaller ice bullets, he could likely produce a greater quantity. However, assessing their lethality would require practical experimentation to determine the most suitable approach. After resting for a moment, Li Ji gently stimulated his mental power, and no longer forming ice spheres. He simply concentrated on coalescing the water elements in the air, creating a palm-sized water mirror. I in the mirror. A young man with sharp brows and bright eyes stared back, yet his gaze held an incongruous weight beyond his years that Lig had not gathered the mirror to admire himself, but to awaken his abilities. He could finally glimpse his character card. Name, Li Ji. Chapter 16. Li Ji as character card. Li Ji gazed at the information interface belonging to him within the water mirror. Name, Li Ji. Age, 20. Race, human. Pollution level, 0. Piqiao fruit has cleared all pollution. Potential level, blue, can awaken a maximum of 2 abilities, with a highest upgrade level of 3. Special talent, Eye of Destiny. Special ability, Ice Extreme Cold. Body ability, Awaiting Awakening. Loyalty, unlimited to the body. Ability Awakening Direction Prediction 1. Night Sky Awakening level 0. Collecting dark element items can enhance Awakening level. Ability Awakening Direction Prediction 2. Kiss of Nature Awakening level 0. Collecting natural element items can enhance Awakening level. Ability Awakening Direction Prediction 3. Eternal Judgment Awakening level 0. Collecting light element items can enhance Awakening level. Seeing his complete character card for the first time, Li Ji was at a loss to express whether he felt excitement or disappointment. It wasn't spectacular, but it certainly wasn't lacking either. Naturally, what concerned Li Ji the most was the condition of his eyes. To his surprise, he discovered that these mutated eyes were classified as a talent. Based on his experiences, the Blue Star humans typically lacked any innate talents. Even the golden potential level Qin Xiang was no exception. Talents were more commonly observed among other races or hybrids, such as Amo's racial talent of shadow affinity, or the special talent of brotherly unity possessed by the Qiu brothers, along with Zhang Yujun, an ancient human with an unclear relation to the human race, who had the racial talent of 7 apertures Ling Longheart. However, the fact that the mutated eyes were a talent only reassured Li Ji further, as talents are permanent, whereas abilities can be stripped away. Special talent, Eye of Destiny, special effect, generates an independent character card for all target individuals and acquires more information about the target as loyalty, relatedness increases. Note: perhaps those who can perceive the trajectory of fate are not limited to just one individual. Is that all? Aside from the added explanation of relatedness, there was hardly any useful information. Li Ji had to admit that after reading this explanation, he not only failed to resolve his confusion, but also gained a new source of worry. Not just me? Or perhaps not just one individual? Or even not just this talent? With these doubts, Li Ji silently clicked on the newly acquired ability, eager to see if there was any additional content in the character card that the Heavenly Path had not explained. Special ability, Ice Extreme Cold, first tier. Special effect 1. Gains high affinity for ice and water elements. Reduces energy gathering time for ice and water elements by 50. Special effect 2. All attacks carry freezing, slowing, and low temperature negative effects. Special effect 3. Increases friendliness toward ice and water-based creatures. Note: special effects change with the enhancement of the ability's level. After examining this explanation and considering the Heavenly Path's mention of freezing all things, Li Ji felt that this secret realm journey truly had not betrayed his preparations. Extreme Cold, as an elemental ability, with a high affinity for advanced elements, indicates a lower difficulty in advancing the ability, while the reduction in energy gathering time signifies that the time required for casting the ability is halved. The two aspects combine perfectly to align with Li Ji's aspiration to become a spellcasting powerhouse. Upon reading the explanation of the second special effect, Li Ji conjured a palm-sized flying knife in his hand, his mind brimming with new ideas. That it mentioned all attacks, not just spell-based attacks, which implied that even a light touch might trigger these chilling negative effects. Keeping this thought in mind, Li Ji glanced at the final special effect, shaking his head. It seemed rather trivial that Lig perceived that the so-called friendliness was significantly inferior to the previous 2 points. After all, if there were truly conflicting interests, he was certain that both the Ice Clan and other foreign races would undoubtedly turn against him. Of course, it was also possible that he would turn against them even more swiftly. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, a truth well known among all the inhabitants of Blue Star. The pollution level, which was nearing the critical threshold of 80, was entirely cleared by the Tao Yao fruit, which was indeed splendid news for him. Feeling his robust physique and the ease of his breath, Li Ji was quite pleased that in the apocalyptic era, all food contained certain levels of pollution, not just due to the original nuclear contamination and the spread of mutated viruses, but also because of the poisoning from foreign races. Upon arriving on Blue Star, the foreign beings would transform their surrounding environment to resemble their native world, releasing a plethora of alien flora and fauna, mutated creatures, and even mutated pathogens into their confined territories. Some were harmless to the inhabitants of Blue Star, while others were exceedingly toxic. After half a century of racial warfare and subsequent fusion, it became exceedingly difficult for any race's creatures to evade these pollutants, leading to a gradual increase in individual pollution levels during daily life. However, foreign races possessed a far greater resistance to pollution than the human race. Additionally, some large corporations that managed to survive during the apocalypse produced specialized holy potions that aided in reducing internal pollution levels. Be it pure food and water or the holy potions, the only issue was their exorbitant cost. However, from the perspective of the vast majority of the lower-class human populace, when the moment of necessity arrived, the most cost-effective method was still to exhaust all efforts to procure a low-grade awakening potion that, if one were fortunate enough to awaken a supernatural ability, not only could they swiftly eliminate most of the pollution, but they would also have the means to earn money and care for their families. If unfortunate, they could at least lessen their suffering and survival. According to the data Li Ji observed after his rebirth, when the pollution level of the human race reached 50, individuals would begin to suffer from various diseases. Surpassing 80 would render normal movement nearly impossible, and such individuals were referred to as human-shaped pollution sources. Exhibiting grotesque symptoms such as decay, foul odors, sores, and abscesses throughout their bodies, the human-shaped pollution sources would be shunned and expelled from all human cities. If one did not wish to perish at the hands of their own kind, they could only wander the wilderness and await death. That if the pollution level reached 100 and the body remained intact, the life force would completely dissipate, resulting in some individuals dying outright, while others would undergo a transformation into the grotesque creatures known as zombies. As depicted in ancient films, tirelessly driven, unafraid of death, and exuding toxins, they possessed a tendency to cluster and harbored animosity toward all living beings. Zombies were widespread in the wilderness and were loathed and eradicated by all races. As the pollution levels within zombies continued to rise, reaching 150, they would evolve into a new, far more terrifying intelligent biological contaminator under the influence of mysterious powers, based on experiences from his previous life. The contaminator had yet to emerge, still bound by the constraints of heaven's will. However, this was only a matter of time. When the first contaminator appeared, a new era would sweep across the world. Although time remained, preparation was essential. Reflecting on this, Li Ji felt a headache coming on that if the arrival of foreign races marked the first existential crisis for humanity after the apocalypse, then the contaminators could be seen as the second. A crisis threatening the extinction of all Blue Star life. For behind these creatures lay even more terrifying entities controlling them. The last memories of Li Ji's previous life were frozen in that horrific war. Had he not been granted the chance of rebirth, the grass atop his grave would have surely grown several meters high. He remained uncertain of how the final outcome unfolded, whether those powerful figures had discovered a means to counter the contaminators. Li Ji murmured softly, "Hey, you seem rather troubled." A girl emerged from the coffin, her curiosity piqued. "Why not share it with me? I could offer some counsel." Li Ji looked up, his gaze landing on the necklace around the girl's neck. Astonished, "Goodness, have you packed the coffin as well?" The necklace was unmistakably a miniature coffin. "What? Is it not permissible for me to carry my own coffin?" Jiang Yujun frowned. "It hardly counts. It's only as much as you can see." Jiang Yujun shook her head. "That I know you desire this staff, but I hope you refrain from using it." "Why?" "Because its name is the Pendulum of Misfortune." Chapter 17. Jiang Yujun, wealthy beyond measure. Pendulum of Misfortune? Isn't this staff known as the Wailing Staff? Moreover, How could it share the same name as one predicted in Qin Xiang's ability awakening direction? Was it merely a coincidence? However, noting Jiang Youjuan's grave expression, Li Ji too adopted a serious demeanor. Though Jiang Yujun was only 2 years younger than Qin Xiang, her maturity, undoubtedly influenced by her mother, was evident, making it unlikely she would jest about such matters. Could you elaborate on the reason? Li Ji humbly requested. Jiang Yujun nodded. The peach-shaped fruit and the golden pearl were both safe, as my mother had given them to me before. However, this staff is different. It is exceedingly dangerous that my mother said it appears to be a short staff, but in reality, it is a pendulum, a component of the vessel of calamity known as the end of times. Vessel of calamity? What is that? Li Ji inquired. That I do not know. My mother did not elaborate, but it sounds ominous. Jiang Yujun pointed at the pendulum. Those who wield it ultimately find themselves beset by misfortune, meeting untimely ends. Thus, I strongly advise against using it. It would be wiser to leave it here. Upon hearing Jiang Youjuan's words, Li Ji's expression turned solemn. Untimely ends? Could it be that the inexplicable disappearance of Lu Yuanlin during his peak was due to the misfortune brought by this staff? He did not doubt the veracity of Jiang Youjuan's words, for she had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. The value of the Tao Yao fruit combined with the golden pearl far surpassed that of the staff. It would be illogical to part with something substantial for something trifling. Yet, he could not bring himself to leave the so-called pendulum behind. According to Lu Yuanlin, although this staff was initially acquired as a low-tier extraordinary weapon, it was discovered through an accident that it could be integrated into one's body to nurture and advance alongside one's abilities. That it could be said that Lu Yuanlin's rise to prominence was entirely attributed to this staff. Furthermore, according to relevant records, prior to his disappearance, Lu Yuanlin had nurtured this staff to the 5th tier. The 5th tier was a concept Li Ji had never attained even until his rebirth. Lin Tinya, as a 7th-tier master, utilized merely a 5th-tier extraordinary weapon. Its value could not simply be described as that of a weapon. It represented a symbol of status and a strategic trump card for an individual or organization. Possessing a 5th-tier extraordinary weapon, Lu Yuanlin might find it challenging to confront a 7th-tier professional, but would undoubtedly handle a 6th tier with ease. Under such circumstances, his disappearance without a trace was perplexing. Could it be that this misfortune truly posed such a significant threat? Li Ji furrowed his brows, feeling as though the staff in his hand had transformed into a hot potato. Did know, if it were merely a simple misfortune, perhaps a solution could be found. Suddenly recalling something, Li Ji's brows unfurled, his expression even revealing a hint of anticipation. Jiang Yujun, observing Li Ji's demeanor, naturally understood he had reached a decision. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. That my mother once said, one should not delve too deeply into matters. It can be bothersome. The next 3 years would still rely on this lad, so it was best to leave a good impression. Moreover, he appeared to be quite confident, perhaps unaware of the true power of this misfortune. Let us wait and see. If he suffers, I can intervene later and earn his gratitude. Jiang Yujun mused internally, concluding that leaving the staff behind might indeed be a wise choice. Both harbored their thoughts, and thus, the subject of the staff was not revisited. The staff, approximately half a meter long, had a sharp tip on one end and an unknown beast's head on the other. Li Ji lacked spatial equipment, and his backpack was insufficiently large, forcing him to bind the staff to his back for convenience when climbing out of the cave. By the way, how will you exit without the sacrificial mark? Li Ji suddenly recalled this issue, displaying the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand to Jiang Yujun. This? A trivial matter. Jiang Yujun grasped the coffin necklace, and with a flash of golden light, a jade-carved gilded brush appeared in her hand. Jiang Yujun then deftly drew a few strokes on the back of her hand. There, that is all it takes. Oh wait, there is another step. Yes, she spoke. Jiang Yujun touched her hand to Li Ji's, then quickly withdrew. Li Ji examined the intricate door-shaped mark on his hand, and then glanced at Jiang Youjuan's simplistic version, drawn with just 2 strokes. His eyes filled with skepticism. What, do you not believe me, young master? I'll go out first and wait for you outside. Jiang Yujun shot Li Ji a glance, her lips pursed as the mark on her hand shimmered, and her figure swiftly vanished from sight. Goodness, it truly works. Li Ji was astonished, having never seen someone leave a sacrificial space so casually. Wait, I think I've seen that brush before in the coffin. Could it be that all those treasures were imbued with mysterious properties? Indeed, with such a formidable mother, the identities of the mother and daughter must be extraordinary. Even the coffin serves as a spatial equipment. Why would they use mundane gold and silver as burial goods? Oh dear, I only took 3 items from dozens of treasures. Am I not at a tremendous loss? Li Ji smacked his thigh, filled with regret for not having made the connection sooner. Well, since the girl is right beside me, I might as well take my time to gradually cultivate her loyalty and swiftly acquire the treasures she possesses. With a sigh, Li Ji concentrated his mind and activated the sacrificial mark on his hand. After a moment of disorientation, Li Ji found himself standing in a tree hollow, next to Jiang Yujun, who was peering outside. The rocky passageway they had previously traversed had vanished along with the sacrificial gate. The hollow was not spacious, just enough for 1 person, and 2 would make it rather cramped. Jiang Yujun was the first to emerge, stepping towards the entrance, while Li Ji followed closely behind. The situation became somewhat awkward, as Li Ji found himself pressed closely against Jiang Yujun, even able to hear the rapid beating of her heart. The unique fragrance emanating from the young girl stirred some restlessness within him. Fortunately, with a well-chosen name, Li Ji quickly spoke before the situation could escalate. The broad-bladed sword at the entrance was inserted by me. It's not very deep. Perhaps you could try pushing it open. All right. Jiang Yujun, eager to escape the uncomfortable environment, paid no heed to the disgusting slime on the sword and struck it with a swift blow. With a well-aimed angle, the sword was sent flying aside, simultaneously slaying 2 nearby crimson spiders. The commotion attracted the rapid encirclement of more spiders that did not linger. Push forward, Li Ji shouted from behind. Individually, the crimson spiders posed little threat. But this was their lair, the mangrove forest, and hesitation could lead to being ensnared by countless foes, resulting in inevitable exhaustion and demise. Jiang Yujun, however, was quite obedient, moving with an unknown footwork that resembled a graceful dance, darting through the gaps between the spiders and covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Light as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. As Li Ji watched Jiang Yujun's figure, he couldn't help but recall a couplet he had serendipitously learned. This girl certainly possessed many admirable qualities. Her footwork was likely on par with his own dragon dance, that if given the chance, he would seek her guidance, perhaps yielding some new insights. Lost in thought, Li Ji did not lag behind, that he conjured ice pellets, deftly dodging spider attacks while launching the icy projectiles at the arachnids. Upon shattering, the pellets released a frigid aura, coating the spiders in a thin layer of ice, instantly sapping their vitality. For the crimson spiders, which thrived in humid environments, ice-based abilities were the most effective means of dealing with them. Once they exited the mangrove, Li Ji noticed Jiang Yujun donning a black veil. It was undoubtedly one of her treasures, likely functioning similarly to the eggshell glasses that Li Ji put on the eggshell glasses, eliciting a series of stifled giggles from Jiang Yujun. "What's so funny?" Li Ji asked, puzzled at it's just that those glasses suit your head quite well. Jiang Yujun covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. It then dawned on Li Ji that, due to the effect of the Tao Yao fruit, all his hair had fallen out. "What are you laughing at?" "My hair will grow back in a few days." He had initially hoped for a somewhat poetic scene, but little did he know he appeared rather comical in the eyes of the fair maiden. With a darkened expression, Li Ji continued leading the way, Jiang Yujun following closely behind. "We must hurry." He glanced at the green leaf talisman in his hand, observing that its vibrant hue had nearly faded, leaving only a faint green vein. Logically, the green should last for 3 days, indicating that Li Ji had lingered in the illusion far longer than he had perceived. Yet, there was no time for such reflections, although the blood-soaked secret realm was a minor one. Like most realms, the terrain could change unpredictably if they did not leave promptly. Who knew when they would find the way out? Running alone would be too slow. "Watch me." The wealthy young lady, Jiang Yujun, produced another item. "Little flying lion," she declared, opening a miniature necklace coffin. Upon flipping it over, a palm-sized golden-purple lion appeared in her hand. "You can't be suggesting we ride that to travel, can you?" Li Ji exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, how did you know? Have you seen a flying lion before?" With a series of clicks, Jiang Yujun twisted a key, and the sound of interlocking gears followed, resembling the winding of a toy to go. Once prepared, she flung the small lion several meters away. Upon landing, The lion suddenly expanded to the size of a car, complete with several grooves appearing on its back, clearly designed for seating. Roar. The lion let out a mighty roar, shaking its limbs before bowing, before Jiang Yujun in apparent submission. Let us go. The speed of the flying lion is remarkable. Based on the distance you mentioned, we should make it in time. Jiang Yujun dashed forward, leaping to land precisely in the front seat. That Lij did not hesitate to follow, but as he sat down, the grooves extended, binding his feet. Lower your body. Secure yourself. Don't unbind your feet just yet. I fear you might fall off if you're not accustomed to it. Jiang Yujun said, her posture upright as she excitedly proclaimed, Little flying lion, head towards the light. Just as Lij began to speak, a powerful thrust propelled him backward, nearly sending him tumbling off. Wait, you, what direction? Are we going wrong? A flurry of shouted words ensued as Jiang Yujun awkwardly turned the lion's head, charging in the opposite direction. That Lij decided to hand over the green leaf talisman to Jiang Yujun. At this point, he was unable to direct their course. The talisman operated on a simple principle. It would emit a green glow when moving in the correct direction. Jiang Yujun took the talisman without a second thought, slapping it onto the lion's head and leaning down to whisper in its ear, Little flying lion, go to the location this thing points to, and do it swiftly. The scenery around them blurred past, giving Lij a sensation akin to flying. However, the lion was no mere vehicle. Despite its speed, it was rather uncomfortable for Lij. With the undulating motion of the lion's body, he felt a wave of nausea rising. To avoid embarrassment, he forced himself into a contemplative state, redirecting his focus. His first thought was the nature of this lion. What kind of creature was it? The need for winding suggested it was not a living being, but rather a mechanical construct, reminiscent of the inventions from the Mechanical Academy. Yet, Lij quickly dismissed this notion. No, the Mechanical Academy had not yet reached such a level of sophistication, and this lion clearly demonstrated an understanding of human intent, capable of communication. That it resembled more a technological experiment derived from the eternal light pillar. Contemplating the Mechanical Academy, Lij couldn't help but sigh. At the onset of the cataclysm era, humanity leveraged modern equipment from urban civilization to defend against and counterattack the alien races, achieving remarkable success initially, with the invaders suffering heavy casualties and unable to approach the cities within a kilometer. However, as the alien races began employing supernatural abilities, the tide shifted. Whether it was colossal meteors raining from the sky or bizarre psychic manipulations, whether burying entire cities or depleting air from designated areas, modern technology struggled to provide effective defense. Humanity was forced to gradually relinquish their positions and shrink their defenses until high-tier superhumans emerged, which slowed the massacre. Perhaps fueled by fear of technology, a significant number of researchers were slaughtered by the alien races during the wars, and vast amounts of research data were destroyed. The aliens even purposefully dispatched assassins to infiltrate human strongholds or planted spies, seeking to undermine human scientists and engineers, causing humanity's technological advancement to regress by at least a century. Yet since the alien races feared technology, humanity naturally intensified its efforts to develop it. Unfortunately, resources and manpower were limited, and progress remained slow. The Mechanical Academy was established against this backdrop, beginning with mechanical manufacturing, aiming to cultivate a new generation of technological talents. Although remnants of urban civilization's technological materials and prototype machines still existed, nurturing talent was a formidable challenge. Currently, humanity's best course of action was to follow the guidance of the Heavenly Tao, focusing on developing supernatural abilities while supplementing technological growth. There was a consensus among humans that the Heavenly Tao had not completely abandoned technology. The presence of clearly technological products available for exchange within the Eternal Light Pillar was evidence of this. However, the technology acquired from the Eternal Light Pillar leaned towards everyday applications and could not be disassembled, rendering it of little use against alien races. According to the speculations of humanity's powerful beings, this may have been a manifestation of the Blue Star's Heavenly Tao being forced into a corner. After all, if humanity possessed a Heavenly Tao, could the alien races lack something similar? Perhaps only when humanity could genuinely surpass the alien races in martial might would the technology tree be fully unlocked. Nevertheless, by that time, would there still be a need to pursue technological advancement? Lij shook his head, finding no answers. That MY potential level was originally gray-white, but now it has been elevated to blue due to the effect of the Tao Yao fruit. This implies that under suitable conditions, I have an 80% chance of awakening supernatural abilities naturally that if I were to consume an awakening potion, that probability could potentially rise to 100%. However, in that case, the type of awakened abilities would be dictated by the potion's nature, which is certainly not advisable, as those would merely be ordinary abilities that in truth, Li Ji does not place much importance on the issue of potential levels. Not to mention that Lin Tinya's autobiography mentions numerous methods and items to enhance potential. He is also aware of certain special techniques. Even the Eternal Light Pillar contains items akin to potential potions that can be exchanged. Li Ji's quest for the Tao Yao fruit is primarily motivated by the desire to eliminate pollution levels and to resolve the infestation of the lingering pest within him. Furthermore, with the presence of the Golden Pearl, the awakening of his extraordinary abilities is already sufficient for Li Ji to accomplish his preliminary plans. However, regarding his own awakening of extraordinary abilities, Li Ji finds himself somewhat troubled. The first extraordinary ability presents 3 awakening directions: Night's Canopy, Nature's Kiss, and Eternal Judgment. Merely judging by their names does not provide a clear understanding of the essence of these abilities. Moreover, all 3 awakening levels stand at 0, necessitating the collection of corresponding elemental items for absorption and utilization, which appears to be no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, since elemental items have been mentioned, they likely pertain to spellcasting professions, which suggests that the enhancement to my capabilities might not be significant, thus there is no need for haste. The immediate priority remains to train those individuals in the small courtyard, enabling a more effective execution of the next phase of the plan. Suddenly, a vigorous sway interrupted Li Ji's thoughts. Raising his head, he discovered they had already arrived at the exit of the secret realm. "See, I told you my little Fei would ensure our safety," Jiang Yujun declared with an air of triumph that Li Ji gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, this lion is quite impressive. But in the future, can we—" "No, this is my exclusive mount, absolutely not available for lending. Besides, little Fei is a female. Had it not been for today's unique circumstances, I wouldn't have allowed you to ride." The restraints on their feet automatically loosened, and Jiang Yujun playfully pushed Li Ji off the lion. Li Ji stumbled a couple of steps, not due to weakness, but merely a lack of accustomedness. Jiang Yujun affectionately patted little Fei's head in farewell, and under the lion's affectionate gaze, pressed a concealed switch, transforming little Fei back into a palm-sized purple-gold lion, which was then stored away in the coffin space. "Is this it? Why aren't we leaving yet?" Jiang Yujun inquired, pointing at the shimmering light screen before them. Li Ji sensed the fullness of the icy core energy within him and felt his mental strength was also quite robust. Promptly waving his hand, "Let's go. Once we pass through this door, brother will take you to enjoy ice sculptures." Chapter 19. Unwelcome guests reaching out to touch the light screen, the sensation of weightlessness washed over him once more. However, perhaps due to the enhancement of his physique, Li Ji did not experience the discomfort he felt upon entering. It was as if he merely turned around and found himself at the exit of the secret realm. "Ah, you finally emerged, kid. What happened to you?" Old Wang, stationed at the entrance, had yet to finish his sentence when another figure appeared beside Li Ji. "Your living quarters are quite impressive," Jiang Yujun remarked. Glancing around with evident delight, Li Ji cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Yujun. Could the overgrown weeds and desolate landscape outside the West City Gate truly be considered impressive? What kind of environment had this girl previously inhabited? "Kid, what's the situation? You ventured into a secret realm and brought out a little girl?" Old Wang inquired, squinting as he took a couple of puffs from his smoking pipe. "Uncle Wang, this girl accidentally entered through another entrance. I happened to encounter her and rescued her. She's quite clever. She would make an excellent maid." The secret realm, aside from its fixed entrances, also generates some random ones, potentially ensnaring unsuspecting ordinary individuals within. Jiang Yujun felt the warmth of breath near her ear. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Thankfully, the veil obscured her face, preventing any unusual signs from showing. Understanding Li Ji's intentions, she nodded in agreement and fell silent. "However, you should quickly change direction with this young lady. Otherwise, you might end up at the crematorium." Upon hearing that the Chiu brothers were safe, Li Ji felt a slight sense of relief. "Uncle Wang, does that mean the Lin family is nearing?" Old Wang nodded in affirmation. "Certainly, as soon as you emerged, someone went to report. Look, they have already arrived. Following Old Wang's gaze, Li Ji spotted a group of approximately 20 individuals, armed with various weapons, rushing towards them. "Why aren't you running? Are you waiting to die?" Old Wang frowned. "This idea inside the city, it is not protected by the will of the heavens." Li Ji retrieved his staff from behind and held it firmly. "That it's fine. Even if this isn't within the city, we are still in the vicinity of Highwest City, where practitioners are not permitted to engage in combat. I just had some fortunate encounters in the bloody secret realm and awakened an elemental ability that I find quite satisfactory. Without any practitioners present, dealing with these ruffians should pose no problem for me." Practitioners specifically refer to those who possess third-tier or higher abilities and have completed the profession transfer tasks mandated by the will of the heavens, that in terms of both the strength of their abilities and their proficiency in using them. Practitioners greatly surpass ordinary ability users of the first or second tier. Observing Li Ji's confident demeanor, Old Wang ceased further admonishments and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "So you have finally awakened your abilities. I always said, how could the son of a formidable sixth-tier practitioner like Li Qingtian lack extraordinary powers? Alas, though it came a bit late, you have awakened nonetheless. That if only Li Dage could see you now, he would surely be overjoyed, sharing drinks with me for an entire day and night." What a pity. At these words, Li Ji suppressed a smile, and a profound anger and hatred surged within him, especially upon seeing the leading figure among that group, a desire to rush forward and pierce him through with 1,000 arrows. At that moment, the icy core within his heart began to spin rapidly, sending a chill coursing through him, calming the boiling blood that surged to his head. Focusing his thoughts, Li Ji turned to Old Wang, his expression displeased. "Old Wang, your actions are rather ungracious. Your abilities shouldn't be used against me." Though the emotions of vengeance from his rebirth remained strong, Li Ji was no longer an impetuous youth. He approached every matter with a calm demeanor, executing each step according to plan, refusing to let negative emotions cloud his judgment. Yet at this moment, his negative emotions erupted with unusual intensity, evidently influenced by external forces. Old Wang shrugged. "I was merely concerned you might repeat your past mistakes and be intimidated by your so-called friends. But seeing that your abilities seem promising, I feel more at ease." Clearly, Old Wang misunderstood Li Ji's abilities. That in truth, Li Ji had not anticipated that the icy core would possess such a stabilizing effect on his mind. It seemed this ability harbored some hidden effects yet to be discovered. Contemplating, Li Ji fixed his gaze on Old Wang and stated resolutely, "Rest assured, there is no need for you to influence my emotions. I will settle accounts with these individuals myself, with both principle and interest. That would be best. Otherwise, if you were to be scared off by that group again, your old man might just die of anger in the underworld." Old Wang exhaled a smoke ring, reclining comfortably, preparing to witness Li Ji's performance. That as previously mentioned, Old Wang, being a practitioner, was also unable to intervene, thus unable to assist Li Ji at this moment. Of course, Li Ji did not require his assistance. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Jiang Yujun glanced curiously at Li Ji, wondering what kind of story had unfolded around him. That as for danger, Jiang Yujun did not perceive anyone nearby as a threat to her. The crowd quickly approached, and the leading figure, wielding a large blade, pointed it at Li Ji, bellowing, "Li Ji, what have you done to my Tinya?" This individual, named Lin Shi, is the younger brother of Lin family head Lin Sun and the uncle of Lin Tinya, commonly referred to as Lin Yi. However, he also holds another identity, one of Li Qingtian's most promising students in the past. "What is the matter, Lin Shi? Please don't make a fool of yourself here. How would I know what happened to Lin Tinya?" Li Ji grinned, entirely dismissing Lin Shi. "I'm rather curious. I merely exited a secret realm, and yet so many have come to greet me." "Li Ji, stop pretending." My Tinya's heartstone shattered. "It must be you who killed him in the secret realm. I demand your life in return." Lin Shi roared. "You wish to make accusations without evidence." Li Ji brandished his staff. "Even if I did kill Lin Tinya, what of it? In the secret realm, life and death are one's own responsibility. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Do I need to emphasize this to you?" "Oh." Lin Shi was about to retort when he was interrupted by a bearded man beside him. "Li Ji, I will only ask you one thing. Did you encounter Lin Tianya in the secret realm?" "Ha, Lin Chu, you are merely a servant of the Lin family, a dog raised by them. What qualifications do you have to question me?" Li Ji scoffed disdainfully. "And what about the rest of you? From the Yang family, the Zhang family, the Mu family. What brings you here? Are you all here to conspire against the Li family? Are you seeking to ignite a clan war? Upon hearing this, the named young men changed their expressions and hurriedly distanced themselves from Lin Shi, gathering on the other side. Lig, don't speak nonsense. We merely came to witness the excitement. Indeed, Brother Li, I came to invite you for drinks. How could we possibly plot against you? Exactly, moreover, this place does not belong to your Li family. Can we not stand here? Your Li family is being overly domineering. Several people chimed in, hastily distancing themselves from the Lin family, which only fueled Lin Shi's frustration. This was entirely different from their initial agreement to eliminate Li Ji and divide the Li family. Li Ji chuckled, haha, I merely spoke offhandedly, and look how frightened you all are. Stepping back 1,000 paces, one could assert that you are merely a group of worthless individuals devoid of family inheritance rights. With such meager status, it is a wonder you can merely survive in this apocalyptic world. Should you wish to possess the authority to engage in clan warfare, perhaps you should await the demise of your patriarch and elder brother before making such aspirations known. Chapter 20. The disavowal of the Li family. Li Ji's words left the gathered crowd seething with indignation, their faces contorted with rage, yet they found themselves unable to counter his assertions. Unlike Li Ji, who was the legitimate heir of the Li family, these individuals were merely masquerading as family members as long as the family head and the legitimate eldest son remained alive. The prospect of inheriting the family's legacy was nothing but a distant dream. When it comes to status, none present could rival Li Ji, the scion of one of the 5 prominent families of Haiwa City. In the era of apocalypse, great power converges upon the individual, and blood ties often supersede other forms of relationships, leading to the resurgence of familial influence. Many organizations and large corporations are primarily operated along familial lines, either through collaboration among families or through family-run enterprises. Humanity, being a greedy race, seeks to ensure the propagation and prosperity of their lineage, which has led to a quiet revival of the ancient primogeniture system. While it may not be overtly acknowledged, the majority of families adhere to this practice. Undoubtedly, no family can rival the will of the heavenly order that in this apocalyptic epoch. The cities themselves are manifestations of celestial power, specifically constructed as sanctuaries for humanity, with city lords appointed by divine intent. However, it remains unclear what considerations guide the heavenly order, as potential city lords are typically drawn from the heads of prominent families, given their relative assurance of strength. According to the rules of the heavenly order, any individual of the human race who reaches the 5th tier of power is granted the opportunity to establish their own family, with no restrictions on the number of members. Even a single individual may constitute a family. Clan warfare serves as a life-and-death arena where families compete for strength in the context of Haiwa City. All family heads within its jurisdiction are afforded a singular opportunity to summon the heavenly will, thereby declaring war on rival families. The victor retains the honor of their lineage, receives rewards from the heavenly order, and may even secure the position of city lord. More critically, clan warfare permits the enlistment of external aid, provided one enters into a basic employment contract with their respective family. Hence, without absolute confidence, no family dares to initiate such warfare. This trepidation is precisely why the younger generation of families quakes at the mere mention of clan warfare. They cannot shoulder such responsibilities, even in jest. Should Li Ji indeed target their family, they would likely find themselves flayed alive before the battle even commences. Across the way, Lin Shi's eyes darted, as if struck by an epiphany, with a scoff. He retorted, Li Ji, what nonsense are you spouting? Though Li Qingtian has perished, the position of head of the Li family is hardly yours to claim. You little brat. What would that imply for your elders? Little brat? Elder? Li Ji chuckled at this remark, in the era of apocalypse, one is considered of age at 14. At 20, being referred to as a little brat merely underscores his perceived lack of experience. Are there other elders in the Li family? Certainly. While the Li family may have fewer members compared to others, Li Qingtian had a younger brother and sister. His uncle, Li Yuantian, had long coveted the position of family head. Lin Shi, there is no need for subterfuge. I shall lay it bare today. The position of head of the Li family is mine, and no one can take it from me. As Li Ji's declaration echoed, a voice interjected. Little Ji, how dare you speak to Lord Lin in such a manner? apologize at once. The crowd parted as a figure strode forward. His pale face, devoid of a beard, and his piercing gaze cast an unsettling aura. Clad in a retro robe that stood out starkly in the apocalypse, this individual was none other than Li Yuantian, whose vintage attire served as his self-imposed scholarly emblem. Oh, uncle, what a coincidence. Have you come to escort me from the secret realm? Li Ji was unfazed by Li Yuantian's arrival, for he was not the only one keeping a watchful eye on him. Little Ji, cease your frivolousness. With your brother gone, I am now your father. Do not bring shame upon the Li family. Apologize to Lord Lin at once, or do not blame me for invoking family discipline. And what of your hair and eyebrows, as a member of the Li family? How can you present yourself in such a manner? Li Yuantian rebuked again, though his countenance was flushed with an exuberance that suggested he had received some joyous news. Father. Family discipline. Li Ji struggled to contain his fury. Uncle, I am aware of your close ties with the Lin family, but when did you become their lapdog? Is it because they have consented to allow you to marry their dim-witted young lady? Or do they promise you the position of head of the Li family? Li Yuantian's pupils constricted, casting a furtive glance at Lin Shi, and hastily denied, Little Ji, have you suffered an injury in the secret realm? What nonsense are you spouting? As he attempted to seize Li Ji, the latter, being an ordinary person, could not withstand the force of the blow. Wait, this force. Little Ji, are you? Well, Li Yuantian's eyes widened in disbelief. Thanks to you, my nuclear lung disease has been cured in the secret realm. Li Ji enunciated coldly. What? My recovery causes you distress. Leave. Who permitted your departure? Lin Shi stepped forward, declaring, unless you provide me with an explanation today. Neither of you shall leave today. As he spoke, 8 guards surrounded Li Yuantian turned, bowing and smiling. Lord Lin, this is merely a misunderstanding. You see misunderstanding? Who claims it is a misunderstanding? My Tinya entered the bloody secret realm with him. How could he not have seen it? Li Ji must have killed him. Lin Shi shouted with reddened eyes. Killing demands compensation. It is a matter of principle. My little Ji surely made an error in accidentally killing young Master Lin. We will compensate. Your Lin family may present demands, and whatever we can provide, the Li family will fulfill. Li Yuantian bowed repeatedly, his demeanor abject. The young heirs from the other families scoffed, and even old Wang began to fidget. But Li Ji gently shook his head to restrain him. Seeing Li Yuantian's posture, Lin Shi's demeanor quickly became haughty. Lin Shi patted Li Yuantian's face and added, furthermore, your Li family's establishment on Changyang Street now belongs to me. Of course. Rest assured, Lord, I will speak to Little Ji. He is usually quite obedient to me that we will agree to these compensations. After all, it was his heavy-handedness that harmed your young master. We accept this. Li Yuantian assured, thumping his chest, that in mere moments, they had established that Li Ji was guilty of manslaughter and that the Li family would owe compensation to the Lin family, swiftly enough that the other young heirs present were left stunned. Exchanging bewildered glances that Li observed the two engaging in their charade, feeling a mix of sorrow and tedium, he promptly delivered a kick, sending Li Yuantian sprawling. Who authorized you to take from the Li family and brazenly fulfill the Lin family's desires? Have you forgotten that the position of head of the Li family is not yet yours to claim? Lin Shi hurriedly helped Li Yuantian to his feet, furious as he scolded Li Ji. You wretched little brat. How dare you lay hands on your own uncle? You are lower than a pig or a dog. Li Yuantian, taken aback by Li Ji's sudden aggression, found his face marred with blood from the rocks. A sight most unbecoming. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed vehemently. Li Ji, you little wretch, do you wish to rebel? Rebel? Rebel against whom? When has Highwest City ever produced an emperor? Li Ji scoffed at yes, it happens. All 5 prominent families are present today. Let us make this a public witness. Henceforth, Li Yuantian is formally disavowed from the Li family. His every action and statement shall henceforth be severed from the Li family. Chapter 21. Did I say you could leave? Disavowed. At Li Ji's pronouncement, the assembly was taken aback. For family members, there exists no graver punishment than disavowal. It is more fearsome than death. Disavowal signifies not only the removal of familial status, but also the loss of various privileges within the family, a descent in social standing, and a significant reduction in hidden benefits granted by the heavenly order. More gravely, these second-generation heirs had all become accustomed to leveraging their family's power to act with impunity within the city. None could claim to have not offended someone or some organization. Without the family's protection, they would likely find themselves as mere corpses in the foulest of ditches by the following day. In the dystopian cities of the apocalypse, there exists no legal system, only limited rules. That is this truly no jest. Have we arrived at such a juncture? Is Li Ji truly desperate? While I too find that person's actions distasteful. Is disavowal not a tad excessive? Excessive or not, it is certain that uncle and nephew have become enemies. That do not be so hasty. It remains to be seen who will be disavowed by whom. I maintain my previous stance. The disintegration of the Li family is inevitable. The other second-generation heirs whispered among themselves, and even Lin Shi conferred quietly with his advisor, Lin Chu, clearly taken aback by these developments. The crux of the argument revolves around the ineffectual Li Ji, akin to a soft-shelled shrimp. By what audacity does he dare to make such a decision? What emboldens him to take such a stance? In this context, how does the Lin family seek to extract greater benefits? As the one facing expulsion, Li Yuantian's reaction is far more intense than that of others, his eyes nearly bulging with outrage. Expulsion? I refuse to accept this. By what authority do you expel me? You are not the head of the Li family. You possess no such power. The position of the Li family patriarch rightfully belongs to me. And me alone. Upon hearing this, Li Ji furrowed his brow, a cold smile playing on his lips. Li Yuantian, how rare it is, after more than a decade, you have finally spoken your mind. That Li Yuantian was momentarily taken aback. Then retorted with a sinister grin, what does it matter if I say it? Li Ji, you are merely a wastrel, indulging in pleasure, were it not for my maneuvering among the various families. The remnants of the Li family's assets would have long since been consumed by other factions. Look at those outsiders. Mo Dao Squad, Black Armor Guard, Lan Ting Garden. Did any of them remain? Did they not all dissipate with Li Qingtian's demise? As it stands today, the once mighty Li family has been reduced to a mere shell bearing the family name, a fact I fought tooth and nail to preserve. Today, I shall declare this, from now on. I am the head of the Li family, and if anyone is to be expelled, it shall be I who does the expelling. Li Ji toyed with his staff, unperturbed. You claim to be the head of the family? Very well. Then tell me, do you know where the family seal is? Do you know the location of the family crest? To entertain an alternate scenario, are you even an ability user? Do you truly believe that an ordinary person could pass the heavenly paths assessment to ascend to the position of patriarch? With each word Li Ji uttered, Li Yuantian's expression twisted further in rage. Yet upon hearing the final remarks, he suddenly raised his head. Why, what right do you criticize me? Are you not the same? Do you think wielding a staff makes you an ability user? I see you more resembling a tortoise with a shell than anything else. Tisk, TSK, you see, this is where our differences lie. I speak only with facts. Li Ji pointed his staff forward, and fine droplets of water began to coalesce. Li Yuantian stared in astonishment. You have actually awakened your abilities, Li Xiong. Do not panic. It is just a small droplet. Likely the most ordinary water element ability. Lin Shi stepped forward, shielding Li Yuantian. Even the most mundane of abilities is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Lin Shi would naturally not stand idly by. Lin Shi possessed a robust physique ability, providing him with considerable resistance to elemental powers. The droplet morphed into a sphere of water, which gradually crystallized into ice. Lin Shi's pupils constricted at the sight. Ice element ability? Li Ji, you are indeed fortunate. Lin Chu swiftly moved behind Lin Shi, whispering. Second Master, judging by his casting movements, his control over the elements is extraordinary. It does not resemble that of someone who has just acquired their powers. What do you mean? It is likely that Li Ji has been concealing his talents, waiting for today's opportunity. And the purpose? Naturally, it is for Second Master Li. Second Master, referring to Li Yuantian. Hearing this, Li Yuantian's anger intensified, glaring fiercely at Li Ji. You cunning Li Ji, having awakened your abilities yet kept them hidden, waiting for me to emerge and seize the position of patriarch. Are you waiting to humiliate me? Are you? Lin Shi and Lin Chu exchanged glances, silently nodding. Second Master, I recall that within the family, the contest for the patriarch's position can indeed be aided by external forces. The deceased have no opportunity to vie for the title of patriarch. Lin Chu smacked his forehead as if suddenly enlightened. Oh, Second Master, I remember now. The other day, I lost a bet to you, and since I have no money, let me offer my few guards as collateral. With that, Lin Chu produced 8 contracts from his bosom and handed them to Li Yuantian. Without hesitation, Li Yuantian accepted them, raising the contracts and bellowing, "You lot, teach this little nephew a lesson. Be careful not to harm him too severely. Just break his limbs, as I still need to question him." The 8 men exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the contract in Li Yuantian's hand, gritting their teeth as they launched their attack on Li Ji. Though attacking an heir of a family is typically inconceivable, they had no other choice. The contract was their lifeline. Lig stood unmoving, continuing to concentrate on forming the ice sphere, which had now grown to the size of a cantaloupe. This was a spontaneous idea, an experiment of sorts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yujun, hands clasped around her necklace, appeared to be praying. Yet she was fully prepared to counterattack at any moment, though none in attendance regarded her as a combatant. Among the 8 guards, only 2 were ability users. The remaining 6 were merely slightly stronger ordinary individuals. Primarily reliant on close combat with blades and sword's point, one of the ability users drew a long sword, swiping his hand across it, igniting it with roaring flames. He was a fire element swordsman. The other ability user vanished from sight. Clearly a stealthy assassin. The 7 advanced on Li Ji, who, unperturbed, stepped forward 2 paces, as if delivering himself to their blades. The guards were not soft-hearted. Their weapons aimed for vital areas like the neck, head, and heart, with some resorting to lowly tactics targeting Li Ji's lower body. Yet, Li Ji remained unfazed. Strangely, in the next moment, as if on the verge of being struck, he effortlessly evaded their attacks, despite the 4 assaults converging from different directions. Li Ji merely sidestepped a few times, gliding out of the encirclement like a dancer. The fire element swordsman not only failed to injure Li Ji, but inadvertently scorched several of his comrades, forcing him to extinguish the flames and resort to conventional means of attack. With a step resembling the dance of a dragon, Li Ji maneuvered gracefully among the 7 guards, all the while maintaining the growth of the ice sphere until it reached the size of a basketball. The timing was quite good, though the movements were somewhat exaggerated. The professionalism could use refinement. Lig horizontally positioned his staff, blocking a sneak attack from the assassin, then delivered a kick, sending him crashing into the crowd, toppling several others. Now, let us play with some ice sculptures. With a forceful push of his mental energy, the ice sphere hurtled toward the guards, with the assassin being the first target. The ice sphere exploded, shards flying, a wave of chill sweeping across the scene, prompting involuntary shivers from the onlookers. This chill. Old Wang involuntarily sat up, his gaze sharpened. All eyes turned to the center of the battlefield, where the 8 guards were now encased in a layer of crystalline ice, frozen in various poses, unable to move. Even the fire element user among them was no exception. Lig approached leisurely, tapping his staff against each one. Crack, crack. The icy forms displayed a myriad of cracks, leaving the spectators wide-eyed as they began to comprehend the impending conclusion. With a resounding shatter, the cracks fully formed. The ice sculptures crumbled to the ground, each fragment containing remnants of human tissue. Yet, perhaps due to insufficient freezing, their internal organs remained unfrozen, oozing out as they flowed across the ground. The frigid environment may have suppressed any foul odors or bloodiness, yet the few second-generation members of other families present could not help but retch on the spot. The faces of Li Yuantian and his companions turned pale. Although their stomachs churned, fear clearly dominated their expressions. Had that ice sphere been aimed at them instead of the guards, would they have been spared? The answer likely lay only in their own knowledge. His abilities, how can they be so formidable? Did you not claim he was merely an ordinary ability user? Li Yuantian's legs trembled with trepidation. Damn it, Li Ji must have encountered some fortuitous event. Lin Shi gritted his teeth. This fortuitous event might very well belong to Tianya. How infuriating. Gentlemen, it would be prudent to withdraw for now. There will be ample time in the future. Lin Chu quickly suggested. The 3 attempted to retreat. A whistling sound pierced the air, and a slender ice arrow embedded itself along their path of retreat. You 3, did I say you could leave? Chapter 22. Clearing the house. Li Ji. What do you mean by this? Do you truly believe my Lin family is easy to bully? Lin Shi seethed with rage. As he spoke, Lin Shi's muscles bulged, tearing through his clothing, his height surging to an imposing 2 meters and 5 centimeters, his gray-white muscular frame resembling a rocky giant. Lig understood that this was Lin Shi's ability, stone skin technique. augmenting strength while providing a degree of elemental resistance. There is no need for such tension. I merely wish for Li Yuantian to remain. To clear the house, the Lig lightly tapped the air with his staff, causing ice droplets to reappear. Surely this cannot be construed as bullying your Lin family. Or have you tacitly accepted that Li Yuantian is one of your own? While Li Ji did not regard Lin Shi with much concern, he was not yet ready to confront the Lin family directly, as he still lacked sufficient high-level combat power. As for Lin Tianya, his death had occurred in the secret realm without witnesses, so there was no need for open hostility. Moreover, Lin Tianya was not particularly favored by the Lin family's patriarch. His death was merely a loss, and someone would surely mediate on Li Ji's behalf. However, Lin Shi was different. He was the patriarch's own son, and dying in such a public manner would be a slap in the face to the Lin family, observing Li Ji's apparent lack of intent to attack. Lin Shi cast a downward glance at Li Yuantian, his gray-white eyes inscrutable. "Second Master, you cannot leave me here. This little brat clearly intends to kill me. We are allies. You promised to protect me." Li Yuantian, gripped by fear, immediately knelt, clutching Lin Shi's leg and pleading for his life. Li Yuantian, stand up. The dignity of the Li family has been thrown into the muck because of you. These words were not uttered by Li Ji, but by the old Wang, who could no longer bear to watch. However, Li Yuantian was unconcerned with dignity. He was paralyzed with fear, even crawling a few steps to hide behind Lin Shi's legs. Lin Shi glanced at Lin Chu, who subtly shook his head, indicating that they could not abandon Li Yuantian just yet. "Very well, I leave him to you. But remember, Li Ji, the matter regarding Tianya's demise is far from settled between us." Lin Shi declared ominously, loosening Li Yuantian's grip, wary of Li Ji, and slowly retreated a few steps before turning to flee. Clearly, Lin Shi misunderstood his intentions. Helplessly, Lin Chu could only offer a bitter smile. "Li Yi, my apologies that I wish you good fortune." With that, Lin Chu evaded Li Yuantian's lunge, lightly stepping and leaping an astonishing 10 meters away, disappearing from everyone's sight in just a few bounds. Seeing that the two key figures had departed, Li Ji turned his gaze towards the onlookers. "Do you wish to continue watching this spectacle?" The onlookers' eyes involuntarily wandered to the melting ice blocks, and they clutched their bellies, erupting in another fit of laughter, prompting their guards to hastily escort them away. This is the extent of the resilience of the scions of noble families. They've grown accustomed to a life of ease in the city. If we were to rely on them to save humanity, they would likely surrender to the alien races before even a battle commenced. Old Wang fumed from the side. "Wang Shu, don't tell me you still have hopes of relying on these parasites to save us." Li Ji shook his head, looking at the prostrate Li Yuantian. "Get up, for heaven's sake. You bear the Li surname. Don't be so spineless. You won't kill me." Li Yuantian suddenly lifted his head. "No, I mean if you must die, you should at least do so standing. That way, you won't disgrace my father," Li Ji replied earnestly. "I'm about to die, and you think I care about face?" Li Yuantian glared at Li Ji with resentment. "Why can both of you awaken your powers, yet I am denied the right to be the head of the Li family? I am capable." Slap. Li Ji delivered a resounding slap that sent Li Yuantian sprawling, interrupting his complaints that "I am your second uncle. Do you have no sense of hierarchy?" Li Yuantian covered his face and roared. "After Li Qingtian's death, the Li family relied on me. You ungrateful wretch. Hierarchy, ungrateful. Hearing such words from your mouth makes me feel nauseous." Li Ji's mental energy surged, and a fist-sized ice orb hurtled toward Li Yuantian. Having witnessed the power of the ice orb, Li Yuantian hurriedly retreated, but given his prior injury from Li Ji's kick, he could not escape quickly enough, resulting in the orb striking him squarely. "My smack." Li Ji delivered another punch to Li Yuantian's face, silencing his cries. "What are you shouting for? It's annoying that it's better to lose something. Being so obsequious. You hardly resemble a man. Now, I will ask and you will answer, unless you wish for a more painful demise." "You previously." Just as Li Ji was about to inquire, he felt unsatisfied and stamped down forcefully. Crack! Li Yuantian's calf bone shattered underfoot, the stark white bone protruding through his pants, blood gushing from the wound as if piercing an artery. "My leg. You beast, Li Ji." Watching Li Yuantian writhe in agony on the ground, Li Ji's fury finally began to subside. That it was due to Li Yuantian's betrayal in his past life that the Lin family swiftly consumed the Li family, subjecting him to countless torments and humiliations. Even later, Li Yuantian had desecrated Li Qingtian's grave, seeking to uncover any hidden treasures. His survival was insufficient to appease the spirit of Li Qingtian. Was my father plotted against by the Lin family? Were you involved? Li Ji inquired. What? Li Dage was plotted against by the Lin family. Upon hearing Li Ji's question, Old Wang abruptly stood up. Frustrated, Li Ji flung an ice ball imbued with chilling energy, freezing Li Yuantian's lower body. The nerves and wound were encased in ice, halting the blood flow and temporarily alleviating the pain. Li Yuantian lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. Speak. Were you the one who harmed Li Dage? Old Wang rushed to Li Yuantian's side, seizing his collar and bellowing. And if I did? What of it? Shouldn't he have died? Why must I suffer in a slum while he enjoys a life of luxury here? He was so capable. Why did he not provide me with a vial of awakening potion? Why was I barred from joining the merchant guild and the battle group? Was it not out of fear that I would usurp his position? He supported me solely for the sake of his reputation. Wang Shu, there is no need to say more. This selfish, greedy individual will never appreciate kindness. He will only resent others for not giving him everything. Li Ji remarked with a sense of clarity, having already experienced it all in his past life, that Li Ji pulled Old Wang back, turning to Li Yuantian. Tell me who is behind you, aside from the Lin family. Who else? I can grant you a swift end, considering our blood ties. Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Li Yuantian's pupils constricted, and he evasively replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Still refusing to capitulate. Very well. Then I shall break another of your arms. Saying this, Li Ji placed his foot down once more. Wait. I'll tell you everything. Li Yuantian hastily shook his head, lifting his other hand to fend off Li Ji's foot. It was the Lin family and the Zhang family. All of it was orchestrated by them. I was the informant, betraying family secrets, drugging my brother, and also administering the evergreen goo, right? Li Ji interjected. Li Yuantian forced a bitter laugh. Yes, I thought I had been discreet, but it seems you already know everything. Indeed, those matters had been quite clandestine. It was only on the eve of his escape from the Lin family's dungeon in his past life that he managed to extract a fragment of the truth from Lin Tianya. Evergreen goo. What is that? Old Wang inquired, puzzled. You can simply understand it as a kind of poisonous insect, capable not only of inflicting unbearable suffering, but also of manipulating a person's actions. Li Ji's eyes glistened with a faint trace of blood. Recalling how a monk had perished at his hands because of it, from that day onward, he became the madman in the eyes of everyone in High West City. The object of scorn. It was also from that day that the Li family officially announced their withdrawal from the family hierarchy. As for Li Yuantian, he had long since vanished, lost to the shadows, yet he himself believed he was valued by the Lin family. Are you all right? Old Wang watched Li Ji anxiously, possessing emotional abilities. He could keenly sense the fluctuations in Li Ji's emotions. Li Ji took a deep breath, shaking his head. I'm fine. I've already dealt with that matter. Once more quelling the urge to eliminate Li Yuantian. Li Ji softly asked, What poison did you administer to my father? He is a 6th-tier master. Not to mention his keen instincts, even a common poison would be automatically neutralized by his extraordinary physique. Li Yuantian glanced at Li Ji and Old Wang, unnerved, and stammered. It was the exotic bone shake. Impossible. Old Wang shook his head vehemently. That substance had vanished over a decade ago and could not possibly still exist. Wang Shu, do you know of this? Li Ji asked, puzzled. Old Wang's expression turned grave, as if unsure where to begin. Keek. Back then you all used people to concoct potions, and now you dare act innocent. Li Yuantian cackled. Li Ji furrowed his brow. What do you mean by using people to concoct potions? Old Wang shot Li Yuantian a sidelong glance. There is nothing to be ashamed of, back then. I, along with Li Dage and over 10 others, ventured to a secret realm, only to encounter a group of alien beings. Despite our numerical advantage allowing us to annihilate them, the remaining members of our group were all severely injured. Though the aliens perished, they released a sinister poison gas that rendered any medicinal remedy ineffective. As we faced imminent annihilation, the only apothecary in our midst stepped forward. He claimed to have obtained a remedy from an alien, which involved using human corpses to concoct potions. supplementing various medicines to augment special toxin resistance, which might help us withstand that poison gas.lig. Understood. So, you use the corpses of the aliens for your potions? Old Wong immediately glared. What nonsense! We are not that shameless. As comrades, even in death, we would not show disrespect. My apologies. Li Ji quickly interjected, curiosity getting the better of him. But how did you go about it? Li Yuantian also perked up his ears, as this version differed significantly from what he had learned, that we used the corpses of the aliens to concoct our potions. Old Wong said, a hint of disgust evident in his tone. The remedy was of alien origin. If they could use our kind, we would turn the tables. However, although they were aliens, they were still sentient beings, quite similar to us. It was just, how should I put it? The entire process was quite uncomfortable. The apothecary fainted several times during the preparation, and in the end, it was only through the collective effort of everyone that we managed to complete it. Ultimately, when the concoction was finished, it produced a sound reminiscent of bones clashing, hence we named it exotic bone shake. Did the remedy ultimately take effect? Li Ji pressed. Lao Wang nodded, acknowledging the effectiveness of the remedy. However, perhaps due to the altered formula, it manifested pronounced side effects. After consuming the pills, an insatiable and terrifying hunger for consumption arose within everyone's hearts. This desire was not limited to the consumption of other races, but extended to our own kind, necessitating immense willpower to restrain one's impulses. Yet, even if one could successfully control themselves, severe psychological damage could ensue, ranging from fainting to complete madness. One individual even succumbed on the spot, taking their own life. According to the pharmacist, the most critical warning was that if one were to consume the again, they would undoubtedly descend into insanity. As Lao Wang recounted this, Li Ji recalled certain peculiar memories. In his recollection, his father, Li Qingtian, would periodically confine himself in a specially designed underground chamber for several days at a time, and even from a distance, Li Ji could hear significant noises emanating from within. Lao Wang, do you still have any of that? Li Ji inquired. That it's all gone, long gone. Lao Wang replied, shaking his head. Ultimately, we consumed another form of intelligent organism, and we immediately disposed of all remaining. Even that pharmacist vowed never to create such a concoction again. Then where did his come from? Li Ji asked, perplexed, turning to Li Yuantian. Li Yuantian waved his hand dismissively. That I have no idea. I was merely the executor. Moreover, what I gave to my elder brother wasn't in pill form, but a tasteless liquid that I mixed into his drink. After he drank it, he fell into a deep sleep without exhibiting any signs of madness. Upon hearing this, both Li Ji and Lao Wang furrowed their brows. This discrepancy was troubling. Either he is lying, or that remedy is not. Lao Wang stated that Lig nodded, contemplating another possibility, that had been upgraded or modified. Lao Wang, how many people are aware of the affair? What was the name of that pharmacist? I know what you're thinking, but regrettably, aside from me, all others in the know are deceased, Lao Wang replied solemnly. Li Ji was taken aback. All dead? Mu Yun, the eldest son of the Mu family, was killed by the 3 years ago. I even attended his memorial service that I asked for Li Qingtian and his wife. They passed away 6 months ago. If we are to suspect anyone, then I would be the prime suspect. Lao Wang murmured that severely injured and surrounded by a pack of beasts, and yet you managed to survive? Lao Wang questioned skeptically. What you see is not always the truth, let alone what you haven't witnessed. Li Ji retorted, then turned to Li Yuantian. I'll give you one more chance. Reveal the identity of the person who provided you with. Do not attempt to deceive me with the Zhang family, or I shall toss you into the cockroach pit to be fed to them that I end this apocalyptic world. Mutated cockroaches, which are not picky eaters, grow large and reproduce rapidly, containing certain nutritional values. They are widely processed into various food items to feed the impoverished inhabitants of the slums, making the breeding of cockroaches a specialized business aimed at the destitute. Being thrown into the cockroach pit is an exceptionally cruel punishment, as one must witness their own consumption, far more horrifying than any form of torture. The thought of being devoured by cockroaches sent a shiver down Li Yuantian's spine. No, please, I don't want to go into the cockroach pit. Li Ji, I am your uncle. You cannot treat me this way. Shoving away Li Yuantian's clinging hands, Li Ji replied impatiently, Did you consider me your nephew when you inflicted thee upon me? I will count to 3. You may choose your fate. 12. I don't know. I truly do not know who she is, Li Yuantian shouted. She only instructed me to call her Lady Hong. Beyond that I know nothing. Lady Hong, perhaps sensing Li Ji's skepticism, Li Yuantian swore with raised hands, I swear, everything I say is the truth. I can sign a contract to guarantee it. How did you communicate with her? Also, describe her characteristics. Li Ji asked coolly. But I only ever saw her through a screen, so I don't know her exact appearance. The only thing I can confirm is that she always carries a faint, nauseating odor, reminiscent of decay. Though I never expressed it, it truly is as I say. My sense of smell is quite keen. Upon hearing this, Li Ji remained noncommittal. In these times, producing a peculiar scent to confuse others is not a difficult task. At that moment, another group arrived, led by the Chiu brothers, followed by a gaggle of young boys. Young master, we have come to assist you. Young master, are you all right? How could he be fine? Look, the young master is practically bald. Hair can grow back, but if one loses their life, where can they find it again? You are merely arguing for the sake of it. Li Ji clapped his hands to interrupt the squabbling youths. Did I summon you here? Have you awakened your abilities, daring to venture outside the city? Are you not afraid of death? A voice rose from the crowd. We are not afraid. Young master, even if we must die. We will die before you. The other boys echoed in agreement. We are not afraid of death. Our lives are insignificant, but you must not come to harm. Exactly. Li Ji smacked his forehead. Old 7, come forth. A cheeky boy suddenly froze and sluggishly made his way to the front. So, it was you who incited everyone to leave the city, Li Ji said sternly. Old 7 hung his head, drawing circles in the dirt with his feet, refusing to speak. Seeing his demeanor, Li Ji felt a headache coming on. He had purchased a small courtyard to shelter these young boys. Their potential was quite lacking, all appearing gray and white. Under normal circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to awaken their abilities. Yet Li Ji did not require them to awaken. He merely wished to repay a debt of gratitude. During his previous life, when he escaped the Lin family's dungeon, he had fled to a beggar's den, and it was these boys who saved him as he lay unconscious in the entire Highwest city. These boys were an anomaly. They could barely feed themselves, yet willingly supported him. Though you may seem older than us, you arrived last, so you are little 17, a member of our brotherhood. Rest assured, while we may be beggars, our brotherhood values loyalty above all. Whatever food we have will surely include your share. 17. Your attire does not align with our brotherhood spirit. Here were my trendy ripped outfit during the half-month spent in the beggar's den. Perhaps it was the simplest time in Li Ji's life after his father's death. There were no intrigues or deceptions. However, the Lin family soon began searching the slums, and to avoid implicating these brothers, Li Ji seized an opportunity to stealthily exit the city and escape into the wilderness. Upon his rebirth, he vowed never to let such a situation occur again, which is why he traversed the entire city in search of Qin Xiang while also seeking these brothers from his past life. When he first arrived, the boys were apprehensive, fearful of the horrific punishments rumored among the nobility. Yet after nearly a month of careful nurturing and frequent communication, they gradually lowered their guard, replaced by overwhelming gratitude. Returning to the present, Li Ji understood what the boys were thinking. They merely wished to repay his kindness. Once outside the city, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these boys would likely not survive 3 seconds. Li Ji was aware, and they too knew, yet they still came, every single one of them. Their loyalty and gratitude proved that Li Ji had not misjudged them. Look up. The command echoed in Li Yuantian's ears, and instinctively he raised his head, only to have an icy needle pierce his brow. A chilling sensation erupted, freezing his entire head into a solid block of ice, his eyes reflecting the confusion of his last moment of clarity. Perhaps there was pain, but it was fleeting. With a thud, Li Yuantian collapsed, his head striking the ground and shattering into pieces. Gazing at the headless corpse, Li Ji was at a loss for whether to feel elation or sorrow. Such a swift demise was indeed too merciful. Uncle Wang, I entrust the body to you for disposal. As he spoke, Li Ji retrieved a handful of spiritual coins and handed them to Lao Wang. You little rascal, all the dirty work falls to me. Hurry and scram. Lao Wang chuckled, accepting the coins without hesitation. Lao Wang was not greedy for money, but rather needed it for his daughter's long-term treatment. After his rebirth, Li Ji learned of Lao Wang's existence and circumstances, and he would periodically send him money under various pretexts, ensuring not to give too much or offer it for free. Lest Lao Wang become agitated, Li Ji did not overthink it. Merely extending a helping hand due to his father's connection, as they proceeded, the group chattered away, and Li Ji shared tales of the secret realms, satisfying their fantasies about the outside world. Although some noticed Jiang Yujun, not a single person dared to inquire, intentionally overlooking her presence. Even when caught casting a glance, they would quickly avert their eyes. Li Ji understood their misunderstanding and chose not to elaborate. Once Li Ji spoke, the boys dispersed, each attending to their own tasks. After taking them in, Li Ji arranged for them to work at various family establishments, providing them with legitimate employment to keep them occupied at a stable job. While commonplace in urban epics, was a rare commodity in the apocalypse, as it represented a means of survival. Those who feared hardship and labor had mostly perished in the slums. What remained were those who struggled without survival skills, unable to find work. Bestow upon them a position, even if it requires toiling for 20 hours, and there will be individuals clamoring for the opportunity, let alone the respectable and leisurely tasks available within the Li family shop. Thus, these youths cherished the chance to work, rarely indulging in idleness, and instead exerting even greater effort. They hold you in high regard. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yujun softly remarked that Lig nodded, stating that he would introduce them to her that evening. For at least the next 3 years, their paths would frequently intertwine. Jiang Yujun did not object, but rather fixed her gaze on Li Ji, asking, "Do you truly place such unwavering trust in Uncle Wang? Do you harbor no doubts whatsoever?" Chapter 25. Seed sequence. Li Ji halted mid-turn, gently shaking his head. "I cannot be entirely certain. Yet for the time being, I choose to believe. Even if he is indeed deceiving me, it matters not. I shall persist in my investigation that a fox cannot conceal its tail forever, and I will ultimately confront the puppeteer behind the scenes. When that moment arrives, regardless of who it may be, blood will repay blood." His words exuded a formidable confidence that piqued Jiang Yojun's curiosity. What gave this man the audacity to assert that he would emerge victorious? Though he had only just set foot in this world a few hours prior, he had already conveyed the complexities of it to her during their conversation in the illusion. Logically speaking, Li Ji's abilities merely placed him at the threshold of the power wielder's realm, not even qualifying as a professional, with countless individuals stronger than he. Yet, Jiang Yujun possessed an instinctive belief that Li Ji spoke with sufficient conviction. "Come, I shall guide you on a tour of the city and procure some essentials for young ladies. Certainly, I am quite curious about what items are exclusively for girls." As Li Ji extended the invitation, Jiang Yujun readily accepted, her curiosity about this world rendering everything she encountered captivating. "Lig, what is that?" "That is a bicycle. And this is a mutated canine beast. Do not touch it, it is fierce." "What kind of shop is that?" "Do not look. That is a place for men, unsuitable for young girls." As they traversed the streets, the pair journeyed from the western slums to the southern commercial district. Jiang Yujun remained in high spirits, gaining insight into the hardships endured by humanity during the apocalyptic era in the slums, while also catching glimpses of the former urban prosperity in the commercial district. As for the northern slums, Li Ji refrained from taking her there. The distance from their current location in the south was considerable, and the pollution and mutations there were excessively severe, rendering most of the scenes repugnant and devoid of any redeeming value. After lavishly paying for admission to a tall building, Jiang Yujun pointed towards the distant, vaguely visible skyscrapers, asking, "Li Ji, is that what you referred to as the former city?" Li Ji gazed into the distance, his expression grave. "Indeed, those skyscrapers, towering dozens to hundreds of meters, have now become a paradise for the alien races and beasts, while we, the human race, have been driven from our original cities." "Yes, it must be possible," Jiang Yujun declared, her eyes then drifting towards the center of Haiwa City, where a golden pillar, 100 meters in diameter and reaching up to the heavens, stood. "Li Ji, can you take me to see the eternal pillar?" "Of course, I need to go there as well." In the expectant gaze of the rickshaw driver, Li Ji summoned a human-powered cart to transport Jiang Yujun to the city center, the central area. The safest zone in Haiwa City was also the only part of the city completely enveloped by the eternal pillar. However, despite being labeled a district, it was devoid of any residents, serving merely as a place for humanity to heed the guidance of the heavenly path and exchange goods. All human cities established during the apocalyptic era had to be centered around the eternal pillar, expanding outward from there. Should the eternal pillar of any city vanish, it would signify that the city had fallen to the alien races. After disembarking and settling the fare, the two stood before the verification square at the entrance to the central district that, as the name implies, the verification square was designated for identity confirmation. Only those of pure human blood could enter the eternal pillar. Even hybrids were similarly restricted. There was no explanation for this. It was simply the decree of the heavenly path. Of course, Li Ji did not disclose this information to Jiang Yujun just yet. The ancient human race, did they truly belong to humanity? Li Ji pondered, intrigued. However, upon entering the verification area, aliens would not face any harm. They would merely be expelled unless they forcibly intruded. Thus, Li Ji was prepared to apologize to Jiang Yujun, as he had many considerations and could easily overlook certain details, assuming she would not mind. The verification square lacked personnel, consisting only of a circle of cheap, low walls surrounding the central district. All doors wide open. Individuals were constantly queued, entering and exiting, and whenever someone entered, the verification room's door would close momentarily before reopening, revealing no one inside. Let us proceed. Li's gaze flickered as he led Jiang Yujun through the green passage reserved for nobles, quickly guiding her into an empty verification room. Jiang Yujun resembled an innocent little rabbit, glancing around without a hint of concern as she followed Li Ji inside. The compartment was modest, approximately 10 square meters in size. And as the door closed, it vanished, transforming the room into a sealed chamber that did not move around. This is the inspection of the heavenly path, primarily designed to identify aliens, and it poses no danger. We shall be able to depart once a light gate appears on the opposite wall. As soon as Li Ji's words fell, a red beam of light cascaded from the void, enveloping the two. It penetrated their garments, piercing their skin, and delving into their blood and souls. Li felt little, having undergone this verification scene countless times throughout his life without any issues. His attention remained fixed on Jiang Yujun, who appeared similarly unaffected, observing her surroundings with a hint of boredom. Approximately a minute passed before a white light gate manifested on the opposite wall, signifying their exit. There seems to be no problem? Could it be that the ancient human race and humanity are not different? Li Ji mused as he led the way out. Bang! Li Ji stumbled back, clutching his nose, his eyes wide with disbelief. What happened? Is it not supposed to end once the light gate appears? Jiang Yujun queried. Perplexed as she spoke, she attempted to reach towards the light gate, passing through effortlessly. Could it be that I am the alien? Li Ji felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that the heavenly path had malfunctioned? At that moment, Jiang Yujun also realized something, regarding Li Ji with suspicion. You cannot possibly be an alien, can you? What kind of joke is that? I am a bona fide human, you know. Li Ji retorted immediately that a sudden force emanated from the light gate, swiftly pulling Jiang Yujun through. The red light once again enveloped Li Ji. Troubled, he pondered the situation at hand. Li Ji. A majestic voice resonated within the chamber. It was the voice of the heavenly path, yet it bore a warmth that contrasted with the coldness he had previously encountered at the sacrificial gate. However, this slight warmth did little to ease Li Ji's trepidation. The power of the heavenly path was unfathomable, and who knew what it would do to him? It is I. I am honored to heed your guidance. Li Ji replied respectfully. You are too quick to rejoice. The tone of the heavenly path shifted, becoming more human like the Li was taken aback. Had he truly heard that correctly? Did the heavenly path possess a sense of humor? Are you satisfied with the special ability I have matched you with? The heavenly path inquired. Very satisfied. Li Ji maintained his respectful demeanor, though his mind brimmed with questions. Well, your presence here is merely to convey a message. The tone of the heavenly path turned serious, and Li Ji understood that the crux was at hand. He straightened his posture, declaring, Please, instruct me. I am ready to face any challenge. I do not wish for your demise. But how long you survive depends on your will and your fortune. The heavenly path replied coolly. Prepare yourself. You are about to receive the seed, a blue and white object, resembling a walnut with intricate patterns, materialized before Li Ji. Before he could reach out, the walnut collided with his chest, penetrating flesh and blood. ultimately settling in his right chest, forcibly displacing his right lung to sit alongside his heart. Vital energy surged, and countless root-like filaments sprouted around the walnut, trembling as they brushed against nearby blood vessels and nerves. Intense pain erupted from his chest, and Li Ji yearned to tear open his own thoracic cavity. "Hold on, unless you truly wish to perish." The voice of the heavenly path, seemingly calm, betrayed a hint of tension. Yet, Li Ji could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, bound by the heavenly path. He found himself unable to scream, yet his consciousness remained strikingly clear. This was merely a trial, an unprecedented opportunity. He had to seize it. The icy core within his heart began to exert its power, intertwining with the pale blue blood infused with ice elements, soothing the agitated vital energy around the walnut while providing Li Ji with a measure of relief. Time flowed excruciatingly slowly, and just as Li Ji felt on the brink of collapse, the walnut's root-like filaments finally unfurled completely, establishing a connection with his body, synchronizing their contractions with the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if it were an additional heart that as the restraints lifted, Li Ji crumpled to the ground. Li Ji, congratulations. You have successfully entered the seed sequence. Chapter 26. Within the eternal pillar, the seed pulsated in rhythm with Li Ji's heartbeat, emitting a milky mist that was absorbed by his body. This ethereal vapor appeared to possess remarkable healing properties, as Li Ji fully recovered from his weakened state in a mere few minutes. Meanwhile, the seed itself seemed hollowed out, appearing shriveled and diminished in luster. The heavenly path did not provide answers to his queries, but instead reminded him, "Remember, safeguard the seed, that if the seed survives, you shall survive. If it perishes, even if you remain unharmed, you are doomed. When your extraordinary abilities reach the third tier and you complete your class transition task, I shall come to you and reveal the truth. But heed my warning. Until then, do not accept. Nor should you seek to awaken any other abilities, regardless of who requests it." Even the heavenly path paused, its tone laced with an inexplicable weight, even from me. Upon hearing this, Li Ji was taken aback. But before he could inquire further, he was expelled from the room. The golden radiance of the eternal pillar enveloped him, causing Li Ji to instinctively shield his eyes, his mind momentarily clouded. What did the heavenly path mean by that? Even from him? Was it implying that he should focus solely on this ice element? And what was this seed sequence? He had never heard such terminology in his past life. Could it signify a reserve talent? A plethora of questions swirled in his mind, yet no one was there to provide clarity. "Then I'm sorry. Have you been waiting long?" Li Ji offered an apology. "Not at all. Just 10 minutes, Jiang Yujun replied, scrutinizing him. "You seem a bit different. Did the heavenly path discover your foreign lineage and modify you?" "What nonsense. I am a genuine human." Li internally lamented Jiang Yujuan's perceptiveness, but remained composed. Diverting the conversation, "The heavenly path must have recognized my extraordinary talent and wished to speak with me." "Do you think I am naive? The heavenly path is not idle. It hardly has the time to chat with you. Besides, even if you are a genius, you are merely a component of the human race. Unless you are the savior of humanity, there would be no reason for special attention to those words." Li Ji's mind stirred. Only the savior would attract such attention. Could it be that the heavenly path was aware of his reincarnation? "All right, enough daydreaming. Take me to see it. I have yet to witness the heavenly path," Jiang Yujun exclaimed, tugging Li Ji toward the colossal golden pillar. Li Ji set aside his doubts and followed her. However, due to his tangled thoughts, he failed to notice the pair of eyes observing them from a distance. "This might be good news for us. Notify the lady. I will keep an eye on him." "Sure, but be cautious. This kid might have some tricks up his sleeve. Not all members of the Li family are dead." "Rest assured, I am well aware and will not take unnecessary risks." From the outside, the interior of the eternal pillar was shrouded in a dense golden mist that flowed continuously, obscuring what lay within. As Li Ji entered the eternal pillar with Jiang Yujun, it felt as though they had pierced through a veil of light, instantly expanding their field of vision. Gazing upward, they beheld the faint outline of a pair of colossal blue eyes in a hazy dome, beneath which floated 8 aerial islands, each connected by vibrant rainbow bridges. The ground was adorned with various architectural clusters, featuring traditional Chinese pavilions, Western-style twin spires and castles, as well as modern skyscrapers, with steam locomotives whizzing along predetermined tracks. Every individual present moved with purpose amidst the architectural marvels, exuding a spirited vigor that starkly contrasted with the despondency and numbness of humanity outside. That Lig. Didn't you say there were no inhabitants within the eternal pillar? Can we reside here? Jiang Yujun asked excitedly, her gaze fixed on the singular spectacle before her. Lig regarded Jiang Yujun with an expression of disdain, as if she were foolish for dreaming. I've told you, this place is where one heeds the will of the heavenly path, the core of the city. How could it permit long-term residency? Do you see the countdown on your wrist? Aside from a select few staff members who are allowed to linger longer, everyone else has only 1 hour to stay. That if you exceed that time, you will be automatically ejected. Jiang Yujun lifted her wrist to check, discovering a countdown timer. Wait, why do I have 2 hours while you have 3? Naturally, it's because I am an ability user, and you're not. Lig replied nonchalantly. Ability users are the hope of humanity. Thus, they enjoy certain privileges. Can I awaken an ability? Are there any prerequisites? Jiang Yujun inquired. That Lig opened Jiang Yujun's information interface for a glance. If I recall correctly, you indeed possess potential for a saint-level ability. Awakening your powers is only a matter of time. Does she possess such a strong sense of vigilance? Or perhaps she does not fancy mature men like myself. At this rate, I might lose my motivation for protection. Li Ji pondered, reminiscing about his little Qin Xiang, who, despite her only golden potential, had shown remarkable loyalty after the right nourishment. With that thought, Li Ji adjusted his expression and encouraged her. I see your potential is promising. But every individual's constitution differs. Awakening an ability requires specific conditions. You may need to seek out your opportunity. Opportunity? Jiang Yujun frowned, uncertain of how to discover her own path. Why not take a look around yourself? Li Ji added, you might stumble upon something extraordinary. After all, under the watchful gaze of the heavenly path, many have experienced fortuitous events here or have been bestowed with treasures. After contemplating, Jiang Yujun nodded. All right, I will explore on my OWNW. By the way, could you lend me some money? I could trade something for IT and own need for trades. I have a bit of spare change. Lig replied, handing her a small ring with an arrowhead and a bag of spirit coins. This is a sensing ring. With it, I can locate you later. 100 spirit coins should suffice for some trinkets that if you encounter any peculiar situations or desire something but lack funds, you can contact me through the sensing ring. However, be aware that it will shatter after one use, so you will need to remain in place for me to find you. Jiang Yujun donned the ring, noticing that it aligned perfectly with the arrowhead on Li Ji's finger. What a nifty little gadget. All right, you go about your business. I'll entertain myself. With that, she waved her hand and wandered off. That Lig watched her depart, not overly concerned, as he knew Jiang Yujun was merely young but quite perceptive. Please proceed to Area 3 to accept your special class transition task. Since entering the Eternal Pillar, the Heavenly Path's notifications had incessantly echoed in Li Ji's mind. However, unlike the voice of the Heavenly Path in the verification room, this reminder was mechanical and devoid of warmth. Once aboard the steam vehicle, Li Ji journeyed toward Area 3. Chapter 27 Magnet, King. The cacophony of steam locomotives outside faded into silence upon entering, as if they had crossed into an entirely different realm. Indeed, within the Eternal Pillar, many designated areas, while visibly occupied by buildings, required steam vehicles for entry to traverse into another space. Otherwise, how could such a compact area accommodate so many structures and individuals? Greetings, Mr. Li. It is a pleasure to serve you. Which area would you like to visit? The attendant greeted Li Ji, a flicker of recognition in her eyes, yet she maintained a courteous demeanor. Lig was unperturbed by the attendant's familiarity. His past reputation as a wastrel in High West City had left quite an impression, and he had significantly curtailed his former antics since his rebirth. Other passengers discreetly glanced up, some with disdain, others with curiosity. To Area 3. Pleased that Li Ji disregarded the gazes, casually tossing 10 spirit coins into the fare box, then seated himself near the door for a swift exit. Understood, Mr. Li. I will alert you upon arrival. This arrangement suited him well, sparing him the irritation of unwanted attention and alleviating concerns about losing this precious job for no reason. Lig's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming task related to his extraordinary ability. The abilities awakened by humanity were extraordinarily varied. However, those classified as special abilities either exhibited exceptional growth potential or possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Abilities that merely evolved or mutated, such as a fireball the size of a basketball, paled in comparison to the term special. In contrast, Li Ji's extreme deep cold possessed both growth potential and offensive strength, marking him as exceedingly fortunate. Yet with fortune came risk. Those endowed with special abilities were required to complete designated transition tasks from the heavenly path. The consequences of failure were dire, often resulting in the dissipation of one's abilities, an occurrence Li Ji had witnessed numerous times in both past and present. The downfall of a genius often hinged upon this very task. It remained uncertain whether the heavenly path intentionally sought to regulate the number of special ability holders or if the transition tasks were inherently too challenging. However, due to the confidential nature of the special ability transfer tasks, Li Ji's past life as an ordinary ability user meant that even a reincarnated individual had no knowledge of this matter, leaving him with little confidence. Reflecting on the pained expressions of several special ability possessors he had befriended in his previous life during their pre-transfer task experiences, Li Ji couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The consequences of failing to maintain his abilities were something he truly could not afford. Lost in thought, he was suddenly reminded by the attendant that his stop had arrived. As Li Ji stood up and prepared to disembark, he sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he only caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure in black, who hastily exited through the rear door of the carriage, vanishing among the throng on the platform. Could he have been mistaken? Li Ji dismissed the idea, convinced of the power of perception. Who could it be? If he wasn't mistaken, the malice emanating from that gaze was palpable. After taking a couple of steps away from the train, Li Ji felt something amiss. He reached into his pocket and discovered a slip of paper with just 2 lines written upon it. I possess what you desire. Meet at number 73, Langhua Street, beneath the great elm tree. 10 seconds later, the paper spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. He had been targeted. This was Li Ji's immediate thought, swiftly followed by the name that surfaced in his mind, Madame Hong. The sudden appearance of the note aligned perfectly with the testimony of Li Yuanting, AS for the coveted item. Li Ji couldn't help but ponder who truly had no desires. Such a universally applicable statement seemed to underestimate his caution. Maintaining his composure, Li Ji continued toward the destination indicated by the heavenly path. Beyond the floating island in midair, the luminous space was divided into 13 distinct regions. The first 2 zones were the most enigmatic, accessible only to those recognized by the heavenly path, and were entirely shrouded in secrecy. Zones 3 through 6 served as the task issuance area, featuring a public task hall for ability users to select assignments and hidden task locations accessible only with special permissions. Zones 7 through 12 comprised trading areas where ability users or professionals could exchange various valuable items for spiritual coins or equipment, as determined by the value of the traded goods. It was also possible to pay a fee to the heavenly path for the appraisal of personal items. The 13th zone was designated for transportation, enabling ability users to be sent to other human cities. Naturally, Li Ji's destination would not be the ordinary task hall. Instead, guided by the signs along the way, he sought out a secluded area in Zone 3. Here, the usual orderly task buildings were absent, replaced by winding alleys where small groups congregated. Occasionally, an aged wooden door would appear on the weathered stone walls, leaving one to wonder what lay beyond. Venturing deeper into one such alley, Li Ji encountered a haze that obscured the view of the surroundings. Glancing upward, he noticed a half-lit neon sign shaped like a maple leaf, exuding a decidedly cheap ambience that made the place resemble a red light district rather than a task area. Maple Leaf Bar. He murmured, recognizing the establishment. No sooner had he read the sign than a wooden door creaked open nearby, revealing a figure wearing a felt hat. "Hey, brother. You must be here to try your luck at the Maple Leaf Bar. But you've come too early. It only opens at night," the young man called out as he noticed Li Ji lingering at the entrance. "Oh, you know about this place? Could you provide some information?" Li Ji casually flicked a spiritual coin into the air. The young man reached out, and the coin seemed to hover momentarily before gently landing in his palm. "Brother, I appreciate your straightforwardness. My name is Hughes. Let us be friends." "Hughes? Magneto Hughes?" Li Ji raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Magneto? That title sounds quite imposing," Hughes exclaimed, widening his eyes. "But brother, your perception is remarkable. I barely revealed a hint of my ability, and you already deduced it was magnetism. Li Ji smiled enigmatically, knowing he couldn't divulge that a renowned figure from his past life also bore that named. It's a rather impressive ability you possess, but the title Magneto feels a touch ostentatious. I've only just awakened my powers and would prefer to wait until I've fully developed them before flaunting such a name. Nevertheless, it does sound rather explosive, as Hughes pondered over the title. Li Ji's gaze flickered, prompting him to open Hughes' character card. Name: Hughes. Age: 22. Race: human. Pollution level: 25. Potential level: purple. Can awaken a maximum of 2 abilities. Highest upgrade level is Tier 5. Ability: magnetism. Tier 1, voluntarily disclosed. By the way, what should I call you? Hughes, exhibiting a friendly demeanor, casually threw the spiritual coin and approached, throwing an arm around Li Ji's shoulder. Aware that Hughes meant no harm, Li Ji suppressed the urge to retaliate and discreetly slipped out from under Hughes' hold, gesturing toward the alley. That I'm Li Ji. You may have heard of me. If possible, I would appreciate any insights you can share regarding the Maple Leaf BAR.LIG, the foolish young master of the Leaf family. Upon uttering these words, Hughes quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment. My apologies, I misspoke. Li Ji nodded calmly, that if all goes as expected, I am indeed the so-called foolish young master you mentioned. Hughes scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you know how rumors can be misleading. Li, you're quite the distinguished figure with sharp eyes. How could you possibly be a fool? Without delving too deeply into the foolishness issue, the conversation quickly shifted back to the Maple Leaf Bar. Young Master Li, this place is rather peculiar. You should exercise caution. Hughes advised earnestly. You're right. Since we're friends, I'll just call you Li Ji. Hughes continued. Speaking of its peculiarity, I discovered it not long ago that I received guidance from the heavenly path to find a task location. And after staying here for half a month without success, I began to suspect this might be the place due to the constant mist, so I started coming here to stake out. However, due to the duration of my stay, it took me a week to realize that the Maple Leaf Bar only opens at night. But when I finally managed to get in, I found no one there and ended up getting beaten before being tossed out. My magnetism ability offers decent sensory perception, yet for 3 consecutive days, I could not discern who attacked me. Would you say this is peculiar? Hearing this, Li Ji felt a hint of surprise. While he didn't know much about magnetism, he was aware that it was a spontaneous ability, meaning it could operate without the user's control, such as automatic defense, counterattacks, and sensing incoming threats. You didn't sense anything unusual at all? Li Ji asked, puzzled. Not a thing, I was just yanked up and hit. And in the most undignified manner, too. I seriously suspect the bar owner is a pervert. One day, when I catch her, heh. Before Hughes could finish, the mist in the alley surged forth like a fierce tiger, swallowing him whole. The sounds of a whip cracking and Hughes' panicked cries of "Don't hit me. I was wrong," echoed around them, as several doors that had previously been ajar on the wall slammed shut in unison. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed history was repeating itself. Magneto was prone to trouble due to his loose tongue, truly deserving of the title of the King of Magnetism for his knack for boasting. Nevertheless, Li Ji reasoned that the bar owner was merely teaching him a lesson. After all, this was under the will of the heavenly path, and no fatal harm would come to anyone. Muttering to himself, Li Ji felt an even greater curiosity about this place. As the mist dissipated, he caught sight of a narrow alleyway leading deeper within, where a small crimson door stood, barely reaching a height of 1.60 meters. That the door was adorned with carvings resembling a fox's head, its eyes particularly vivid, making Li Ji feel as though he was being scrutinized. Young man, would you care to join me for a drink? The fox head unexpectedly spoke. Certainly. Since you have invited me, I would be remiss not to oblige. Li Ji responded eagerly, stepping into the alley. He felt the wind howl past him, and upon focusing, he found himself standing atop a lofty mountain peak, the Milky Way shimmering above, seemingly within reach. Young man, what type of wine do you prefer? The voice floated from behind him. Turning around, Li Ji saw a woman wearing a fox mask sitting at a low table, producing 3 bottles of liquor from her voluminous sleeves. Taking a few steps forward, Li Ji knelt upon a cushion, his expression serious as he asked, I am inexperienced with wine. Might you be so kind as to offer your recommendations? Of course, it would be my pleasure. The fox-masked woman blinked her eyes, a disconcerting smile curling her lips. With a graceful gesture, she began her introduction. The bottle on the left is called Spring Dream, aptly named for its ephemeral nature. Consuming it allows one to forget the past. Regrets and passions alike can be cast aside. The bottle on the right, Thousand Sorrows, signifies the release of 1,000 woes through intoxication. Its potency is intoxicating, providing a refreshing lift to the spirit. The central bottle is truly remarkable, named Galaxy, inspired by the verse after intoxication. Unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of clear dreams presses upon the galaxy. Drinking it could elevate one to a state of bliss, as if grasping the very stars. Young man, which bottle do you choose? Li Ji cast a peculiar glance at the person across from him, remaining silent as he picked up the galaxy wine and began to drink directly from the bottle. The youth, wait. Oh no, my wine! Before the fox mask could intervene, Li Ji had already wiped his mouth with a flushed face and let out a hearty belch. Senior, this wine is truly remarkable. He exhaled a breath infused with the crisp aroma of the liquor, feeling a light-headed sensation wash over him. Had he not discerned the identity of the person opposite him, he might have succumbed to the urge to shout with abandon at that very moment. The fox mask, infuriated, clenched her fists, veins bulging, and exclaimed, "Did you know all along?" "No, all along." "Know what?" "Please clarify, Senior," Li Ji replied, bewildered. "Ha! Keep pretending, go on, keep up your charade." With a cold smile, she reached to remove her mask. Upon witnessing this, Li Ji hurriedly turned away, seemingly terrified of glimpsing her true visage. "Oh, why is it that after drinking my wine, you still dare not look upon my face? Young man, your actions are quite hurtful." Her soft, melodious voice carried an alluring charm, like gentle hands caressing Li Ji's entire being. Even the mere sound of her voice conjured vivid images in his mind, igniting a warmth within him. However, Li Ji remained composed, actively channeling his ice core, the chill instantly dispelling all distractions. Allowing reason to regain its hold, he silently marveled at how remarkably effective this extreme cold ability was, especially against such mind-provoking powers. As for the choice of wine, he had never anticipated encountering the legendary wine fox. The wine fox, whose true name was Nangong Yuj, had an enigmatic background and often donned various styles of fox masks. She was one of the 10 pinnacle powerhouses among the human race, surpassing even the peak of the Doom Empress, Qin Xiang. With her unpredictable water manipulation ability, her temperament was as volatile as her powers. Her 3 greatest passions were brewing wine, drinking wine, and teasing handsome young men after imbibing. Additionally, Nangong Yuj had 3 strict taboos when it came to drinking. First, the wine must match the occasion. Second, one must never leave a drop behind. And third, no one was allowed to witness her true appearance. The first 2 taboos were manageable. If violated, one might only face a beating from Nangong Yuj. However, breaching the 3rd taboo was far more serious. It was said that none who had seen her true face lived to tell the tale, be they of the human or other races. At this moment, she likely had not yet attained the saintly level, had she? Well, it was hard to say, as the growth trajectory of such individuals was shrouded in mystery, that Lig pondered to himself. Could my class change task be related to her? After a prolonged silence behind him, Li Ji mustered the courage to remind, "Senior, having drunk the wine, shouldn't we discuss the main matter?" "Oh, I thought you were drunk." Nangong Yuj's tone was nonchalant, yet it left Li Ji feeling somewhat uneasy. Before he could gather his thoughts, she continued, "Turn around. I won't harm you. The Heavenly Tao has assigned me to oversee your class change task. If you were to die, it wouldn't be beneficial for me either." Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt relieved enough to turn back. Indeed, the fox mask still adorned Nangong Yuj's face, but the lively mask bore no pleasant expression. "Do you know who I am?" With a hint of scrutiny in her gaze, she added, "Never mind, that is not important. However, I am quite curious. This morning, I set the drinking rules with that fellow. How did you manage to completely avoid all the incorrect choices? Or do you have some connection with him? Perhaps a relative?" Li Ji was taken aback. So those so-called taboos were established today. They had not existed from the beginning. Would she believe me if I claimed to possess foresight? Li Ji chuckled lightly. "Well, I was just guessing. After all, under the vast starry sky, one must drink something befitting it, right? And such fine wine surely cannot be left unfinished." Nangong Yuj nodded. "Then pray tell, if I were to reveal my face." "Why did you turn away?" Li Ji replied earnestly, "Senior, you may not know, but there is a traditional custom in my hometown. Girls must wear masks, and if a man were to see a girl's true face, he must marry her. Thus, I instinctively turned away. I see. Not bad. You're quite the storyteller, Nangong Yuj remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Thank you. No, senior, what I said is all true. Li Ji felt beads of sweat forming on his back. Nangong Yuj flashed a grin, her silver teeth glinting coldly. Not a fabrication. Your explanations are impressively coherent. So tell me, have I ever informed you of the rules I established or what each rule entails? To be so precise, could it be that your ability is mind-reading? Li Ji's pupils constricted. Curse it, I was careless. Li Ji had assumed Nangong Yuj would pursue the matter further, yet to his surprise, she skipped it entirely and shifted to more serious topics. Your name is Li Ji, is it not? The Heavenly Tao has appointed me to assign you a class change task, or rather, to cultivate you intentionally. Nangong Yuj's fox ring shimmered with azure light, and a large fox-shaped pillow materialized, which she placed behind herself as she reclined. Her ultra-short skirt failed to conceal her exquisitely sculpted, fair legs. However, Li Ji, displaying remarkable composure, lowered his gaze, merely pricking up his ears to listen, satisfied with his demeanor. Nangong Yuj nodded and continued, This is a particularly arduous task, especially for you. It could be said to surpass all the difficulties of the tasks I have previously assigned. Should you fail, death is inevitable. Therefore, do you wish to continue listening? Nangong Yuj, perceiving his resolve, stated plainly, Your task is to infiltrate the other races as an undercover agent. Undercover? Li Ji was somewhat perplexed. According to the information provided by the Heavenly Tao, a being from the other races has recently awakened an exceedingly threatening ability that if he is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a great calamity for the human race in the future. Nangong Yuj regarded Li Ji intently. This ability is called Extreme Cold. Chapter 29. The Son of Annihilation. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's heart stirred, recalling a secret he had stumbled upon in an intelligence organization during his previous life. The secret stated that the essence of the Heavenly Tao was plunder. Whether the human or other races' Heavenly Tao, both operated under this principle. For the Heavenly Tao to grow, the world it inhabited must continuously seize the source power from elsewhere. The manifestation of this source power was precisely the abilities possessed by individuals. The more ability users there were, the greater the source power. The higher the ability's rank and rarity, the stronger the corresponding source power. Consequently, the stronger the abilities of beings under the Heavenly Tao, the more powerful the source power attributed to it. Therefore, every race's Heavenly Tao would relentlessly cultivate talents from their own kind while attempting to annihilate as many beings from other Heavenly Taos as possible. Moreover, each being could awaken a unique ability. While they might be quite similar, they could never be identical. If two beings from different races were to genuinely awaken the same ability, it was destined that only one of those races would endure, leading to what was referred to as the beginning of annihilation. Clearly, Li Ji was the fated son of annihilation chosen by destiny. Is this truly fate? Li Ji harbored doubts, for when he awakened his ability, it had been matched by the Heavenly Tao. Although it was said to be based on personal characteristics, he did not perceive himself as particularly similar to Extreme Cold, especially given that the abilities he had awakened in his previous life leaned towards the dark. However, with the matter now at hand, Li Ji had no other choice. Relinquishing Extreme Cold was simply impossible. Therefore, his sole objective remained: eliminate that being from the other races. Why do you seem utterly unfazed? Nangong Yuj observed the indifferent expression on the young man's face. Intrigued by his thoughts, Li Ji shrugged. It is indeed strange, but it is what it is. The task has arrived, so I shall eliminate him. And then my ability will be the only one, right? Nangong Yuj slammed her hand on the table. Excellent. I appreciate your disregard for the other races. Unlike those traitors who, when faced with the other races, act as if they have no bones, always wanting to negotiate and negotiate. Have they forgotten the wails of countless human deaths from years past? As a reward for your courage, I shall assign you a helper. Here, take this. Someone will assist you shortly. Nangong Yuj tossed a fox-shaped jade pendant, which Li Ji caught and examined. It was merely the front half, evidently a token for verifying identity. After stowing the pendant, Li Ji expressed his gratitude to Nangong Yuj that a helper was certainly not the intention of the Heavenly Tao. Nor had he ever heard of class change tasks involving assistance. Of course, Li Ji believed that the so-called helper would not provide direct aid. At most, it would be to relay a message or something of the sort, that do not thank me, that if you wish to express gratitude, then thank me for your attitude towards the other races. Nangong Yuj shot Li Ji a sidelong glance, adding, of course, should I ever witness you groveling before the other races, I will guarantee that I will decapitate you and use your head as a wine cup. Faced with the imposing presence of Nangong Yuj, Li Ji felt a twinge of trepidation. The aura she exuded was more potent than anything he had encountered in his previous life at the peak of his power. Undoubtedly, she had already reached the 7th stage of mastery, perhaps even on the cusp of the saintly realm. Why the silence? Nangong Yuj inquired, her expression turning slightly displeased at Lig offered a bashful smile. Truly captivated by your charisma and commanding presence, longing to be by your side day and night, eagerly absorbing your guidance. Oh, speaking of which, you possess quite the handsome visage. Would you be interested in becoming a proper steward at my residence? A full package arrangement, of course. Nangong Yuj extended her delicate tongue to moisten her lips, her seductive gaze sparkling to senior, that may not be necessary. I am but a simpleton, utterly ignorant of management, and it would indeed be a grave sin to disrupt your household. Li Ji hastily declined. What a jest, surely. He was aware that no steward of the Wine Fox had ever lasted beyond 3 months, and when they were cast out, they were as frail and emaciated as could be. Garnering sympathy from any onlooker who might toss a few spirit coins as parting gifts, observing the character card revealing the other party's age of 45, Li Ji unabashedly exclaimed, "Greetings, sister." Hesitate, preposterous, such fair and robust thighs. When given the opportunity, one must seize it without hesitation. Name: Nangong Yuj. Age: 45. Race: human. Pollution level: 7. Potential level: purple gold. Maximum awakening of 5 abilities, with a highest upgrade level of 8. Abilities: unknown, though the purple gold potential level may not rival the bizarre saint level potential of Jiang Yujun. It is certainly a rare gem among the human populace. However, one must ponder whether those of high potential are truly sincere, as their loyalty only measures a mere point, not much different from Jiang Yujun. Ah, dear brother. Nangong Yuj narrowed her eyes, appraising Li Ji from head to toe. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, yet Nangong Yuj remained silent, causing Li Ji to feel the hairs on his neck stand on end. Sister, if you have something to convey, please do so directly. Your gaze is rather unsettling for me. Lig rubbed his arms, speaking hesitantly. You possess quite a bold spirit. Nangong Yuj beamed. It is merely that I never anticipated suddenly gaining a younger brother. And I too am a tad unaccustomed to it. Lig was about to shower her with further compliments, but upon witnessing Nangong Yuj's expression, which clearly signaled the onset of serious business, he swallowed his words and listened intently. Sensing that Li Ji was perceptive, Nangong Yuj nodded approvingly, stating, "My time off is quite limited, so I shall keep it brief. First, I am the overseer of your heavenly task, and as an overseer, I cannot intervene, hence I cannot assist you, nor do I wish to. When you opted for a special ability, you must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment." Li Ji nodded. He was indeed mentally prepared for such eventualities. Second, I must reiterate that this undercover mission is perilous. Should you fail or show signs of failure, you will meet immediate demise, not by the hands of the other races, but the heavens will execute you forthwith. This is to prevent you from being captured by foreign entities, thereby risking the disclosure of human secrets through brainwashing, soul-searching, or other means that Lig had no objections. He would rather perish than betray his people, a principle every human should uphold. Third, as dictated by the heavens, this mission will commence in 2 months. Before then, you must elevate your abilities to the 3rd tier. So your preparation time is limited that I cannot disclose the specific race you will be infiltrating at this moment to avoid alerting them. However, I can offer a hint. It pertains to the skies. Li Ji nodded. Though the information was scant, it undeniably provided him with some direction, preventing him from being completely in the dark. All right, those are the 3 points. If you have any further inquiries, ask swiftly, for I must take my leave. Nangong Yuj exhaled deeply, a hint of fatigue in her eyes that Lig mentally reviewed the entire affair and its associated requirements, finding few questions, or rather, only the heavens could provide the answers. Just as he was about to declare he had no concerns, he suddenly scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful, prompting Nangong Yuj to chuckle. Young man, do not feign innocence. Although we have only known each other for a few minutes, I can discern a few things about you. Not to mention, you are undeniably adept at seizing opportunities. Now, what conditions do you wish to discuss? When undertaking the special tasks assigned by the heavens, one can propose modest requests, given that one's life is at stake. Generally, the heavens will accommodate reasonable demands. However, few first-tier ability users dare to negotiate with the heavens, excluding those well-versed in the heavenly rules, such as Li Ji. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Li Ji grinned, saying, Sister, I shall boldly state my requirements. They are rather modest, merely 7 or 8. Merely 7 or 8. Do you take me for the heavens themselves? Do you believe I would report this to the heavens and have you struck down on the spot, you little rascal? Nangong Yuj rolled her eyes. How about 4 or 5 instead? The moment Li Ji's words left his mouth, the once starry night was suddenly enveloped by ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if divine wrath were imminent. That I almost forgot. This is indeed an area directly governed by the heavens. They can hear whatever you say. Nangong Yuj regarded Li Ji with a half-smile. Come now, continue. It's all right. Should anything go awry, your sister will ensure your remains are collected and find you the most luxurious burial site. Li Ji felt a surge of trepidation. Could it be that this situation diverged from his previous experiences? In his past life, he had completed several special tasks, and the heavens had always provided some assistance prior to the commencement. The clouds loomed lower, as if a pair of furious eyes were watching. Though the heavens are not human and lack overt emotions, they undoubtedly have their own inclinations. After contemplating, Li Ji decided against pursuing any further benefits, fearing that he might jeopardize the goodwill of the heavens, which would be far too regrettable. However, the outcome surprised Li Ji. Just as the clouds threatened to descend upon him, they seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, ultimately transforming into a flat, gray crystal that fell directly into his hands. The weight of the gray crystal was significant enough for Li Ji to use both hands to barely support it. This was not the end, for 2 shooting stars streaked across the now resplendent night sky, landing beside him. One a rusted iron fragment, the other a long spear with a broken tip. This is assistance from the heavens? Not only Li Ji, but Nangong Yuj was also taken aback. Although the items appeared worn and tattered, they were indeed gifts from the heavens, signifying that the heavens held some regard for this young man. While the specific functions of these 3 items remained unclear, the sentiment behind the offering compelled Li Ji to bow in gratitude, but he firmly believed that the gifts from the heavens were connected to his mission and might even serve to save his life. Yet, just as he was about to kneel, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Not the entirely indifferent tone of the heavens, but rather the one imbued with warmth from the verification chamber. As Li Ji momentarily lost himself in thought, that inexplicable sensation vanished. The heavens were no longer observing him. Daddy, who would have thought, dear brother, that you maintained such a good rapport with the heavens? Nangong Yuj leapt up, wrapping her arm around Li Ji's, asking, How did you manage that? Teach your sister as well. You shall not be shortchanged. Li Ji forced a smile, struggling to conjure an excuse, only to witness the lower half of Nangong Yuj's body dissolve into foam. Alas, time is up. There is nothing to be done. We shall converse next time. Nangong Yuj lamented, flicking her whip. Brother, our next meeting should coincide with the commencement of the mission. Farewell. On her final note, a last shimmer of iridescent foam vanished. Along with the mountaintop and the stars, that Lig soon realized he was actually in a narrow wooden compartment, with 2 bottles of wine and a silver ring shaped like a fox's head resting on the table. Truly, the wine fox is a master of illusion. What remarkable sorcery! Li Ji marveled, having not perceived for an instant that he was within an illusion. The sensation of reality had led him to believe he was transported to the mountaintop. My body. Li Ji clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable surge of power coursing through him. The ice core within his heart seemed to swell, its rotation accelerating. The seed heart on his right side appeared to be nourished as well, its roots thickening, subtly shifting from white to black to the tip of the seed. Li Ji sensed an urge akin to that of a sprout breaking through its shell. Could it be that this is truly a seed of some plant? Will a tree grow within me? A sense of unease crept into Li Ji's heart, hoping it would not lead to misfortune. Setting aside his worries, Li Ji conjured a water mirror to review his information. Indeed, extreme deep cold had advanced to the second tier, though the enhancement from the first tier was not substantial. The convergence time for ice and water element energy had been reduced to 40. Li Ji even felt that with some additional effort, he might reach the third tier within a month. It must be the effect of that bottle of Starry River wine. To hold the stars surely refers to enhancing one's abilities? What a marvelous item! In the future, I shall see if I can procure a few more bottles from her. It must be said that this sister is quite generous. She does not seem the least bit upset that someone has taken a sip of such fine wine. And instead, she even left me 2 extra bottles. Her temperament appears to be far less extreme than in her past life. Although she possesses a certain dark humor, she does not seem to harbor a deep-seated disdain for men. At this moment, indeed, that incident has yet to occur. One should not be overly reliant on others, for it is wise to remind her not to be deceived by that person, lest she meets a tragic end far from home. Resolute in my decision, Li Ji turned his gaze to the table. The Chunming wine is housed in a green bottle adorned with pink peach blossoms, while the Qianqiu wine is contained in a blue bottle embossed with yellow chrysanthemums. The bottles themselves lack elegance and refinement, instead emphasizing a generous capacity of at least 2J-in contrast. The Xinghe wine that Li Ji had previously downed contained merely half a jin per bottle. Although he speculated about the effects of the 2 bottles, he refrained from further tasting. Such exquisite libations should be reserved for the appropriate occasion, that he slipped the silver ring onto his index finger. And with a mental nudge, a vast subspace unfolded within his consciousness. Indeed, this is a spatial ring, a superior piece with a capacity of 100 cubic units, something I had never possessed in my previous life. This sister truly knows how to manage her affairs. Simultaneously, Li Ji discovered within the ring 3 unknown treasures bestowed by the heavenly Tao, encircled by gray clouds, seemingly to separate them from other items. With this, Li Ji felt a wave of relief as he joyfully stowed the 2 bottles of wine into the spatial ring, along with a few personal belongings. However, apart from his aunt's teleportation stone bracelet and some spirit coins, there was little else that he remained accustomed to wearing the unrestricted weapon, the knife silk ring, on his pinky finger as a discreet backup. The only other item of note was a gemstone ring from Lin Tianya. As he toyed with the gemstone ring, a fleeting thought crossed Li Ji's mind as he glanced at the countdown on his wrist. There was still an hour and a half remaining. Half an hour should suffice to complete my task before seeking out Jiang Yujun. And no longer hesitating, Li Ji rose and pushed open the door to the private room, where the rich aroma of alcohol hit him like a wave. Inside the hall, the round and square tables were in disarray. Colorful neon lights continued to swirl endlessly, and the floor was strewn with bottles and spilled liquor. Indeed, this was a bar rarely seen in a post-apocalyptic world. Strangely, a figure was suspended in the center of the dance floor. With torn clothing and a faint whimper, Li Ji quickly recognized the individual. "Hughes, are you all right?" Li Ji summoned a shard of ice and flung it. Accurately severing the ropes that bound Hughes, Hughes plummeted, his head nearly striking the ground. He abruptly halted just 10 centimeters above the floor, his body then manipulated by an unseen force to rotate 180 degrees. Upon landing, Hughes wobbled, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Brother, you have finally come to rescue me." Chapter 31. The crossing of the ancients. Without Hughes needing to elaborate, Li Ji already understood the situation. This was undoubtedly the work of the wine gourd. After offering some words of comfort to Hughes, he strongly advised him not to seek revenge. "Brother, do you know anything? If you have any knowledge of the mastermind behind this, please tell me." Hughes looked at Li Ji, his eyes brimming with tears. Reflecting on the disparity in their past achievements, Li Ji chose to conceal the truth. "That I do not know. I came in and found you in this state. However, to evade magnetic induction and leave you in such a silent predicament, they must be a high-level practitioner. After all, even the most formidable Magneto could only reach the pinnacle of the Master Realm, which is still 2 major realms below the Saint-level peak of the Wine Fox. It is best not to court death." Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Hughes's expression shifted from green to red. High-level practitioners must possess 5th-tier abilities, and it is not an exaggeration to say they are the backbone of humanity. He was merely a 1st-tier novice, and aspiring to reach the 5th tier would require not just potential, but also immense fortune and luck. With a resigned sigh, Hughes concluded that this grudge would have to wait for another day. "There is no rush. Magnetic abilities are special powers that I am certain your achievements surpass the 5th tier, Li Ji declared confidently to A.T. Li Ji's assertion. Hughes felt somewhat embarrassed. Good brother. I owe you one this time. Please do not mention my earlier predicament. No worries. After exchanging pleasantries with Hughes and sharing contact information, Li Ji proceeded to his destination. There was no need to take the steam locomotive, as his target lay within Area 3. With unwavering focus, Li Ji arrived at the cross slope on the southern side of Area 3. That this area is uniquely characterized by 4 small hills arranged in a cross formation, with a gentle slope. Hence the name cross slope. At the base of the hills lies a circle of pristine white bone walls, and as far as the eye can see, the hills are dotted with mounds topped with square tablets. Upon reaching the main entrance, Li Ji first paid his respects to the 10 towering statues. Each statue's pedestal bore inscriptions detailing their life stories. These were the 10 leaders who had made the most significant contributions to the continuation of humanity. Though they have passed, their achievements will not be forgotten, and thus the cross slope is also known as the crossing of the ancients, signifying that the ancients used their very lives as vessels to ferry humanity across the seas of tribulation. The mounds atop the hills represent the spiritual abodes of all those who contributed to humanity's survival under the 10 leaders. Yes, all of them. From a distance, the hills may appear modest, but this is merely an illusion created by spatial compression technology. The entirety of the crossing of the ancients far exceeds the size of Hao U.S. City, as this space is interconnected with all cities through the Eternal Light Pillar, and it is the sole location within the Eternal Light Pillar where humanity can encounter individuals from other cities. Regardless of whether one was a saint-level being or an ordinary person in life, as long as they were acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, their spiritual abode can be found here. However, they are categorized into different regions based on their contributions during their lifetime. According to the traditions of the apocalyptic era, every year on the first day after the new year, all humanity goes to the crossing of the ancients to perform rituals and prayers, known as the memorial rite. This is not only to honor the ancients and encourage future generations to face challenges head-on, but also to receive the legacies of the ancients. For instance, in the undercover mission Li Ji accepted, many ancients, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, ventured deep into the territories of foreign races or other perilous places, fighting for the future of humanity, often leaving behind inheritances that could not be passed on to their descendants before their deaths. When descendants come to offer rituals and prayers, there is a certain probability of invoking the will of the ancients and receiving legacies. Moreover, the greater the potential of the individual, the more likely they are to invoke the ancients' will. Many have seized such opportunities, rising to become independent practitioners thanks to the gifts from the ancients that in fact, in the eyes of some, this occasion holds even greater significance than the new year. Of course, rituals are not restricted to the first day after the new year. Anytime, members of humanity can come to the crossing of the ancients to perform rituals. However, the chances of receiving legacies are somewhat higher on the day of the memorial rite. Li Ji's purpose for visiting this time is naturally to seek a legacy. Hey brother, do you need something? I guarantee it's usable. A figure not far away approached Li Ji as he finished his prayers. This person wore a wide hood, concealing his face within, and deliberately lowered his voice to "No, thank you." Li Ji sidestepped, unwilling to engage. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. I assure you everything is genuine, and the price is negotiable. The hooded man hurried a few steps to block Li Ji's path again, pulling out an exquisite glass hairpin. You know Lord Qiu, the 5th ancestor, right? This hairpin was worn by Lord Qiu's daughter. It can definitely invoke his will, and I guarantee I am not deceiving you. The hooded man spoke rapidly, yet clearly. Li Ji shook his head and remained silent. Brother, how about this? I also have a token of affection given by Lord Xingyao Jun to his lover. Seeing that we have a connection, I can sell it to you at a discount. As he spoke, the hooded man produced a glimmering sapphire necklace. Stop trying to deceive me. These are merely trinkets from the street market. A single spirit coin can buy a whole basket of them. Li Ji replied, his expression darkening, that if you persist, I will not hold back. Seeing Li Ji's formidable demeanor, the hooded man chuckled awkwardly and finally stepped aside. Li Ji had encountered many such situations in his previous life, and he had even been deceived once. Thus, a peculiar trade emerged at the entrance of the crossing of the ancients, akin to the hooded man hawking goods. They are known as itinerant merchants, but Li Ji prefers to call them swindlers. Their hands are filled with nothing but ordinary items. Yet if one truly wishes to purchase, they must pay a hundredfold price. For they often claim to possess personal items of certain ancients or special mementos from their final moments. When one truly pays a hefty price and follows the itinerant merchant's directions to a specific area to offer their prayers at a certain spiritual abode, they will discover it yields no results, that be why the time they emerge to seek out the merchant again, the swindler has long since vanished. Yet, despite the obvious nature of this deception, many still fall victim to it. To sum it up, it is simply greed. Upon entering the main gate, Li Ji's gaze fell upon the first mountain, where numerous figures were engaged in prayers and offerings. Given the vast number of individuals buried here, aside from a few who had genuinely located the spiritual abode of their family members and returned at fixed times to pay their respects, the vast majority shared Li Ji's intentions. Their prayers were often blind. They might seize upon any pleasing spiritual abode and commence their offerings, presenting random, inexpensive tributes while reciting declarations, hoping to invoke the will of the ancients. It is easy to imagine that failure is their norm. Li Ji had heard of the most extravagant tale from a previous life, concerning a prodigious youth who, during a memorial ceremony, received a bequest from one he had long held in contempt, while he himself was left with nothing. Enraged, he attended the memorial daily for 2 decades, yet never acquired anything. Ultimately, in a fit of rage at a certain spirit tablet, he spat blood and perished. Even in death, he did not receive a bequest, nor was he permitted entry into the ancestral crossing, for throughout his life, he had made no contributions to humanity. Since that time, not only had the number of those seeking fortune at the ancestral crossing drastically diminished, but each individual's time and frequency of access had also been severely restricted. That be why the reckoning of time. That individual likely had yet to be born, and it remained uncertain whether the title of genius would endure in this lifetime. Rather than becoming mired in such improbable events, with a hint of melancholy, Li Ji oriented himself and made his way toward Tianling Mountain. Chapter 32. Slashing the Crimson Blade. The ancestral crossing is divided into 4 regions, named according to the contributions of the interred during their lifetimes, from highest to lowest: Xishan, Tianling, Daihole, and Rinyan. Among these, Tianling Mountain rises vertically to a height of 1,800 meters, housing the remains of 700 sages, all of whom made significant contributions to humanity, as recorded by the Heavenly Tao. Following the descriptions in Lin Tianya's autobiography, Li Ji sprinted and leaped, ascending nearly 100 meters along the winding mountain path. The spirit tablets encountered along the way were not particularly numerous. Tianling Mountain did not boast the compact distribution of spirit tablets found in Daihole Mountain and Rinyan Mountain, but rather, they were intentionally placed in locations favored by the sages. A final courtesy bestowed by the Heavenly Tao upon these pioneers of humanity. After some exploration, Li Ji discovered a stream glowing with a greenish light. Beside this brook stood an octagonal pavilion, within which stood a broken red-black stone tablet devoid of a name. The tablet bore only 2 lines of inscriptions. On the 7th of October, I led a team to slay over 5,000 of the alien race, saving 100,000 of humanity. I died exhausted, without regret. The inscriptions and the tablet itself were manifestations of the last vestiges of will from the sage at the time of their passing. Had he wished, he could have inscribed his name for posterity to behold. However, it was evident that this sage had chosen not to do so, merely documenting his final deeds and thoughts. Li gazed at the weathered stone, where the interplay of black and red seemed to unveil a glimpse of the dawn of apocalypse, portraying the sages battling fiercely to protect humanity, unyielding in their struggle against the alien race. Taking out a gemstone ring, Li Ji placed it before the tablet and bowed deeply. The descendant Li Ji, vow to inherit the will of my forebears, to slay the alien race and uplift my kind. May the ancestors grant their support. Qinger, I am sorry I did not depart with you. I regret that you were misled. Yet, I will not harbor regrets, if eroded by the passage of time. The gemstone ring transformed into ash, drifting away in the stream. Li sensed to gaze upon him. He did not raise his head, but rather bent lower, for all who entered this place would be warned by the Heavenly Tao. Life and death were severed, and the living were forbidden from directly gazing upon the will of the sages, lest they invoke unspeakable horrors. Li had no desire to gamble his life on whether the Heavenly Tao was jesting. Wisdom lay in heeding counseled, Li. I thank you for your offering that I perished on the battlefield. Thus I have nothing of value to bestow upon you. Save my dagger. You have brought my regrets. In return, I shall gift you my lack of regrets. May you find fulfillment in the days to come. As the ethereal bell-like tone faded, the stone tablet, much like the ring, also disintegrated into ash. May you journey well. Li Ji bowed once more. When he straightened, a peculiar double-handed blade floated before him. The entire blade measured approximately 2 meters, with the blade's edge alone accounting for a full 7 meters. Thick at the spine and thin at the edge, it gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Undoubtedly a formidable weapon. The handle was tightly wrapped in a dark, lustrous cloth, resembling not ordinary fabric, but rather akin to a rare silk thread. A mist of blood emanated from the blade, saturating the pavilion with a rich scent of blood, accompanied by faint wails of the alien race, slashing the crimson, Li Ji softly uttered, as the bloodline inscribed itself in the air. The blade vibrated softly, seemingly rejoicing at the arrival of a new master. Without hesitation, Li Ji grasped the hilt. Boom! It felt as if he had plunged into a pool of lava. His blood boiled, and his eyes reddened as he beheld the alien foes charging at him. While the icy core sought to unleash its chill, Li Ji suppressed it. This was an illusion, a trial, and he needed to maintain this state of fury, slaying all the aliens before him, just as the sages had done in their time, in order to gain the recognition of the slashing the crimson blade. Kill. With both hands gripping the blade, Li Ji swung it fiercely at the nearest alien. The blade passed through, leaving behind the terrified expression of the alien, whose body was cleaved in two, viscous green blood splattering all over Li Ji. Wiping his face, Li Ji's spirit surged as he continued to strike at the next alien. Kill! 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 10, 100, 1,000. Li Ji felt as if he were a machine on repeat, tirelessly harvesting weeds. The slashing the crimson blade was already heavy. And with seemingly endless enemies, fatigue and confusion gradually enveloped him. Creak! A sharp pain shot through him. He hesitated momentarily, recognizing the sound of muscle tearing. Another wound was inflicted upon him, but without delay, Li Ji swiftly shifted his dominant hand to the left, relentlessly hacking away, ensuring that a 2-meter radius around him became a zone of death. Blood flowed like a sea beneath his feet, his own and that of the aliens. When the last alien fell, Li Ji found himself atop a mound of corpses towering 100 meters high. Or rather, he could not truly stand, for below his waist lay a mass of bones, forcing him to embed his leg bones into the corpses to maintain balance. His upper body was likewise a canvas of wounds, with his hands twitching involuntarily. Yet the slashing the crimson blade remained firmly in his grasp, as if welded to his hand, impervious to any attempt to seize it away. The setting sun, the desolate city, the mountain of corpses, and the blade-wielding figure formed a poignant elegy of life that a golden arrow descended from the horizon, piercing Li Ji's brow, the very death arrow once endured by the sage of yore. A wave of weakness swept over him, and he had to lean on the slashing the crimson blade to keep from collapsing. Every muscle, bone, and sinew ached. The life-and-death battle within the illusion provided an eerily authentic physiological feedback. Yet Li Ji did not complain. Instead, a smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. While others might be oblivious, he, reborn, could not be unaware. This was a rare opportunity to hone oneself, crafted by the heavenly Tao to emulate the opulent illusions of the alien race. As the name suggests, the purpose of the honing illusion was to strengthen humanity. Within it, the trial taker faced no mortal danger and could significantly enhance their skills and mental fortitude. The longer one endured within the honing illusion, the greater the benefits reaped. Achieving complete clearance could even yield special rewards from the heavenly Tao. Regrettably, Li Ji ultimately met his demise within the illusion, unable to muster any power to defend against the icy arrow that had come from an unknown source. Yet he pondered, I had slain all the aliens. What could possibly have gone awry? This transcended mere illusion. Since it could be simulated by the heavenly Tao, it indicated that some alien possessed this peculiar ability. It bore resemblance to ancient sword immortals who could slay foes from miles away with their swords. Deep in thought, Li Ji recognized the necessity of caution against such hidden arrows. Without delay, he knelt before the heavenly Tao. Inquiring, Li Ji of humanity, I beseech the heavenly Tao to reveal from which alien race the dark arrow originated. This was one of the advantages of existing within the eternal pillar of light. Humanity could seek guidance from the heavenly Tao regarding their uncertainties. 10 spirit coins. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in Li Ji's mind, that a gentle breeze swept by, and the spirit coins vanished. This was also a characteristic of questioning the heavenly Tao. A fee must be paid based on the complexity of the inquiry, efficient and convenient. Otherwise, one would have to visit the library for records. Clearly, Li Ji's question was simple. The Divine Wind Clan, tracking arrow. The heavenly Tao's voice informed him, silently committing those names to memory. Li Ji contemplated seeking them out, not only for vengeance but also to explore potential avenues for utilization. After all, there were ways to acquire extraordinary abilities beyond mere awakening. There was also the option of deprivation. After expressing his gratitude to the heavenly Tao, Li Ji settled down to rest. His body was undergoing self-repair. He felt weak and as if ants were crawling all over him. An exceptionally uncomfortable sensation. Yet this physiological response was mundane to Li Ji, far less daunting than the blood-soaked battles within the illusion, let alone the various torments endured in his previous life. Li Ji's grip on the hilt of the slashing the crimson blade remained steadfast, for a continuous flow of blood energy transitioned from the hilt into his body, accelerating his recovery. This was the third characteristic of the slashing the crimson blade. In addition to its resilience and sharpness, it absorbed blood. While absorbing blood served as a figurative term, its essence lay in the absorption and storage of a portion of the life force from the enemies he had slain within the hilt. When the wielder was injured or fatigued, they could tap into this stored life force, sustaining their combat prowess. This was the fundamental reason Li Ji had managed to persevere until the final moment within the illusion. Chapter 33. Old Friends of Dongye City. Li Ji's primary purpose for visiting the Memorial of the Sages was to obtain the Zhuyu fruit, a bequest once acquired by Lin Tianya in his previous life. The Zhuyu fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, not directly redeemable within the heavenly Tao, and its consumption could greatly enhance one's mental acuity and resilience. The power of mental fortitude significantly enhances the mastery and potency of elemental abilities, while mental resilience allows practitioners to better withstand various negative energies. The interplay of these two attributes serves as the most critical measure of an elemental adept strength, which is precisely why Li Ji has come here, to advance his journey among spellcasters. Yet, contrary to his aspirations, he has been unable to obtain the Zhuyu Gua. Although he has made some progress in mental resilience through battles in the illusion, it still diverges considerably from his original intentions. As for the cause of this deviation, Li Ji is at a loss. It cannot be that the sages deliberately withheld the Zhuyu Gua from him. Feeling the robust muscles he has developed from the infusion of Tao Yao fruit and blood essence, and glancing at the large blade in his hand that moves like an extension of his arm, Li Ji contemplates whether he should consider a new direction. Should he become a blood-soaked warrior? He shakes his head. Spellcasters primarily engage in ranged attacks, offering far greater safety than the perilous frontline combat of warriors that eye in this dangerous world. Preserving one's life is paramount for the future, especially since Li Ji has numerous unfinished matters that he cannot afford to jeopardize. For instance, when enemies break through numerous barriers to confront him, intending to eliminate him through close combat, Li Ji can swiftly draw his Zhanqi Dao, employing the Dragon Step technique to deliver a spectacular surprise execution. He is uncertain how much life force is stored within the Zhanqi Dao, but within 3 to 5 minutes, his physical condition is significantly revitalized, moreover, perhaps due to the nature of the life force. His hair has begun to grow normally again, even reaching his shoulder blades. Tying his hair up with a piece of grass, Li Ji sets out to find Jiang Yujun, as the countdown on his wrist has dwindled to an hour and a half, indicating that in 30 minutes, Jiang Yujun will be forcibly ejected from the light column space. Although it seems he has been battling in the illusion for a long time, only a little over 10 minutes have actually passed, most of which was spent traversing the path. Now, apart from feeling slightly mentally fatigued from expending too much energy in the illusion, Li Ji is otherwise capable of normal movement. Stowing the Zhanqi Dao in his spatial ring, he bows once more in the direction of the stream and dashes down the mountain in swift strides. The enhancement of his physical abilities allows him to execute the Dragon Step with ease, making the rugged mountain path seem as smooth as flat ground, and within just a few minutes, he reaches the foot of the mountain. However, upon arrival, he is confronted by a group of individuals. "Kid, it seems you've had quite the haul up there," a one-eyed leader remarks, clearly the head of the group. 1,000 spirit coins. Li Ji scans the crowd briefly before responding. The one-eyed leader shakes his head with a sigh. "Kid, you seem to lack awareness. You know some things must be surrendered, and if I say you have awareness, you insist on asking for too much. This puts me in a difficult position." "Boss, what's so difficult about this?" "Watch me," a younger member brandishing a large golden-ringed blade steps forward. "Kid, don't say we, the Black Tiger Gang, are unreasonable. Here, take these 10 spirit coins. Surely that will be more than enough for your parting gift. I hope you won't refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. Though the will of heaven cannot take your life, making you uncomfortable is quite simple." The spirit coins clink as they are tossed to the ground. Li Ji remains unfazed, snapping his fingers lightly. 10 streams of water emerge from his palm, gathering the scattered spirit coins, cleansing them, before they finally settle into a spatial ring. The exquisite control of his water-type ability leaves the Black Tiger Gang members momentarily dumbfounded. "Boss, aren't you also a water-type adept? Can you manage such fluidity?" The younger member swallows hard and retreats behind the one-eyed leader. The one-eyed leader shoots a glare at his subordinate, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "Brother, we just wanted to befriend you. That was merely a jest. Don't take it seriously. Well, it seems you have matters to attend to, so we won't keep you. Let's have a meal together another day." With that, he turns to leave, not daring to mention the matter of coercion again. Although he possesses a second-tier water-type ability and has heard that this kid is merely first-tier, battles between abilities are not solely determined by rank. Especially before the third-tier transition, the gap is often less significant than most assume. Coupled with Li Ji's unyielding aura, it is evident he is no ordinary adept, prompting the one-eyed leader to concede. However, as he attempts to depart, Li Ji is unwilling to let him go so easily. With another snap of his fingers, a finger-thick ice spike forms in the air, mere breath away from the one-eyed leader's remaining eye. 1,000 spirit coins for your single eye. A bargain, wouldn't you say? Li Ji's voice is calm, yet extinguishes any thoughts of resistance among the onlookers, after mentally rehearsing a few defensive strategies. The one-eyed leader realizes that, in this current state, there is no room for playfulness. "That I will pay." The one-eyed leader manages to squeeze out 2 words that as he speaks. He gently retrieves a small black pouch from his pocket and hands it to the younger member. The younger member accepts it reluctantly and tosses it to Li Ji. The pouch is hardly larger than a palm, clearly insufficient to contain 1,000 spirit coins. Inside is precisely 20 grams of secret silver, worth over 1,200 spirit coins. That should suffice. The one-eyed leader strives to maintain a soothing tone, avoiding any sudden movements that might provoke the ice spike. Secret silver, a rare and unique mutated mineral that emerged after the apocalyptic era, is an excellent material for weapon crafting and essential for creating special guide weapons, thus holding considerable value. Lig waves his hand, stowing the secret silver while simultaneously dispelling his ability. The ice spike vanishes, and the one-eyed leader exhales deeply, while his subordinates instinctively gather around him, guarding against any further unprovoked attacks from Li Ji. His singular eye is no ordinary eye. Even 100 bottles of growth potions wouldn't suffice to recreate it. If it were to be damaged, he would be devastated. "Kid, consider this a concession from He Qing of Dongye City. Dare to reveal your name? Let's find a place to settle this. You can set the stakes." He Qing, his single eye reddening, gestures with hands flowing with water. Expressing his displeasure, the Lig does not respond with anger, instead regarding He Qing with a hint of intrigue. "You hail from Dongye City?" "Indeed. Have you heard of the Black Tiger Gang? It ranks among the top 3 factions in Dongye City, and I am its leader, with 800 fine men under my command, over half of whom are adept practitioners." He Qing boasts proudly, his subordinates beaming with admiration, though they know his words may be somewhat exaggerated. Clearly, He Qing is well-liked among his followers. However, this is not the reason Li Ji wishes to waste time with him. Rather, there is someone from Li Ji's past residing in Dongye City. "Very well, He Qing. How about we strike 2 deals?" Li Ji produces the secret silver he just stored and tosses it lightly. 2 deals? He Qing looks puzzled, but as a gang leader, he understands the value of money. Go ahead, I'm listening. "The first deal. Tell me who sent you to watch me." And no sooner has Li Ji spoken than He Qing's expression shifts. And he opens his mouth to respond that don't be too hasty in your rebuttal. Think carefully before you speak. 20 grams of secret silver isn't something you easily accumulate. Is it? Perhaps you're hoping to forge a special guide weapon? Li Ji's calm demeanor only serves to infuriate He Qing further. It is no easy feat. The scarcity of secret silver means that, while not entirely valueless, it requires a substantial investment, although He Qing, the illustrious gang leader, appears to be thriving. He has a large entourage to support, and the gang's funds do not directly enrich his personal coffers. That he has been frugal, and this 20 grams of secret silver took him nearly a year and a half to amass. Yet, He Qing ultimately shrugs, "Sorry, I can't betray my employer for money." The subordinates remain silent, their expression sour. They are well aware of the effort He Qing expended for this secret silver, and the prospect of losing it is indeed a pity. Li Ji does not press further, recognizing that He Qing seems to be a man of principle. Thus, he cancels the first deal and moves directly to the second. That if you execute this well, the secret silver will still be yours. That He Qing is eager to continue the negotiation. What is your request? Very simple. Assist me in locating someone in Donya City. Li Ji states plainly, without preamble. Not an issue. I can't speak for other matters, but when it comes to finding someone, the Black Tiger Gang is exceptionally adept. Even if they are hidden in the deepest dens, we can dig them out for you. He Qing pats his chest. Tell me, what is their name? Any distinguishing features? A gentle smile graces Li Ji's lips. Her name is easy to remember. Xiao Hongdo. Chapter 34. The shattered sensing ring. Li Ji reflects for a moment before adding. She has a cross-shaped scar at the corner of her right eye, stands at about 1.60 meters, and has a penchant for wearing all black leather. Ditto, and she's quite fierce, a very fierce woman. Is it? No worries, our channels are extensive. He Qing inquires further, but since you aren't from Donya City, how will I contact you if I find her? I reside in Haiwa City. You can bring her directly through the teleportation array. I'll cover the cost. Li Ji considers this solution to be the most reliable. That He Qing smacks his lips, a hint of jealousy evident in his tone. Brother, does your family have a mine? The basic fee for using the teleportation array is 1,000 spirit coins. Not to mention the additional charges for long distances. That Li Ji offered a calm smile, remarking that it was merely a trifling sum of money. Upon arriving at Haiwa City, one could easily inquire about his whereabouts by simply mentioning his name. Although Li Ji currently possessed less than 1,000 spirit coins in total, the lack of an upfront payment was of little consequence. Should the plan unfold successfully, he would undoubtedly acquire the necessary funds once the individual was located. May I inquire as to your name? He Qing inadvertently adopted a formal tone. Li Ji, the head of the Li family, one of the 5 prominent families in Haiwa City, with the title of family head left behind. Li Ji departed gracefully, leaving the members of the Black Tiger Gang exchanging bewildered glances. A family head? At such a young age? You see, many families have aged patriarchs backing them. The position of family head is often reserved for nurturing the youngest prodigy within the clan. Oh, you seem knowledgeable. Do you hail from a prominent family, merely a modest individual? I am the 7th generation head of the Pang family. Quite impressive, family head. Just don't come and steal my dinner tonight. Stealing dinner is one thing. What does that have to do with being a family head? A group of subordinates chuckled, but He Qing sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, He Qing slapped his thigh in realization. This was a predicament. The subordinates, curious, asked what had gone wrong. That He Qing pointed at them, exclaiming in frustration, "You all have the brains of pigs. He wants us to help find someone. Yet he hasn't even paid a single coin as a deposit. When the time comes for teleportation, I would have to cover the costs myself. Where am I supposed to find at least 2,000 spirit coins? This is hardly a normal transaction." The subordinates bowed their heads, having been too caught up in their musings about Li Ji's seemingly boundless wealth to consider this aspect. So, are we still searching? Yes, why wouldn't we? My secret silver is still in his possession. But what about the teleportation fee? Let's find the person first. We'll figure out the teleportation fee later. In the silence, one of the burly subordinates bravely spoke up. Boss, you forgot something. What now? He Qing asked. His face contorted with concern. Earlier, we were tasked with ambushing Li Ji's employer and were given a 10 spirit coin deposit. Our urgent priority is to locate him before he escapes, the subordinate insisted. He Qing patted the subordinate's shoulder approvingly. Correct. 50 spirit coins to take action against a family head is sheer bullying. We ought to demand at least 500 spirit coins to compensate for our mental anguish. Meanwhile, Li Ji was rushing like the wind towards the steam train. However, before he could board, the sensing ring on his hand shattered, and Jiang Youjuan's hurried voice reached him. Li Ji, hurry over to the southeastern corner of the 9th District's loose goods trading market. There's a massive orange tree here. Although unaware of the specifics of Jiang Youjuan's situation, the tone of her voice did not suggest danger. Rather, it carried an undercurrent of excitement, prompting Li Ji to remain composed. After boarding the next train, he arrived in the 9th District in approximately 2 minutes. That it was not that the steam train was particularly fast, but according to the laws of the heavenly Tao. The 13 regions within the eternal light pillar were in constant motion, and at that moment, the 9th District had conveniently shifted adjacent to the 3rd District. Upon disembarking, Li Ji hurried towards the location Jiang Yujun had indicated. Of course, while the heavenly Tao did not impose venue fees, many bustling trading areas were effectively monopolized by the prominent families and major organizations of Haiwa City. To set up stalls in these locations, one had to pay a fee. The Li family had previously engaged in such practices, collecting protection money in a roundabout manner, but since Li Qingtian's demise, the family's armed forces had dispersed. Li Yuantian, preoccupied with being a sycophant, had relinquished control over these areas. That a large orange tree. I recall that area falls within the Lin family's sphere of influence. Could it be that the Lin family is up to something again? Li Ji mused. Aside from the 1st and 2nd districts, which he had never ventured into in his previous life, he was quite familiar with the other areas, including the small paths between districts. Thus, he stealthily made his way to a shadowy corner to observe his surroundings. The southeastern corner was not particularly crowded, with only about 30 stalls scattered about. Some had set up multi-tiered racks, while others simply displayed an assortment of peculiar, unidentifiable items on a piece of white cloth. This was the post-apocalyptic world, where, aside from spirit coins and food, 2 forms of hard currency, strange and unusual items held significant market value. Much like purchasing a lottery ticket, one might stumble upon a treasure. All it required was a bit of luck and a discerning UI. It was not that the heavenly Tao could not identify these items, but in most cases, the cost of appraisal exceeded the item's intrinsic value. Even if one wished to trade directly with the heavenly Tao, if one could not articulate the item's value clearly, the heavenly Tao would recognize their lack of discernment and would not kindly offer a price hike, resulting in situations where gold was sold for a pittance. Thus, people continued to set up stalls, hoping for someone with an eye for quality and the chance to encounter a fool. Indeed, Jiang Yujun had fallen victim to such a scenario. The focal point of the southeastern corner's market was the towering orange tree. Over 2 meters high and more than a meter wide, surrounded by vendors on all 4 sides. That moment, Jiang Yujun was encircled by several individuals, tugging at her, with multiple attempts to remove her veil thwarted by her agile evasions. Nearby, vendors and onlookers exchanged glances, smirking, showing no inclination to offer assistance. From a distance, Li Ji could vaguely catch snippets of words like compensation, keeping, and coercion. Vendors in such a shabby corner were primarily unemployed drifters or thugs from Haiwa City, relying on salvaged or stolen trinkets to make a semblance of a living. Few would come here to purchase items, as it was more akin to a hub for exchanging information. Naturally, this scum of society rarely included anyone with special abilities. And thus Li Ji did not believe Jiang Yujun would be unable to leave if she truly wished to. However, since she remained entangled with these individuals, it could only mean one thing. She had indeed discovered something valuable and was reluctant to part with it, yet lacked the means to purchase it. Chapter 35. A performance. After confirming that there were no watchers in the vicinity, Li Ji quickly approached. "Little girl, it's been quite a ruckus. The patience of my friends is wearing thin. Either pay up or entertain us for a while." "Indeed, what a trivial matter. If you don't know, your big brother can teach you. How unfortunate for such a young girl to be veiled. Could it be that she is too ugly?" Beauty is not a concern. In this day and age, who doesn't have a few blemishes? However, just look at those fair hands and arms. That's enough. The group, clad in tattered clothing reeking of foul odors, surrounded Jiang Yujun, hurling insults. The leader, a youth with yellow hair, chewed on a grass root, leaning on a stout iron rod, his eyes glimmering with greed as he gazed at Jiang Yujun. Having encountered countless individuals in the slums, he had already concluded that this young girl possessed remarkable looks and was undoubtedly a fresh catch, further intensifying his desire to sample her allure before anyone else could. Yet, What puzzled the yellow-haired youth was that this young girl did not appear to be an ability user. Yet the five of them were unable to lay a finger on her. Just as they were about to seize her, she inexplicably evaded their grasp. Speaking of which, the yellow-haired youth wiped the iron rod, revealing that not only had the rust vanished, but it also emitted a faint azure glow. As he swung it, a whooshing sound filled the air. Clearly, the yellow-haired youth was a rare ability user in the slums. The other four pressed in on Jiang Yojuan's position, and seizing the opportunity, the yellow-haired youth swiftly brought the iron rod down. Jiang Yujun no longer dodged as nimbly as before. Instead, she shrank back, closing her eyes and bowing her head, appearing as if she had been rendered speechless by fear. Observing this, the yellow-haired youth felt a pang of pity and forcefully altered the trajectory of the iron rod, aiming to strike Jiang Yojuan's thigh. Huh. Why can't I swing it? A chilling sensation enveloped him. Trying to let go, he found his skin frozen to the iron rod, and even the slightest effort caused him pain. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. The yellow-haired youth trembled, pleading for mercy. Brother, how fortunate you are here. Are you here to rescue Junior? Whoa, Junior is so touched. Jiang Yujun seemed to have just noticed Li Ji, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. What nonsense is this? Li Ji furrowed his brow, bewildered by the turn of events. How could Jiang Yujun become so melodramatic in such a short time? What could be so urgent that she needed to summon him? With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent both the rod and the youth tumbling aside as Li Ji stepped forward. The four ruffians encircling Jiang Yujun recoiled in fear. Yet they displayed a semblance of decency by helping the moaning yellow-haired youth back to his feet. But of course I called you over, because there was something urgent. No, brother, I summoned you, because there was indeed something urgent. Enough! If you keep that high-pitched voice up, I swear I'll slap you. Li Ji brushed away the sweat on his arm, feeling exasperated. In just a brief moment. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Jiang Yojuan's delicate face flushed beneath her veil, reverting to her usual tone, saying, What nonsense? An older sister kindly taught me this. She said that men are soft-hearted toward this approach and even charged me 10 spirit coins for it. Oh, and there were accompanying scenarios and dialogues. With that, Jiang Yujun produced a few sheets of paper, the first of which detailed the creation of a heroic rescue scene and commonly used phrases. 10 spirit coins? You spent that much on this nonsense. After losing my sensing ring worth over 100 spirit coins, you expect me to play the hero. The crux of the matter is whether you truly need my assistance. If I were to release your mother, I could easily crush these few insignificant wretches to dust. Iji found himself compelled to dissect Jiang Yojuan's mind, pondering what peculiar thoughts resided within. Was it merely water? No, she must never be allowed to act alone again. Otherwise, she could be sold off one day. I was mistaken. Never did I anticipate she was devoid of intellect. Don't. Jiang Yujun shook her head, stepping forward to tightly grasp Li Ji's arm. Attempting to pull him aside, Iji felt a surge of displeasure. Why must this girl resort to such antics? Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Yujun leaned in close, whispering into his ear. Li Ji, I am not deceiving you. I have truly discovered a treasure, but others have also set their sights on it. It is that man in the hood behind us. I can sense his formidable strength, even surpassing yours. How is it that your power has increased again? Never mind that for now. He possesses an object resembling a bronze mirror, something from the stall of the yellow-haired man. They have not yet completed the transaction, and I need your help to acquire it. In exchange, I can offer you one of my mother's collectibles. Your mother's collectibles? Deal. Li Ji whispered back, his warm breath causing Jiang Yujun to instinctively want to retreat. However, to the onlookers, this appeared to be a moment of tender intimacy between lovers. With a smile, Li Ji reached out to ruffle Jiang Yojuan's hair, deliberately raising his voice. Silly girl. How could I not come to your rescue when I care for you so deeply? Watch closely. I shall teach them a lesson once more. The yellow-haired man, who had been helped to his feet, glared at Li Ji with resentment. You little brat, we have backing. You'd better let that woman go and give me 100 spirit coins in compensation. Or when my support arrives, you shall regret it. Li Ji scoffed. Oh, backing. Do you believe that before he arrives, I cannot sever your limbs? An icy blade formed effortlessly in his hand as he strode toward the yellow-haired man. The intensity of the previous freeze was still fresh in their memories. A single slash would be catastrophic, prompting the yellow-haired man and his companions to flee in panic. Point 5 ice pillars emerged from thin air, swiftly sealing off their escape routes, causing bystanders to scatter. The hooded man also took a few steps back while not straying too far, under the eternal light pillar, until the transaction was completed. Ownership of items for sale remained solely with the stall owner. Under the watchful eye of the heavenly order, the concepts of theft and robbery were non-existent. Even coercive transactions were permissible. However, theft was not. Which is why Li Ji was unconcerned about the hooded man's departure. The yellow-haired man, feigning bravado, declared, "Brother, let me be frank. We are from the Lin family, one of the 5 great families. You must be aware of the Lin family. As long as you remain in High West City, you shall never escape their grasp. That woman is coveted by the second young Master Lin. I have already informed him, and he will be here shortly. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. I no longer require compensation. If you leave now, I can pretend this incident never occurred." Li Ji's heart stirred. How did this become entangled with the second young Master Lin? However, the likelihood seemed slim. Even if the second young master was in need of individuals, he would never associate with such lowly scum. Did Li seize the opportunity to respond, "Why choose to be a dog when you could be a decent person? Especially a dog for the Lin family. You might as well be a dog for a doghouse. It's hardly worth it, even in death." With a single step, Li Ji delivered a punch that sent one man sprawling to the ground, followed by a kick that hurled another several meters away, leaving him wailing on the ground. This sight, the yellow-haired man's breath caught in his throat, just as he attempted to unleash his abilities. His right hand emitted a cry of agony. The yellow-haired man promptly dropped to his knees, pleading, "Please spare me, my lord. I truly did not intend for this to happen. It was the second young Master Lin who specifically ordered us to capture her. Had I known she was your girlfriend, I would never have dared to act. Specifically ordered to capture. Could this truly be a trap aimed at Jiang Yujun?" Contemplating this, Li Ji, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared, "Not intentional. Is there anyone in High West City unaware of the vile conduct of scum like you? Had I arrived even a moment later, it could have resulted in a calamity. Do not accuse me of being tyrannical. I shall sever each of your hands, and we shall consider it settled. As for the second young Master Lin, I shall take it upon myself to settle that score." As a ruffian, he naturally had his share of enemies. This was not a peaceful era. Losing one's hands would be a fate worse than death. The yellow-haired man, weeping and sniveling, began to spin tales of having an ailing mother and young children to support, which even moved Jiang Yujun somewhat. To Lig, sensing her change in demeanor, squeezed her hand to prevent this naive girl from being deceived once more. Realizing she had been tricked again, Jiang Yujun turned in anger. Observing Li Ji's indifference, the yellow-haired man, as Li Ji had anticipated, proposed a monetary settlement. My lord, would you accept money as compensation? I will give you everything from my stall. Do not underestimate the value of my modest stall. It contains many fine items, some of which are treasures from the Lin estate." Just as Li Ji was about to agree, the hooded man interjected, "Gentlemen, please hold on." As Li Ji had predicted, the hooded man indeed chose to intervene. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Do you dare to threaten me as well?" Li Ji's tone was fierce. However, he had already established himself as a figure fueled by rage for the sake of a beloved, and such a tone was deemed acceptable. The hooded man, unfazed by Li Ji's rudeness, expressed a desire to complete the transaction for the bronze mirror first. "You misunderstand, my friend. I do not wish to interfere with your matters. But I previously reached an agreement with this stall owner. Might I first finalize the transaction? Rest assured, the item is now yours, and my offer is generous. I would not let you suffer a loss, and it would save you from waiting for a buyer after dealing with this mess." The hooded man clasped his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Lig raised an eyebrow. Was he speaking the truth? The yellow-haired man nodded fearfully. "It is true. It is true. He just expressed interest in a mirror from my stall, the one he is holding. He offered 70 spirit coins." The hooded man smiled. "My friend, I am in a hurry. Let me pay you directly." With that, he produced a bag of spirit coins and tossed it to the yellow-haired man. Just as the yellow-haired man reached out to catch it, Li Ji kicked him, sending him rolling on the ground, allowing the bag to fall. What a joke. Li Ji would never allow the yellow-haired man to seize the bag. The trading market here operated on the principle of simultaneous exchange, payment for goods. As soon as the yellow-haired man received the money, the hooded man could simply walk away with a bronze mirror. which would be recognized as a legitimate transaction by the heavenly order. Even if the buyer held a valuable item and offered a single spirit coin, if the seller accepted it, it would be considered an agreement, regardless of any prior negotiations. Therefore, in the market, unless both parties were completely certain of their intentions, simultaneous exchange of money and goods was not permitted. The hooded man clearly sought to conclude the transaction, while the yellow-haired man was disoriented, but he had not anticipated Li Ji's interference. "What do you mean by this? Do you not wish to profit? If you intend to sell, I may not offer you this price again." The hooded man's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. With one hand gripping the yellow-haired man's throat, he removed his hood. "Why must you force my hand when I have been so patient? The one who suffers will be you." As the hood fell away, the market fell silent, as if a bomb had been detonated. Good heavens, the level of pollution is deadly. Run. He could turn into a zombie at any moment. Why run? This is under the heavenly order. Even if he turns into a zombie, he will be struck down by divine will. Are you foolish? Even if the divine will kills him, if he touches us before he dies, it would be catastrophic. The pollution level would at least double. Forget about cleaning up. Just run. The vendors around them fled in a panic, many abandoning their stalls in mere moments. Aside from the hooded man and Li Ji, only the still timid Jiang Yujun and the yellow-haired man, unable to escape, remained. The yellow-haired man was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "What is happening? I deeply regret accepting the second young master's task. This constant state of fear is worse than death." Li Ji suppressed his anger, his vision shifting as the hooded man's information appeared before him. Name, Yuze. Age, 37. Race, human. Pollution level, 99. Potential level, green. Ability, unloyalty, 0. Seeing such a high level of pollution, Li Ji's brow furrowed in confusion. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered individuals with severe pollution, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone so close to the brink of mutation, yet still capable of coherent communication and action. Before consuming the Tao Yao fruit, his own pollution level had been 78, and even then, his organs had been in a state of severe decline, were it not for the treasured spirit fruit administered to him by his uncle, along with his knowledge of certain unique suppression methods that would only emerge in later generations. He might have found himself unable to rise from his bed. Even so, his mobility and overall constitution were significantly inferior to that of an ordinary person. Yet upon observing the condition of the hooded man, Yuz, despite the vibrant black spots on his face and hands, one could still discern that the skin surrounding the spots remained taut and even exhibited a healthy flush, entirely unlike that of someone on the verge of mutation. Coupled with the sense of threat that Jiang Yujun had mentioned, it was evident that Yuz harbored substantial secrets. "Brother, I shall ask you one final time. Will you sell this item or not?" Yuz raised a hand to adjust his glasses, the steam emanating from the frames obscuring his gaze. Threat? Perhaps previously, Li Ji might have contemplated the matter, but after receiving the gifts from the sages and engaging in the illusionary battles, his strength had progressed significantly. Moreover, bolstered by his enhanced physique and honed blade skills, he was confident that he could certainly contend with Yuz using the dragon step combined with the scarlet blade. "I will not sell the item. Should you wish to make a move, feel free to." Lig signaled to Jiang Yujun to take care of herself. Jiang Yujun, too, shed her fragile demeanor, becoming fully vigilant. Yuz glanced down at the yellow-haired individual clutching his throat, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "And oh no, don't." As the grip tightened, the yellow-haired man's face turned purple. On the brink of death, Lig, resolute, unleashed ice needles toward Yuz. He had no choice but to act first. Should the yellow-haired man perish, the bronze mirror would become a formless possession, complicating matters. Although Yuz would face severe consequences from the heavenly Tao for committing murder in its presence, Li Ji sought the mirror, not retribution. However, Li Ji misjudged the situation. Yuz had no intention of killing. Upon seeing Li Ji strike, he casually discarded the yellow-haired man. With his right hand extended, 3 ice needles struck his palm and shattered. The icy crystals began to spread from his palm, only to be crushed into shards by Yuz's fist. Ice abilities, with a chill more potent than the ordinary. Impressive. Your true target is indeed the bronze mirror. Correct? No matter. Since you initiated the attack, my response shall not contravene the rules. Yuz murmured, seemingly persuading himself to act. Beneath his voluminous robes, something continued to bulge ominously. Not a violation of the rules. That makes it reasonable. reasonable enough to act according to my own desires. Yu's grin widened, stretching until it reached his earlobes, revealing a mouthful of sharp black teeth. Brother, let the games begin. Chapter 37. The battle ceases with a rip. Yu tore his robe in half, revealing a gaunt torso, the large black spots writhing visibly. When all the black spots coalesced, it would signify his transformation into a zombie. The only area still smooth was the region over his heart. Its powerful heartbeat audible even to Li Ji, indicating that Yu's physical condition was not as feeble as it appeared. However, Li Ji was more concerned with what lay behind Yu's, for arms sprouted. 2 at the shoulder blades and 2 at the waist, the source of the earlier bulge beneath his robe. The newly formed arms, initially resembling chicken feet, were now developing bumps on their surfaces, as if they were absorbing some substance, gradually becoming full. This was not the form of a normal human. How had the heavenly Tao allowed this creature to enter? Li Ji did not remain a passive observer. He gripped his weapon firmly, an ice blade extending inch by inch from his hands, exuding a formidable aura. Behind him, Jiang Yujun, having removed the jade knife she used as a hairpin, stared at Li Ji's back in a daze. His control over ice seems to have improved significantly. Moreover, that sharp blade intent. His mother had once said that only the most elite swordsman could comprehend such a thing. How could he possess such profound insight at his age, especially since he had not exhibited it before? Li Ji, just how many secrets do you harbor? Yu's, moving with swiftness, had his newly formed forearms grow thicker than an average person's thighs, their surfaces glistening with a bronze-like metallic sheen. Yet he did not attack immediately. Instead, he awaited Li Ji's completion of the ice blade, a smile of delight gracing his features. Very good. I can sense your considerable strength and fierce fighting spirit. You make for a worthy opponent. And I am quite pleased. To demonstrate my respect, I shall remove your head and keep it as one of my prized possessions. As Li Ji completed the ice blade, Yu shattered his single eyeglass, as if breaking some form of restraint, and lunged toward Li Ji with a sinister grin. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Yu's was upon Li Ji, 6 arms striking from various angles toward his vital points. Li Ji, armed with his weapon, naturally would not engage in close-quarters combat with Yu's. Instead, he utilized the dragon step to create distance, slashing at Yu's with his large blade. Although Yu's was slightly slower, his reactions were remarkably quick, particularly with his new arms, which seemed to have radar-like precision, consistently blocking the ice blade's attacks from bizarre angles. One side wielded the ice blade, the other the arms. Yet their collisions produced the sound of metal striking metal. Yu sought to block the ice blade once before closing in, while Li Ji, upon his blade being thwarted, would withdraw and search for another angle of attack. Considering the time, Li Ji resolved to alter his strategy. Relying on his enhanced physicality, he effortlessly activated the second layer of the dragon step, moving as if stars were hanging in the moonlight. His attack speed increased exponentially, successfully finding gaps in Yu's defenses and continuously inflicting wounds upon him. Furthermore, Li Ji deliberately suppressed the cold aura to enhance the sharpness of the ice blade. Avoiding freezing Yu's wounds, that Yu's skin proved resilient. The ice blade could only leave shallow cuts, yet black blood flowed ceaselessly from the wounds. The ice blade, tainted with the black blood, would corrode slightly with each strike, diverting Li Ji's attention for replenishment. Nevertheless, overall, Li Ji maintained the advantage. As time elapsed, Li Ji perceived Yu's movements slowing, yet his fury escalated. Suddenly, Yu spat forth a large mouthful of black blood that Lig, of course, would not approach this evident pollutant and frowned, preparing to retreat, only to be greeted by a gust of wind behind him. Gotcha. Yu had instantaneously appeared behind Li Ji, his 6 arms bulging with veins, ready to embrace him tightly. You underestimate me too much. An icy armor enveloped Li Ji in an instant, blocking Yu's bear hug. However, the force of the embrace surpassed the capacity of a mere layer of ice armor. It shattered in less than half a second. The moment the ice armor fragmented, Li Ji retaliated with an upward thrust of his blade, striking true at Yu's heart, although he landed a precise hit. The sudden maneuver lacked sufficient force, failing to even pierce Yu's skin. This is where it ends. Yu's eyes sparkled with intelligence as the arms at his shoulders and waist extended dramatically, entirely sealing off Li Ji's avenues for movement and doubling in speed. Clearly, Yuz had merely pretended to be weak, waiting for Li Ji to let his guard down. Not good. Jiang Yujun, observing from the sidelines, recognized Li Ji's perilous situation and raised her jade knife, preparing to intervene. Boom! The ice blade shattered, and an explosion of cold air erupted from Li Ji, forming a blue halo that not only froze Yu's arms, but encased his entire body in a thick layer of frost. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ji snatched the bronze mirror bound to Yu's waist, using Yu's extended arms as a stepping stool to escape the trap. However, before Li Ji could strategize his next attack, he heard a sharp shriek, and his mind went momentarily blank. Turning to face the source, he was astonished to see a bulge the size of a ball protruding from Yu's neck, resembling a small head. Yet this little head was pierced by a jade knife. Unmistakably Jiang Yojuan's hairpin, as the frost enveloping Yu's melted away, torrents of black blood erupted from his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly dim that I might die. Die? Is it truly that simple? I expended so much effort to keep you alive. You will not speak of death until your debt is repaid. An elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, leaned on a cane, grumbling as he stepped into the heart of the battlefield. Casting a glance at Li Ji and Jiang Yujun, he approached Yuz, his hands glowing with azure light, enveloping the latter. The black spots on Yu's body recoiled as if facing a nemesis, shrinking together, resulting in an odd appearance of black and white patches on his upper body. His limbs rapidly withered, reattaching to his body, while the small head that had sprouted from his neck plopped to the ground. "Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't retrieve the mirror," Yuz murmured weakly. "Who told you to take it?" "Enough. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Your mere survival is the greatest assistance to me." Though the old man's words were harsh, his expression softened slightly as he spoke. He brought his cane down upon Yu's head, supporting the fainted Yuz. The old man turned his gaze to Li Ji, or more precisely, to the ring that had been gifted by Nangong Jiao. "How did the Jiao-yin ring come to be in your possession?" "What is your connection to the wine fox?" the elder inquired. "Does this ring have a separate name?" Li Ji was taken aback, then unhesitatingly raised the banner of the wine fox, declaring, "That is my elder sister." "Nonsense. The wine fox hails from the vast wilderness, solitary and alone. How could one possibly have a younger brother as substantial as you?" The elder, tapping his cane, remarked that it would be best for you to summon your master. "Otherwise, I shall not treat you lightly." That a formidable pressure descended upon me, not inferior to that of the wine fox, and likely a seventh-tier master. Yet, in terms of age comparison, it was evident that this individual's aptitude did not match that of the wine fox. "My lord, I assure you, I have not deceived you. The wine fox is indeed my newly acknowledged sister. Behold, this is her token, Lig." Not wishing to offend a master-level figure without cause, proactively revealed the half-fox-shaped jade pendant that the wine fox had previously bestowed upon him. The elder, upon noticing that you possess the Qinghu pendant closely associated with the wine fox, mused that while the sibling relationship may be debatable, your connection with her is undeniably profound. The elder scrutinized Li Ji as if he had discovered a new continent, commenting that he was not particularly handsome. Had the wine fox changed her taste to prefer this type? Li Ji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, pondering the elder's background, as he seemed quite familiar with the wine fox. With a blink, the elder's character card information materialized, startling Li Ji into silence. Chapter 38. Lei Jiming. A golden character card unfolded beside the elder. Name: Lei Jiming. Age: 107. Race: human. Pollution level: 10. Potential level: golden. Ability: unknown. Loyalty: 0. The fact that this elder was over a century old and possessed a golden potential level was not what shocked Li Ji. Rather, it was the elder's name that astonished him. Lei Jiming, not only the lord of Jinyuan City, but also the former chairman of the Southeastern Human City-States Alliance, that it was said that prior to the apocalypse, he was a prominent leader in a certain city, renowned for his exceptional governance skills, that he was elevated to the position of city lord by the heavenly Tao even before awakening his abilities. And he held that position for over 40 years. Under Lei Jiming's leadership, Jinyuan City became the core city of the human race in the southeastern region. Through years of expansion, the total area of Jinyuan City's territory has reached 20,000 square kilometers. In contrast, Haiwa City has consistently ranked among the bottom 3 in the southeastern 13 cities, with a territory less than 1/5 the size of Jinyuan City. similar to the human power unions in other regions. The Southeastern City-States Alliance was not established by the will of the heavenly Tao, but initiated by Lei Zhiming with the participation of other city lords. The alliance unified laws, opened wilderness passages between cities, facilitated trade, and provided mutual defense assistance. The significance of the chairman position within the alliance is self-evident. It was only in recent years that Lei Zhiming voluntarily stepped down due to age. Having served as chairman for several decades, during his tenure, he achieved remarkable governance results, successfully organizing effective cooperation among the cities to withstand numerous large-scale invasions by other races. The fragile balance between the human and other races in the southeastern region is largely attributed to Lei Zhiming's accomplishments in governance. Moreover, under Lei Zhiming's directives, the alliance established cooperation plans with those other races that maintained a mild attitude towards humans and exhibited low desires for slaughter. Not only were these races allowed to reside in human cities, but they were also treated equally to humans. That these races were often rejected by their kin, they became excellent allies for the human race. Over the years, they have gradually been assimilated by the humans, regarding them as a second kin, significantly bolstering human defenses. Therefore, as long as Lei Zhiming does not betray the human race, given his contributions, he is destined to ascend to Tianling Mountain after death, receiving the veneration of the human race. Faced with such a prominent figure, Li Ji instinctively lowered his stance. There was no way around it. This was a heavyweight recognized even under the heavenly Tao. Someone not to be trifled with. Young man, since you and the wine fox are siblings, you must possess some of her exquisite wine, I presume. Lei Zhiming smacked his lips, requesting 2 cups for the old man to sample. I shall let go of the matter of teaching this foolish boy a lesson. What do you say, a deal? Li Ji remained silent, opting to express his intentions through actions that a bottle of Qianqiu wine appeared in his hand, causing Lei Zhiming's eyes to widen in astonishment. Good heavens, a whole bottle of Qianqiu wine. I have never even seen this before. This must weigh at least 2 jin. It seems you truly are the little lover of the wine fox. Otherwise, how could she be so generous? A small sip a day. I might just drink myself to death. But if I have this wine every day, it would be worth it even if I were to die. Recovering from his surprise, Lei Zhiming wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and declared with feigned gravitas, Young man, since you insist on gifting me this wine, I shall reluctantly accept it. The previous matter is now settled. With that, Lei Zhiming exhaled softly, and a mini tornado, the size of a palm, whirled past, whisking the Qianqiu wine into his hand. Lig was not particularly surprised, for Lei Zhiming was well known as a wind element spellcaster. With a rugged bite, he uncorked the bottle and took a hefty swig. Refreshing. As for his earlier comment about a sip a day, it had long been cast aside. The intense aroma of the wine instantly filled the air, intoxicating Li Ji even from a distance. Jiang Yujun scrunched her nose but seemed unaffected. However, Huang Mao inhaled deeply and collapsed to the ground. Utterly inebriated, Lig found it puzzling. This was entirely contrary to the wine fox's claim that Qianqiu wine invigorated the mind. Young man, it would be wise for you to hold your breath and avoid inhaling too much of the wine's aroma, lest you find yourself in discomfort later on. Lei Zhiming chuckled mischievously, displaying none of the gravitas expected of a city lord or chairman, but rather resembling a mischievous old child. Soon, Li Ji discovered what Lei Zhiming meant by discomfort. His brain felt as though it had received an unknown stimulus. Thoughts racing at an extraordinary pace. Buildings, streets, plants, stones. The information surrounding him was incessantly absorbed by his eyes and processed by his mind, placing him in a state of high-speed operation. He was acutely alert, yet unable to articulate any thoughts. He needed to find something to contemplate, to engage in, the more complex the better. Otherwise, it felt as if his mind might burst from the influx of chaotic information. All worries and anxieties dissipated entirely from Li Ji's consideration. His first instinct was to re-evaluate his revenge plan, but before he could delve deeper, the stimulating effect faded, leading his thoughts back into tranquility, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness. This was the waning effect of Qianqiu wine. Casting a glance at the unconscious Huang Mao sprawled on the ground, Li Ji felt perplexed. Why had he succumbed to intoxication? The wine fox did not mention to you that those with low intelligence or sluggish thought processes cannot appreciate the invigorating effects of Qianqiu wine. Lei Zhiming remarked cheerfully. You, young man, evidently possess considerable aptitude, and so does that girl behind you. Such a pity, she seems to dislike the scent of wine. Upon hearing this, Li Ji was further astonished. Having barely inhaled a couple of breaths of wine aroma left him in such a state, yet Lei Jiming had consumed a significant portion without issue. How complex must his thoughts be? To what extent had his mind been activated that he could maintain normal conversation so effortlessly? Lei Jiming produced a wine jug seemingly from thin air, clearly indicating he possessed spatial equipment. After meticulously pouring the wine into the jug, he affectionately kissed it before stowing it away. But that was not all. He retrieved a bottle of clear water, poured it into the wine bottle, sealed it, and commanded the tornado to shake the bottle. Well shaken. Though this synthetic wine pales in comparison to the original brew, it is still far superior to those bland and tasteless concoctions. As Lei Jiming swayed the wine bottle, the warmth in his gaze toward Li Ji softened considerably. "Young man, which family do you hail from?" Li Ji respectfully bowed and replied, "Greetings, Lord Lei. I am Li Ji from the Li family of Haiwa City. Son of the late Li Qingtian de Li Qingtian, known as the most gifted patriarch of the former Haiwa City, was certainly familiar to him. Indeed, he was well acquainted with anyone of some renown within the alliance. You seem quite different from the rumors of a tiger father begetting a dog son. Lord Lei, you flatter me that I admit I was foolish in the past, but with my father's passing. Someone must uphold the Li family. It is commendable that you think this way. At least their deaths have ignited your fighting spirit. The greatest fear in the apocalypse is despair. Such fighting spirit is best left unspoken. Have you uncovered the truth behind your father's death?" "I have. Without a doubt, it was orchestrated by the Lin family, though several other families may have been involved at this point in the conversation." A heavy silence enveloped them. Lei Jiming was the first to break it. "You seek revenge, do you not? I shall not comment on that, but I hope you will strive to minimize the losses to our kin during this process. You are aware that the human population is less than 1% compared to the other races. Each human life is invaluable, in my opinion. Even those scoundrels should be sent to the Western battlefield rather than perishing under the hands of our own people. It is simply too wasteful." Li's expression turned cold. Their actions could no longer be deemed human. Even the other races show more mercy towards their own kind. Lei Jiming opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Having governed for so many years, he had witnessed countless instances of internecine strife among humans driven by the thirst for power. Given his position, he was more aware of the dark realities than over 90% of the human populace. Moreover, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic era where individual might has, to a certain extent, transcended the constraints of established rules. Were it not for the looming external threats, the human race would undoubtedly plunge into a deadly strife amongst itself. Furthermore, even if he remains the chairman of the alliance, he cannot interfere in the affairs of Haiwa City. Each city operates independently, and every lord harbors their own ambitions. Any rash intervention would only incite widespread ire, causing the newly forged alliance to collapse in an instant. Humanity has yet to witness the emergence of a figure capable of rallying the masses to pledge their fealty without question. "Young man, we have crossed paths, so consider this token a gesture of gratitude for your hospitality." With that, Lei Jiming tossed a thumb-sized copper piece towards Li Ji. The moment Li Ji caught the copper piece, he felt the copper mirror in his other hand begin to vibrate with increasing intensity. Chapter 39. The Insidious Instrument. The purple feather fan, it seemed as if a strong magnetic force was drawing the copper piece and the mirror closer. An attraction that Li Ji could not thwart. It was Jiang Yujun who took action, producing a seemingly ordinary piece of red paper and swiftly placing it over the copper piece, if severed by an unseen blade. The connection between the copper piece and the mirror was abruptly cut, and both ceased their trembling. It appears you possess knowledge of this item's origin. Young lady? Lei Jiming inquired curiously, casting a glance at Jiang Yujun. However, upon realizing he could not penetrate the thin veil of mystery surrounding her, he acknowledged that she was no ordinary girl. Jiang Yujun turned to look at Li Ji, but chose not to speak. Through her gaze, Li Ji understood that the matter was of great significance, rendering her hesitant to divulge details. Yet, before Li Ji could mediate, Lei Jiming opted to relinquish his claim with admirable nonchalance. "What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. I am not one to covet what belongs to others. Since this item is fated to be with you, let it remain in your possession. You two intriguing young individuals, may our paths cross again. Having said this, Lei Jiming summoned a gust of wind to elevate Yu's body and departed. After a moment's pause, he added, I shall be in Haiwa City for about 3 days. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to seek me out through Lord Yang. Of course, if you are unable to come in person, you may send someone to notify me .as for compensation. We can discuss that later. Li Ji was somewhat taken aback by this statement, uncertain whether there was a hidden meaning behind Lei Jiming's words. Yet he nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for Lei's assistance in advance. Watching Lei Jiming's retreating figure, Li Ji involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Lei Jiming did not deliberately exert his authority, the weight of his high status, coupled with the inherent dominance of his advanced abilities, left Li Ji feeling distinctly inferior. Simultaneously, he pondered whether his fortune had significantly increased in this life. Otherwise, how could he continuously encounter illustrious figures from his past life, such as the Wine Fox and Lei Jiming, and even establish a measure of camaraderie with them, including Wan Xiang? Who exactly is this old man? Jiang Yujun inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he is quite formidable, Li Ji admitted with a hint of envy. His name is Lei Jiming, the Lord of Jinyuan City, known by the moniker the Wind Guest. Years ago, he attained the level of Wind Master in his abilities. Jinyuan City, ISNT, that where people from other cities reside. Did they arrive via the teleportation array, as you mentioned earlier? Jiang Yujun appeared intrigued by the concept of teleportation arrays. Lig, understanding her thoughts, interjected, do not dwell on that. Look at your wrist and see how much time you have left. You can only observe again once the time resets tomorrow. The pressing matter at hand was to awaken Huang Mao and retrieve the mirror. Jiang Yujun smiled. This is no challenge at all. Just watch. With that, she retrieved a purple feather fan from her coffin necklace and handed it to Li Ji. Fan him, and he will awaken swiftly. What? He is asleep, and you want me to fan him to wake him up? Li Ji furrowed his brow in confusion. Just trust me. I would not deceive you. Jiang Yujun retreated several meters away, seemingly wary of any missteps. Although Li Ji found the situation perplexing, he recognized Jiang Yojun's reliability from previous encounters and proceeded to gently fan Huang Mao. Contrary to expectations, instead of a fragrant breeze, a foul stench, reminiscent of something buried for millennia, enveloped Huang Mao. Even in his slumber, he retched twice before abruptly awakening, gasping for air. Even Li Ji, the one wielding the fan, was not spared from the noxious odor, which was only slightly less intense for him. And no wonder Jiang Yujun had moved so far away. Lig's reaction was notably subdued. He discreetly stored the fan in his spatial ring. There was no need to separate the purple feather fan from his other belongings, as it emitted no foul odor before being waved, but rather a hint of sandalwood fragrance, with its aesthetically pleasing appearance. It truly was a remarkable, yet repulsive treasure. It reeks, but this is the scent of death that belongs solely to humanity. How did Jiang Yujun come by such a fan? Could it be that her coffin harbors a pile of corpses? Jiang Yujun was astonished by Li Ji's demeanor and, upon stepping closer, scrutinized him closely. Hey, you can't possibly lack a sense of smell, can you? I once caught a whiff of this and couldn't eat for half a year. With her hands covering her mouth, Jiang Yujun swiftly leaped away from Li Ji. Please don't tell me you've eaten feces. Li Ji shot her a bemused glance, shaking his head in silence. Before waving his hand to freeze Huang Mao's vomit, it truly was quite revolting that as Li Ji spoke. Huang Mao trembled in fright. Who could have anticipated that he would be jolted awake from a dream of carefree revelry by such a putrid stench? The slums are smelly, and the latrines within them are even worse. He had experienced it all, yet he would gladly prefer the latrine over that foul wind. You wanted this copper mirror, didn't you? Here, take it. Without waiting for Li Ji to urge him further, Huang Mao hastily packed up all the items from his stall and shouted to the heavens, by the will of the heavens. I, Lindamao, voluntarily bestow all items from my stall to Lindamao glanced at Li Ji, suddenly realizing he did not even know the man's name. I am Li Ji. Li Ji. Wait, you're not the one from the Li family. Are you? Lindamao stared at Li Ji in astonishment. Indeed, I am the so-called useless young master of the Li family, Li Ji replied candidly, fully aware of what Lindamao was thinking. Ahem. How could that be? You certainly do not seem useless, for in Haiwa City, there are few young masters who can match your capabilities. Lin Damao attempted to flatter Li Ji further, but upon noticing the increasingly frosty expression on Li Ji's face, he promptly returned to his previous declaration. I, Lin Damao, voluntarily bestow all my possessions to Li Ji, including that copper mirror. There was no immediate response. The rules established by the heavenly Tao within the eternal light pillar would operate autonomously. And it was evident that the heavenly Tao would not comment on such trivial matters. However, the necessary procedures must be followed. Li Ji was not one to err on such minor details. Li Xiao, may I take my leave? Lin Damao inquired cautiously, still shaken by the earlier stench attack, feeling as though his nose and tongue had been rendered useless. One last question. When did Lin Xiao say he would come? Chapter 40. You cannot leave Lin Xiao only instructed us to keep watch. Had it not been for the elder's insatiable desires, I would not have dared to disturb your girlfriend. Li Ji paid little heed to Lin Damao's attempt to shift the blame. What concerned him was why Lin Xiao had taken an interest in Jiang Yujun. Was it due to Li Ji's involvement? Or had he uncovered something unique about Jiang Yujun? Regardless of the reason, it would not bode well for Li Ji, who needed to prepare for potential threats that if there was anyone from the Lin family who could instill fear in Li Ji. Even after his rebirth, apart from the exceedingly cautious patriarch of the Lin family, it would be the ruthless Lin Kuang in his previous life, while Lin Tianya was renowned as a 7th-tier fire mage and the legitimate heir of the Lin family. It was Lin Kuan-I who ultimately ascended to the position of family head. Though Lin Tianya often represented the Lin family to the outside world, Li Ji, who had been closely observing the Lin family, understood that Lin Tianya was merely a pawn under Chuanya's command, one easily expendable at any moment. What was even more troubling was that, despite Li Ji's rebirth, he still lacked clarity on Chuanya's hidden cards. The Tianya family was the principal culprit behind the murder of Li Ji's parents, with the Lin family and other factions serving as accomplices. Until the Tianya family was eradicated, Li Ji had no intention of dealing with other accomplices. And as a scion of the second branch of the Lin family, Lin Kuan-I would naturally be lower on his list of priorities for vengeance. However, one could not overlook Lin Xuanya's brutality and the abundance of information he possessed. Whether it was slaughtering the Lin family's 4th branch and 7 members for the position of family head, or eliminating over 100 human mercenaries for the sake of seizing a bottle of aged red wine, or even conspiring with other races to assassinate Lord Yang for the title of Haiwa City's Lord, only to then betray those allies and annihilate an entire tribe. Such deeds had significantly heightened Lin Xuanya's threat level in Li Ji's mind. Even Li Ji had to concede that individuals like Lin Kuan-I, who possessed a powerful family background, coupled with a cunning intellect and a ruthless disposition, were the most sought after during the apocalypse. Li Xiao, do you think I can? Noticing that Li Ji remained silent, Lin Damao mustered his courage to inquire, fearing that if Lin Kuan-I came, his life would be in peril. Li Ji stored the copper mirror in his spatial ring, confirming that it had indeed become an unclaimed object. You may leave now. I hope to see you again next time. Li Ji naturally welcomes such a weak financial benefactor. Mr. Li, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your understanding. Huang Mao dashed away, cursing Li Ji 1,000 times in his heart, while simultaneously praying 1,000,000,000 times to the heavens, wishing never to encounter Li Ji again in this lifetime. Li Ji, I still have 5 minutes of stay time. Jiang Yujun watched as Li Ji stowed away the copper mirror, letting out a long sigh of relief. Let us quicken our pace. We should have enough time. Li Ji took the lead, running ahead. In truth, it would not matter if they did not run. When the stay time expired, the heavens would merely transport individuals to a random location within Haiwa City, rather than casting them outside to deliver goods to foreign tribes. However, this random location posed a risk for Jiang Yujun, and Li Ji deemed it unnecessary to tempt fate. Each area did not feature a singular exit to the light column, and being well acquainted with the routes, Li Ji promptly chose the nearest one. At their current speed, they were likely to arrive within 5 minutes. Indeed, just before Jiang Yojun's countdown reached its end, the two departed from the light column space. Li Ji's decision and actions were swift, causing him to miss the subsequent events beneath the orange tree. 5 minutes after Li Ji's departure, Lin Kuan-I arrived at the big orange tree with several trusted aides, his face brimming with excitement. However, he discovered that aside from the lingering, inexplicable stench in the air, there was nothing else. Even the usual vendors and thugs who loitered here had vanished. Go, find someone to inquire about the situation. Where have all the people gone? And what of Lin Demao and the others? Did I not instruct them to keep an eye on that young girl? Not only have I received no word, but now she has also disappeared. Lin Xuanya's tone was displeased. He detested situations that exceeded his control, especially when they pertained to matters of significant consequence for his future development, that he tossed a few spirit coins. And with the Lin family's backing, the individuals promptly divulged all they knew. Upon comparing their accounts, the situation became clear. The young girl's boyfriend, engaged in a conflict over a copper mirror, the hooded man was about to transform into a zombie. Lin Xuanya's mind raced, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Could that copper mirror be a treasure? Lin Kuan-I commanded, Dagong, based on their descriptions, draw me a likeness of the individuals. Wang Dagong, one of Lin Xuanya's trusted aides, though possessing only a first-tier supportive ability, was quite useful. His ability, known as impression painting, allowed him to depict the likenesses of associated individuals or objects based on multiple people's memories. Soon, Wang Dagong appeared drained. Yet he handed a thick stack of illustrated books to Lin Kuan-I, resembling a form of documentary comic. Lin Kuan-I took a glance and instantly recognized the young man as Li Ji. How could this good-for-nothing Li Ji have entangled himself with that girl? Could it be that the Li family had someone backing them? The hooded man was unfamiliar to him, and judging by the manner of speech, he did not seem like a resident of Haiwa City. However, the level of contamination was so high that he could still act normally, which was rather intriguing. Perhaps he could serve as a new test subject. Regarding the mirror, it was difficult to ascertain any specific issues, nor did he know into whose hands it had fallen. Having gathered a rough understanding of events, Lin Kuan-I grew somewhat impatient upon realizing Lin Demao had yet to arrive. The plan had not yet succeeded, and his standing within the Lin family was precarious. He had little time to spare. Yet, it was precisely this matter that Lin Demao was most informed about, forcing him to wait. He needed to know the girl's whereabouts. Young master, I have inquired. Lin Demao hurriedly emerged from the light column space, seemingly still cursing as he ran. What of your other companions? They have all fled, but no one knows where they went. Their direction was not towards the exit. Lin Kuan-I wished to ask further, but a voice emerged from the orange tree. No need to search. That copper mirror and the girl have left with Li Ji, who protect the young master. His aides quickly surrounded Lin Kuan-I, watching the tree with heightened vigilance that a thick branch gradually shifted from a brownish gray to a lighter hue, swaying continuously. Eventually, a person rose from the branch, sitting atop the tree and greeting Lin Kuan-I. Hello, young Master Lin Air. Bai Ge from Honglu sends her regards. What a masterful disguise. Such an ability is a rare find. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Xuanya's eyes. Honglu, are you one of Lady Hong's subordinates? As expected, just as the lady mentioned, the future of the Lin family belongs solely to young Master Lin Air. Bai Ge twirled her hair with her fingers and cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Kuan-I. I wonder what type of women young Master Lin prefers. Any type will do, but aside from those from Honglu, I do not wish to find myself inexplicably dead in bed one day. Lin Kuan-I glanced at his wrist. I can give you 10 minutes. TK, is young Master Lin not up to the task? 10 minutes, and I have yet to even get into the mood. Bai Ge licked her lips, surprisingly shedding her outer garment and tossing it to Lin Kuan-I, revealing a gossamer garment beneath. Lin Kuan-I frowned. If you wish to play this game, I might just leave. Leave? Bai Ge scoffed dismissively. You cannot leave. Chapter 41. Investment-style threats. I do not take kindly to that statement. Are you sure you wish to engage in such activities here? Lin Kuan-I was already feeling irritable, and Bai Ge's threat ignited his anger. Bai Ge continued to pose alluringly, her tone soft. I possess limited knowledge, so I am unaware of what the Ashblood tribe truly is or what makes them formidable. Though her words seemed nonsensical, they caused Lin Kuan-I to startle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly adopted a vigilant demeanor. You all disperse. No one is permitted to approach within 50 meters. Yes, young master. His aides spread out, and Lin Kuan-I stepped closer to Bai Ge. What do you know? And do not forget, we are beneath the watchful eye of the heavens. To say, I have not committed any acts of betrayal against humanity. So what do I have to fear? Bai Ge spoke while maintaining eye contact with Lin Kuan-I, her smile laden with deeper meaning. Could it be that young Master Lin? Lin Kuan-I took a deep breath. Forcing a smile, speak. What matter has Lady Hong tasked you with? Bai Ge took a large step forward, embracing Lin Kuan-ai with both arms and whispering softly in his ear, "See, I told you, you cannot leave." The overwhelming scent of perfume invaded Lin Xuanye's nostrils. This luxury was quite revolting in the apocalypse. After some contemplation, Lin Kuan-ai refrained from pushing Bai Ge away. He could not yet ascertain what information the Honglu or Lady Hong possessed. However, the Ashblood tribe was of utmost importance to his plan, and he could not afford any missteps. "Let us discuss terms." Lin Kuan-ai willingly took a step back. "The condition is love me." Bai Ge pressed her lips against Lin Xuanye's, her eyes brimming with spring-like affection. This was not a normal reaction, but Lin Kuan-ai understood that within Honglu, such behavior was considered typical for their subordinates. To sacrifice oneself to please the target was their mission. If the target did not acquiesce, it would result in a failure of the mission. Death was the only outcome. "Want to invest in me?" "Very well, but I would like to see how much you are willing to wager." Lin Kuan-ai embraced Bai Ge fiercely, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "However, once you become mine, do not even think about belonging to anyone else." Lin Kuan-ai was a punctual individual, having promised only 10 minutes. He indeed adhered to that time frame. Watching Bai Ge, now dressed and preparing to depart, Lin Kuan-ai remarked displeasedly, "Are you not mine now? Where do you intend to go?" Lin Xuanye's expression softened slightly. "Speak. What is your objective? And what can you provide me?" Bai Ge donned a black veil, a sign within the organization that she had an owner, raising her status slightly. Upon hearing Lin Xuanye's inquiry, Bai Ge responded nonchalantly, "It is not you, but rather us. Young Master Lin, do you not desire the Lin family, or even Haiwei City? Do not deny it. Within Honglu lies a complete inheritance of psychological knowledge that we can assist you. Preserving your relationship with that individual is merely an accessory. All evidence will only be known to the lady, so as long as we collaborate harmoniously, you need not worry about any leaks. As for the lady's demand, there is but one, the Li family, more precisely Li Ji." With Bai Ji's departure, Lin Xuanye's countenance fell back into a dark frown. Honglu had chosen a most opportune moment. Beneath the watchful gaze of the heavens, he was compelled to accept this investment-style threat. Though the heavens might not scrutinize every detail here, should Bai Ge present a trail linking to foreign tribes and evidence of plotting against humanity, the heavens would likely cast their watchful eye upon him, subjecting him to inquiry and oversight. Even if the matter ultimately fizzled due to insufficient evidence, it would undoubtedly raise the alarm among others. For there were many seasoned foxes within Haiwei City. Most crucially, Lin Kuan-ai himself could not ascertain whether any incriminating evidence remained regarding his dealings with the Ashblood tribe. "Young master, I am here. No one has approached during the entire time that I did not inquire about that. Does anyone else know of our previous future transaction?" "Young master, everyone has acted according to your instructions. Can you ensure that no living soul was left behind?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Degong hesitated slightly. "Young master, it can be confirmed that all individuals present at that time exhibited no signs of life. However, as you are aware, the realm of supernatural abilities is fraught with uncertainties. Yet, to suggest that a practitioner with the ability of resurrection has appeared in Haiwei City seems improbable to me." Lin Kuan-ai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if resurrection truly existed, certain events would be unavoidable. The current era indeed echoes the ancient adage, "To wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing." Nevertheless, Lin Kuan-ai found himself compelled to act, even at the risk of personal disgrace. Nonetheless, contemplating the investment from the Honglu, he felt a surprising lack of resistance within himself, even a hint of pride. After all, since he became aware of Honglu's existence, he understood it to be a colossal entity beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, as the second son of the Lin family, he still cared for his reputation. The fact that Honglu was willing to offer him a Honglu servant to facilitate the transaction was already a significant validation of his standing. "Gather a few individuals to closely monitor Li Ji, that I wish to be informed of his every move. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, report to me immediately." Lin Kuan-ai issued his command, increasingly intrigued by Li Ji. What could possibly draw the attention of Honglu to such a feckless individual? Furthermore, the opportunity he had been yearning for seemed to lie in Li Ji's vicinity, that it would surely not hurt to allocate more attention to him. "You've returned. What did you go to purchase?" Jiang Yujun inquired. Noticing her curiosity, Li Ji retrieved a stack of sheepskin scrolls from his spatial ring. The contents revealed 30 servant master contracts. You wouldn't be planning something against me, would you? Jiang Yujun responded with her arms crossed, a note of wariness in her tone. Just so you know, I am quite vigilant. Jiang Yujun queried. Airport? What does that mean? I was merely complimenting your beauty. Li Ji clarified, orienting himself to lead the way. Why am I finding this so hard to believe? She mused. However, as she saw Li Ji moving ahead, she hurried to follow, silently resolving to investigate the meaning behind the term airport. After meandering through the Eternal Pillar, they emerged in the southeastern area of Haiwest City, which also happened to be the city's sole dock. Upon reaching the dock, Li Ji casually selected a boat and tossed a spirit coin to the boatman. I am Li Ji. Relay to your boss that I wish to meet with the person behind him. Remember, he must arrive by tonight at the latest. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to expose his sordid affairs. Chapter 42. The home that cannot be returned. To ignoring the boatman's astonishment and confusion, Li Ji turned and walked away. Hey, Li Ji, who is their boss, and who is the person behind him? What is it that you wish to discuss with him? Inform me in advance. I can offer suggestions. But why must it be tonight? If it gets too late, I might fall asleep. Please wake me up then. Jiang Yujun, like a curious child, peppered Li Ji with questions, much to his vexation, wishing he could zip her lips. Hey, Li Ji, why is there no one on this street? And over there, that building, Li Family Mansion, what is that place? Jiang Yojuan's words caused Li Ji to pause, his expression becoming complex as he glanced over. That is Chiogui Street, and it is my home. Li Ji stood at the street's entrance, where the lengthy thoroughfare was littered with dust and debris. And not a single shop was open. The sign for the Li Family Mansion had lost much of its paint, the entrance desolate. 6 months prior, when the Li Qingtian couple were still alive. This street bustled day and night, with those queuing to gain an audience at the mansion stretching into 2 additional streets. To at that time, he was the esteemed young Master Li, the subject of everyone's admiration. Now, however, many sought to strip him of everything. Since it's your family home, why don't you go inside? Jiang Yujun asked, puzzled as she looked at Li Ji sighed, and shook his head. It's not that I do not wish to enter. Rather, I cannot. Chiogui Street belongs entirely to the Li family, but it is not mine, according to the agreements among the prominent families, unless I can become the head of the Li family and reinstate the family covenant. A new family will rise to prominence in 6 months, and Chiogui Street will be renamed and rebranded. Until then, this street must remain abandoned. Jiang Yujun, perplexed, inquired, but isn't the Li family left with just you? Li Yuantian has been dealt with, and you have no relatives. Who else could take on the role of family head besides you? Li Ji explained. It is not so simple that in Haiwest City, the concepts of family and land deeds are recognized by the heavenly laws. For instance, the land deed for Chiogui Street is bound to the Li family. Only the head of the Li family possesses the authority to manage all matters concerning Chiogui Street. I am not yet the head of the Li family. I can only manage the assets that are in my name. While I need not be a 5th-tier practitioner due to hereditary succession, the family head's mark and family crest are essential. Li Ji left it at that, but Jiang Yujun understood that obtaining these 2 items must be quite challenging. Casting a glance at what was once his home, Li Ji hastened to leave. Should Haiwest City fall victim to an attack from foreign tribes, such places would invariably be the first to suffer. As a side note, Li Ji felt a sense of gratitude toward Lin Tianya. The small building was something he had been compelled to purchase after losing ABET. It was the only property he possessed under his name. Most of the other properties, aside from a small portion belonging to Li Yuantian, were directly placed under the Li family. After all, neither Li Ji nor the Li Qingtian couple had anticipated such unforeseen events. They had assumed the Li family would undoubtedly be inherited by Li Ji, and thus, ownership could be placed anywhere without issue. Although Li Ji had resolved matters concerning Li Yuantian, he had yet to claim Li Yuantian's assets. As a member of the Li family, Li Ji's acquisition would naturally be justifiable. However, if Amo were to glean this news from Xiaohua, he would likely take the initiative to act, presumably resulting in an additional windfall of spirit coins. This where you currently reside. Quite nice indeed. Hearing Jiang Yojuan's praise, Li Ji felt somewhat perplexed. From the various indications, it was clear that Jiang Yujun hailed from a prominent family, yet she displayed an extraordinary level of satisfaction with such a seemingly ordinary residence, creating a striking contrast. Even if she were from another planet, based on their previous conversations, the cultural differences did not seem so extreme. This only served to heighten Li Ji's curiosity about Jiang Yojuan's origins. Before Li Ji could open the door, it swung open automatically that a black cat sprang agilely onto Li Ji's shoulder. Jiang Yujun stared at the little creature, her expression one of astonishment. A cat that can talk. What my mother said was true. Your mother? Li Ji keenly noted Jiang Yojuan's choice of words, but before he could ponder further, a swish of the cat's tail interrupted him. Master, you should first clean up the tail behind you. Li Ji was taken aback. Did I ask someone following us? Just a little mouse. It is normal for you not to notice that I didn't catch on either, Xiaobai remarked, licking its paw so you know where they are? Jiang Yujun attempted to pet Xiaobai, but it nimbly dodged her, swinging from Li Ji's clothing. Do you understand what a cat is? Cats are the natural enemies of mice. It's simply a matter of you needing to make a decision. It will be quick that I will guard its location. You hurry and follow me. With a swift flip in midair, Xiaobai broke free from Li Ji's grasp and dashed away like a streak of black lightning. Meanwhile, a black and yellow brick fell from a nearby wall and vanished from sight. Just go inside. The housekeeper is named Amo and may not be home right now. The young maid is called Qin Xiang and is about your age. Perhaps you two will find common ground. Also, let me reiterate, if I am not present, do not enter my study and do not leave the house. The outside world is far more perilous than you can imagine. As the first mutated beast Li Ji had tamed after his rebirth, he held a great deal of trust and value in Xiaobai, not wishing for negligence to lead to its demise. A mutated beast capable of communicating freely with its master was a rarity Li Ji had encountered in both lives, let alone Xiaobai's remarkable potential. The paw prints left along the way were Xiaobai's markers. And as Li Ji pursued it to a dead-end alley, he was met with a rather absurd scene. Chapter 43. The golden rat beneath Xiaobai's paw lay a small creature struggling. Its black and yellow patterns matching the color of the previously fallen brick, making it quite well camouflaged. Xiaobai's large tongue licked the creature repeatedly, nearly forming a small pool of saliva, drawing closer. Li Ji exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it really is a mouse, but it is so tiny. It resembles the popular pet mice from the urban era that I believe they're called hamsters." Nuclear pollution, viral contamination, and the ecological modifications by foreign tribes had led to threefold mutations, rendering even the vast majority of humanity unable to escape their fate, while the probability of mutation in other species had nearly reached 100%. Creatures like mice, known for their adaptability and prolific breeding, were among the few species that thrived in the apocalyptic world. After the mutation, not only has the aggressiveness of these creatures significantly intensified, but their size may also surpass that of their canine predecessors. They tend to appear in packs, making them formidable adversaries in the apocalyptic landscape. Thus, when Li Ji spotted the small hamster under the paws of Xiaobai, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding its breed and wondered how it had regressed in such a manner post-mutation. However, it was evident that this little hamster possessed considerable skills in concealment. Otherwise, it would scarcely survive for more than a few days. Nevertheless, it had not escaped the keen perception of Xiaobai. Contemplating this, Li Ji glanced at Xiaobai's current condition. Ordinarily, Li Ji would be unable to perceive the information of beasts, but Xiaobai was an exception. Name: Xiaobai. Age: 1.5 months. Species: moon cat, royal level exotic beast. Contamination level: 3. Potential level: silver, capable of awakening a maximum of 3 extraordinary abilities, with the highest upgrade level being 6. Species talent 1. Spirit link. Mooncats are exceedingly rare, possessing high intelligence and the ability to communicate effortlessly with most species. Species talent 2. Ancestral reversion, awaiting bloodline awakening. Ability 1. Sharp claws, level 1. Enhances the toughness and sharpness of claws. Ability 2. Agile as the wind, level 1. Grants a significant speed boost to all movements. Ability 3. Moonlight perception, level 2. Enhances perception capabilities, providing additional bonuses against creatures hidden in darkness. Special talent: Devour. Can consume the flesh and blood of powerful beings to refine and evolve its own bloodline. Loyalty level: 99. Exotic Beast card 1. Beneath my dark exterior lies a heart yearning for light. So please do not abandon me. Exotic Beast card 2. Moonlight. I adore moonlight. Evolution direction of abilities: dependent on the type, quantity, and strength of blood consumed, the adoption of Xiao Bai was indeed a serendipitous event. On the day of his rebirth, overwhelmed with excitement, Li Ji was running laps around a small building when he stumbled upon Xiao Bai at the sewer outlet. That time, Xiao Bai was merely a newborn kitten. Its fur a mix of colors and barely the size of a palm, already blind and crippled, with a feeble breath reminiscent of Li Ji during his escape from the Lin family. Had Li Ji abandoned it, it would have surely perished within half an hour. Observing the long trail of blood extending from the sewer where the kitten had emerged, Li Ji could scarcely fathom the struggle it had endured to escape. Yet, despite its dire state, the little kitten continued to wriggle forward until it bumped against Li Ji's foot. That overwhelming will to survive resonated with Li Ji, prompting him to adopt the kitten. The medical expenses were unexpectedly exorbitant, surpassing 60% of his cash reserves at the time, yet Li Ji chose not to give up. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. After exchanging for a life-sustaining potion at the Celestial Realm and receiving proper treatment at the Xianjun Pharmaceutical Company, Xiao Bai successfully navigated the critical period within just a week. Upon opening its eyes for the first time, its immediate action was to bite Li Ji fiercely. That bite induced excruciating pain in Li Ji's eyes. And when he opened them again, the glaring exotic beast card appeared next to Xiao Bai, leading Li Ji to mistakenly believe that his reborn eyes had mutated, granting him the ability to see the information of exotic beasts. However, after wandering the exotic beast market a couple of times, he realized he could see nothing, and for a moment, he suspected his eyes had malfunctioned. Ultimately, it turned out that only Xiao Bai was an anomaly. Li Ji speculated that the bite from Xiao Bai might have signified the legendary bond of recognition between a beast and its master. Yet, there were no precedents for such a phenomenon. Typically, humans or other races would subdue exotic beasts through force or training, never through a clear contractual bond, let alone possessing such an explicit information card. It was only by chance that Li Ji cast his gaze upon Amo and noticed the character information card that he truly comprehended the correct method of unlocking his eye's potential. As for Xiao Bai, it was merely an unexpected gift. Undoubtedly, Li Ji was grateful to Xiao Bai. Without it, he could not ascertain whether his eyes would have mutated at all from that moment on. Xiao Bai's loyalty was firmly established at 99, that though Li Ji had contemplated ways to further enhance this loyalty, all his attempts proved futile, and he eventually let it be, while not at maximum loyalty. The title of Royal-Level Exotic Beast on the information card guaranteed that Li Ji would spare no effort in nurturing Xiao Bai. According to the general consensus among various races, exotic beasts are categorized into 4 ranks: ordinary, rare, special, and finally, royal level. The first 3 categories are merely distinguished by the beast's physique or abilities, often without specific mention of their rank. Only royal-level exotic beasts evoke admiration across all races, as they signify the pinnacle of evolution and dominance over their kind. Moreover, they encompass all subspecies, hybrids, and variations. Just imagine, possessing a single exotic beast grants the power to command all related bloodlines. What a spectacle and delight that would be! Unfortunately, no one has ever achieved such a feat. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Ji from viewing it as a goal in his rebirth. Under Li Ji's careful nurturing, coupled with Xiao Bai's royal-level bloodline, its growth accelerated dramatically in just over a month. Xiao Bai not only grew to several dozen times its original size, but also became fluent in human speech, its cognitive maturity rivaling that of a typical apocalypse youth, establishing itself as a capable ally for Li Ji. Li Ji noticed drool trickling down Xiao Bai's whiskers, clearly indicating its ravenous appetite. What's the matter? If you're hungry, just eat. Did you not mention that you shouldn't starve, as it would hinder your bloodline awakening? Li Ji questioned with some confusion. Xiao Bai cast a resentful glance at Li Ji. Eat, eat, eat. Do you think I am unaware of that? I'm doing this for your sake. Otherwise, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of this little creature. For me? Li Ji furrowed his brow, pondering what benefit this little creature would bring him. Would it merely grow fur, or perhaps acquire some camouflage ability? Xiao Bai disdainfully rolled its eyes and took another vigorous bite from the small hamster. Before explaining, look, you see, you are utterly ignorant. This is a rare and exceptional beast. If I were to reveal its name, you would undoubtedly be astonished. Intrigued, Li Ji searched his memory, drawing from his experiences in the intelligence organization. He was familiar with numerous exotic beasts, yet none resembled this little hamster. All right, enough with the theatrics. You know I am well aware of your previous identity and demeanor. So let me tell you directly. This little creature is scientifically named the golden jade mouse, colloquially referred to as the treasure mouse. Li Ji perked up. Hey, you wretched cat, quickly lift your filthy paws. Don't harm my little mouse, chapter 44. How much can it eat? Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance at Li Ji, seemingly cursing him for being ungrateful. Meanwhile, Li Ji cradled the golden jade mouse protectively in his hands, that it appeared as though it had found a savior. Remaining still in Li Ji's grip, its golden green eyes fixed intently on him. Seemingly pondering something, that Li Ji inspected the little creature from various angles, but could not discern the famous appearance of the treasure mouse. Stop looking. This is just a mouse pup, likely younger than I am, not yet having undergone its transformation, Xiaobai explained while drooling. Transformation? What does that mean? Li Ji was genuinely unfamiliar with the intricacies of these exotic beasts. From the illustrations he had seen, the golden jade mouse was not much larger than the one in his hands, but it had a golden skin and silver fur, with limbs adorned with jingling jade ornaments, making it an exceptionally unique creature among beasts. The golden jade mouse has consistently been classified as a special level among the exotic beast ranks that As Xiaobai had mentioned. Its treasure hunting abilities were unparalleled, capable of locating everything from its preferred delicacies of gold, silver, and precious jade to the raw or veins of spiritual currency and various rare flora and fauna, all thanks to its extraordinary talent. Li Ji's heart raced at the thought of the valleys mentioned in the ancient texts he had studied, which contained records of spiritual currency or veins. Xiaobai inhaled deeply, unperturbed that such delectable morsels might not reach its own mouth, and leisurely elaborated. The golden jade mouse is unlike the mooncat clan, or indeed any other exotic beast that I know mouse is born and immediately recognized as a golden jade mouse, that in fact, all mice possess some degree of treasure hunting talent. However, only those that exhibit overt characteristics of treasure hunting can be considered candidates for the golden jade mouse lineage. But that's not all. It must continuously consume treasures until it evolves unique organs specific to the golden jade mouse, enabling it to transcend its inferior lineage and ascend to a higher tier, Lig understood. So this little creature merely had the potential to evolve into a treasure mouse that could effortlessly locate treasures. Correct. Xiaobai shook its head. No, as long as it survives, it will inevitably grow into a treasure mouse, but it may not necessarily become a golden jade mouse. Look at its belly. Is there not a golden ring? Li Ji turned the little creature over and parted the dark yellow fur from its abdomen, revealing a perfectly round golden ring pulsating with each heartbeat. What does that signify? Li Ji inquired. Xiaobai licked its tongue and gazed intently at the little mouse. In my ancestral memory, a mouse with a golden ring on its belly is referred to as a treasure mouse. Mice are classified into 3 tiers: inferior mice, spirit mice, and treasure mice. The inferior rat lacks intelligence and is merely an ordinary aberrant beast, while the spiritual rat refers to a class of rodents endowed with extraordinary abilities or talents. As for the treasure rat, it exists above both categories, with the golden jade rat also falling within this classification. Isn't that essentially the rat king? Why complicate the explanation? Li Ji furrowed his brows. Foolish human, allow this king to finish. Bai, with a flick of his tail, gracefully leapt onto Li Ji's shoulder, continuing, although it has evolved from a spiritual rat, a treasure rat, in essence, transcends the rodent classification, representing an entirely new species. Its physical form and lifestyle may resemble that of a spiritual rat, yet its internal structure and genetic material undergo significant transformation. The presence of golden rings on this young one's abdomen indicates that both its parents must be treasure rats. Allowing for the birth of such a diminutive treasure, our 8-teed Lig remained perplexed that you've said so much, but what are you trying to convey? My concern lies in whether this little creature can assist me in treasure hunting. Bai shook his head, that it is uncertain. The golden jade rat is indeed a treasure rat, but treasure rats are not limited to just the golden jade rat. There are others like the titanic swallowing rat, capable of devouring vast territories, or the earth-splitting rat, known for its formidable tail. Both belong to the treasure rat category, though they have been extinct for many years. However, based on this little one's overall form and interests, the likelihood of it being a golden jade rat is considerably high, but ultimately, We must wait to see the results of its transformation into adulthood. By the way, do you know the reasons behind the extinction of treasure rats? Gazing into Bai's large eyes, Li Ji tentatively inquired, is it due to congenital defects? No. Is it because various races slaughtered and enslaved them? No. Was it a consequence of being hunted by the forces of nature, such as your feline kin? Far from it. Oh, never mind, I'll tell you directly. 99% of treasure rats met their demise due to starvation. Li Ji felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. So, this supposedly magnificent treasure rat ultimately perished from hunger. Who are you trying to fool? Observing Li Ji's skepticism, Bai unleashed a barrage of names. Wu Xuanlu by Jinjing and Gu Mu, most of which Li Ji recognized as renowned celestial materials and earthly treasures. Utilized in the concoction of various potions, prized not only for their high value, but also for their rarity. You know how many tons of such items a treasure rat consumes in a single meal? Bai asked wistfully. How many tons? Li Ji recalled by mentioning the colossal swallowing rat, which could reach a height of 100 meters, and instinctively swallowed hard. When did celestial materials and earthly treasures start being measured in tons? In this apocalyptic era, even purchasing clean water is a luxury. Wait, are you suggesting 0.001 tons? Li Ji glanced at the tiny creature in his hand. Bai let out a scoff that don't underestimate it. An adult treasure rat only consumes treasures. Starting at a volume of 1 ton. One of its newly developed organs is a treasure pouch, serving as a mobile dining hall, enabling it to eat while on the move. This diminutive creature can consume such vast quantities. Li Ji questioned, unconvinced. Bai sighed. Though the golden jade rat is considered the smallest among treasure rats, it still requires dozens of pounds of treasures for a single meal. Young master, are you not aware of your own financial standing? Even if it only requires a single high-grade plant for sustenance, how long can you afford to keep it? In the apocalyptic era, high-grade plants refer to mutated flora that can be fully utilized for their flowers, leaves, and fruits. Even a mediocre specimen commands a market price of no less than 300 spirit coins. What about ordinary items? Can it subsist on aberrant beast meat? Li Ji inquired, lowering his gaze. He noticed the little creature shaking its head. What about gold and silver? Li Ji pressed that he was aware that treasure-hunting rats had an affinity for such materials, and their abundance in the apocalyptic era made them a practical choice. That is merely a snack. It enjoys them, but they do not suffice for sustenance, Bai countered. After some thought, Li Ji produced a spirit coin and offered it, assuming it belonged to the category of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Can you consume this? Swish, swish. How much will you need to feel full? Li Ji began to ask, but was interrupted as the small rat widened its eyes, pitifully gazing at him while rubbing its belly. As if to plead, Master, I am hungry. I know you are a treasure rat and possess high intelligence. Please provide a realistic estimate. How much do you need to eat in a day to feel satisfied? Li Ji said, feeling a headache coming on. The little rat stretched out its paws, squeaking. With 10 fingers clearly visible, it resembled a human's digits. 10 spirit coins. Li Ji exclaimed with delight, flicking the little rat's head. See, can I not afford 10 spirit coins? Bai gave Li Ji a look of exasperation. Young master, let me translate for you. It is saying 1,000. 1,000 spirit coins a day. Li Ji looked down to see the little rat meekly nodding. 1,000 a day meant that Li Ji could not afford its daily sustenance without selling off his properties. That it will take at least a year before it reaches adulthood, Bai added mercilessly. Forget it. It can wait for extra meals, Li Ji sighed, choosing to concede that I have no choice. I cannot afford it. Bai, however, is perfect, capable of speech, easy to care for, and most importantly, loyal. Bai, who could have enjoyed this rare and beneficial feast without waiting for Li Ji, chose to remain patient, even elaborating on the little rat's origins. Awaiting Li Ji's decision, it was clear that Bai prioritized Li Ji's interests above all else, and Li Ji would ensure he was not neglected. Squeak, squeak. The little rat was startled into a panic, but Li Ji could not understand its words, though he noted Bai's movements had come to a halt. After much deliberation, Bai turned to Li Ji. Young master, there has been a change. It may not be able to eat this little one for the time being. What did it say to make you hesitate so? Li Ji asked curiously. Oh, nothing much. It merely mentioned that 3 veins of, or have been located, one of which is a secret silver mine, while the other 2 are spirit coin or deposits, slurp, 2 locations for spirit fruits. Slurp, and there is a treasure site belonging to an aberrant race, but entry into that area is quite challenging. Young master, could you kindly wipe that drool? Your behavior is quite embarrassing. Li Ji wiped his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he calculated how to advance his plans with such an abundance of resources. Glancing at Li Ji's distorted smile, Bai lamented, I feel as though whether I eat it or not, I am at a loss. What loss? With me sharing a meal, would I deprive you of a bone? Li Ji exclaimed, affectionately seizing the little rat and saying, Little one, what is your name? Never mind, that is unimportant. From this moment forth, you shall be called Xiao Jin. Henceforth, you are an elite member of my Li Ji's team, entitled to a monthly salary of 10 spirit coins, though I cannot provide room and board. Do you agree or disagree? Xiao Jin pointed at the ice needles wrapped around its neck 3 times, squeaking, 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 Bai smacked Li Ji's face with a paw. Young master, would you kindly let me finish translating before you speak? Xiao Jin, displaying a remarkably human-like gesture, clasped its paws over its heart and nodded repeatedly, seemingly in agreement. Good, now please speak. Li Ji sighed, aware that negotiations were about to commence. Young master, this little one means to say that it will indicate locations, while we will handle the excavation, and the final yield will be split 50-50. Bai revealed a sharp claw that, of course, I do not agree. It is merely pointing the way. Why should it reap such a substantial profit? In my view, it should be a 90-10 split, with us taking 90%. To Lig raised his thumb. Bai, you have always been a clever beast. I wholeheartedly support your idea. Now, Xiao Jin, do you agree? Squeak, squeak, while Li Ji could not comprehend Xiao Jin's rat language. The rapid nodding of its head indicated its stance. After a moment's reflection, Li Ji decided to set aside other matters for the time being. Can you confirm the reserves in those 3 veins? After a brief exchange between the cat and rat, they concluded that each vein had an annual yield of no less than 300,000 tons. For these rare minerals, such a yield constitutes an absolute large-scale mine. It is noteworthy that Haiwa City is already situated atop a spirit coin or vein that produces only 50,000 tons annually. Upon hearing this conclusion, Li Ji did not feel much joy. The larger the mine, the higher the yield, but the difficulty of extraction also increases, necessitating greater human and material resources that if the Li family relied solely on their current meager resources, they would struggle to extract even a few tons of or in a year, let alone the subsequent refining and cutting equipment, which would require specialized personnel. Nevertheless, despite these considerations, Li Ji was not willing to relinquish such a valuable opportunity easily to 80-20. He proposed that I understand you require a substantial amount of treasures for sustenance. But the extraction process is quite challenging, so I can only offer you 20%. After deep contemplation, Li Ji decided to make a concession. Xiao Jin, filled with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and spoke to Bai. Squeak. Squeak. Oh, it could be done this way, too. Xiao Bai expressed his astonishment and then turned to Li Ji, saying, Xiao Jin mentioned that its evolutionary path has long been determined by its parents, and it possesses a certain innate talent for treasure hunting, which ensures its evolution into a treasure mouse. Therefore, it hopes that when distributing some treasures in practice, you might take its growth status into account and prioritize giving it some items beneficial for its development. Li Ji retorted, but it only squeaked twice. How can that convey so much meaning? Nevertheless, he conceded, as the request was not overly unreasonable. Xiao Jin needed to consume these fine items to grow, and its growth would further enhance its treasure hunting abilities, creating a virtuous cycle, indeed a worthy investment. Although it was merely a mouse, Li Ji still acknowledged the cooperation between them, as for coercion or enslavement. While he was uncertain about many things, he was certain that with these highly intelligent beasts, should one dare to impose pressure, they would not hesitate to embrace death. Just now, he had not sensed any fear of death in Xiao Jin's eyes. Rather, it was more a sense of helplessness stemming from Li Ji's inability to comprehend its intentions. Although death would benefit Xiao Bai, it was hardly a bargain, was it? The difficulty of mining was immense, while gathering spiritual fruits was not particularly challenging, that if they could discover the entrance to the alien treasure trove, surely there would be ample space within the spatial ring to accommodate the spoils. Moreover, even if Xiao Jin's consumption was indeed considerable, it was not beyond acceptance. Without Xiao Jin, he would never have known about these hidden treasures. Observing that Li Ji and Xiao Jin had reached a final consensus, Xiaobai discreetly let out a sigh of relief. However, a teasing gaze made Xiaobai's movements somewhat stiff. That's so. When did you two become acquainted? Putting on such a show, are you worried I might refuse to take in this little creature? Go on. Keep spinning your tail. Li Ji turned to glance at Xiao Jin, who had swiftly perched atop Xiaobai's head after the deal was struck. Xiao Jin, feeling uneasy, turned away. Neither the cat nor the mouse noticed that their guilty actions were remarkably synchronized. That weren't you just about to eat it? How come now you're allowing it to sit on your head? Isn't that tough to fur off limits to anyone? Li Ji crossed his arms, wearing an expression of disdain. That I merely observed that your transaction was confirmed. IT is your partner, as your pet and translator. It would be rather unbecoming of me to deny some of its excessive requests. Speaking of which, I feel quite wronged. You owe me a late-night snack. With that, Xiaobai swiftly darted away. Thank you, Master. Xiaobai held his head high, following behind Li Zhi's for how the two had met and what secrets lay between them. Li Ji did not pry. Xiaobai was a partner he trusted, not a slave. There was no need to control every detail. As long as he understood that Xiaobai's intentions were good and that it would not betray him, for acquiring a future treasure mouse. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, Li Ji was still uncertain, though he presumed it would hardly result in a loss. The Eye of Fate, unsurprisingly, could not reveal Xiao Jin's information card, leaving Li Ji wondering if there would be further opportunities to trigger the beast card. Lost in his thoughts, Li Ji was unaware that the cat and mouse had begun to bicker. Squeak, 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 squeak. Why did you have to say that now? It's so loud. Just be grateful my master has a kind heart, or else you would still be starving in that sewer. Squeak, squeak. Ah, how many meals do you have in a day? Well, I think you should communicate with the young master about that. I have no money to afford your meals. Squeak, is that all? Chapter 46. The Art of Paper Puppetry. The location was not far from home. And Li Ji, concerned that Jiang Yujun might cause some trouble, quickened his pace, soon arriving at the two-story building. However, just as he was about to enter, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. There was not a single sound of conversation coming from inside. This was not a high-end soundproof door, merely a common wooden door. Unless those within were deliberately lowering their voices to converse, that if that could be somewhat acceptable, the strange dark stains surrounding the small building were decidedly out of place. Li Ji recognized these stains. They were composed of shadow power, a secondary ability belonging to Amo's second extraordinary ability, Shadow Spike. They could generate dark patches at will, capable of forming shadow spikes to strike down enemies, and could also be combined with her primary ability, Shadow Jump, thus achieving effects akin to shifting shapes that in the current state, it indicated either a state of alert or impending attack, regardless of which. It signified that something was amiss within the building. Xiaobai, young master, there are no unfamiliar presences around the small building, but there is an unpleasant odor inside. Yes, a royal-class extraordinary beast. Xiaobai's territorial instincts were self-evident. And with its exceptional perceptive abilities, its judgment was generally impeccable. The treasure mouse Xiao Jin also wrinkled its nose in agreement, appearing quite uncomfortable in one of the dark patches near the doorway. Something seemed to writhe, and then a shadow swiftly elongated and transformed as Amo emerged from it. Amo, what is happening at home? Young master, I am also unclear about the events that transpired. You should come inside and take a look. Amo opened the door, and as Li Ji stepped inside, he saw Jiang Yujun and Qin Xiang seated on opposite sides of the sofa, engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Yujun's face bore visible signs of fatigue. As she stood, her body swayed slightly, prompting Li Ji to rush over and catch her. "Do not go out until I wake up." With that parting remark, Jiang Yujun instantly fell into a deep slumber. Li Ji sensed her condition and felt somewhat relieved. It was merely fatigue-induced slumber, nothing extraordinary. "Amo, please escort Xiao Jun to rest." "Yes, young master." Amo took Jiang Yujun into her arms, casting a glance at Qin Xiang, whose expression was blank, before a large dark patch dissolved beneath their feet, and they both vanished into the shadows. Li Ji took a seat in the position Jiang Yujun had just vacated, while Xiaobai nestled by the door, and Xiao Jin had mysteriously disappeared. Though Qin Xiang was of the same age as Jiang Yujun, her height was significantly less due to environmental factors. At that moment, seated on the sofa, her feet could not touch the ground. Qin Xiang, with her pale skin and stiff movements, appeared lifeless, her chest showing no signs of rising and falling, resembling a mere puppet rather than a living being. May I inquire as to how you are addressing yourself as you occupy my slave's body in such a manner? Is it not somewhat unethical? Li Ji initiated the conversation. Ethics. Young Master Li, have you lost your mind? This is the apocalyptic era. What ethics can there be? The figure opposite him, Qin Xiang, seemed to pull a vocal cord from deep within, cutting straight to the chase. Shall we discuss a transaction? However, your demeanor does not suggest a desire for negotiation. I see no hint of sincerity. What would you prefer? Release my little slave, and we may begin our discussion. To my surprise, you value her quite highly. Hence, I cannot possibly release her. In that case, proceed as you wish. She is merely a slave. I merely wish to avoid the impression that I cannot even manage my own subordinates. With that, Li Ji stood, conjuring a blade of azure water with a flick of his wrist. But if you wish to turn hostile, I am not entirely unacquainted with the art of paper puppetry. Let us see your true abilities. Qin Xiang's expression changed dramatically, her surprise evident, only to be followed by a look of wild elation. You did not deceive me. You truly understand this extraordinary ability. Li Ji frowned. What do you mean? Did someone send you to find me? Qin Xiang smirked darkly. Li Ji, at midnight tonight, I will be waiting for you at me sweet soup shop. If you do not come, I cannot guarantee what I might do to your only living relative. Our meeting is non-negotiable. As her words fell, a paper figure, the size of a fingertip, materialized from Qin Xiang's forehead before falling away. Qin Xiang blinked in confusion, her body going limp as she began to collapse. Li Ji hurriedly caught her. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? You cannot drink water yet. Be obedient, endure a little, and tomorrow I will take you out for a feast. Li Ji soothed her as one would a child. May I sleep for a while? I am so tired. Before Li Ji could respond, Qin Xiang's eyelids fluttered shut as she fell into slumber. Li Ji did not wake her. Sleep was not an issue, and she had indeed expended a considerable amount of energy, necessitating deep rest to restore her health. After removing his coat to cover Qin Xiang, Li Ji picked up a stick of snow smoke from the table and lit it. His gaze obscured in the swirling smoke. Snow smoke, made from mutated tobacco leaves, possessed potent invigorating properties without the previous side effects, rendering it a luxury favored by all during the apocalyptic era. Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Ji's eyes regained focus. The art of paper puppetry is a unique, extraordinary ability, akin in some respects to puppet mastery. In simple terms, it involves attaching specially crafted paper figures to a target. Upon activating the ability, the user can manipulate the target's actions from a distance. With mastery, one can transfer their sensory perceptions and thoughts entirely to the target, effectively granting themselves a new body capable of independent action. Of course, this is the ideal scenario. In most cases, the target will struggle vigorously, significantly impacting the effectiveness of the paper puppetry. If the target's mental strength surpasses that of the user will suffer severe backlash. With a notable mortality rate. In summary, this is an extraordinarily adept ability for survival, intelligence gathering, and clandestine dealings. Similar abilities abound, such as the paper skin technique and the paper dance technique, which can collectively be classified as paper-related powers. While not exceedingly common, they are not entirely devoid of sources. Furthermore, the paper fighting technique possesses two fatal shortcomings, which is why Li Ji remains relatively unconcerned about that mysterious individual. However, should someone deliberately instruct the mysterious figure to seek him out, it would undoubtedly warrant further contemplation on his part. Additionally, Li Yuan previously mentioned that the Red Lady contacted him through seemingly materializing notes, and Li Ji himself has received such notes within the Eternal Pillar. Precisely those peculiar notes that exemplify a form of paper-related ability. Could it be that the person behind this is still the Red Lady? Nonetheless, even knowing that tonight's transaction is a trap, Li Ji must still plunge into it. He cannot bear to witness his uncle facing peril once more. Amo has already descended the stairs, yet she too is uncertain about Li Ji's queries. She arrived merely a few minutes before him, but did not enter, stating that an invisible barrier kept her at bay. Young master, would you like me to scout ahead? Xiao Bai inquired proactively. Squeak. Xiao Jin also emerged from a corner as if conjured from thin air. Xiao Jin asserted that his talent for concealment is exceptionally high, making him difficult to detect. Xiao Bai translated Xiao Jin's words. Chapter 47. The The future foundation approximately half an hour later. The basement of the small building was brimming with people. Lig sat upon a raised platform, observing the gathering below, which was divided into three groups. The second group comprised Amo and the Chiu brothers, the only remaining loyal servants of the Li family, while the others had long fled from the inevitably declining Li household. The final group consisted of three individuals, each distinctly professional: a boatman bearing a small anchor, a lumberjack with an axe at his waist, and a tea house attendant holding a teapot. That all were present. Li Ji cleared his throat twice, and the room fell into silence. That he surveyed the assembly. These individuals were his chosen foundation, but their willingness to proceed depended on their opinions. Time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from superfluous words. I have summoned you all to announce a singular matter. I, Li Ji, aim to restore the name of the Li family. Such a vast clan cannot be sustained by my efforts alone. And you all are the chosen allies I trust, that I hope you will join the Li family. As he spoke, Li Ji retrieved a stack of slave contracts from his spatial ring and placed it upon the table. These are slave contracts exchanged from the heavenly path, so their compulsory nature requires no further elaboration. I am willing to treat each of you as kin, and I assure you that the future developments will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Naturally involving some confidential matters. Those willing to sign may remain. Those unwilling may depart. Furthermore, I must emphasize that this is the most stringent slave contract under the heavenly path. Once signed, it cannot be undone. Upon signing, your lives will forever be in my hands. With that, Li Ji took his seat, silently observing the three groups. That he spoke neither of grand aspirations nor of any extraordinary abilities he possessed. Nor did he claim to bring any particular advancements to these individuals. That it was not a matter of desire, but rather of necessity. What he sought was unwavering loyalty, as for the slave contracts. This was a decision he made after profound contemplation. While other prominent families and organizations may refrain from compelling capable subordinates to sign such contracts, fearing it would dampen their enthusiasm. After all, as long as there is a way out, no one wishes to be a slave. This does not apply to Li Ji. Not to mention that within the heavenly path, there exist no equitable contracts available for exchange among various races. And even if there were, Li Ji would not desire them. His future plans encompass far too many undisclosed aspects, and the slave contract serves as a protective layer against potential risks during execution. Once again, betrayal is something he wishes to endure only once. Nevertheless, after some thought, Li Ji added, "Please believe that even if you sign the slave contract, your status will not be that of a slave, but rather a part of the Li family." Once Li Ji finished speaking, the atmosphere grew quiet, the eyes of those present solemn. Throughout history, freedom has always been the pursuit that the vast majority are reluctant to relinquish. So Li Ji had long prepared for the possibility that no one would sign. The first to rise was as expected, Amo. She strode directly to the platform, a mixture of black and red blood oozing from her fingertips as she inscribed her name upon the contract. "Young master, I shall go prepare dinner now." Her tone was unremarkable, and the act of signing the slave contract seemed to hold less priority than making a meal. "Thank you, Sister Amo." Although Li Ji was aware that her loyalty rating of 90 would not easily lead her to betrayal. Signing the slave contract was a different matter altogether. She was truly entrusting her life to him, which moved Li Ji deeply. "Young master, you need not be so formal, since Tiangu entrusted you to me." As she paused, "Never mind, you have grown up." That Amo's gaze lowered. "These are trivial matters. Do you wish for something light to eat tonight?" "No need. I recall there are some chili peppers at home. Let's prepare something more flavorful, a hot pot. We shall have dinner together. It has been a while since we last dined together." Lig replied with a smile. "Very well, young master. I shall go prepare it." Amo nodded and departed through the corridor. Their conversation echoed clearly in the quiet basement, seemingly contradictory, yet tinged with a hint of harmony. The crowd stirred slightly, whispers and murmurs erupting. That Lig paid no heed, instead focusing on the Chiu brothers who ascended to the stage. As half-breeds, the two had been shunned by both the giant and dwarf races, leading a life of wandering. Both the dwarves and giants are relatively close to humanity among the alien races, allowing them access to human cities, barely scraping by with their strength and craftsmanship. Having arrived in Haiwa City and encountered the reborn Li Ji, they were naturally taken under his wing. The two possessed considerable talent, and as long as their meals were provided, Li Ji was more than willing to accept them. In fact, the names Qiu Shui and Qiu Huo were bestowed by Li Ji himself. The dwarves and giants place immense importance on their names. Only pure-blood members recognized by tribal elders are granted official names. Not only did Li Ji name the brothers, but he also crafted a family name for them, both to present an image to outsiders and to foster a sense of belonging. Of course, Li Ji harbored other thoughts. Should Qiu Shui and Qiu would truly establish their own family, he would wholeheartedly support them. Though reluctant to admit it, the alien races indeed possess capabilities that surpass humanity in certain aspects. Li Ji's goal is not to eradicate all alien races. Such a feat is impossible. But to harness the excellent traditions of his fellow countrymen to integrate all alien races under humanity's banner. Embracing diversity while seeking common ground, that as long as humanity remains at the forefront, everything else can be negotiated. Naturally, expecting the two to establish a family is somewhat optimistic, although both are in their 40s. They seem to exhibit a slower overall mental development, likely due to their mixed heritage, and their personalities lean towards stubbornness. Brother, hurry and sign, then pass a copy to me. I still have work to do. Qiu urged that I know, stop rushing me. Qiu Shui took a contract and brought it to his forehead, biting his lip as grayish blood oozed forth, drawn to the slave contract to complete the signing. He then handed a copy to Qiu Hua, who held it up, looking at Li Ji. Young master, may I make a small request? Li Ji nodded. What is your request? Qiu Hua hesitated. Well, recently I've had some insights. I wonder if you could grant me some spirit coins? I wish to purchase better materials for forging. Li Ji smiled. This was a positive development. You may have this, but do use it sparingly. With that, Li Ji retrieved a lump of secret silver from his spatial ring, a product of his transaction with He Qing. The 20-gram lump, the size of an egg, shimmered in the dim light of the basement torches. This such a large lump of secret silver. No, young master, this is far too precious. Wasting even a fraction of it would leave me unable to eat for a week. Qiu Hua swallowed hard, his eyes alight with desire, yet he repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Take it. You've signed a slave contract, willingly giving me your life. Would I be stingy with such a trifle? Li Ji tossed the lump casually, and Qiu Hua scrambled to catch it, his large palms enveloping it as if fearing it might sprout legs and flee. Young master, I enough. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Afterward, go find Amo and request an additional 100 spirit coins to purchase some alloys. Aim to forge a second-tier alien guiding weapon and elevate the Qi-Yin to second-tier. Ji patted Qiu Hua's shoulder. Moreover, I'll set a small goal for you. Whenever you forge 10 second-tier superior alien guiding weapons, I shall present you with an even greater surprise. After sending off the astonished and apprehensive Qiu Hua and the dazed Qiu Shui, Li Ji turned his gaze towards the group of youths standing. Chapter 48. Conspiracy in his previous life. Regardless of the group of youths or Amuo, each possessed their own distinct personalities and tempers. However, in the end, none betrayed Li Ji, which granted him a sense of reassurance towards them. Yet, the past is merely the past. That I end this life, Li Ji resolved to alter their paths while respecting their wishes. And if possible, elevate some of them to positions of prominence. That I end this world rife with peculiar abilities such as hypnosis, telepathy, and manipulation. There existed a significant risk of secrets being divulged. The slave contract held a higher priority than most abilities, inherently designed to prevent slaves from disclosing their master's secrets. Thus, Li Ji felt compelled to emphasize the necessity of this arrangement, urging them to sign the slave contract. Over a dozen youths rose in silence, their gazes fixed upon Li Ji beneath the dim flicker of the firelight, their eyes alight with intensity. One stepped forward, the leader among them, Shirley, known by the nickname Stone. Tall and slender, he bore a prominent scar across his forehead. Fierce in confrontations and generous within the group, he commanded respect despite not being the eldest. Stone, you represent the collective opinion of the group. Please share your thoughts, Li Ji said amiably. Whether you choose to sign or not matters little. Your work in the courtyard will remain unchanged as a benefactor from their past life. Li Ji did not wish to impose undue pressure upon the youths. In fact, a part of him preferred that they refrain from signing the contract. Stone spoke in a low voice. Young master, we just discussed this matter and collectively believe you are mistaken. Misguided. What do you mean? Li Ji inquired, perplexed. You spent how many spirit coins on each contract? Stone pointed to the stack of contracts. The others responded with hisses of discontent, sighs, and even some pounding their chests in frustration, their expressions a mix of disappointment and disbelief. They neither appeared eager to sign nor resistant to the notion. "What troubles you?" Li Ji found himself at a loss. Stone hesitantly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed at Li Ji. "Young master, my esteemed Li Shao, we used to hear others say the young master of the Li family was a spendthrift. And we didn't believe it, but alas, the rumors are true. Each contract costs 50 spirit coins. With 16 of us, that totals 800 spirit coins. Young master, look at us. How could we possibly be worth that sum?" Stone's words ignited a wave of reactions among the youths. "Young master, you must be mistaken. Even if you sold the plumpest among us, he wouldn't fetch 3 spirit coins. Indeed, young master, there's no need for a contract. Our lives belong to you. Whatever you ask, we shall comply without hesitation. Can this contract be returned? 800 spirit coins would suffice for us to feast until death." Their chatter about the inequity of Li Ji's actions brought him a semblance of relief. Clap, clap, clap. Li Ji applauded to quiet them. "Please allow me to speak for a moment that I mentioned earlier. The primary purpose of the contract is to safeguard certain confidential information of the Li family. Thus, this expenditure is essential and cannot be overlooked. I selected you from the slums because I recognized your value and potential, so let us refrain from such undervaluing remarks. Once again, if you are willing to serve me and the Li family, I shall undoubtedly honor your loyalty." Before Li Ji could finish, Stone distributed the 16 contracts, declaring, "Young master, no need for further words. We trust you. Ordinary individuals lack the ability of the other races to extract blood directly. So one by one, they began to cut their foreheads and fingers, merging their blood to sign their names. Good heavens, does this thing truly warrant 50 spirit coins? The feel of it is more comfortable than the new clothes I bought just days ago. Hey, tell me, by signing this, do I become a slave worth 50 spirit coins? Surely I surpass those brawny fellows in the slave market. That seems reasonable. By convention, our modest frame should be valued at around 10 spirit coins." Listening to the youth's discussions, Li Ji found himself both amused and exasperated. However, he soon recognized that this was the typical mindset of most ordinary people in apocalyptic times, that to survive, selling oneself into servitude was not deemed disgraceful. If one had a benevolent master, many would willingly offer their lives for the sake of security and sustenance. Li's anxieties stemmed largely from his gratitude towards these youths. He simultaneously wished to uplift them, while fearing that their involvement might endanger them in the face of numerous future adversaries. As for the considerable expenditure on the contracts, Li Ji merely thought that amount paled in comparison to what he used to spend on pocket money over a few days, that if all went smoothly, he would soon receive a substantial sum from the Li family's former assets. "Now, having signed the contracts, you may head upstairs. I have matters to attend to," Li Ji said with a smile. "Understood, young master. We shall ascend first." Stone glanced at the 3 individuals who had remained silent throughout, leading the youths upstairs. The basement fell silent once more as Li Ji produced some snow smoke, distributing it to the trio with the utmost respect. "Zhao Bo, Lu Shu, Yi Shu, I wonder what thoughts you all have regarding my previous remarks." Lighting one for himself, he settled across from the 3 that they exchanged glances, and the eldest among them, the lumberjack Zhao Linhui, held a cigarette without lighting it and spoke first. Li Ji. Shaking his head, Li Ji replied, "Uncles, I understand your sentiments, but you do not yet know me, or rather, you do not yet understand the current me." With a flick of his hand, a sphere of water materialized, gradually crystallizing into ice. As he exerted his power, the ice sphere expanded, causing the basement to grow increasingly frigid. You've finally awakened. A commendable ice ability. Though still at the first tier, its potential should surpass mine. Seeing Li Ji's display, the boatman Lu Shuiyun nodded in approval, forming his own ice sphere to draw near Li Ji's. However, upon contact, Lu Shuiyun's ice sphere shattered. When abilities of the same type collide, the lesser quality is forced to dissipate, and the wielder suffers some backlash. Yet, a mere ice sphere posed no threat to Lu Shuiyun. "Xiaoji, you ought to reveal your true trump card. Our time is precious, and we cannot afford to waste it here," said Yi Shuyang, dressed in a server's attire, his expression indicating displeasure. The Lig did not take offense at Yi Shuyang's words. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. For the three present were indeed scheming to avenge Li Qingtian. Chapter 49. The identities of the three. As the flickering flames danced, Li Ji recognized that unless he presented something of genuine substance to bolster the trio's confidence, they would not truly commit to him. After all, these individuals had once fought alongside Li Qingtian in the battles of Haiwei City and the southeastern domain against the other races, and they were the leaders of the Li family's armed forces. They were also the ones previously scolded by Li Yuantian for betraying the family. However, Li Ji knew that the root of what they called betrayal lay within himself. Following Li Qingtian's demise, Li Ji had been consumed by anxiety, allowing Li Yuantian to gradually seize control of the family while actively courting the Lin family. Had it not been for the ongoing disputes among the major families regarding the division of the Li family's assets, they would have long since taken action against Li Ji and Li Yuantian. It was precisely because of Li Ji's cowardice and Li Yuantian's power grab that Zhao Linhui and the others saw no hope for the Li family's resurgence, leading them to depart with their subordinates to plot their revenge against Li Qingtian. What they termed betrayal was nothing but a baseless accusation. Li Ji was aware of the outcome of that vengeance. Infiltrated by traitors, ambushed and ultimately annihilated, their forces of over 1,200 men fell without even seeing the true power of the Lin family. In his rebirth, Li Ji was determined not to let such a tragedy unfold again. Thus, after resolving his immediate physical issues, he promptly sought them out at their covert rendezvous at the docks, requesting a meeting with their commander. As for the past incident at the docks involving the covert message, it was merely a reflection of the betrayal incident. After all, in the eyes of Haiwei City, the disappearance of the Li family's three armed forces overnight was met with both astonishment and scorn for their treachery. Of course, Li Ji referenced this scandal only to provoke a reaction from the trio. Regarding their true identities, the lumberjack Zhao Linhui served as the leader of the Mo Dao team, known for his decisive killing skills and mastery of a sixth-tier ability. He was also a close confidant of Li Qingtian. The Mo Dao team comprised 500 members, all possessing offensive abilities above the second tier, serving as the backbone of the Li family's external expansion under Zhao Linhui's command. Conversely, the boatman Lu Shuiyun led the He Jiaowei, characterized by his calm demeanor, and was also a fifth-tier ice-type advanced practitioner if the Mo Dao team was the spear of the Li family. The He Jiaowei served as its shield. Their personnel composition and selection criteria mirrored those of the Mo Dao team, differing only in that the He Jiaowei members possess commendable defensive or supportive abilities. The synergy of Mo Dao and He Jia divided into 10 battalions and 100 squads, complemented by military-style training, rendered their collective combat prowess superior to that of the other three major families. Only slightly inferior to the Yang family's Kaiyang army, that if one were to consider who among them Li Ji had the most confidence in persuading to return to the family fold, it would undoubtedly be Lu Shuiyun. From the moment Li Ji was born, Lu Shuiyun held a profound affection and great esteem for him. The reasons behind this sentiment are rather melodramatic. Lu Shuiyun had long harbored feelings for Li Ji's mother, Yang Susu. Despite his persistent efforts, he never succeeded in winning her heart. Ultimately, Li Qingtian and Yang Susu became a couple, prompting Lu Shuiyun to challenge Li Qingtian on multiple occasions. However, his repeated failures left Lu Shuiyun despondent and disheartened, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of foreign adversaries outside the city, only to be saved at the last moment by Li Qingtian's valiant efforts. From that point onward, Lu Shuiyun relinquished his aspirations, even choosing to serve under Li Qingtian. Perhaps he redirected his affections for Yang Susu towards Li Ji, as Lu Shuiyun remained unmarried and devoted himself to nurturing and guiding the young boy, often helping to resolve the troubles Li Ji inadvertently caused. Naturally, the bond between Lu Shuiyun and Li Ji remained exceptionally close. However, as Li Ji later learned, following Li Qingtian's death, Lu Shuiyun appeared to recognize that Li Ji was akin to a burden, which led him to initially conspire with two other factions to seek vengeance against the Li clan. Nonetheless, an undeniable connection lingered between the two, as evidenced by the secretive arrangements Lu Shuiyun had left for Li Ji at the dock. Originally intended as a safeguard, Lu Shuiyun may not have anticipated that in his previous life, Li Ji would utterly fail to decipher the clues hidden within the model ship he had left behind. In contrast, Yi Shuyang, who was sipping tea to soothe his throat, represented the most formidable challenge for Li Ji. Yet his significance was paramount, arguably the most essential cog in the machinery of the Li family's armed forces. Lan Ting Yuan, outwardly a quaint tea house, served as the operational base for the Li family's intelligence network, a fact known to all prominent families in Haiwa City. However, as long as the Li family's influence prevailed, it remained merely a tea house, and no one dared to instigate trouble. Yet with Li Qingtian's demise, Lan Ting Yuan was shuttered, and its members vanished without a trace. The composition of Lan Ting Yuan's members was not fixed and shrouded in mystery. They could be laborers, beggars, shop owners, employees, or even personal maids to young masters of other families. Only the leader, Yi Shuyang, and the head of the Li family possessed knowledge of this intricate web. If Li Ji aspired to monitor the movements of various families and maintain a sense of awareness, the intelligence from Lan Ting Yuan was indispensable. Otherwise, after expending considerable effort to strategize and arrange his forces, he might find his adversaries had already vacated Haiwa City, rendering his efforts futile. What's wrong? Have you nothing more to say? If so, we shall take our leave, Yi Shuyang declared, rising to his feet and casting a condescending gaze at Li Ji. Like Lu Shuiyun, Yi Shuyang, once a close confidant of Li Qingtian, had harbored high hopes for Li Ji, wishing to see him blossom into a remarkable successor for the Li family. However, with great expectations came profound disappointment. Yi Shuyang not only lost faith in Li Ji, but also developed a deep-seated animosity towards him, never hesitating to express his disdain, in moments of exasperation. He would even resort to physical reprimands, instilling a mixture of fear and anger in the young Li Ji, who had complained to Li Qingtian on numerous occasions. Consequently, their relationship could hardly be described as amicable. Antagonism would be more fitting. "Uncle Yi, please do not rush. Allow me to finish speaking," Li Ji implored with a smile, rising to his feet to meet Yi Shuyang's gaze. Their heights were comparable, and as their eyes locked, Yi Shuyang momentarily found himself entranced by Li Ji's calm and confident demeanor, the youthful visage reminiscent of Li Qing'ai in the presence of uncles. "I shall no longer hold back," Li Ji continued. His words cast a hush over the trio, prompting Lu Shuiyun to sigh. "Little Ji, it brings me comfort to see your desire for vengeance on behalf of your father. You are no longer the timid child you once were. However, you must understand that you are the last hope of the Li family, and we cannot allow you to take unnecessary risks. Should anything happen to you, we would fail to honor Brother Tian's spirit." Lig shook his head. "Why deceive yourselves? Do you not comprehend the adage? To cut the grass without uprooting the roots is to invite further growth? While I understand your concealment is to exert pressure on the Lin family, making them wary, it is evident that your intelligence is outdated, that I have already been ambushed by Lin Tianya once." "What? That is impossible," Yi Shuyang exclaimed, rising abruptly, his countenance darkening. "I have always had eyes on the Lin family's movements. Lin Tianya has never left Haiwa City, but Uncle Yi, ponder this. How long has it been since you personally monitored their activities? How long has it been since you last laid eyes on Lin Tianya?" Li Ji pressed, "And I imagine what you have seen are merely written reports, outlining the swiftest routes for ambush and the safest means of retreat." Yi Shuyang's face flushed as he sought to retort, but the words faltered on his lips. The death of Li Qingtian had dealt him a severe blow, leading him to isolate himself in his quarters, meticulously untangling numerous strands of intelligence in pursuit of a means to exact lethal retribution on the perpetrators. Yet, even so, what could it prove? Moreover, you claim Lin Tianya attacked you. He is a second-tier ability user. How is it that you? Yet, Yi Shuyang could not finish his thought. He is a second-tier user. Yet I remain unscathed, correct? Li Ji chuckled. "If I survived, then it must be he who perished. Consider it a preliminary collection of interest from the Lin family. You just awakened your abilities, and you managed to kill Lin Tianya." Yi Shuyang expressed disbelief that Lig actively cleared the seating area, stowing away the chairs in a spatial ring, without a demonstration of true skill. These uncles would likely continue to regard him as a mere child. The intent behind Li Ji's actions was immediately grasped by the others. He sought to showcase his newfound prowess. Yi Shuyang scoffed. Although his ability rank was merely 4th tier, inferior to the other two leaders, he was certainly not someone a first-tier novice could contend with. Before the battle commenced, Yi Shuyang began to shed his clothing, leaving only a pair of specially crafted undergarments. Lig was not surprised by this. He understood it was a preparatory measure, signifying Yi Shuyang's seriousness regarding the impending confrontation. Yi Shuyang's lean physique bore little muscle, a common sight in the apocalypse where scarcity of food discouraged weight gain. However, as the leader of Lan Ting Yuan, Yi Shuyang had no such concerns, having deliberately maintained his physique. Zhao Linhui and Lu Shuiyun stepped aside, serving as witnesses to the upcoming clash. "What do you think, Brother Zhao?" Lu Shuiyun inquired with keen interest, observing the two in the center. Setting aside other factors, Little Ji's spatial ring is undoubtedly extraordinary. And coupled with his abilities, it is likely he has encountered some fortuitous events, Zhao Linhui replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. However, actual combat cannot be resolved merely through luck, so you do not hold high hopes for Little Ji. Lu Shuiyun turned to him. It is not a matter of skepticism. It is simply that victory is implausible. Of course, I do hope Little Ji surprises me. If that happens, Zhao Linhui licked his lips, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. If Little Ji possesses the means to defend himself, then I shall have no qualms about confronting the Lin family directly. The basement may not have been large, yet it spanned approximately 150 square meters, ample space for a small-scale duel between Li Ji and Yi Shuyang. That a glimmer of determination sparked in Li Ji's eyes as he observed Yi Shuyang's character card materialize at his side. Name: Yi Shuyang. Age: 40. Race: human. Pollution level: 45. Potential level: green. Maximum dual abilities: highest 4th tier. Ability 1: lightness, 3rd tier. Movement speed doubled. Ability 2: invisibility, 4th tier. Can render himself invisible. Occupation: invisible assassin. Heavenly Dao transmutation reward: invisible blade. Occupation effect: daggers wielded by the invisible blade remain unseen to the naked eye. Loyalty: a loyalty score of 70 indicates that deep down, he does not wish to be an enemy of Li Ji. Character card 1. Those who pull me from the abyss, I shall offer my loyalty. Yi Shuyang's abilities resembled those Li Ji had previously encountered. He too had attained his position as the leader of Lan Ting Yuan through his 4th-tier invisibility ability. Once activated, this ability rendered him nearly undetectable as his entire form became transparent. Combined with his first ability, lightness, it provided a distinct advantage for an assassin, more so than Amuo's shadow manipulation. Likewise, the synergy of these two abilities facilitated Yi Shuyang's intelligence-gathering endeavors. Known as the Invisible Man in Haiwa City, Yi Shuyang had long been a thorn in the side of the prominent families. Additionally, Li Ji noted the character card now included sections for occupation and its effects. A first for him. Previously encountered figures like Jiu Huli and Lei Jiming, though formidable, had eluded him in terms of discovering their occupations and effects due to differing levels of affinity. The purpose of humans and foreign races undergoing transmutation was to receive the unique rewards granted by the Heavenly Dao, known as occupation effects. Except for those who voluntarily disclosed such information, personal occupation effects remained closely guarded secrets. While an ability may be ordinary, when combined with a special occupation effect, it could lead to transformative changes, allowing lower-tier ability users to contend with their higher-tier counterparts. Yi Shuyang withdrew 2 daggers from his bag, gripping them both, one in a forward position and the other reversed. As he moved, the daggers vanished from sight, clearly demonstrating the activation of his occupation effect. This peculiarity of occupation effects incurred no cost and functioned almost like a fundamental rule. Little Ji, I shall teach you a harsh lesson, so you may understand the true meaning of disparity. Li Ji watched in utter disbelief as Yi Shuyang completely vanished into thin air. The flickering candlelight danced around him, revealing no trace of Yi Shuyang's shadow. Although Yi Shuyang had uttered some harsh words, Li Ji felt no concern. The loyalty rating of a staggering 70 points indicated that deep down, Yi Shuyang did not truly wish to oppose him. His fierce rhetoric seemed more a reflection of frustration at his own shortcomings, as well as a desire to prevent Li Ji, who had recently experienced a stroke of fortune, from becoming overconfident and subsequently entangled in more significant predicaments. Yi Shu, you ought to be cautious. Don't fall into my hands, for that would be quite embarrassing. Li Ji chuckled. Oh, you should be more worried about yourself. While I shan't wield a blade against you, a blow from the back of my knife would be far from pleasant. Yi Shuyang's voice fluctuated, shifting from left to right, clearly indicating that he was in constant motion. Li Ji laughed heartily, stamping his foot down, and a vast expanse of white frost spread out from beneath him, soon blanketing the entire basement. When confronting an invisible foe, the first priority was to ascertain their position. The layer of frost was thin and easily shattered underfoot. Good idea, but it does little for me. Yi Shiyang's voice continued its erratic dance, the frost showing no signs of breaking. Clearly, Li Ji had underestimated the effectiveness of Yi Shiyang's weight combined with his lightness of being. Li Ji tilted his head. A strand of hair drifting down, indicating that Yi Shiyang's dagger possessed considerable sharpness. That is this all you can do? Do you really believe this is enough to avenge your father? Yi Shiyang's tone dripped with mockery. Li Ji remained unfazed, conjuring a 2-meter-long great sword, fashioned after the famed Zhan Qi Dao. You don't think that merely brandishing a long weapon will suffice against me, do you? Ding. Yi Shiyang attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind, only to be thwarted by Li Ji's swift turn and horizontal blade. Ditto? Predicting my movements? No, the moment I grasped this sword, you had already lost. Chapter 51. Stalemate, the traitor utterly shameless, as Yi Shiyang's fury escalated. The frequency of his dagger strikes increased, coming from all directions, angles that would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to defend against. However, to Yi Shiyang's astonishment, Li Ji not only closed his eyes, wielding the great ice sword with impenetrable precision, but also successfully countered all his assaults. Within the range of the great sword, it seemed as if Li Ji could predict every attack, with both the hilt and blade appearing at the most opportune moments. Furthermore, as the great sword was forged from ice, Li Ji could manifest ice spikes or short blades at will along its length, putting Yi Shiyang in peril on several occasions. The two engaged in a standoff, neither able to best the other for roughly 10 minutes. That's enough. Cease. Zhao Linhui interjected, furrowing his brow. As the eldest among the three, his words carried significant weight. The Yi Shiyang's figure materialized behind Li Ji, his chest heaving, drenched in sweat, clearly indicating the immense pressure the recent sparring session had exerted on him. In stark contrast, Li Ji appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Let us consider this battle a draw. Li Ji proposed that in truth, he believed he had gained the upper hand, that in reality, assassins were not meant to engage in prolonged combat. Their creed revolved around striking unexpectedly and with lethal precision, that if they failed, they would simply retreat, unlike the endless entanglement he had experienced. Additionally, he was not a genuine first-tier ability user. His past experiences and the trials faced within the illusion had bestowed upon him a commendable ability to predict his opponent's intentions. Though an assassin, Yi Shiyang was not a frontline combatant. His battle awareness fell short when compared to Li Zhi. Yi Shiyang's 10 strikes were all anticipated by Li Ji, rendering him incapable of launching a single successful attack, instead forced to evade Li Ji's onslaught. Moreover, through countless training sessions in the illusion, Li Ji had developed a deep understanding of blade techniques, particularly with the great sword, which far surpassed Yi Shiyang's mere dagger flailing. Yi Shiyang's invisibility was rendered ineffective as his habitual attack patterns were discerned by Li Ji, leaving him with no recourse but to dodge when Li Ji seized the opportune moment to strike. Even so, it was evident that Li Ji had shown restraint. No, you have prevailed. In terms of combat, I am indeed inferior to you. Yi Shiyang huffed, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, his gaze towards Li Ji imbued with complexity. Zhao Linhui nodded in agreement, stating bluntly, "Indeed, you lost this battle, and rather decisively. Had Shaoji not held back, you might have met your demise. Shiyang, as a fourth-tier assassin, you must hone your combat skills rather than spend your days conspiring within the confines of your quarters. It is not my intention to criticize you, but it is clear you are not cut out for this." Faced with Zhao Linhui's admonishment, Yi Shiyang flushed but refrained from retorting. Being a fourth-tier individual bested by a first-tier opponent was undeniably a source of embarrassment for him. After addressing Yi Shiyang, Zhao Linhui turned his attention to Li Ji. "Shaoji, as your uncle, I must also impart some wisdom that if you can incapacitate an enemy with a single strike, you should not delay for a second, even in a sparring match. Does your Uncle Yi seem like someone unable to bear defeat? Helping him realize his shortcomings sooner is a boon, rather than allowing a drawn-out stalemate when confronting the Lin family or other factions. Do you intend to toy with them first? When hunting a rabbit, one must use all their strength. In a doomsday scenario, never grant the enemy the chance to utilize their trump cards. Only the dead remain unyielding." Li Ji responded with a smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Shuiyun, who discreetly gave him a thumbs up. "All right, you two, cease your silent exchanges. This matter is far from over, and our objective today is not merely to spar," Zhao Linhui remarked, his tone laced with irritation as he observed their subtle gestures. Once Yi Shuyang had tidied his attire, the four gathered around a small table, each pouring themselves a pot of tea. Initiating the final communication of intentions, "Xiaoji, with your strength and determination, we old-timers can rest assured. At least we need not worry about you being silently eliminated by the Lin family." That Lig understood Zhao Linhui's implication, referring to the previous incident involving Lin Tianya's assassination. All surveillance arrangements had been entrusted to Lantern Garden, which had been synchronized with the Mo Dao team and the Black Armored Guards. Yet, in the aftermath of Lin Tianya's attack, not a single soul among the 1,000 residents of Haiwa City had any knowledge of it. "Oh, you mean to say there is a traitor within Lantern Garden?" The discomfort that surged within Yi Shuyang at the mere mention of those words was palpable. Each individual within Lantern Garden had been meticulously selected by him. They had all undergone extensive scrutiny, many of whom owed their lives to the Li family and Yi Shuyang's benevolence, including long-standing companions who had risked everything to infiltrate rival families. The TO suggests they would betray him was something Yi Shuyang could scarcely fathom. Zhao Linhui and Lu Shuiyun turned their gazes towards Li Ji, their expressions not only serious but also tinged with a hint of warning. They cautioned Li Ji that should he speak recklessly, even as the son of Li Qingtian, they would not show him any mercy. Lig nodded, aware that many events were not spontaneous, but rather the result of long-term scheming, much like this traitor's infiltration. The Li family had once basked in glory within Haiwa City. The Lin family had not made their attempts to strike against them merely once or twice. Yet, Lantern Garden remained an insurmountable obstacle. However, the Lin family possessed formidable individuals, particularly those endowed with patience. Through a series of meticulously orchestrated coincidences and unparalleled perseverance, they had embedded a nail directly into the brain of Lantern Garden. Although the Li family was one of the 5 major clans, their dwindling numbers meant that few could be considered high-ranking, and those with direct access to the decision-makers were even fewer. A nail directly in the brain. The 3 of them pondered this phrase, and a name surfaced in their minds. Lig wasted no time in revealing the traitor. "I believe you have all surmised it. She is none other than the second-in-command of Lantern Garden, Rao Kurson." "Impossible!" Yi Shuyang erupted, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Zhi. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? How could Kurson possibly be a traitor to the Lin family? You are lying." As one of the few individuals from Lantern Garden who appeared in public, Rao Kurson had earned the trust of Li Qingtian and other high-ranking members of the Li family. Many of their schemes would not overlook her involvement, in certain exceptional circumstances. Rao Kurson could even assume command over Lantern Garden in Yi Shuyang's stead, possessing the authority to mobilize both the Mo Dao team and the Black Armored Guards. To label such a pivotal figure within the Li family's armed forces as a traitor was beyond the comprehension of Yi Shuyang and the others. Zhao Linhui restrained Yi Shuyang, his expression remaining largely unchanged. "Xiaoji, I require evidence. Otherwise, this matter will not conclude easily." Chapter 52. Attitude towards Rao Kurson. "If your claims are based on bias against Kurson, I assure you, even as Qingtian's son, I will not show you any leniency." Lu Shuiyun warned sternly, his gaze laden with scrutiny. Lig recognized the underlying sentiment. Lu Shuiyun had harbored dissatisfaction with Rao Kurson, the child Yi Shuyang had taken under his wing, since her early days. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and gifted, but she had also awakened her abilities at a tender age, her sweet demeanor winning the affection of many uncles. What the majority enjoys most is comparing Xiao Liji and Xiao Kuexan. And the conclusions drawn are, of course, self-evident. Li Qingtian has frequently expressed his admiration for Rao Kuexan, lamenting the absence of a daughter as capable and well-behaved as she. Instead, he finds himself burdened with a son who is troublesome and lacking in academic prowess. Although this reality stirs feelings of jealousy and even animosity within Li Ji, who was raised under the stern hand of a father, he often resorts to sabotage against Rao Kuexan, only to face multiple reprimands from Li Qingtian. This vicious cycle has only served to deepen the chill in their relationship. Wearing a mask of smiles is not frightening. However, to don it for over a decade, solely to reveal one's true intentions at the most critical moment, while simultaneously delivering a lethal blow to one's adoptive father and the family, is truly terrifying. Lig suppressed his habitual smile and solemnly declared, "Esteemed uncles, I, Li Ji, swear by the names of my father and mother that every word I speak is the truth. Yet, when it comes to evidence, I admit I possess none, for she is exceedingly cautious." Since his rebirth, Li Ji has had no time to address matters concerning Rao Kuexin. Even if time permitted, he believes his efforts would be in vain, as she has yet to reveal her true colors. The intelligence gathered from Lan Tingyuan is entirely credible. As for the incident involving Lin Tianya's assassination, it can merely be categorized as an occasional oversight. Perhaps it warrants punishment, but it hardly qualifies as betrayal. To maximize the vigilance of the three leaders, Li Ji unhesitatingly invoked his parents' names. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, the three men paused, their brows still furrowed, yet their expressions no longer solely reflected anger and skepticism. Although Li Ji had previously been a scoundrel, his respect for his parents was evident, and it was clear that much of his mischief as a child stemmed from a desire to gain their attention. Moreover, the fundamental purpose of this meeting was to seek vengeance for Li Qing Tian and his wife. Li Ji would never jest about such a perilous matter at this juncture. Thus, his oath ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the three men. If Rao Kuexin were indeed a traitor, there could be far more sinister plots in the offing for the Li family, and for them, as well. Yishu Yang, visibly agitated, took a deep drag from his cigarette and spoke in a low tone. "Xiaoji, I have watched Kuexin grow up. While I know you would not be foolish enough to jest about Tiangu and Su Sujie, this matter, Uncle Yi, may I inquire if you have, since last month, delegated most of your authority to Rao Kuexin?" Li Ji interrupted Yishu Yang with a hint of inquiry. "Indeed, aside from the messages I received from Zhao Ge and Shui Yun, I have allowed her to act as an information filter, summarizing and relaying general intelligence to me. Yishu Yang nodded, taking a deep breath. "Xiaoji, I apologize on behalf of Kuexin for the attack you suffered. But even if she overlooked this crucial piece of intelligence, it does not necessarily make her an insider." Lig refrained from responding, instead pressing on, "Uncle Yi, how much does she know about the list of hidden agents in Lan Tingyuan?" At this, Yishu Yang's expression turned somewhat uneasy. "Aside from the deepest hidden agents with whom I maintain direct contact, she is generally aware of the rest." Foolishness. Before Li Ji could speak, Zhao Lin Hui slammed the table, causing the teacups to jolt. "Shu Yang, are you unaware of the rules? No one aside from the leaders and the family head of Lan Tingyuan is permitted to know the list. All communications must be conducted in a single line. This is to protect everyone involved." Zhao Lin Hui glared at Yishu Yang. "But I have long regarded Kuexin as my successor. I mentioned this to Tian Ge long ago, and he did not oppose it," Yishu Yang defended. "You are all aware of her capabilities. She can certainly assume my role as leader, perhaps even better than I could. I do not believe it is a grave issue for her to have prior knowledge of information that she ought to know, yet she overlooked the vital intelligence regarding Lin Tianya's assassination of Xiaoji. I doubt she is truly capable of holding this position," Lu Shui Yun interjected. Judging by his expression, it was clear he held significant discontent towards Rao Kuexin. If Li Ji were to perish, it would equate to the annihilation of the Li family, an outcome entirely unacceptable to him. The instigator of the betrayal, Lu Shui Yun, had initially stated, "We must do everything in our power to protect Xiaoji. He is Tianji's only child, not to seek revenge." Perhaps it was not merely an oversight, but rather that the Lin family and several other clans intentionally concealed this information. Yishu Yang glanced at Li Ji, acknowledging that conducting intelligence work is no easy feat. Hidden agents have their own overt responsibilities and cannot possibly manage every detail. This was Yishu Yang's attempt to explain to Li Ji, who readily concurred. "Uncle Yi, I wholeheartedly agree with you. No family can oversee all movements in Haiyu City. Intelligence work inherently contains blind spots and vulnerabilities." Indeed, Yishu Yang's face brightened momentarily, only to be halted by Li Ji's subsequent words. "Thus, I shall not regard the assassination attempt on my life by Lin Tianya as evidence of Rao Kuexin's betrayal. However, this morning, Lin Shi and Li Yuan Tian ambushed me at the entrance to the bloody secret realm. Are you aware of this?" "What? Lin Shi and that ingrate Li Yuan Tian dared to lay hands on you?" Zhao Lin Hui's anger surged, a fierce aura enveloping him, causing Li Ji's skin to prickle. "Zhao Ge, please remain calm. Xiaoji is unharmed, and judging by his demeanor, I believe he has managed the situation appropriately. Lu Shui-yun conjured a circle of water to envelop Zhao Lin Hui's head, extinguishing the smoke and soothing his agitated spirit. Lu Shui-yun, being the most familiar with Li Ji, could deduce much from his calm demeanor. Li Ji also lit a cigarette, affirming, "Yes, I killed Li Yuan Tian. Old Wang has taken care of the body. You may not yet know, but he was also an accomplice in my father's death. Furthermore, my previous illness was caused by the Long Qinggu, orchestrated to seize the position of head of the Li family," as Zhao Bo said. Such ingrates must be purged from the Li family. Chapter 53. The bait. Li Ji spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his resolute demeanor left the three men feeling distinctly unsettled. He was no longer the indecisive, timid young master of the Li family. He had transformed into a decisive leader capable of acting swiftly even against the betrayal of his own uncle, successfully achieving his objectives. That Li Yuan Tian may have been an ordinary man. Yet as a lackey of the Lin family, he undoubtedly had his protections. Thus, eliminating him would not be an easy feat. The three exchanged glances, their respect for Li Ji noticeably heightened. They had not anticipated, nor had the Lin family or other clans in Haiyu City, that Li Ji could single-handedly confront multiple adversaries outside the bloody secret realm, effortlessly dispatching Li Yuan Tian under the guise of clan warfare, treating it as casually as stepping on an ant. After a brief silence, Yi Shuyang spoke with a bittersweet expression. "Xiao Ji, could you elaborate on the situation? How does Tianji's death relate to Li Yuan Tian? And what exactly is this Long Qinggu you mentioned?" As the leader of Lan Ting Yuan, Li Ji's revelations lay beyond Yi Shuyang's comprehension, causing him considerable discomfort. Yet he could not refrain from inquiring. This concerned not only his own shortcomings, but also the progression of their subsequent plans for revenge. Li nodded and briefly recounted the events outside the bloody secret realm, evoking a mix of joy, anger, and fear in the three men. They were pleased that Li Ji's abilities, even at the first level, could wield such power. If he were to ascend further, the Li family's bright future would be within reach. They were enraged by Li Yuan Tian's greed, as he had callously conspired against both Li Qing Tian and Li Ji to secure the position of family head, showing no regard for familial bonds. Yet they were also frightened, having never anticipated that Li Yuan Tian had already targeted Li Ji. They had assumed Li Ji's illness was merely a normal infection during the apocalypse, believing he could easily procure a remedy through the heavenly path. Perhaps due to underestimation, perhaps because they wanted Li Ji to endure some hardship, or perhaps believing the time was not right for confrontation, none of them had stepped forward like Yang Shuiru, who had sought medical help for Li Ji despite financial constraints. They were acutely aware of how close Li Ji had come to falling under Li Yuan Tian's control, and guilt and regret gnawed at their hearts. The expressions on their faces revealed their shame and frustration. Li chuckled lightly, indicating that he bore no ill will towards them, having encountered no grave consequences. However, while he held no grudge, his feelings toward the three were naturally not as sincere as those he had for Yang Shuiru. This matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Little did they know that Tianji's so-called seclusion over the years had been a consequence of the disturbances caused by the otherworldly bone. Zhao Lin Hui's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. How fortunate for Li Yuan Tian. Had I been present, he would not have met such an easy end. Enough. After all, he was Tianji's biological brother and your uncle. Xiao Ji, let us not dwell on the deceased. Lu Shui-yun waved his hand and turned to Li Ji. Regarding that red lady, do you have any knowledge of her? I cannot claim to know her well, but perhaps tonight I will have the opportunity to make contact with some of her subordinates, or at least gather some information. That Li spoke, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed highly probable that tonight's transaction would be anything but tranquil. What do you mean by that? Lu Shuiyun inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Li recounted the conversation he had had an hour prior with a mysterious individual regarding their meeting that evening, prompting deep contemplation among the three of them. They were not unfamiliar with paper-related abilities, understanding all too well their formidable nature. This time, they did not blame Yi Shuyang for the lack of reliable intelligence. It was simply too easy for paper manipulators to conceal their identities. According to the mysterious person's assertion, there were likely others pulling the strings behind him, and the probability of it being the Red Lady was not insignificant. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Zhao Linhui and Lu Shuiyun nodded in agreement. The gravity and potential danger of the situation were exceedingly high that Lig fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and the three did not press him. Ultimately, however, Li could not devise a flawless plan because Rao Kursin was exceedingly cautious. Unless the opportunity was perfect or they could catch her in a net, she would resolutely refrain from taking action. After all, as the deepest infiltrator, she had only participated in one betrayal in her previous life. She was astute and well aware of their tactics. Attempting to provoke her into action with minor distractions would yield no results. Li articulated this sentiment, and the others concurred. After all, they had watched her grow up. While they might not have a complete understanding of her, they were familiar with her general modus operandi. Previously, they had regarded Rao Kursin as possessing the demeanor of a great strategist, capable of orchestrating complex plans. Yet, if such a person were to be a traitor, she would undoubtedly be the most troublesome kind. The crux of the matter was that Li lacked concrete evidence. Should he prove to be mistaken, the three would regret it for a lifetime. Ultimately, the bait simply was not enticing enough. Lu Shuiyun sighed. To be honest, I trust you, Li. I have already unconsciously marked Rao Kursin as a traitor in my mind. However, the current circumstances do not permit me to take any drastic actions. After all, she is still Yi Xiang's adopted daughter. Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's words, Li Ji's expression shifted slightly. Bait, you say? Perhaps I have a rather appealing lure on my hands. Oh, do tell. Lu Shuiyun raised an eyebrow. Looking over. Uncles, I wonder if you are in need of funds. Li Ji smiled. Lu Shuiyun sighed. Little Ji, you may not realize, but we are not just in need of money. We are in dire straits. When we left the Li family, we had to ensure an element of surprise to prevent any informants from relaying information. So we left the resources in the family treasury largely untouched and relied on our own savings. Over the past few months, the expenses for the brothers' sustenance and gathering intelligence have been considerable. Just look at our attire. We have truly begun working outside, or else the brothers would struggle to afford meals. We cannot take on high-paying jobs that would draw too much attention, or else our identities would be easily exposed. Lig understood. While they were not exactly like lost dogs, they still needed to hide and evade being hunted down by the major families. As for the matter of the Li family treasury, it was nearly impossible to access without the proper keys. There were a total of 4 keys, 1 main and 3 duplicates. The main key was held by Li Qingtian, capable of opening the treasury directly. However, after Li Qingtian's death, the main key mysteriously vanished, and in his previous life, Li Ji had never heard of anyone acquiring it. The duplicate keys were in the possession of the 3 of them, requiring simultaneous use to unlock the treasury, demonstrating Li Qingtian's trust in them. Naturally, they had not betrayed that trust, repaying it until their deaths. Lu Shuiyun scrutinized Li Ji, but I recall you don't have much money either. Aren't you usually relying on Shui Ru for support? Yi Xiang interjected. Little Ji, you haven't obtained Brother Tian's main key, have you? You plan to use the treasury's hidden resources as leverage to coax Kursin into action? The treasury was a crucial stronghold for the Li family, one of the 5 major families, and its inherent value was self-evident, closely monitored by the other families. Although they could not access it for the time being, they would not allow Li Ji to take advantage of it easily. Under the heavenly law, there were no inviolable private properties. Lig shook his head. I do not have the key, and let us not disturb the treasury just yet. To my knowledge, the Lin family has already laid a web of traps there. Attempting to go would certainly result in complications. While the Li family's black armored soldiers were formidable, that depended on numerical superiority. A rash attack would likely not yield the desired outcome. However, the bait I have is not at all inferior to the Li family treasury. A smile played on Li Ji's lips. What do you think of a brand new spiritual currency or vein, with an annual output exceeding 100,000 tons? Do you think they can resist being tempted? Chapter 54. Inheriting the family head's legacy, Yi Shuyang and the others exchanged glances, seemingly momentarily taken aback. Little Ji, if I heard correctly, are you saying you know of a brand new spiritual mine? Yi Shuyang swallowed hard, incredulity lacing her words. The spiritual mine, a shorthand for the spiritual currency or vein, was one of the most vital mines for humanity in the present day. In the entire Highwest city, there was only one small mine with an annual output of 50,000 tons, the proceeds of which were distributed among various celestial paths and families. The celestial path directly claimed 50%, while each of the 5 major families received 10%. even with just 10%. It constituted a substantial source of income. Coupled with certain implicit benefits provided by the celestial path, it significantly strengthened the influence of each family, suppressing many smaller families that, of course, the Li family no longer received even that 10%. Uncle Yi, you heard correctly. I indeed possess accurate information regarding a new mine, with an annual output not less than 100,000 tons, and as soon as the necessary manpower and resources are in place, it can be mined at any time. That Lig refrained from revealing the truth of a 30,000-ton annual output. He had his own considerations, and 100,000 tons was sufficient to intrigue anyone. Little Ji, do you realize how difficult it is to believe that your statement is not a trap, a snare designed to ensnare the Li family's living forces? Yi Shuyang expressed her expression complex, causing the faces of the others to change drastically. What did this mean? It redefined the so-called traitor from Rao Kurson to Li Ziyeh Yi Shuyang. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Little Ji, the descendant of the Li family, the future head. How could he possibly wish harm upon us, his uncles? Lu Shiyun slammed his hand on the table. Yi Shuyang stood her ground, fearlessly meeting Lu Shiyun's gaze. That may be true, but who can guarantee that the person sitting before us is the real Li Ji? I could recount how Little Ji was as a child, and everyone knows that I must say, the change in his disposition is monumental. He is entirely another person. Take a step back. You say individuals grow from encountering the kind of upheaval Brother Tian faced. That is certainly plausible, and I can accept it. You say he has had an awakening of abilities, and I acknowledge that, even feeling joy akin to yours. However, a brand new spiritual mine with an annual output of no less than 100,000 tons? I do not believe a child without any relevant expertise could make such a discovery. Aside from conspiracy, I can think of no other reason. As she spoke, Yi Shuyang's gaze bore into Li Ji. So, who exactly are you? Li Ji's expression darkened, and he bit out a few words. Yi Shuyang, are you being a bit excessive? If you do not believe my words, that is one thing, but to question my identity, is this truly how you intend to betray the Li family? The direct use of her name revealed Li Ji's inner fury. Everyone sit down. What are you doing? With a great enemy at hand, do you have time for such foolishness? Zhao Linhui rapped the table, his imposing presence silencing the room. After a brief silence, Zhao Linhui spoke. While other matters may be uncertain, we can currently ascertain Little Ji's identity. Indeed, let us first confirm Little Ji's identity before discussing anything else. Lu Shuiyun concurred. However, Yi Shuyang hesitated, but before Brother Tian left, he instructed me to, enough. This is a different time. Circumstances have changed. Now, confirming Little Ji's identity is essential for our peace of mind, Zhao Linhui said impatiently. Moreover, regardless of the situation, Little Ji is Brother Tian's only son, the future head of the Li family. That remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's eyes brightened. He understood what they were implying. How could they accurately confirm his identity? Through the inheritance of the family head. If he could perfectly inherit the identity of the family head, it would signify the celestial path's recognition, leaving no room for doubt. Without waiting for Yi Shuyang to elaborate, Lu Shuiyun was the first to produce a palm-sized diamond crystal, within which a wingless bird could be seen soaring gracefully. This was the family emblem of the Li clan, the thorn bird, symbolizing the relentless pursuit of light until death. Noticing Lu Shiyun's gaze upon her, Yi Shuyang, with a hint of reluctance, also retrieved an object that in stark contrast to the exquisite thorn bird crystal. This appeared to be merely a black firewood stick adorned with branches. Nevertheless, Li Ji was quite exhilarated, for this was the mark of the clan's head, the firewood branch. Zhao Linhui spoke up. Let us entrust this to Xiao Ji and see if he can accept it. Unlike Lu Shuiyun, who generously handed over the family emblem to Li Ji, Yi Shuyang hesitated for a moment before begrudgingly passing the firewood branch to him. There was no need for any special ceremony. With the crystal in his left hand and the branch in his right, Li Ji felt his thoughts elevate infinitely, until he found himself in a vast, white space that a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat cross-legged in midair, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a resolute demeanor. Upon seeing the man's face, Li Ji instinctively trembled and cried out, "Father!" The middle-aged man was none other than Li Qingtin. "Xiao Ji, I am delighted to meet you here." This signifies that you have gained the recognition of several leaders and have successfully assumed the position of the Li clan's head. Tears streamed down Li Ji's face as he nodded silently. Contrary to the stern demeanor of Li Qingtian that Li Ji remembered, the version of him in this space rarely displayed a smile. That it is highly probable that I will perish, and perhaps your mother will be implicated as well. However, your lethargic and troublemaking nature leaves me quite concerned. I struggle to envision the future of the Li clan under your leadership. Thus, I have chosen to have Lao Zhao and the others supervise you until you possess sufficient capability to take on the emblem and family crest. Of course, if you never gain their approval, the Li clan will dissolve. The emblem and crest are their compensation, a reward for taking care of you for 20 years. After all, both are valuable items. Time is rather short, and there are many things I cannot elaborate on. Beneath the secret vault is a small hidden compartment. The password is your mother's and your birthday. Most of what I wish to convey to you is contained within. So be sure to take a look. From now on, you shall be the head of the Li clan. The family is small, and Li Yuantian is somewhat restless, but if his actions are not excessively malicious, you might consider sparing him, as he is your biological uncle. Finally, pursue revenge according to your own capabilities. Remember, living is the greatest hope. Chapter 55. Family Crisis. As Li Ji's consciousness entered the inheritance space, a beam of azure light swept through the entire Li mansion on Qiugui Street, as if it possessed a mind of its own. Despite the Li family's apparent decline, numerous individuals were present within the mansion and its annexes. Engaged in conversation or laughter, this moment, they were all enveloped by the azure light, which cascaded down onto Qiugui Street. They exchanged glances, each displaying a measure of astonishment. Wait, I believe I have seen that light before. Could this phenomenon be the Qinghong washing of the house? After some contemplation, one affirmed, indeed, it seems the head of the Li family has been confirmed, and the land deed has been reinstated. Didn't those individuals take the land deed and family emblem away? How is it that the Li family has reinstated its head? Why ponder so much? That is not our concern. Someone swiftly report this matter to the family head. They hastily departed, yet the crowd on Qiugui Street only grew denser, eventually blocking all 4 exits of the Li mansion. Observing their neatly attired garments, it was evident they belonged to 4 distinct factions. The dampness on his cheeks indicated that he had genuinely cried, and the faces of Zhao Linhui and the others were filled with concern. Xiaoji, you have indeed seen Brother Tian. Haven't you? Lu Shuiyun sighed, gently ruffling Li Ji's hair, as if to comfort him. Li Ji nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Unlike them, Li Ji was witnessing his father's visage and hearing his words once more after nearly a century. His feelings were far more complex. Although Li Qingtian's words were few, the care embedded within them was unmistakable. However, after the warmth faded, Li Ji's heart grew colder, and the desire for revenge intensified. Reflecting on past events, he realized why Zhao Linhui and the others had not adhered to Li Qingtian's words and protected him for 20 years. It was clearly due to that catastrophic failure. It echoed the ancient adage, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. The expectation of others' care could never compare to self-reliance. That Lig lowered his head to wipe away his tears, only to discover that the family emblem and head's mark had vanished, replaced by a tattoo-like brand on the back of his right hand. A wingless bird soaring, clutching a pitch-black branch in its beak. Its eyes gleaming with unwavering azure light. That Lig could faintly sense the unique energy fluctuations within the brand, and the ice core within his heart seemed to pulse with newfound vitality. Xiaoji, since you have obtained the position of head, this should be returned to its rightful owner. That he then retrieved a black-and-white contract from Zhao Linhui's bosom. That Lig accepted it gravely, for it was the land deed of Qiugui Street, the very foundation of the Li family. The land deed, family emblem, and head's mark were divided among the 3 leaders for safekeeping, serving as Li Qingtian's insurance measure, as well as a protective shield for Li Ji in exceptional circumstances. Truthfully, Li Ji had not anticipated that merely to validate an identity would allow him to reunite all 3 items and reclaim the position of head of the Li family. That he gently caressed the brand on his hand. Countless thoughts surged within him. The situation had unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Allowing plans to proceed, he stowed the land deed within his spatial ring, his gaze resolute as he spoke. I wonder if you still harbor doubts regarding my identity? The three exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. After a brief silence, Lu Shuiyun was the first to ask, Xiaoji, are you truly prepared? Although you have attained the identity of head, the real challenges are just beginning. Not only must you maintain the ranking of the 5 great families, but I also harbor doubts about whether you can preserve the family name. The heavenly decree stipulates that when a family is succeeded, if the successor does not meet the basic requirements of a 5th-tier ability user, they must complete the tasks set forth by the heavenly decree for family succession. Success in these tasks leads to a smooth succession, while failure results in the forfeiture of all rights to inherit family assets. Even if the succession is successful, the challenges for Li Ji are merely beginning. The 5 great families, or more accurately, the 10 great families, enjoy the benefits granted by the heavenly decree, while also bearing corresponding obligations. This obligation is both difficult and simple. It requires annual contributions from the family to the heavenly decree, whether it be slaying other races, subjugating them, nurturing talent, or creating inventions. Any action beneficial to humanity can yield family contribution points. The black and white land deed is fundamentally a leaderboard. The front lists the top 10 families in Haiwa City and their accumulated contribution points for the year, while the back details the total contribution points of the Li family and the points accrued from various initiatives. Just moments ago, Li Ji observed that the 10th-ranked family had accumulated over 18,000 points. Named the Feng family. In contrast, the Li family had accumulated less than 3,000 points, rendering them ineligible for the rankings. Contribution points can be exchanged for various resources from the heavenly decree, with a settlement occurring at the end of each year. It is now mid-October, which means that with the current contribution points, the Li family will fall out of the top 10 within 3 months. The consequence of dropping out of the top 10 typically entails that the head of the Li family, namely Li Ji, will be randomly transported to a battlefield between humanity and other races by the heavenly decree, where he must engage in combat to earn contribution points, until he can bridge the gap in ranking at the time of settlement. Of course, should he perish on the battlefield, everything would come to an end. To reclaim a position within the top 10 families, one must strive to accumulate contribution points once more. This is the heavenly decree's constraint on the top 10 families. To receive better benefits, one must offer greater contributions. All families on the list are prohibited from falling in rank. Regression leads to punishment, with the severity of the punishment increasing with the degree of decline. Given the current disparity, Li Ji surmised that he would likely be sent to the most tumultuous battlefield. Even if he possessed various advantages from his rebirth, he feared he might not survive a single day there, as it was not a place for solitary combat. Meeting the inquiring gazes of the three, Li Ji articulated his long-established plan. To be frank, I have my own fortuitous encounter, so completing the task to preserve the family name will be no issue. As for the rankings, I aim to secure a position within the top 10 this year, and will consider aiming for the top 5 in the following year. The corresponding penalties will remain within acceptable limits. This was Li Ji's genuine sentiment. Armed with prophetic foresight of the future and the special opportunity granted by the Eye of Fate, he was far from being an impetuous fool and would not recklessly charge in. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, he thought. Accumulating sufficient strength to decisively vanquish his foes was his ultimate objective. Naturally, even if he were to leave Haiwa City, Li Ji would ensure to leave the Lin family with a profound lesson. Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Excellent. Knowing you have such thoughts puts me at ease. Revenge cannot be rushed. The more haste, the more opportunities you grant the Lin family. I understand. Therefore, I reiterate my question. Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhao, and Uncle Yi, are you willing to return to the Li family? Li Ji asked with a smile, though his expression bore a hint of seriousness. This marks the third inquiry. Should the response continue to be dismissive or refuse, Li Ji will no longer insist and will instead initiate his contingency plan. I am willing. Chapter 56. 2 agreements and 1 refusal. Li Ji did not expect that the first to speak would not be anyone else, but rather Yi Shuyang. Before Li Ji could feel joy, he heard Yi Shuyang state. Li Ji's expression shifted slightly, yet he responded, Uncle Yi, please go ahead. If it is feasible, I shall not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shuyang finally spoke quietly. My request is this: if, and I stress if, Xin is indeed a traitor, I hope you can grant her a chance at mercy. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the three varied. Zhao Linhui sighed. Lu Shuiyun scoffed. While Li Ji remained utterly indifferent. Why, Yi Shuyang? Do you truly comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Lu Shuiyun interjected, tapping the table. You wish to spare someone who has betrayed the Li family after years of nurturing. When did the cost of betrayal become so trifling? In stark contrast to Li Ji's demeanor, Yi Shuyang vehemently countered Lu Shuiyun's assertion. Lu Shuiyun, understand this. There is still no evidence proving that Xian is a traitor. All right. She is someone you watched grow. Can you bear to witness her demise? What more proof is required? Failing to relay critical information and watching Xiao Ji face life-threatening dangers without a word, does that not constitute treachery? If we spare her and she continues to conspire against Xiao Ji, who will bear the consequences? With the covert protection of Lantern Garden, Xiao Ji will be safe. Protection. Safe? Are you suggesting that Li Yuan poisons him? Or that Lin Tianya attacks, or Lin Shi obstructs him? These are all accidents. What else is not an accident? The argument reached an impasse. Yi Shuyang, ultimately in the wrong, flushed with indignation and turned his head away. After all, I have only this one daughter and this one request that if you agree to it, I shall also comply with your terms. Negotiating terms? Have you forgotten how your life was granted to you? Lu Shuiyun scoffed, proceeding to the stage to retrieve a contract. Blood of a red and blue hue pulsed from his palm, seeping into the contract like water. The signing of a contract between an ability user and an ordinary person differs. It does not require blood from the forehead or fingertips, but rather the blood infused with their abilities. Blood that merges their unique energy. The abilities of all users are singular, further ensuring the uniqueness of the contract's execution. Once the contract was established, Lu Shuiyun handed it to Li Ji. Xiao Ji, I have signed. I shall forever support you. Our black armored guards will always be the shield of the Li family. Anyone who dares to bring ruin upon the Li family must first step over the corpses of my black armored guards. Receiving the contract, Li Ji embraced Lu Shuiyun gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Lu. To be honest, I still hope to hear you call me Yun Ge, just like before. Lu Shuiyun chuckled widely. Observing this scene, Yi Shuyang turned to Zhao Linhui with an expression of plea. Zhao Linhui recognized it was his turn to speak. Otherwise, the situation would not resolve amicably. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuiyun nodded in agreement. But Yi Shuyang felt a bit awkward, realizing that Zhao Linhui's comment was a cue for him, especially considering his earlier reluctance. The name of betrayal weighed heavily on those brothers, and had it not been for his restraint, many lives would likely have already been lost at AS for the traitor issue. I believe we can proceed as previously discussed. First, bait the hook and wait until it bites before making a decision. Perhaps Xiao Ji's judgment might be mistaken, and later he may need to apologize to Ku Xian. Upon hearing this, Li Ji understood that Zhao Linhui was on his side. As for the possibility of misidentifying Ku Xian as a traitor, it left room for an apology, albeit only an apology. Zhao Linhui flicked away the ash from his cigarette, while Li Ji took out a contract and placed it before him. I appreciate your help, Uncle Zhao. Once again, I assure you, I will never treat you as slaves. You will always be my elders, that's fine. It's merely a slave contract. I've signed worse before. Zhao Linhui clapped Li Ji on the shoulder. Blood vessels on his fingers burst, instantly staining his hand crimson as he pressed it onto the contract. 3 seconds later, a burst of scarlet flame ignited, incinerating the contract to ashes. This was due to the contract's inferior quality, unable to bear the sole imprint of a master like Zhao Linhui. However, the contract took effect the moment it was signed. Similar to others, Li Ji could still feel the connection between himself and Zhao Linhui, albeit faint. Should Zhao Linhui choose, he could easily erase this connection at some cost. Li Ji was not overly surprised. In his previous life, he had been a 6th-level master and was aware of such circumstances. The transition from a 6th-level master to a 7th-level grandmaster is akin to a qualitative leap. Similarly, the transition from a 5th-level advanced practitioner to a 6th-level master is a significant hurdle. One that, once overcome, results in considerable changes across the board. The absence of a physical contract did not concern Li Ji, as he was not seeking to control these individuals. The signing of the contract was merely a precaution. And the faint connection with Zhao Linhui served as a confidentiality clause, sufficient for his needs. Seeing that Zhao Linhui had also signed the contract, Yi Shuyang's expression darkened further. The 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. making him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. That I wish to withdraw. I can take Coexan and leave Haiwa City. Dawai Shuyang struggled to voice his thoughts, yet no one responded. He lowered his head dejectedly and surrendered his spatial ring, a requisite of the leader of Lanting Garden. Within it lay the names and unique contact information of all Lanting Garden members. Along with the leader's token, Ig naturally accepted the ring, placing it on his finger. It was a simple ring etched with a blooming orchid, not overly ornate, but symbolically significant. Uncle Yi, I can grant you, or Coexan, an opportunity. Li Ji stated coolly, however, this is contingent upon the continuation of the Spirit Mind Bait plan, and I also require the Lin family to bury a batch of elite members within this scheme. Yi Shuyang nodded, his tone inscrutable. Xiao Ji, oh no. Head of the family, rest assured, I will take charge of this plan and discreetly discuss matters with Coexan, striving to sway her and make her truly one of us. Then I wish you success. Uncle Y.To be honest, I too hope my intelligence is mistaken. After all, Coexan and I share a childhood bond, and I do not wish for a life-and-death struggle between us. Li Ji sighed. That I understand. Then, head of the family, I shall depart to prepare. Once you have arranged the plan, feel free to notify me at any time. Dawai Shuyang appeared to age significantly in an instant. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Lig remained seated, offering no gesture of farewell. Zhao Linhui and Lu Shuiyun remained silent, making no moves. Dawai Shuyang chuckled awkwardly before exiting the basement, ultimately not signing the contract. Once he left, Lu Shuiyun immediately stood, arms outstretched, as a dense mist filled the basement. In the hazy atmosphere, Lu Shuiyun declared, there are no signs of discovery. We should currently be safe. Zhao Linhui emanated a mist of blood energy, enveloping the three of them. That I shall add another layer of protection. Moreover, you two and Yi Shuyang must clarify what plan you devised. Surely, you can disclose it to me now. Chapter 57, The Truth of the Plan. Li Ji and Lu Shuiyun exchanged knowing smiles. Uncle Ye's performance was commendable, with his mixed emotions and subtle reluctance, alongside the dilemma between his daughter and family, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth from the facade. Lu Shuiyun also gave a thumbs up. Indeed, you must consider Shuyang's background. He is adept at intelligence work, and performing is second nature to him. However, noticing Zhao Linhui's grim expression, they promptly ceased their jesting. Shall I speak, or will you? Lu Shuiyun inquired. That I'll take the lead, as this matter is my design. That Lig looked at Zhao Linhui, organizing his thoughts to explain. Uncle Zhao, this matter is not as complex as it seems. It bears no significant difference from what was just mentioned. That we genuinely intend to execute the Spirit Mind Bait plan and eliminate a portion of our enemies. Both Coexan's identity and the mind veins I mentioned are authentic. The reason for withholding certain details is primarily to enhance the realism of our ACT. As he spoke, Li Ji sighed. He had observed Yi Shuyang's expression earlier. Perhaps amidst the words lay a kernel of sincerity. The blend of truth and falsehood would serve to mislead those lurking in the shadows. Although Zhao Linhui appeared brash, as the leader of the Mo Dao team, he was no fool and quickly grasped the underlying implications of Li Ji's words. Shuyang has a listening device. Did that little girl Coexan plant it? Li Ji nodded, then shook his head. There is indeed a listening device, but it is not merely a standard apparatus. It is a manifestation of Coexan's ability. This ability, named Inviting the Moon, allows her to share hearing and sight with her target, a rather peculiar power. Zhao Linhui frowned. That a new ability. I thought that girl only possessed the shadow side attack ability. How could she suddenly manifest such a supportive power? How did you come to know of this? Li Ji naturally refrained from revealing that it was her own exposure from his previous life. Instead, he concocted a plausible excuse to deflect the inquiry. Zhao Linhui did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. If Rao Kursin has been monitoring Shuyang's movements, combined with the intelligence she possesses, we will find ourselves in a very passive position. Indeed, from today onward, Lanting Garden shall cease all communications and completely conceal our presence until I issue new orders. That Lig displayed the orchid ring that symbolized his leadership, which was also a part of the plan. Lu Shuiyun added, to be honest, Shuyang has truly neglected his duties, focusing solely on revenge and granting most of his authority to Rao Kursin. This has left us in the dark regarding who among those in Lanting Garden remains loyal to the Li family and who has submitted to Rao Kursin. Implementing the bait plan, a spirit mind will surely lure her in. Even if she does not take the bait, those behind her will be unable to resist this tempting prize, forcing her hand. The resolution of traitors, the annihilation of the enemy's viable forces, and the extraction of the spirit mind. That is our plan to achieve 3 objectives with one stroke. Zhao Linhui waved his hand decisively, saying, "Enough, no need for further elaboration. Just inform me once the plan is confirmed. Do not leave me in the dark as you did this time." The Lig apologized with a smile, casting a glance at Lu Shuyun's character card. The success of this plan hinges entirely on Lu Shuyun's extraordinary abilities. Name: Lu Shuyun. Age: 43. Race: human. Contamination level: 37. Potential level: purple. Maximum dual abilities: highest level 5. Ability 1. 100 miles transmission, level 4. Allows unobstructed communication within a designated range. With a maximum of 2 contacts simultaneously. Once activated, consent from the other party is required. Ability 2. Ice barrier, level 5. Can transform ice elements into any form of solid barrier, effectively obstructing elemental abilities and blunt force attacks, while providing moderate resistance against piercing weapons. Occupation: Miss Zaytion Dao class transfer reward, water mist barrier. Occupation effect: water mist barrier enhances affinity for water elements where the mist blooms. Others cannot see or hear anything within the barrier. Loyalty: 78. Character card 1. I like you. You are my only choice. Lu Shuyun's ice abilities are well known, providing him with the confidence befitting the leader of the Black Armor Guards. However, few are aware that he possesses a communication ability that far surpasses the utility of mobile phones in the urban era. After receiving Li Ji's message, Lu Shuiyun promptly contacted him and notified Yi Shuyang, collaboratively orchestrating this ruse to deceive Rao Kursin to maintain authenticity. The 3 merely established a basic bottom line without fully aligning their dialogues. Thus, Li Ji felt fortunate for the unwavering support of the trio, while also reflecting on their tacit understanding, as they had inadvertently conferred the position of family head upon him amidst their bickering. It is likely that the news has already reached the outside world. As for whether the Lin family would abandon the spirit mine, this option was not even considered during their discussions, as the probability was exceedingly low, negligibly so. The confidential meeting essentially concluded here. Zhao Linhui was to be the muscle in the plan, not the strategist, and he preferred not to overthink the details. After deliberating on other matters for another half hour, Zhao Linhui and Lu Shuiyun subsequently departed from the basement. Li Ji let out a long sigh, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Things had progressed more smoothly than he had anticipated, presenting him with an opportunity to ensnare the Lin family. Young master, they have all left. Xiao Bai emerged from the corner with Xiao Jin in tow. Indeed, their departure was expected. Next time they come, it will not merely be as observers that Li's expression turned somber. The individuals Xiao Bai referred to were those led by the Lin family, who were constantly watching Li Ji's small residence. The arrival of Lu Shuiyun and the others, with Rao Kursin's tip-off, would undoubtedly reach the Lin family's ears, and they would naturally seek to trace the trio's whereabouts to uncover the hiding place of Mo Dao and the Black Armor. However, based on Li Ji's speculation, it seemed that there would be little surveillance in the near future, as he required sufficient relaxation to execute the spirit mind bait plan. As for who would play the roles of the mantis, cicada, or oriole, that would depend on the interplay among the parties involved. In Li Ji's heart, he aimed to be the hunter, the most ferocious one at that. He believed this day would not come too late. Xiao Jin, you have been a great help this time. Li Ji affectionately patted Xiao Jin's head in praise. Indeed, without the allure of the spirit mind, even the most brilliant schemes would come to naught. Ji. Xiao Jin raised its head and chirped twice. Li Ji turned his gaze to Xiao Bai, who flickered his eyes briefly. Xiao Jin said he wanted to find a new master. Chapter 58. The Awakening of Qin Xiang, a new master? Who? Li Ji pondered while stroking his chin, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Jin, daring to contest me for the treasure-seeking mouse. I'll deal with him first. Ji. Xiao Jin's tone was urgent, yet his expression bore no hint of worry, almost mocking. Xiao Bai, what is he saying? Li Ji inquired. He did not intervene, for the duo of Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin certainly possessed self-defense capabilities. As for expenses, He had never seen a beast needing to spend money to acquire goods. Exiting the basement, Li Ji hastily traversed the hall and ascended to the guest room on the second floor. The room contained 2 beds. On the inner bed, Qin Xiang was sound asleep, while on the outer bed, Jiang Yujun was seated, engrossed in a biography. Upon seeing Li Ji, Jiang Yujun smiled and said, "You've finished your discussion. I was just about to look for you." Noticing Jiang Yujun's rosy complexion, a stark contrast to her previous pallor, Li Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He passed Jiang Yujun. Li Ji observed a faint golden mark flickering on Qin Xiang's forehead. "This must be your little servant." Her mark was quite deep just now, indicating a likely natural awakening of her abilities. Jiang Yujun remarked, turning her head. "However, the mark has faded considerably now. I feel she is unlikely to awaken this time." Lig nodded. Familiar with the situation, in layman's terms, the flickering of the golden mark is commonly referred to as the moment of ability awakening, with the duration varying from person to person, some lasting only a few minutes, while others might persist for a day or two. However, unlike others, Li Ji had a clear perception of this change. As his vision shifted, he noticed Qin Xiang's character card undergoing alterations. Name: Qin Xiang. Ability: Awakening. Predicted awakening directions: 1. Luck Hourglass Awakening Level 50. Collection of blessing items can enhance awakening level. Predicted awakening directions: 2. Misfortune Pendulum Awakening Level 98. Collection of curse items can enhance awakening level. Predicted awakening directions: 3. Clear Sky Extreme Luck Awakening Level 30. Enhancement conditions unknown. Requires key items to trigger. Each awakening direction displayed varying degrees of enhancement. Yet the most significant change was undoubtedly in the second option, the Misfortune Pendulum, which was merely a hair's breadth from complete awakening. Lig calculated in his mind. Judging by the situation, it was likely that, as in his previous life, Qin Xiang would once again become the dreaded Misfortune Empress, wielding the effects of misfortune and curses. The Clear Sky Extreme Luck option was not worth discussing, as he was not well versed in its specifics. But the first option clearly pertained to luck. Missing out on this would indeed be a pity. Well, this matter cannot be classified as entirely good or bad, yet an earlier awakening of her abilities would grant me a more formidable ally, which is undeniably advantageous. While he contemplated, the awakening ability of the Misfortune Pendulum flickered again, rising to 99, while the golden mark on Qin Xiang's forehead began to flicker more slowly, its color fading further. Still not enough? Li Ji suddenly furrowed his brows and called out, "Amor!" The shadows in the corner of the room parted, and Amor appeared. "Young master, did you call for me?" "Yes, I have something. I just placed it in the safe." "Do you need me to fetch it for you?" Amor inquired. "Yes, hurry and bring it to me," Li Ji urged. Had he ultimately arrived a moment too late? Li Ji held the Misfortune Pendulum short staff, sharing the same name as Qin Xiang's abilities, and sighed deeply. Jiang Yujun, witnessing this scene, naturally understood Li Ji's intentions. "You disregarded my advice to keep that Misfortune Pendulum for the sake of your little servant, didn't you?" Unaccountably, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Lig frowned. "Her name is Qin Xiang. While she has indeed signed a slave contract with me, I do not regard her as a slave. I hope you will do the same." Jiang Yujun shrugged, a smile curling at her lips. "I have a way to help your little servant." "Oh no, I mean Qin Xiang. Reactivate her awakening moment." Lig raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do tell." "Nothing comes for free." Jiang Yojun's eyes narrowed slightly as she lowered her head. Seemingly intent on returning to her book, Lig had no intention of taking advantage, if it meant facilitating Qin Xiang's awakening sooner. He deemed it worthwhile to pay a price. "What are your demands?" "I want that copper mirror and copper piece." "Here you go." Grabbing the 2 items he tossed, Jiang Yujun smirked. "You are quite generous. Do you even know what these are before giving them to me?" "Precisely because I do not know, I felt free to give them to you," Lig replied with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yujun cast a languid glance at him. "This is the sun." "The sun?" Li Ji asked, perplexed. Jiang Yujun offered no further explanation as she stowed the bronze mirror and bronze pieces into the coffin necklace, then retrieved a 7-colored flower from within. "Here, give this to her, and it will reactivate the awakening moment," she stated. "However, as previously agreed, you assist me in obtaining the bronze mirror, and I shall provide you with a treasured possession of my mother. If you have the 7-colored flower in hand, our transaction will be complete." This flower not only has the power to reactivate the awakening moment, but can also sustain life. It can preserve a person's vitality for half a year, regardless of the severity of their injuries. Are you certain you wish to give this to Qin Xiang? Li Ji was taken aback. It seemed that this seven-colored flower was indeed a rare treasure. Yet, in an instant he nodded and asked, "How should I administer it to Qin Xiang?" "Simply pluck the petals and place them in her mouth," Jiang Yujun replied in a calm tone. "Very well, thank you." Following her instructions, Li Ji instructed Amo to open Qin Xiang's mouth and inserted the petals inside. With a touch of magic, Li Ji observed as the petals transformed into liquid, flowing down her throat. After administering 7 petals, Qin Xiang's body began to warm. Her face flushed, and she involuntarily started to thrash about, shedding her clothing. Suddenly, her temperature plummeted, and she ceased her struggles, her expression softening into a smile. As if she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Simultaneously, a golden mark reappeared on her forehead, bright yet gentle, flickering with her breath. Without hesitation, Li Ji promptly placed the pendulum of misfortune into Qin Xiang's hands. The golden mark ceased its pulsation, and a gray light emanated from the pendulum, sweeping over Qin Xiang's entire being. In Li Ji's vision, the value representing her awakening level flickered once more. 100. It worked. Li Ji clenched his fists in triumph, but before he could celebrate, a force pulled him outside. "What is happening?" Li Ji inquired, puzzled. "She is currently in the awakening phase. That gray light is the manifestation of calamity. If it touches you, you will be in great danger, and it may also affect Qin Xiang's awakening," Jiang Yujun replied earnestly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ji sheepishly thanked Jiang Yujun. She waved her hand dismissively. Her veil had been removed, and her gaze, filled with complexity, lingered on the floating Qin Xiang as she murmured to herself. Even though they were nearly touching, Li Ji could not discern her words, only catching fragments like calamity, good, and what to do. Seeing that it would take some time for Qin Xiang to recover, and feeling it inappropriate to leave, Li Ji decided to initiate a conversation, as he had many questions for Jiang Yujun. Even if she were reluctant to speak, it would be better than enduring an awkward silence that, Miss Jiang. Li Ji began, but was interrupted by Jiang Yujun. "There's no need for such formality. You can call me Xiao Jun or Yu. I will be relying on you for the next 3 years," she said, remembering that Jiang Yojun's mother referred to her as Xiao Jun. Li Ji chose not to take advantage of the situation and replied, "Then I shall call you Uwy the way. What did you mean by the sun earlier?" This time, Jiang Yujun did not evade the question and provided a thorough explanation. Li Ji learned that the bronze mirror was called the sun-storing mirror. As the name suggests, it could store solar energy within. The bronze pieces were known as sun-releasing pieces, designed to work in tandem with the sun-storing mirror, allowing the stored solar power to be unleashed, emitting high temperatures and intense radiation. Described as a weapon of the highest caliber, that it was not an anomalous weapon, as it did not require any psychic energy. The power of the sun was akin to the force of natural law, incomparable to ordinary abilities. Likewise, utilizing these 2 items was not something an ordinary person could accomplish, according to Jiang Yujun. A normal individual, defined as someone of rank 8 or lower, could only use it once in their lifetime. The cost of usage was being melted by the immense energy, and even during that agonizing process, one might not achieve the intended targeting and elimination of an opponent. In short, it was a perilous yet potentially useless endeavor. Thus, Li Ji felt no regret, but was curious about Jiang Yojun's interest in these artifacts. "My mother requires them," Jiang Yujun replied succinctly, and Li Ji ceased his inquiries, recognizing that the motives of such powerful beings were beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, in the world within the coffin necklace, Jiang Yojun's mother, Yu Lingmiao, looked at the sun-storing mirror and sun-releasing pieces with great joy. Indeed, the direction of this drift was correct. There were numerous treasures in this growing world. Before Yu Lingmiao could formulate further plans, she suddenly furrowed her brow, a sweet taste filling her throat as golden blood spilled from her lips. Damn it, the intervals between episodes are becoming increasingly rapid. Fortunately, with the aid of Xiao Jun and these 2 items, subduing these entities would be considerably easier. As she assembled the sun-releasing piece onto the back of the sun-storing mirror, Yu Lingmiao clasped her hands together, her eyes emitting 2 golden beams that struck the mirror and the piece. Like a scraper, it stripped the copper surface from both artifacts, revealing glimmering gold, and the temperature began to rise sharply to go. Without touching the sun-storing mirror, she commanded the two items to surge skyward in a peculiar manner. Merging with the half-setting sun on the horizon, boom! It was as if something had broken free from confinement, and a radiant sun appeared in the sky of the grave world. The solar power accumulated within the sun-storing mirror for countless years began to flourish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Numerous mounds of soil from the graves erupted under the intense light, their black energy stripped away. Some dissolved in the sunlight, while most re-entered the ground, causing minor upheavals. Quite effective indeed, but using it this way feels rather wasteful. Contract. As if her words were law, at Yu Ling Miao's command, the immense radiant sun began to contract, appearing to shrink from several meters in diameter to the size of a plate. The sky transformed from bright white back to dim gray. Though occasionally, golden threads would cascade down, obliterating the grotesque forms of the graves within reach, reducing them to ashes. Murmuring softly, Yu Ling Miao chuckled lightly, her brow easing, and soon snores filled the air. Outside, the two continued their conversation about everyday matters. Drawing their relationship closer, that'd be why the way. Ew, what did you discuss with that mysterious person earlier? You seem to expend a great deal of mental energy, and why did you advise me not to go outside? Li Ji queried, voicing his concerns. Jiang Yujun appeared to just recall this matter. Worry etched across her features as she said, "My world also has individuals who wield such anomalous powers. This ability is quite extreme. The weak are very weak, yet the powerful are extraordinarily strong, capable of controlling their targets without a sound. Moreover, because it employs paper as a medium, it is far more challenging to counter than simple puppetry using mental energy." Li Ji nodded. "I understand. It's the paper duel technique. Thankfully, you are unharmed." However, observing the rigid communication and movements of Qin Xiang under his control, he speculated that his power level could not be very high. Perhaps not even reaching the third rank. Jiang Yujun concurred. Yet she expressed her true concern. "Your intuition is correct. That individual is not particularly strong. However, you may not have noticed that there is another person behind him." Li Ji was taken aback, processing her words. "You mean, indeed," Jiang Yujun confirmed, "I sense two souls within Qin Xiang's consciousness, which means it is a case of dual souls." She elaborated, "The paper duel technique requires a combination of mental and spiritual energy to execute. And because that individual's technique is of low rank, he could not conceal the existence of the other soul that I had to contend with both souls simultaneously, which is why it drained so much of my mental energy. Of course, while my current abilities are comparable to those of a third-rank mutant, I may be slightly stronger in certain aspects, such as mental energy, allowing me to face two opponents at once. Nonetheless, they are two individuals, and their consumption is less than mine, which is why I advise you to stay indoors. Otherwise, you could fall into his trap." That Lig was familiar with the paper duel technique, including the individual's name and basic background, but he had never anticipated his presence here, nor considered the implications of dual souls. "Dual souls, you say? In that case, many matters from my past life could be explained." Seeing Li Ji lost in thought, Jiang Yujun waved her hand in front of him. "What are you pondering? Tonight, are you still planning to meet them?" Jiang Yujun asked, puzzled. "That I recommend you refrain from acting recklessly. Those two are not easy to deal with." Lig smiled bitterly. "I have no interest in confronting them, but since they are using my uncle as leverage, I have no choice but to go. Yang Xueru's ability is currently only at the second rank. He possesses some strength, but not much that he claims to be the captain of the patrol team, but that position was obtained through connections." Jiang Yujun finally understood and realized that it would be futile to dissuade Li Ji. "How about I accompany you?" "No need. I have my plans in place, and a powerful ally will secretly ensure my safety. You should stay home and relax. Are you worried I may hinder you? Do you believe I can't outperform you if I reveal my true strength?" "I believe it, but precisely because of that, you must not accompany me. I fear that individual will leave upon seeing you, which would bring calamity upon my uncle." "You?" Witnessing Li Ji's refusal to accept her goodwill, Jiang Yujun chose to ignore Qin Xiang's awakening and stormed downstairs in a fit of anger. "Amo, prepare some snacks for her," Li Ji remarked with a smile. "Certainly, young master. I shall ensure Miss Jiang is cheered up." Amo responded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he contemplated which delectable dessert to prepare. Upon first seeing Jiang Yojuan's countenance, and her inherent noble aura reminiscent of an orchid in a secluded valley, Amo discerned that she was not a child of an ordinary family. Having learned that Jiang Yujun had only just reached adulthood, Amo had already taken a liking to this child. The recent exchange between Li Ji and her further showcased Jiang Yojuan's vast knowledge and her earnest concern for Li Ji, which only heightened Amo's satisfaction, prompting him to cultivate a good relationship with her in preparation for the future. Casting a glance at the gray-tinged Qin Xiang and the eagerly expectant Li Ji, Amo felt a stir in his heart and swiftly vanished into the shadows. Naturally, Li Ji would not leave. He held exceedingly high hopes for Qin Xiang. This was not solely due to Qin Xiang's past achievements, but also because his rebirth was intricately tied to her assistance that in the eyes of the doomed Empress. It was merely a minor transaction, yet it had undeniably afforded Li Ji unparalleled advantages. Thus, after his rebirth, Li Ji wasted no time in securing Qin Xiang's allegiance, both for his own sake and to alleviate her misfortunes. From what he understood, Qin Xiang's life after being sold by her parents had been worse than that of a beast. It's over, Li Ji exclaimed with delight that he observed the gray light in the room retracting, all converging into the doomed pendulum, as Qin Xiang gradually descended onto the bed, her eyelids fluttering as if she were about to awaken. Li Ji hurried to her side and gently called out, "Qin Xiang, wake up. It's all right." Qin Xiang slowly opened her eyes, devoid of pupils and whites, her eye sockets filled with a gray hue. At this sight, Li Ji's heart involuntarily tightened. Could she be blind? It wasn't tea like this in the past. Fortunately, the peculiarity in Qin Xiang's eyes did not linger long. The gray gradually coalesced, revealing the whites of her eyes. Though her irises remained grayed, as her gaze regained focus, Qin Xiang beheld Li Ji before instinctively embracing him, her voice trembling. "Young master." Li Ji was taken aback, then gently patted her back, assuring her, "It's all right. The young master will protect you." Suddenly, Qin Xiang froze, seemingly realizing her current situation, and withdrew from Li Ji's embrace. Lowering her head in apology, her voice laced with fear, "I'm sorry, young master. It was unintentional." Observing Qin Xiang's near bow, Li Ji couldn't help but chuckle, understanding the young slave's thoughts that in typical noble households, female slaves daring to embrace their masters often harbored ulterior motives and would face severe punishment from the mistress. Li Ji rose to fetch a glass of water, saying, "It's fine. I know you were terrified. Here, this is water. You can drink it now. You must be quite thirsty after being afflicted by the paper doll technique. One cannot drink water immediately. It is akin to drinking seawater, as the more one drinks, the thirstier they become, potentially leading to fatal consequences. This is a common method for assessing whether one has been affected by paper-type abilities, as ordinary puppet techniques do not possess such side effects." Seemingly rejuvenated from her slumber and awakened powers, Qin Xiang appeared much improved, having already left the bed while Li Ji poured water. The thin burlap clothing did not chill her. Rather, her cheeks flushed, and clutching the hem of her garment, she dared not look at Li Ji, murmuring, "Thank you, young master. I'm not thirsty," handing the water to Qin Xiang. Li Ji smiled and offered further reassurances. Once her spirits had somewhat settled, he opened her character card to examine any changes. Name, Qin Xiang. Age, fortune race, human, pollution level, 0, potential level, golden. Capable of awakening a maximum of 4 abilities, with the highest level of ability advancement being 7 tiers. Ability 1, Daughter of Luck, Tier 1. By offering luck-related items, one can freely choose to enhance their own luck or diminish their misfortune, with duration dependent on the offered item. Ability 2, Doom Pendulum, Tier 1. Increases the target's misfortune, ignoring distance, space, and disguise, with soul wave locking. Loyalty, 88. Character card 1. A little girl born from dust. Innocently stepping into the sight of the divine, with the potential to alter her fate. Derived ability Awakening Prediction 1. Lucky Hourglass Awakening Level 50. Collecting blessing-related items can enhance the awakening level. Derived ability Awakening Prediction 2. Clear Sky S Great Fortune Awakening Level 30. Enhancement conditions unknown, awaiting key items to trigger. Character card 2. Walking along a gray path, flanked by light, yet choosing the abyss at this moment. First ability Evolution Direction. Strum the strings of fate to awaken 4 luck-related abilities. Success rate, 100. Second ability Evolution Direction. Fusion of the doom resonance with components from the catastrophic vessel at the end of times. Success rate 100. Li Ji gazed at Qin Xiang's character card, momentarily at a loss for judgment. The awakening of two abilities at once, rather than just the previously assumed doom pendulum, was undoubtedly positive. However, he could not yet ascertain the actual effects of Qin Xiang's abilities. In comparison to the luck-related ability requiring the offering of corresponding items, Li Ji naturally favored the doom pendulum ability. The character card had limited descriptions, yet the three aspects of ignoring and one of locking made Li Ji sense the dominance of this ability. Igniting his eagerness to experiment with its effects as for the target, he could simply take Qin Xiang out to meet people later. However, the immediate priority was for Qin Xiang to articulate the effects of her abilities and any specific usage restrictions, which would be immensely beneficial for Li Ji's next plan. Qin Xiang, take a moment to feel the changes in your body, then tell me about the abilities you have awakened. Upon hearing Li Ji mention the matter at hand, Qin Xiang nodded and closed her eyes to concentrate. In truth, during the moment of awakening, her consciousness had already cleared, and she could hear the sounds around her. She had also clearly overheard Li Ji's conversation with Jiang Yujun. Fully understanding the extent of Li Ji's efforts to help her awaken her abilities, silently acknowledging this kindness in her heart, Qin Xiang opened her eyes, a gray light enveloping her as her expression suddenly shifted. Young master. There is a problem. Chapter 61. 50 points of misfortune. Initially, Li Ji was still pondering why the predictions for the awakening of Qin Xiang's other two abilities remained unchanged, but upon hearing her words, curiosity sparked within him. What have you discerned, young master? It is as follows. After Qin Xiang elaborated, Li Ji finally comprehended. Much like his own Eye of Fate, Qin Xiang's second ability, the Doom Pendulum, was also activated through her eyes, enabling her to perceive two markers on the target's body. The green four-leaf clover represented luck, while the black skull symbolized misfortune, each bearing corresponding values. Luck and misfortune do not cancel each other out, but rather exert their influence independently. However, at times, the effects of each can indeed result in outcomes leaning toward the higher value. According to the knowledge inherited during her awakening, Qin Xiang indicated that the luck and misfortune values of ordinary individuals fluctuate around 10 points. Any individual action, including simply lying down to sleep, could impact both values to varying degrees. Based on her observations, Li Ji's current floating luck value stood at 15 points, which was quite favorable, suggesting he might encounter a series of green lights during his travels. Even though the apocalyptic era currently lacked traffic signals. However, what troubled her was that Li Ji's misfortune value had reached an astonishing 50 points, marking him not merely as an unfortunate individual, but a veritable harbinger of doom that a rise of 3 to 5 points in misfortune might result in trivial mishaps. Losing small items, while reaching 10 points, could lead to more serious troubles. At 30 points, one might face bankruptcy or attacks, and 50 points represented the extreme limit of misfortune for ordinary people. Young master, I am currently unable to reduce the misfortune values of others. So it is advisable for you to refrain from taking any actions for the time being, allowing the fluctuation of luck to adjust on its own, with your current luck value insufficient to counteract the effects of misfortune. A 50-point misfortune value poses a threat to your life. Should it rise further, it could result in dire consequences. Qin Xiang spoke, her anxiousness unmistakable in her gaze. Li Ji, however, remained unperturbed, despite possessing a misfortune value several times greater than that of ordinary individuals. He did not feel particularly unfortunate, and in fact, everything seemed to be progressing quite smoothly. His plans were unfolding in an orderly manner, with some even surpassing expectations. Nevertheless, he would not entirely disregard Qin Xiang's warning. And after some contemplation, he inquired, if I have certain thoughts but do not act on them, will that affect my luck? Or can you only observe the current state of fortune to predict certain future outcomes? Qin Xiang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Young master, theoretically, I should be able to observe your current luck fluctuations based on your forthcoming actions, thereby generating a predictive effect regarding the outcomes of those actions. However, my ability is still at a low level. I can only observe the luck values of the same target once a day, thus I cannot adjust actions in real time based on the development of events. Certainly, if I were to utilize the misfortune pendulum to augment the target's misfortune value, there would be no need for me to monitor the fortune metrics. I could simply employ my abilities directly on the target. Li Ji understood this implicitly and felt no regret, for perceiving fortune was merely a supplementary effect of the misfortune pendulum that in essence, the pendulum was a means to bring calamity upon enemies. Moreover, given that Qin Xiang's ability level was relatively low at present, her potential for future development was exceedingly high. That Lig recalled the invincible state from his past life, where a mere utterance could doom an adversary to be struck by a meteor in the blink of an eye. Even higher-tier practitioners would think twice before provoking her. Misfortune was not something to be trifled with, as even the mightiest would suffer when ill-fated. After pacing for a couple of circles, Li Ji inquired, "Qin Xiang, how much misfortune can you currently inflict?" "Ah, this is still with the assistance of the staff you provided, which aligns perfectly with my abilities. Otherwise, the duration of weakness would have been doubled." She replied. That Lig clapped his hands together. "That's sufficient. Do you still remember the soul fluctuations of the person controlling your body? Of course, anyone who has had mental contact with me will leave behind a unique soul fluctuation, which can only be erased by special forces. Otherwise, they will become my targets for casting spells," Qin Xiang confidently stated, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. That Lig silently calculated. If Qin Xiang unleashed her full potential, she could indeed pose considerable trouble for the mysterious individual. Suddenly, a crucial question crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "By the way, how long can the negative effects of the misfortune you inflict last?" Just a few seconds, Li Ji sat down beside her, feeling somewhat conflicted that if Qin Xiang could guarantee a prolonged duration of misfortune, he would not need her to accompany him that night. A simple application of a misfortune buff before the official engagement would suffice. However, since Qin Xiang lacked control over this aspect, it might be prudent to bring her along for safety's sake. Even a few seconds of misfortune could have a decisive impact in battle. For instance, if an enemy were about to strike a vital point, a sudden slip or momentary blindness could lead to a swift counterattack. Yet the inherent danger was palpable. Should the mysterious individual regain control over Qin Xiang, she could inadvertently amplify his misfortune, leading to dire consequences for him. The uniqueness of the puppeteering technique lay in its ability to utilize the puppet's powers once control was established. Given the existing contract between Li Ji and Qin Xiang, her mental state had already recorded the soul fluctuations. "Young master, I hope you will take me along. I wish to assist you," Qin Xiang said earnestly. Being under control, her consciousness remained clear, and she was fully aware of the agreement between the mysterious individual and Li Ji. Moreover, understanding that Li Ji's misfortune value was significantly elevated due to the evening's events, she was eager to contribute. Having risen from the depths of the slums to become a practitioner, her gratitude towards Li Ji was immeasurable. "Let me ponder this further." Lig did not respond immediately, needing to assess the potential dangers of the night. While fortune-related abilities were indeed peculiar and typically not countered by other powers, various factors could not be overlooked. Disparities in ability tiers and actual combat prowess could render Qin Xiang vulnerable before she even encountered the enemy. That is an essential component of his future plans. He was unwilling to see her perish in such circumstances. "You may not be aware, but my own luck value is quite high. I assure you, I won't be a hindrance." Chapter 62. Qin Xiang's journey. Upon hearing this, Li Ji finally grasped the implications that as a possessor of fortune-related abilities, Qin Xiang undoubtedly belonged to the highly fortunate category. A perpetually unlucky individual would likely never have the opportunity to acquire such powers. "Do tell, what are your luck and misfortune values?" Li Ji asked, his curiosity piqued. Qin Xiang puffed out her chest. "Young master, you might be taken aback when I reveal this." Li Ji chuckled as he gently tousled Qin Xiang's hair. Though she had only just awakened her powers moments ago, he had observed her transformation. It was a newfound confidence blossoming from within, radiating a hint of pride, starkly contrasting with the numbness, trepidation, and inferiority she had exhibited when she first entered. Li Ji had no intention of dampening her spirits. Instead, he sought to protect this burgeoning confidence. Having endured similar blows in the past, he understood that shattering her faith at such a critical juncture could lead to psychological issues for Qin Xiang. "Come now, do share," he encouraged with a smile. Qin Xiang grinned. "Young master, my luck value is the same as your misfortune value, starting at 50 points, while my misfortune value is a mere 0. Before Li Ji could offer his praise, Qin Xiang continued her narrative. "You see, young master, I've known I was fortunate from a very young age. When my mother was pregnant with me, our family was too impoverished to consider keeping me. Yet my father inadvertently purchased fake medication, and, swayed by others' advice, my mother chose to bear me. During my birth, she faced complications and significant blood loss, but fortunately, a kind passerby with healing abilities came to her aid. Being a girl without abilities, I was not particularly valued by my parents. However, I have never fallen ill, saving them a considerable amount of money, thus they never treated me as harshly as they did my sister. At times, when food was scarce, I would go begging, and there were always kind souls willing to share a morsel with me. That may not have been a feast, but it kept me from starving. Even in the direst situations, I could scavenge for food and water that, while seemingly dirty, was still pure and uncontaminated. Consequently, my pollution index remains low, and my body shows no signs of disease or mutation. Li Ji felt enlightened that he had wondered how Qin Xiang, lacking any alien lineage or special talents, could have a pollution level of 0. It was all due to her remarkable luck. Yet, this string of fortunate events left him questioning how the one before him could be deemed the queen of misfortune. She was clearly the queen of fortune. As she spoke, Qin Xiang's expression blossomed with joy. I thought I would remain in the slums indefinitely, but then I met you, young master, when you sought to purchase me. I was terrified. I feared the nobles, having heard countless unsettling rumors about them. When my mother hesitated to agree, I thought it was a sign of my luck at play, but it wasn't until I was brought to your doorstep that I truly understood what was to come. I assumed my luck had run out after so many years. Otherwise, how could my mother sell me, and how could I end up bound by a slave contract? Yet I soon realized I was mistaken. No master would provide a lowly female slave with bread and milk, nor would they send a steward to help me wash and change clothes. Then that very night, not only did you spare me the burden of warming your bed, but you also provided me with spirit coins and growth potions that I knew then that my luck had not only persisted, but had perhaps even flourished further. As she spoke, Qin Xiang lifted her chin to meet Li Ji's gaze. Playfully winking, "So, young master, please allow me to accompany you tonight. Perhaps my luck will mitigate some of your misfortune. I certainly do not wish for your missteps to lead me to a different master." Observing the glimmering moisture in Qin Xiang's eyes, Li Ji found it difficult to refuse a request. "Very well. You may join me tonight, but you must adhere to my instructions and refrain from acting independently. Rest assured, young master, though I have yet to complete my coming-of-age ceremony, I have still seen much of the world and understand the importance of obedience," Qin Xiang confidently asserted. The coming-of-age ceremony involved the young ones. Under the guidance of the heavenly path, completing a kill against the alien beings in the trial grounds, applicable to all 14-year-olds during the apocalyptic era. The beings hunted were primarily ordinary aliens, many of whom had yet to reach maturity, captured to instill courage and bloodlust in the young human participants. While the process was supervised by human judges and less perilous than wilderness skirmishes, a moment's carelessness could still lead to counterattacks from the aliens. Those unable to achieve a kill would remain trapped in the trial grounds until they succeeded or perished. In other words, all adult humans must have claimed the lives of alien beings. There was no room for sympathy, no empathy, no preferential treatment for captives. Only cold steel and the warmth of blood. Additionally, the form of the coming-of-age ceremony could either be individual or group combat, randomly assigned by the heavenly path. The battles within the trial grounds would be projected, allowing any human to observe in designated areas. This served as a direct means for various factions to scout for new talents. For the youth from the slums, attending such events was particularly significant. Not only might they be fortunate enough to catch the eye of prominent figures from powerful factions, but the heavenly path would also generously provide low-pollution food and water to underage participants during the event. Such opportunities were seldom missed by the youth from the slums, and Qin Xiang was no exception. Without mentioning anything further, she was keenly aware of how to ensure she did not become a liability in battle. Her words granted Li Ji a semblance of reassurance, and he hoped that her 50 points of luck would indeed prove to be of substantial value. According to Qin Xiang, a luck value of 50 essentially means that one steps outside to find clear skies, bends down to pick up money, and casually strolls about only to stumble upon unexpected windfalls. However, until Li Ji confirms that Qin Xiang possesses a certain level of self-defense capability, he will not allow her to venture out alone. No matter how high her luck value may be, It cannot withstand the wide-ranging assaults from high-level ability users, akin to a nuclear bomb obliterating everything in its path. Even if such a calamity would never befall Qin Xiang. Li Ji is not willing to take that gamble. With the golden jade rat preceding her and Qin Xiang following, Li Ji feels that his own luck value should not be so disproportionately lower than his misfortune. Unable to comprehend this, he temporarily relinquishes the thought and tells Qin Xiang, "Prepare yourself. I will call you when we set off tonight." "Thank you, young master. I will take my leave now," watching Qin Xiang depart with exuberance. Li Ji suppresses his smile, delving into contemplation, primarily concerning Qin Xiang. The evolution of the two abilities she has already awakened does not warrant consideration at this moment, as it cannot be achieved in a short span. The foremost task remains to gather a collection of items imbued with luck attributes to assist Qin Xiang in swiftly awakening her remaining two abilities. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's first ability, the Lady of Luck, also requires the offering of similar items, which have become a pressing necessity. However, to Li Ji's knowledge, such peculiar items are either in the possession of influential figures or hoarded by the heavenly way. With only a scarce few circulating outside, the treasure-hunting task will likely fall upon Qin Xiang herself, and with the assistance of the golden jade rat, it should prove beneficial, having mentally reviewed the arrangements and confirming that there are no significant oversights. Li Ji turns to descend the stairs, as Amo announces that dinner is ready. Yet, an unexpected guest has arrived at the dining table. Chapter 63. The fish delivered to the door. It seems I did not extend you an invitation. Li Ji sits at the guest position, observing the young man across from him, who is heartily devouring his meal at the host's place, feeling quite displeased. "Come on, eat quickly. We have matters to attend to later." The sharp-faced, monkey-like youth glances up at Li Ji, gives a casual greeting, and continues to feast, seemingly treating himself as the master of the house. To Amo's heart sinks, realizing that she has misjudged the situation. The relationship between the young master and the guest does not appear as amicable as before. "Mu Xiao. Mu Di said he had business with you as usual, so I let him in." "I apologize, young master. It was my mistake not to confirm with you beforehand." Amo bows her head in embarrassment, her face flushed. Mud, a fourth-generation member of the Mu family, one of the 5 prominent families, is merely a branch member without inheritance rights, having barely awakened his abilities with the help of the family's awakening potion, leading a life of a playboy. However, he also bears another identity as the half-brother of Mu Yu, Yang Shui Ru's fiancée, which places him a generation above Li Ji in terms of kinship. Of course, given their similar ages, they usually address each other by their names. Previously, Li Ji, as the heir of the Li family, held a position considerably higher than Mu Di, who would often curry favor with him. Moreover, due to the relationship with his uncle, Li Ji had generously supported Mu Di in various indulgences. However, since the passing of Li Qingtian, Li Ji's status has plummeted. Particularly after Lu Shuiyun left with armed forces, Li Ji has been plagued with anxiety, and coupled with Mu Di's intermittent threats, he has been driven to desperation, almost treating Mu Di as a lifeline. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Li Ji's expression softens significantly as he assists Amo, saying, "There is no need for your apology. It is my fault for not informing you in advance. However, from today onward, no one is allowed entry without my invitation." "Understood, young master," Amo quickly replies, relieved. The young master has changed so much compared to before. Not only did he refrain from scolding me, but he also took the initiative to apologize. If Tiangu were still here, he would surely be overjoyed to witness this scene. Iji's words do not escape Mu Di's ears, and he scoffs derisively. "What, do you think you can keep me locked outside? Li Ji, do you believe you're still the former young master of the Li family? If it weren't for me speaking on your behalf among the Lin and Zhang families, you might not have lasted this long. Let me tell you, you better hand over 500 spirit coins today, that I need to treat Lin Xiao and the others to supper. And I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be." Li Ji gazes at Mu Di with an inscrutable expression, inwardly wishing he could slap himself. Just how pathetic had he been in his past life? This sort of scum, with such ridiculous threats, had managed to extract at least 2,000 spirit coins from him, which explains why he has been struggling since his rebirth. Mu Di continues to eat while talking, until he notices the atmosphere is rather off due to the lack of response. The door is being guarded by the Chiu brothers, Amo is tossing shadow daggers with acrobatic skill. The small white creature by the window is baring its claws, and even Qin Xiang has picked up her staff, ready to unleash her misfortune pendulum. Feeling anxious, Mu Di looks at the expressionless Li Ji and nervously states, "Li Ji, Lin Er Xiao is still waiting for me. I must go report to him at the Fengtai restaurant. Remember to bring money, if you're late, you know what awaits you." As Mu Di rises to leave, Qiu Shui firmly presses him back into his seat, causing his shoulder blades to cry out in protest. "Ouch! You foreign scum! Let go of me! Do you believe I'll have Lin Er Xiao take you out? Li Ji! Li Ji! You must control your underlings. My shoulder is about to break." While Mu Di wails, attempting to pry away Qiu Shui's grip, his frail frame is no match for Qiu Shui's strength, leaving him writhing in pain as if he were a large maggot. "Enough! Silence him," Li Ji says, displeased. Qiu Shui nods, his hand the size of Mu Di's face slapping over his mouth, with a muffled grunt. Mu Di's face quickly swells, his lips bloodied and most of his teeth knocked out. Though the pain causes him to gasp, he dares not make another sound. "Much better. It's quieter now." Iji gently taps the table from his guest position. "Mu Xiao, Lin Kuan Yi is rather petty. A single meal only costs 500 spirit coins. Unlike me, this meal is prepared with completely pure ingredients, worth 3,000 spirit coins that I haven't touched a bite. Yet you seem to be enjoying it thoroughly. But that's all right. Just pay up." Mud inhales sharply again, that he wishes to ask Li Ji if he has lost his mind over money, demanding 5,000 spirit coins for a meal that costs merely 2 spirit coins. "One could buy the Fengtai restaurant for that much, that if I manage to escape, I'll have someone take your head." Mu Di maliciously plots in his mind, while outwardly he repeatedly apologizes. "I'm sorry. Li Xiao, believe me, I will definitely compensate you 3,000 spirit coins if I'm unaware of your schemes." Li Ji sneers. "You'll need to provide collateral that I recall you possess a teleportation stone bracelet. That will suffice." "Are you joking? That item is my lifeline." Mu Di immediately rejects without hesitation. "Oh, your lifeline? Let us see if you can use it to save your life." Li Ji gestures with his chin. "Remove his head." Qiu Hua grips Mu Di's hands, while Qiu Shui's hands cover his cheeks. With a simple twist, Mu Di would meet his demise. "No. You can't kill me. My sister and your uncle haven't married yet. If you kill me, my sister will surely avenge me." Li Ji's brows furrow, growing increasingly furious at these words. In his previous life, it was this very person who not only incited Yang Shuiru to embezzle funds, but also pocketed a significant portion himself. To curry favor with Lin Kuan Yi, he had drugged his own sister and delivered her to the Lin family, leading to Mu Yu's awakening and subsequent suicide and shame. Revenge? Qiu Shui, slow down. "Let him die painfully." Iji commands immediately. "Rest assured, young master. I shall take my time." Qiu Shui grins, gradually increasing the pressure. "You dare call me scum? I'll make you pay for that," with his head feeling as if it might burst. Mu Di immediately concedes. "Stop. I'll give it to you. Just let me go." Seeing Li Ji nod, Qiu Shui reluctantly releases him, glaring at Mu Di. Gasping for breath, Mu Di no longer dares to meet Li Ji's gaze. Silently rolling up his left sleeve at his wrist hangs a bracelet adorned with a blue stone, the teleportation stone. Murmuring a few incantations, the stone's brilliance fades, indicating that he has severed its binding effect. Allowing it to be used by others, the Mud removes the bracelet and tosses it to Li Ji, weakly saying, "Can I go now?" Li Ji ignores Mu Di's words and examines the bracelet in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unexpectedly, a sizable fish has been delivered to his door. Perhaps, with a minimal cost, he can tie the Mu family to his ship. Chapter 64. The appointment. The current head of the Mu family is named Mu Qiuhan, who in name is the grandfather of Mu Yu and Mu Di. The old man's health has deteriorated, and he is currently selecting a successor among the younger generation. It is anticipated that the position will fall between the ailing firstborn, Mu Dan, and the gloomy and arrogant secondborn, Mu Quan. However, surprises often arise, just as the head of the Lin family ultimately fell to the illegitimate son, Lin Quan Yi. Li Ji's recollection, the Mu family head's position ended up in the hands of the illegitimate son. Muin. Mu Yu, and Mu Di's father, ranked 5th among his peers, is commonly referred to as Mu Laowu. The secret concealed behind the teleportation stone is, in fact, a powerful tool for Mu Laowu in his quest for the position of family head. As he toyed with the teleportation stone in his hand, Li Ji's mind raced with thoughts. Previously, he had intended to return the teleportation necklace to his aunt, yet he never anticipated that he would so effortlessly acquire the teleportation bracelet as well. This truly was an unexpected windfall. The next crucial item is the teleportation ring. Once in his possession, it may not provide direct leverage, but it would afford him some negotiating power with Muin. Although the Mu family is the weakest among the 5 great families, their weakness is limited. And considering the alliance through marriage with his uncle and aunt, they should prove to be a commendable partner. If he could also gain some influence from the Yang family, even if it were merely to maintain neutrality, the Lin family would be of no concern. Setting aside some immature thoughts, Li Ji glanced at the terrified Mu Di opposite him, paused for a moment, and instructed, "Xiao Bai, please fetch me a copy of the transaction contract from my room's drawer." "Just a moment, young master," Xiao Bai replied, leaping nimbly up the staircase that I in a mere 3 seconds. He returned, clutching a scroll in his mouth. This was a blank transaction contract, quite valuable, though not purchased by Li Ji. Rather, it had been among a hodgepodge of items he had brought from the mansion. Regrettably, during his subsequent tidying of the storage room after his rebirth, he had found nothing else of worth. Only trivial playthings that merely took up space. That Lig unfurled the transaction contract and swiftly inscribed the terms before tossing it to Mu Di. Upon receiving it and glancing at its contents, Mu Di's face turned pale. "You want me to steal my father's ring? You might as well just kill me. When did I say anything about stealing?" Li Ji shrugged. "That I merely suggested you find an opportunity to present it to me for appraisal." Lig was aware of the ruthless heart hidden beneath Mu N's seemingly gentle exterior. But what did it matter? After all, he would not be the one to confront him. "You choose. Die now or later at the hands of your father." Mud, kneeling in despair, pleaded, "Brother, Jigu, please spare me. I truly did not mean to deceive you. It was all Lin Heir Xiao's instigation. I couldn't refuse him. How about this? Instead of stealing, you can compensate me with 10,000 spirit coins for the money you scammed from me." Li Ji offered, feeling no qualms about it. 10,000. "Are you robbing me?" Mu Di exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much. Indeed, a dimwit like you wouldn't fetch much at all." Li Ji concurred. Mud attempted to negotiate further, but Li Ji remained unyielding, casting a glance at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui clenched his fists and took a step forward, causing Mu Di to flinch. He sensed the genuine intent to kill behind that figure, but if he were to falter, he would have nowhere to cry. "Fine, I'll steal the ring for you, but you must guarantee my life afterward. That's my only condition. Otherwise, you may as well kill me now." Observing Mu Di's expression of fear masked as defiance, Li Ji reluctantly acquiesced, though a cold smile lingered in his heart. "Once I obtain the ring, I may spare your life, but I hope you won't later demand I liberate you." After Mu Di signed the contract, he left in a daze, even voluntarily agreeing to gather intelligence on Lin Heir Xiao's recent movements. Effectively acting as a double agent. With the unexpected guest dealt with, AMO had already reheated the meal, the dining table. Li Ji introduced everyone, and aside from the peculiar glances exchanged between Qin Xiang and Jiang Yujun, the atmosphere was harmonious. Following the meal, without lingering thoughts, Li Ji swiftly adjusted his state and entered a restful slumber to conserve energy for the evening's rendezvous. Time passed rapidly, and at 11 o'clock, AMO knocked promptly on Li Ji's door. Lig had already awakened early, ensuring his belongings were in order and ready for departure. "Young master, are you really sure you don't need me to accompany you?" AMO inquired, eager to act as a bodyguard. Upon hearing this, her face brightened, and she ceased further protest. As a long-time employee of the Li family, she was well aware of the formidable prowess of Mo Dao and He Jia. "What about Qin Xiang? Didn't she insist on coming?" "Where is she now?" Li Ji asked, glancing around for her. "She has already gone ahead with Xiao Bai, saying she would meet you along the way." AMO replied. Lig chuckled and shook his head. Those who could bring him good fortune had already set off on this moonless, windy night. With no streetlights illuminating the city, Li Ji retrieved a luminescent flashlight to light his path and proceeded towards the appointed Mi family dessert shop via the shortest route. In this apocalyptic world, nightlife was virtually non-existent. Everyone had grown accustomed to rising early and working before dawn to earn a living. Thus, Li Ji encountered no one on his solitary journey, which puzzled him. While ordinary people might rest, the patrol teams could not all be off duty. That a half-hour passed without encountering a single patrol member, which was exceedingly unusual, and the absence of Qin Xiang and Xiao Bai, who were supposed to be waiting for him, left him perplexed. What on earth is happening? Observing the scattered remnants of flesh and blood beneath his feet, Li Ji secured the flashlight in his headband and formed ice blades with both hands. Stepping cautiously into the dessert shop, shells were overturned, and jars of honey lay shattered, their sickly sweet liquid pooling on the floor, revealing a strange green hue under the glow of the light. Did I ask that? A paw print? And Qin Xiang's hair tie? There was a struggle here. Li Ji furrowed his brow. He had previously cautioned both the human and the beast against engaging in conflict prematurely. He did not expect them to defy his orders. Hiss, hiss. A hissing sound reached him, and with a swift motion, he severed the long snake that had launched a surprise attack. The two halves of the snake fell to the ground, transforming into two pieces of blank paper. Heh, you've finally arrived. I was nearly unable to restrain myself any longer. Chapter 65. Not a single good thing. Li Ji lounged confidently in the only intact armchair in the hall and proclaimed. Stop with the theatrics. Weren't you the ones seeking to negotiate? Are you now too afraid to face me, or is it that your appearance is simply too unsightly? As his words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. Tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed from the back, and soon, a hand resembling a gnarled eagle's claw parted the curtain beside the counter. You young whippersnapper. Do you not know the importance of showing respect to your elders? Li Ji's expression shifted, not due to the words themselves, but because a feline visage emerged from behind the curtain, one strikingly similar to Xiao Bai's. Moreover, you have taken the chair I selected, which displeases me greatly. The cat-faced figure grinned, and when I am displeased, I tend to indulge in a bit of exotic beast cuisine. That cat of yours looks rather delectable. Frankly, whether it be the mutated creatures of Blue Star or the exotic beasts brought from other realms, Li Ji had encountered many, but this was the first that could speak human language. Not only is it quite valuable, but I can only imagine the exquisite flavor it possesses. A chill settled in Li Ji's heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. Attempting to intimidate me will not work. I have warned you, be cautious, or you might find yourself shattering a few teeth. The cat-faced figure remained silent, instead tossing a bloodied severed tail onto the ground. Its dark, dense fur bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Bai's tail, with clear bite marks visible where the fur had been pulled away. Li Ji's gaze hardened as he surveyed the scene without responding, channeling his icy core to allow frost to flow throughout his body, particularly in his head and eyes. However, to his surprise, the situation did not change, indicating that he was most likely not trapped in an illusion. Xiao Bai was captured. What about Qin Xiang? Had she been taken as well? That shouldn't be the case. He had previously relayed important precautions regarding the paper dough technique to Xiao Bai. With Xiao Bai's cautiousness paired with Qin Xiang's luck, how could they have been so easily ensnared? Young man, try not to get too worked up. Let an old man have your seat for a moment. The cat-faced figure tapped its cane once more, its visage unsettling that Lig did not refuse. Given that the circumstances surrounding Qin Xiang and Xiao Bai were still unclear, the initiative was now in the opponent's hands. However, Li Ji also did not wish to be easily subdued, as that would place him at a disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. He stood and approached, allowing frost to swirl beneath his palm, forming an oddly shaped ice chair. Once seated, he extended his hand, saying, "Old man, please da-da, your control over the ice element is quite remarkable. You must possess a unique ability. How fortunate and enviable." The cat-faced figure curled up in the armchair like a cat, its three-part mouth opening and closing while a purplish-black tongue flicked about like a snake's forked tongue. Li Ji acknowledged this with a nod before stating, "Your time must be valuable as well. Let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. What is it that you desire? And what can I gain in return?" The cat-faced figure retrieved a lantern-shaped piece of paper from its pocket and casually tossed it onto the ground. The paper not only landed upright, but transformed into a bright lamp, casting a pale glow. "Please extinguish your flashlight. It is rather uncomfortable for my eyes that a lamp is far better." Lig removed the flashlight and tucked it into a spatial ring while his eye of destiny swept over the cat-faced figure. Name, Jiangjiu Yi. Age, 75 years. Race, human hybrid. Pollution level, 34. Potential level, Green can awaken a maximum of 2 types of abilities, with the highest upgrade level reaching 4 tiers. Ability: Unknown Loyalty. 0 upon seeing the name on the character card. Li Ji felt a semblance of relief. It was indeed a name he recognized from his memories. His gaze lingered for a moment on the race section, puzzled by the term hybrid that I in his previous life. Li Ji had never encountered Zhang Jiuyi. According to widely circulated information, he had been a paper-cutting artist before the apocalypse and awakened the ability of paper combat technique afterward done on one hand. He was known for his lewd demeanor, never revealing his true self, and was well-versed in survival tactics, as evidenced by his advanced age that surpassed 70, that according to some unofficial statistics, surviving to such an age during the apocalypse was a rarity. Reaching 50 was considered extraordinary. Nowadays, the lifespan of an ordinary person hovered around 30 to 40 years, with ecological pollution proving to be an inescapable calamity for all. On the other hand, numerous accounts suggested that Zhang Jiuyi had an insatiable thirst for blood, living purely on the edge of a knife, and was wanted by various factions. From Li Ji's recollections, Zhang Jiuyi was ultimately executed publicly by the Lord of Nanuet City, even receiving the approval of the Heavenly Tao, which indicated the depth of his sins. The mysteries of the paper combat technique were revealed at that time, and Li Ji had kept abreast of such news events, not expecting that it would prove useful now. The cat-faced person, unaware of Li Ji's thoughts, smiled and nodded upon seeing him obediently follow instructions. You may call me Zhang Jiuyi, or simply Uncle Jiu. Since you are so cooperative, I shall not need to waste words. My request is quite simple. I require your assistance in accommodating another soul within my body. Allow me to explain briefly. According to Zhang Jiuyi's account, he was born into a paper-cutting family during the urban era. This craft thrived under the wave of promoting traditional culture, allowing the Zhang family to live quite comfortably. However, following the outbreak of pollution and the onset of the apocalypse, apart from Zhang Jiuyi, the rest of his family succumbed to severe infections and did not survive. In the depths of his despair, Zhang Jiuyi's mind underwent a mutation, awakening the ability of the paper combat technique. This ability had 2 effects. Firstly, it allowed him to control other beings using paper figures. Secondly, it enabled him to transform souls into paper figures, thus borrowing a portion of that being's strength. Shortly after the death of his son, Jiang Shun, he forcibly extracted Jiang Shun's soul, transforming it into a paper figure and sealing it within his own soul, hoping to one day resurrect him. However, due to Jiang Shun's young age at the time of death, his soul was particularly frail, unable to withstand any borrowed power, and required Zhang Jiuyi to supply him with soul energy. Thus, Zhang Jiuyi relentlessly hunted other beings to extract soul energy for Jiang Shun, eventually allowing his son's soul to grow stronger, occasionally emerging through paper mediums to witness the world. However, the very act of supplementation had its drawbacks. As Jiang Shun absorbed vast and chaotic energies, he began to resemble a human more and more, and his desires grew exponentially. Moreover, the myriad emotions and desires contained within the diverse soul energies only propelled Jiang Shun further into madness. Each time he was released to explore the world, he would unleash a bloody rampage, displaying a bizarre and extremely bloodthirsty demeanor. The concealment and deception of the paper figures were formidable, and without ranks to categorize them. Numerous beings, both human and otherwise, met their demise at Jiang Shun's hands. Yet, Zhang Jiuyi could not simply keep him contained, unable to bear the sight of his son's soul in torment, on the brink of collapse. This compelled him to frequently change his temporary residences across various human cities, fearful of attracting the ire of powerful beings, and he even spent considerable time in the wilderness and alien cities. Despite his madness, Jiang Shun yearned to become a complete being, wishing to no longer remain a mere paper figure. Consequently, he turned his attention toward his father, Zhang Jiuyi, desiring to devour his father's soul and replace it with his own paper figure soul. From a paternal perspective, Zhang Jiuyi was competent. He was not reluctant to sacrifice his life, but was acutely aware of the kind of monster that would be unleashed upon his soul's consumption. This would bode ill for humanity, and more critically, the tyrannical Jiang Shun would not survive long on his own. After encountering setbacks with the Heavenly Tao, Zhang Jiuyi spent most of his life searching for a solution, hoping for some special ability that could assist both himself and Jiang Shun, but to little avail. Recently, someone approached him, claiming to possess a lead that might aid him, and that lead pointed directly to Li Ji. Was that person the Red Lady? Li Ji thought to himself. Jiang Jiu waved his hand dismissively. Do not inquire. I know not who she is. Our interaction was merely transactional, but she often dresses in a red gown. A rather beautiful woman, I must say. Lig frowned. Why did she say that I could assist you? Do you trust her so easily? Regardless, that is what she asserted. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. I merely wish to give it a try, Jiang Jiu stated, eyeing Li Ji with keen interest. This afternoon, I found myself believing her to a significant extent. While abilities related to paper are niche, there are still a dozen or so types, and you were able to identify my paper combat technique immediately, leading me to trust that you were no ordinary ability user. Lig had not anticipated that what he thought was a threat would instead bolster the other's confidence. He sighed. What if I told you that I merely concocted a type of ability within the realm of paper? Would you believe me? Haha. What do you think? Jiang Jiu laughed heartily, rubbing his hands together, his tongue flickering with excitement. Seemingly elated, Lig smirked. If you ask me, both you and your son are not virtuous beings. Perhaps your demise would hold greater significance for humanity. Jiang Jiu did not refute this, drawing his smile back into a somber silence. However, he soon lifted his head again, a malevolent grin gracing his lips. Indeed, neither my son nor I are virtuous, but what of it, as living beings? Is it wrong for us to seek survival? Enough, enough. Sharing my thoughts has lightened my heart considerably, and I harbor no ill will toward you. Inform me of the solution, and I shall release you, returning your pet and female servant. And I vow never to make a move against your uncle. Lig scoffed. So, what you're saying is that you wish to gain something without offering anything in return? That hardly seems like a fair transaction, does it? A fair transaction? Which of your ears heard me utter the word fair? In this world, is there any such thing as fairness? If there were, I would not have fallen to this state. Jiang Jiu snapped, his red eyes glaring at the chair back as his emotions seemed to spike. His gaze upon Li Ji was no longer that of a man, but rather that of a predator eyeing its prey. Fortunately, this bloodthirsty gaze vanished in an instant, replaced by one of weariness and sorrow. Lig's eyes flickered. Had he just witnessed a change in demeanor? Indeed, Jiang Jiu was nearing the point of losing control over Jiang Shun's emergence. My choice to refrain from troubling you is the greatest favor I could offer. I have inquired. Your father is passed, and your clan is on the brink of collapse, leaving you without any backing. I advise you to recognize your situation, for my patience is limited. The pale light flickered a few times before Li Ji noticed that, wherever the white light illuminated the shop, there were numerous paper figures of all sizes, surely numbering in the thousands. That moment, the paper figures stood upright, wielding delicate paper knives and swords, their hollow eyes fixating intently on Li Ji, as if preparing to swarm him at any moment. Li Ji remained seated, undisturbed, regarding the paper figures as if they were inconsequential. Given your advanced age, I shall address you as Grandpa Jiang. It is unfortunate that after years in this world, you still fail to comprehend certain truths. Perhaps age has indeed dulled your vision. How do you know my age? Jiang Jiu's expression darkened as he glared at Li Ji, his eyes sharp. The last person who dared say, I was losing my sight, had their skin peeled off in a most unpleasant manner. Do you wish to test me? Li Ji stood, and the chair shattered instantly, a fine mist of water emanating from him. Didn't that person say I possess great abilities? Knowing your age is hardly a challenge. Saying this, Li Ji produced a contract from his spatial ring, gesturing toward it. The contract is straightforward, but how confident are you? Jiang Jiu asked in a deep voice. Even if I have but a fraction of confidence. Your current state is akin to treating a dead horse as a living one. Li Ji shrugged. Haha. Well said. Jiang Jiu clapped in laughter. Your courage is indeed commendable. However, once I gain control over you, I too can discover a solution. Attack. Jiang Jiu commanded, and some paper figures expanded while others shrank, yet all surged toward Li Ji that if even one paper figure touched him, Jiang Jiu would have the opportunity to seize control. Li Ji stomped his foot, and the fine mist dispersed. All paper figures approaching him were drenched in the mist, their speed significantly reduced, with some of the shrinking figures disintegrating into a pulp. This was the first flaw of the paper combat technique. The paper figures were vulnerable to water. Although Jiang Jiu employed no ordinary paper, the water element controlled by Li Ji was hardly mere water. With a profound affinity for the water element, Li Ji's generated mist boasts a concentration of water element far exceeding that of ordinary water-based abilities, reaching 5 to 10 times the norm, thus aptly termed heavy water. But that is not all. Under the chilling influence, the diffused mist transforms into icy particles, freezing every paper figure it encounters into solid ice. The sheer number of paper figures pales in comparison to the multitude of icy particles, encircling Li Ji like a ring of stars, rendering it impossible for any paper figure to approach him. Clap, clap, clap. Young Master Li, your extraordinary ability is truly formidable, yet overcoming me is not a trivial matter. Jiang Jiui remarked, applauding fervently before gesturing with his hands. 4 brawny men, their foreheads adorned with paper figures, burst through the wall, surrounding Li Ji. Chapter 66. The might of a blade. The 4 hulking figures were clad in shorts, their muscular forms suggesting they were far from ordinary. Lig surmised that these 4 controlled abilities likely lean towards physical enhancement, that in this world, a lean physique tends to be the norm, and only those from exceptionally affluent families or those with physical abilities would possess such robust physiques. Jiang Jiui's subsequent actions confirmed Li Ji's suspicions. Harnessing his full power, Jiang Jiui forcefully stomped his beast-headed staff, unleashing 4 beams of grayish-white light from the beast's mouth towards the paper figures on the foreheads of the 4 muscular men. With a twitch, each one activated their respective abilities. One enlarged his hands. Another's muscles turned to gray stone. A third sprouted sharp bone spikes all over, while the last expanded his body and excreted a repugnant green slime from his skin. Simultaneously, Jiang Jiui clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, indicating that this exertion took a toll on him. Lig understood that this was the second flaw of the paper manipulation technique. One could either exert meticulous control over a single puppet or wield a more crude control over multiple ones. Each additional puppet increased the mental burden, leading Jiang Jiui to prefer controlling less intelligent but physically powerful beings as puppets in battle, as they were easier to manipulate and more effective in group assaults. Despite having enhanced his body twice, Li Ji knew that a single blow from the 4 would be far from pleasant. After all, he was ultimately a spellcaster, and their attacks were delivered with full force. In truth, Li Ji felt no panic facing their onslaught. Their large frames meant they had considerable gaps between their attacks and had to avoid hitting one another. This provided him ample room to maneuver, employing his dragon step to elude their grasp effortlessly. Amidst his ease, he cast a glance at the character cards of the 4, noting their potential levels were merely white. Awakening any ability was a stroke of luck, and the highest tier they could achieve was merely first rank, allowing Li Ji to rest easy, knowing they possessed no hidden trump cards. This was quite reasonable. Controlling 4 first-rank ability users at once had already caused Jiang Jiui to spit blood. Attempting to control more or higher-ranked ones would likely leave him severely injured. Moreover, Li Ji noticed a new, controlled status behind the names on the character cards, which brought him a measure of delight. It seemed the Eye of Destiny's functions were continuously evolving, raising his hopes for its complete form. Although the scene of dodging and weaving appeared perilous, Li Ji paid it little mind, instead focusing most of his attention on Jiang Jiui. He could not fathom that these 4 ineffectual beings were the source of Jiang Jiui's confidence. However, regardless of Jiang Jiui's considerations, Li Ji would not remain idle. Under his deliberate guidance, the battlefield gradually shifted towards Jiang Jiui. This was not a diversionary tactic. Li Ji sought to confront Jiang Jiui himself. Indeed, the cat-faced figure was the real Jiang Jiui, not merely a puppet under his control. That if it were a puppet, the Eye of Destiny would not display character card information, a fact already confirmed when Jiang Jiui manipulated Qin Xiang, that is for why the ever-cautious Jiang Jiui would reveal his true form. Li Ji speculated it was either due to underestimating him or a sense of invulnerability. Coincidentally, Li Ji was also a person who felt invincible. What a slippery eel. Allow me to deal with you. Li Ji observed Jiang Jiui's gaze shift from dull and murky to sharp and intense, with flecks of blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. Something was amiss. Li Ji abruptly halted his advance. Pivoting to the side, a large swath of fabric was torn from his back, the clawing wind leaving 5 deep gashes. The adversary had changed. The Eye of Destiny swept across again, confirming the character card's name had switched to Jiang Shun. What worried Li Ji was that Jiang Shun's attack bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xiao Bai, combined with that cat-like visage, leaving him concerned for Xiao Bai's fate. Unfortunately, he was only aware of Jiang Jiu's paper manipulation ability and had no knowledge of his second ability, preventing him from recklessly attacking Jiang Shun. Though Li Ji was somewhat hesitant, Jiang Shun was not, seizing the opportunity to leave a few more bloody marks on Li Zh, and no matter how agile Li Ji's dragon step was, it required a certain amount of space to execute. The confines of the shop were inherently limited, compounded by scattered shelves and the relentless pursuit of the four towering figures, rendering Li Ji's situation increasingly dire. Was there a solution? Certainly Li Ji believed that once he brandished the Scarlet Blade, his adept swordsmanship combined with the blade's sharpness would allow him to dispatch all four in no time, making it far easier to deal with a nimble Jiang Shun thereafter. However, he refrained from doing so, opting instead to rely on the icy crystals of mist to freeze the movements of Jiang Shun and the others during this precarious moment. Truth be told, this seemingly perilous battle stirred not a flicker of concern within Li Ji's heart. He was merely waiting for a signal. "Xiao Ji, the net is cast," a bold shout echoed from nearby, prompting Li Ji to exhale in relief, halting his retreat and turning to Jiang Shun, finally liberated from this game. Stop him at all costs. The hulking figures roared in unison, their sizes swelling once more. A desperate bid to enhance their abilities at the cost of their lives, obstructing Li Ji's path of escape. Was it effective? Li Ji's expression remained icy as he drew the Scarlet Blade. Inhaling deeply before surging forward, the serpentine red light flashed, and in an instant, Li Ji had positioned himself behind the four, his gaze unwavering. Crack, for consecutive sounds echoed as each of the four was cleaved in two. Their rock-like muscles providing no resistance whatsoever, the severed edges smooth as mirrors. Not only that, but their bodies appeared to have been drained of life, reduced to mere skin and bones that are in stark contrast. Li Ji's complexion was rosy, and the wounds inflicted by Jiang Shun moments before healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind, a testament to the blood-sucking effect of the Scarlet Blade. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Jiu, perched atop a low wall, changed countenance, and attempted to flee. Li Ji's swift blade had truly startled him. He had never anticipated that a spellcaster could wield such exquisite swordplay and possess a blade of such sharpness. In a direct confrontation, he was acutely aware that he stood little chance. Despite being fourth rank while Li Ji was merely first, combat effectiveness did not solely hinge on ability rank. The brilliance of the paper manipulation technique lay in its role as a puppet master. Though his second ability could enhance his combat prowess, it was ultimately no match for Li Ji's decisive strike. Watching Jiang Jiu flee in a panic, Li Ji chose not to pursue. It was unnecessary. Thud thud. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, two figures were cast before Li Ji. Chapter 67. The Red Lady. Two figures emerged. One an elderly man, the other an unremarkable woman. Is everything all right? Li Ji stepped forward, ruffling Qin Xiang's small head. Were you frightened? Not at all. Young master, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Qin Xiang replied, her lips pursed. Seeing that Qin Xiang appeared well, Li Ji noticed her face was slightly pale, suggesting she may have overexerted herself. Turning his gaze behind him, he spotted a tall figure with silver-white hair and a resolute expression, bearing twin blades on his back. It was Zhao Linhui, the leader of the Mo Dao team, whom Li Ji had summoned for assistance. After confirming the spirit mind bait plan in the afternoon, Li Ji, Lu Shuiyun, and Zhao Linhui had conferred on the events of the night. Given the potential involvement of the enigmatic Red Lady, they decided to discreetly arrange for someone to protect Li Ji, ultimately selecting Zhao Linhui. There was no particular reason. He was simply bored and wished to stretch his legs. Tonight, Jiang Jiu was merely a small fish. The real prize lay with the Red Lady. Zhao Linhui harbored a desire for revenge against the mastermind who had covertly instructed Li Yuantian to harm both Li Qingtian and Li Ji. Li Ji's earlier entanglement with Jiang Jiu was merely to lower the Red Lady's guard, allowing Zhao Linhui to act from the shadows. As anticipated, Zhao Linhui successfully accomplished his objective and even rescued Qin Xiang in the process. Uncle Zhao, I appreciate your efforts. Li Ji expressed his gratitude. Zhao Linhui waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. Moreover, you are now the head of the family. It is our duty to protect you until you have fully grown. As he spoke, Zhao Linhui's gaze lingered on the scarlet blade in Li Ji's hand, akin to a covetous glance that asked the leader of the Mo Dao team. He was undoubtedly a blade enthusiast. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the scarlet blade at a glance, aware that all his abilities were intricately tied to the art of the sword. Name: Zhao Linhui. Age: 52 years. Race: human. Pollution level: 25. Potential level: silver. Can awaken up to 3 types of abilities, with a maximum ability promotion level of 6. Ability 1: Blade Dancer, level 5. Mastery in the use of various bladed weapons. Under special circumstances, can transform hands into blades. Ability 2: Blade Keeper, level 6. Can contain a bladed weapon within the body, capable of absorbing the essence of various metals to enhance the body, while simultaneously repairing any minor damages to the blade. Ability 3: Blade Slayer, level 6. Each time a blade is wielded to sever an opponent's weapon, the blade nurtured within will gain a moment of growth. Occupation: Blade Wielder, rewarded for the Heavenly Path job transition. Blade Domain, occupation effect. In the Blade Domain, all enemies within will suffer from 18 slashing effects every second. Loyalty: 75. Character Card 1. The blade is with the man. As Li Ji's gaze swept over the 2 blades at Zhao Linhui's back, he understood they were merely his backup weapons. His strongest blade resided within him and would only be drawn in moments of dire necessity. Though Zhao Linhui felt a pang of envy, Li Ji smiled and shook his head, indicating that the Zhanqi blade was not for display. After all, as a swordsman, one's personal blade is not to be lent out. Seeing Li Ji decisively sheathe the Zhanqi blade, Zhao Linhui sighed. You really are fortunate. That blade looks far from ordinary, likely surpassing my 2 level 3 weapons in strength, and it must have a significant origin. Uncle Zhao, spare me the flattery that if you were to draw your Poling blade, who knows who would be the envious one? That is true. My greatest aspiration in life is to see the Poling blade grow into the world's finest blade. Uncle Zhao, that is quite a lofty goal. Well, that is why it is called a wish. But how did you come by that blade? I don't recall there being any such forging masters in High West City. Observing Zhao Linhui's keen curiosity, Li Ji briefly recounted the events at the Sage's Crossing. After hearing Li Ji's account, Zhao Linhui was greatly invigorated, slapping Li Ji's shoulder with enthusiasm. Hatio have gained the recognition of the sages. You must be a person of great fortune, destined to be the revitalizer of the Leaf family. Even the 3 bystanders, upon hearing of Li Ji's extraordinary encounter, could not help but express their envy. After all, they were all of the human race. Who among them had not visited the Sage's Crossing? Who would not wish to be acknowledged by the human sages while receiving such a precious legacy? The now elderly Jiang Jui lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly having received a few harsh blows from Zhao Linhui. With Zhao Linhui present, he could not stir up any trouble. Any slight movement could lead to his demise. Jiang Jui seemed aware of this, obediently remaining silent on the ground, his gaze vacant, as if questioning himself why he had been so foolish to stray from the well-explored path and instead collide headlong into someone else's embrace. Li Ji's gaze passed over Jiang Jui, settling on an ordinary-looking woman, and with heavy curiosity, he inquired, Are you Madame Hong? The woman tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing herself to sit up, assessing her own appearance before smirking derisively. Oh, what? Not what you imagined. Indeed, quite different, Li Ji affirmed with a nod. The woman's tattered attire and sallow complexion bore no distinction from those struggling for survival in the apocalypse. She bore no semblance of a mastermind. Madame Hong steadied herself against the wall, wiping the blood from her lips and brushing off the dust from her clothes, seemingly striving to maintain her dignity. Her gaze lingered on Qin Xiang for a moment before she addressed Li Ji. Li Ji, I know you wish to eliminate the Lin family. Release me, and I can assist you. Li Ji scoffed. Assist me? You plotted the demise of my parents, and now you offer to help. Is this some kind of jest? Madame Hong's expression stiffened, only to be followed by a sigh. You misunderstand that I have never acted against the Li family, nor harmed your parents. Quite the contrary, I have always been aiding you. Then should I take this to mean I mistook you for someone else, or that you are not Madame Hong at all? No, I am Madame Hong. But the one you speak of is not me. What do you mean by that? It is quite simple. Someone is impersonating me. A silence ensued as Li Ji shook his head. Where's the evidence? You can't expect me to believe such claims on mere words alone. Did you take me for a mere child? Madame Hong forced a bitter smile. I indeed have no evidence. But consider this. If I were truly the Madame Hong you describe, how could I be an ordinary person, let alone foolishly appear before you? Ordinary person. Li Ji glanced at her, and indeed her character card indicated that she was merely an ordinary person with great potential and no abilities. Furthermore, her character card did not suggest any notion of a doppelganger or puppet, as the mastermind behind the scenes. Li Ji could not accept that she was simply an ordinary person. That I will give you a chance. Explain who you truly are and how much you know about this matter. Chapter 68. Qin Xiang's contribution. Just as Madame Hong was about to explain, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from afar. It could be the patrol team. We should leave at once. You carry her and follow me, Zhao Linhui instructed, lifting Jiang Jiui and sprinting towards a narrow alley. Wait, don't knock me out. Madame Hong's words had barely left her lips when Li Ji struck her with a hand chop, rendering her unconscious. Without hesitation, Li Ji hoisted Qin Xiang onto his back and pursued Zhao Linhui. Their speed was remarkable as they turned and twisted through the alleys until they arrived at a secluded house. Zhao Linhui opened a narrow door and ducked inside, subsequently retrieving a box from a corner, revealing a downward passageway. They descended the winding passage for about 7 or 8 meters, arriving in a spacious underground chamber of approximately 30 square meters. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior of the small house, the basement was not only fully furnished but also impeccably clean, clearly maintained regularly. Lighting a torch, Zhao Linhui beckoned to Li Ji. Sit, Xiaoji. This is a temporary refuge for Lanting Courtyard. It may not be entirely safe, but staying here for the night should be fine. After speaking, Zhao Linhui seized a bottle of liquor from the cabinet, sniffed it, and took a hearty gulp. That Li observed Zhao Linhui's grim expression. Understanding his plight, that as a level 6 master and one of the top figures in Highwest City, it was indeed frustrating to be pursued by a group of lowly level 1 and 2 patrol members. However, as a professional, he could not utilize his abilities within the city and was left with no choice but to flee. It would be foolish to stand still like a target for them to strike. Zhao Linhui, being a level 6 master of blade arts, had all his abilities tied to the blade. Thus, within the city, he could only rely on his physical prowess for some hand-to-hand combat. Yet, no matter how strong his physical capabilities, unarmed combat could not withstand the myriad of bizarre abilities. While the patrol members might be of lower ranks, should they swarm him, the likelihood of Zhao Linhui perishing would be significant. Consequently, the main forces of the various families within the city relied on abilities of level 3 and below. While the Li family's Mo Daohei Jia could not make an appearance at this moment, lest they be besieged by the Lin family and others, that Lig was aware that the prohibition on professional fighters using their abilities within the city would be lifted in 3 years. But for now, attacking would be a violation of the Heavenly Path rules, that it would be unwise to face minor thugs and incur penalties for the sake of a few lowly foes. Fleeing was the more prudent option. Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I will soon ensure that the Lin family receives their due retribution, Li Ji reassured him. Zhao Linhui nodded. Don't worry. Your Uncle Zhao is not so fragile. I merely regret not bringing a few skilled members of the Mo Dao team. Otherwise, I would have surely dealt with some of Lin family's lackeys. Skipping over that matter, Li Ji posed another question. Uncle Zhao, I didn't see a single patrol member on my way here, yet suddenly so many appear. I find it rather suspicious. Zhao Linhui concurred. Indeed, the patrol team should be on a continuous round-the-clock schedule. I also did not encounter anyone along the way. This situation can only arise from one possibility, that Lig and Zhao Linhui exchanged glances. There are foreign tribes causing trouble. Though Highwest City was dominated by the Yang family, each family had its designated area of responsibility. The patrol teams under the city lord primarily managed the central urban area, while other regions were patrolled by the respective families. Should some ill-intentioned foreign tribes infiltrate and incite chaos or bloodshed, the corresponding family would face appropriate repercussions. Of course, the Li family's jurisdiction had already been usurped by the Yang family through the city lord's authority, as was the case in the previous life. This was indeed one of the obligations of a city lord. They must ensure stability across all areas. Although Li Ji had already assumed the position of family head, the jurisdiction would not be returned to him until he completed his succession tasks. However, it was likely that the Yang family would be reluctant to transfer it back, as the patrol teams, in a sense, also represented an extension of the family's power, while both men harbored no fondness for foreign tribes. They would not assist at this juncture, for the Lin family might seize upon the pretext of capturing foreign tribes to target them instead, though the prominent families engaged in fierce private conflicts. They publicly united under the banner of a shared enmity, claiming to restore the glory of humanity. Such underhanded dealings required the guise of a facade. Skipping this topic, Li Ji inquired, "By the way, Uncle Zhao, where did you discover the Red Lady?" "Oh, that was not my doing. It was your little maid who found her, and indeed, she even captured her. That I merely happened to have Zhao Linwei point towards Qin Xiang." Qin Xiang, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly sprang from her chair upon hearing her name. Her small face flushed crimson. Whether from shyness or the heat, it was unclear. "That it's nothing. I was just curious about how you discovered the Red Lady." "And what about Xiao Bai? Weren't you supposed to leave with him?" Li Ji reassured her. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Xiao Bai said he noticed something unusual and instructed me to wait in place. However, I felt compelled to assist my young master. A voice in my mind urged me to move towards that direction. So I did, and there I found the Red Lady hiding. Fearing she might be an ability user, I first used my powers to amplify her misfortune. Then, armed with a stick, I went to find her. To my surprise, she turned out to be an ordinary person. When she stumbled and fell, I seized her. Afterward, it was Captain Zhao who found me and brought me here. Young master, have I accomplished something significant? You have truly achieved a great feat," Li Ji praised, while casting a sympathetic glance at the bruised Red Lady and her tattered garments. Mourning silently for her, Qin Xiang's misfortune was not easily dispelled. Zhao Linhui, too, looked curiously at Qin Xiang. An ability that brings misfortune. How intriguing. It holds considerable potential for future development. Xiao Ji, you should nurture her well. It was fortunate that your little maid insisted on taking her. Otherwise, under the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, I might have let her go. Lig understood. Anyone would dismiss an ordinary person as a hidden mastermind. On another note, Qin Xiang's good fortune indeed aided her, deepening Li Ji's expectations of her. Lying on the ground, Jiang Jui wore a face of regret. Had he known that this little maid possessed such powers, he would have never let her go, even if it meant threatening Li Ji with her life. Surely, Li Ji would have yielded a solution. "Qin Xiang, let us see if you can bring him some misfortune as well." Li Ji, upon noticing Jiang Jui's expression, immediately arranged for him to experience the same treatment as the Red Lady. Chapter 69. The unexpected. Upon hearing Li Ji's command, Jiang Jui contemplated resistance, but the agony racking his insides warned him against any rash movements. He sensed that should he expend any more energy or attempt to wield his abilities, he would likely perish from blood loss. Zhao Linhui nodded in agreement. "Previously, when this old fellow collided into my arms, I feared that if he unleashed his powers, I might struggle to contain him. Yet, he stumbled and coughed up blood, leading me to suspect he had suffered a pollution outbreak, nearly transforming into a zombie. Reflecting now, it seemed more likely that his internal injuries had flared up. This, too, could be considered a form of misfortune. Qin Xiang's abilities were indeed quite effective. At that moment, Jiang Jui's countenance darkened, and he began to question his existence. Having spent a considerable sum procuring healing potions from the black market to suppress his injuries, he had found his wounds exacerbated during his escape. It was uncertain whether he had purchased counterfeit medicine or simply suffered from bad luck. Moreover, he could not fathom why he had chosen to confront Li Ji in person rather than through a puppet, a stark deviation from his usual cautious demeanor. Listening to their conversation, he surmised that the little maid's powers were likely to blame. Li Ji retrieved a vial from his spatial ring and tossed it to Jiang Jui. "This is a pain relief potion. Now, tell me, where's my beast?" Jiang Jui, undeterred, eagerly consumed the potion, leaning against the wall. "Rest assured he's fine. However, for information on his whereabouts, you must agree to spare my life and provide me with 1,000 spirit coins along with a solution." Lig scoffed. "Do you not think your demands are a tad excessive?" "Excessive or not, I know your beast is exceedingly rare. No matter the cost, you would never part with it." Jiang Jui grinned through gritted teeth. "I'm lowering my price only because you so readily offered me the potion." Li Ji tapped his fingers on the table, ultimately stating, "I am now the head of the Li family. Are you interested in serving as an offering within my household? To serve you? No, it should be described as a mutually beneficial arrangement." Jiang Jui lowered his head, concealing his expression, appearing almost as though he had fallen asleep. The so-called offering was merely a euphemism. In truth, it referred to hired mercenaries nurtured by the family, performing the dirty work while enjoying the Li family's benefits. Li Ji did not rush him, knowing this was a significant decision for someone like Jiang Jiui, who was accustomed to freedom, that he indeed valued Jiang Jiui's abilities, particularly their application within intelligence operations, as they would be a tremendous asset. Furthermore, as a relic from the urban era, Li Ji believed Jiang Jiui possessed numerous secrets. If I refuse, I might not see the dawn of tomorrow, Jiang Jiui muttered. Then quietly inquired, what kind of treatment can you offer me? Li Ji made no guarantees, stating, that is difficult to say. It depends on the circumstances that we both seek something. If your price is too steep, I will naturally consider other options. And if I were to join the Li family? Li Ji paused, a hint of unexpected amusement crossing his face, that if you were willing to sign a slave contract, I can offer you the position of deputy leader within my family's intelligence agency. Lan Tinjuan, don't be alarmed. The slave contract is not aimed at you. Everyone in my family must sign it, whether it be Qinxiang or Uncle Zhao. It is not a matter of trust, merely a precaution. Upon hearing Li Ji's explanation, Jiang Jiui's expression softened considerably. He had feared that this young man had taken full advantage of him. May I inquire about your rank? My lord? Jiang Jiui directed his gaze toward Zhao Linhui, a sixth-order master of the blade. Li Ji introduced. Uncle Zhao is also the captain of my family's ink blade team. Jiang Jiui offered a rueful smile. If even a master is willing to sign a slave contract, what can I, a mere third-order underling, possibly say? Head of the Li family, from now on, my life shall rest in your hands. Li Ji smiled calmly. Rest assured, I am not one to burn bridges like everyone else. I can assure you that as long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall never treat you as a true slave. With several slave contracts remaining in his spatial ring, Li Ji produced one and handed it to Jiang Jiui. Jiang Jiui's palm shimmered with white light, coalescing into a paper figure the size of a fingertip. Adorned with blood-red eyes, exuding an eerie aura, this appeared to be Jiang Jiui's blood ability. However, just as he was about to imprint the slave contract, Jiang Jiui's expression shifted, and he directed his blood ability straight at Li Ji's brow. Young master, Xiao Ji. Qinxiang lunged toward Li Ji. Zhao Linhui instinctively summoned his internal broken ice blade to strike at Jiang Jiui. However, this sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They had assumed Jiang Jiui had accepted his fate. With Li Ji standing less than a meter away, he could clearly see the brutality and elation in Jiang Jiui's gaze. This is not Jiang Jiui. This is Jiang Shun, as the blood ability shot forth like an arrow. Li Ji remained composed, his upper body twisted at an unnatural angle while his lower half remained still, narrowly evading the onslaught of blood. Utilizing the third level of the Dragon's Dance, Li Ji managed to escape a dire fate. Not only that, but he also launched an ice projectile imbued with an intense chill toward Zhao Linhui, swiftly freezing him in mid-swing. Bang! Li Ji was knocked to the ground by Qinxiang's embrace. Young master, are you all right? She asked, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Li Ji reassured her, turning to pat her cheek affectionately. Following this incident, Zhao Linhui also relaxed, shattering the thin layer of ice and retracting his broken ice blade. Though his gaze toward Jiang Jiui was far from friendly. You better provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, you shall descend into hell. This, Jiang Jiui stammered, blood spurting forth from his mouth, upon Li Ji's investigation of his breath. He discovered that Jiang Jiui had already breathed his last. Just as Qinxiang had stated, reckless use of abilities had led to blood loss and death. Perhaps this was simply fate, that Li sighed. Jiang Shun truly was a madman, and it was uncertain what thoughts drove him to drag Jiang Jiui into death alongside him. This is not good. In the brief moment that Li Ji turned, the blood had vanished from the Red Lady's face. She suddenly stood up, her eyes wide open, revealing a blank expanse devoid of any black pupils. That Li slapped his forehead, realizing the trouble they were now in. Chapter 70. Bargaining chips. What has happened? Zhao Linhui observed the scene with a puzzled expression. That Li explained. Uncle Zhao, you may not be aware, but Jiang Jiui's second ability is called parasitism, in essence. It allows him to cling to another's life force to survive when on the brink of death. Now that the Red Lady has become intertwined with him, their vitality is fused as one. Once Jiang Jiui's body succumbs to death, the Red Lady will inevitably follow suit. Zhao Linhui, observing the still-breathing Red Lady, remarked, "But she appears to be alive and well, does she not? This is merely a temporary state. A single individual cannot sustain the life force of two for long, especially since she is an ordinary person." The Lig felt a surge of bitterness. Just then, the Red Lady's face suddenly became marred with veins of blood, rendering her visage terrifying. Could there be further mutations? Li Ji pondered, pulling Zhao Lanhui and Qin Xiang aside, fully alert. The Red Lady's eyes abruptly turned a haunting blue, shimmering with a hint of fury as she exclaimed, "Damn it! How could this situation arise so suddenly, thwarting my plans? This misfortune is likely the doing of that little girl's abilities." As she spoke, the Red Lady cast a fierce glare at Qin Xiang, then gritted her teeth and said urgently, "Li Ji, I propose a deal. I possess evidence of the Lin family's collusion with foreign entities that if you obtain it, the heavens will surely unleash calamity upon the Lin family, leaving them severely weakened. At that time, dealing with them will be significantly easier for you." That Lig remained silent, his astonishment palpable. That it was evident that the Red Lady was not an ordinary individual. She had concealed her abilities. Had it not been for Jiang Jiuyi's sudden attack, coupled with Qin Xiang's streak of misfortune, she likely would not have revealed herself. What, after all, was her true objective in approaching him? This also indicated a critical point. The eye of fate was flawed. Certain unique abilities, let's call them abilities, could deceive it. Yet this was not the pressing concern at hand. Li Ji found himself intrigued by the evidence the Red Lady held. Colluding with foreign entities did not merely imply trading. It necessitated actions that endangered humanity, which would give it true value. The Red Lady understood this as well, and promptly added, "Lin Shi's treachery led to the deaths of not only your parents, but also the Lord of Bi City, the genius pharmacist Mo Jian from the Medical Association, and even talents from the Keystone Company." With each case she enumerated, the shock among Li Ji and his companions deepened. The Lord of a city hardly required further elaboration. The Medical Association ranked among the top 3 organizations of humanity, and to be recognized as a genius pharmacist there was of immense significance. As for the Keystone Company, it was the largest pharmaceutical firm for humanity, a vital force in promoting overall prosperity under the heaven's jurisdiction. That to conspire against such talents was not just collusion. It was tantamount to betraying humanity itself. So, will you engage in this transaction? It seemed a question. Yet the Red Lady was confident that Li Ji would not refuse. This was the most effective and straightforward means to annihilate the Lin family. The veins on the Red Lady's skin multiplied, threatening to burst forth. That if you agree to these terms, we can immediately formalize our agreement. What organization could this be? It surely wasn't one from High West City, and I had never heard of it in my previous life. Was the Red Lady enacting a coup? However, judging by the circumstances, the mysterious individual who harmed my family could not possibly be her. That if trouble would come my way, I would surely demand recompense. Just as the Red Lady was about to retort, a sharp pain pierced her chest, nearly causing her to faint. That no, time was running out. She could not afford to bicker any longer, supporting herself against the wall. The Red Lady gritted her teeth and declared, "I will give you a mermaid pearl. Will that suffice?" Upon hearing this, Li Ji's eyes brightened. The mermaid pearl was highly coveted. It was widely known that consuming a mermaid pearl would surely awaken a new ability, making it a prized possession among the myriad of races. From Li Ji's perspective, it was a treasure that could elevate potential without any side effects, and he coveted it greatly. However, the mermaid pearl belonged to the merfolk, and each mermaid could only produce one throughout its lifetime, making it essential for their own advancement. Thus, it was virtually impossible for outsiders to acquire one unless they killed a mermaid for it. "One pearl is not enough. I want 10, Li Ji declared, demanding more. The Red Lady nearly spat blood in disbelief. "Are you dreaming? The merfolk are ranked high among the myriad races, and once they reach maturity, they become professionals. They live in groups. Do you think it's that easy to kill them? 10 pearls. Do you think they are cabbages? I do not care. You can figure it out," Li Ji shrugged, adopting an air of confidence. Indeed, the Red Lady was clearly in a desperate situation. This was the perfect time to press her for more. Point 3. "I will give you 3 at most." The Red Lady bit her tongue to stay focused while stating her price. "Li Ji, you truly are a greedy individual. Assist you? Very well, but let us see if you dare to let me help you." The Red Lady sneered, fixing her gaze upon Li Ji as she reached in her mouth. Pushing her arm deep inside, causing Qin Xiang to gag repeatedly. With a flourish, the Red Lady seemingly extracted a scroll covered in a viscous gray-green substance from within her abdomen. Unfurling it, an ominous wind swept through the basement. Accompanied by faint sounds of wailing, Li's mind raced with alarm. This was a sinister contract. The Red Lady regarded him with surprise, as if reassessing his knowledge. I truly did not expect you to possess such insight. Or have you perhaps? Never mind. Let's not stray too far. Did I accept the terms we discussed? Let us sign the contract. Now it was Li Ji's turn to hesitate. Xiao Ji, what is a sinister contract? Do not sign recklessly, Zhao Lanhui cautioned, his brow furrowed. He instinctively felt that this thing was too malevolent. Just seeing it made him uneasy, and he certainly did not want Li Ji to engage in such a perilous endeavor. Li Ji longed to explain that this type of contract had only emerged after the appearance of the terrifying entities known as polluters, and logically, it should not exist in this era. Yet he could not voice it. You should make your decision swiftly. My time is limited. The Red Lady spoke calmly, as if she were not the one in a hurry. Did I require the mermaid pearl and the information up front? Li Ji deliberated. Additionally, how long must I protect you? A lifetime is certainly not feasible. How long will it take to assist you in seizing power and eliminating enemies? The mermaid pearl can be given to you now. But the information must wait until I awaken, the Red Lady responded, holding up 2 fingers. However, you can rest assured, I only need you to protect me for 2 months, and the rest must be accomplished within 3 years. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Ji ultimately agreed. Sign. Chapter 71. Xiao Bai's encounter good, the Red Lady exclaimed, then began uttering incomprehensible words, causing lines of black text to materialize on the sinister contract, detailing the terms they had just agreed upon. Ensuring the content was accurate, Li Ji let a drop of blood, imbued with blue flecks, seep from his fingertip. This was the blood of his ability. Before he could make a move, the blood was drawn toward the sinister contract, morphing into a diamond-shaped ice crystal, identical to the ice core within Li Ji. The Red Lady mirrored this, her blood emerging like a radiant ruby. Yet on the sinister contract, it transformed into a red jade spider. The contract was sealed. It disintegrated into ashes, yet a spider quietly disappeared onto Li Ji's neck. Likewise, a blue ice crystal vanished from the Red Lady's heart. Li Ji understood that this was the special effect of the sinister contract. Should they fail to fulfill the terms inscribed, both would perish, with no means of rescission. From this moment forth, their fates were irrevocably entwined for the next 2 months. Compared to this, a slave contract seemed relatively gentle. Upon concluding the agreement, the Red Lady cast a peculiar look at Li Ji, a smile creeping upon her lips. I've got you now. No sooner had she spoken than the Red Lady's body slackened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Li rushed to support her. Should she sustain any injury, both would be in dire straits. The Red Lady grasped Li Ji's hand, bringing it to her lips, from which she expelled 3 vividly colored pearls. Put me down. Do not touch me. Take me to a safe place. With that, the Red Lady lost consciousness. Li complied, laying her on the ground, where fine threads of blood began to surge from her body. Wrapping her in a cocoon starting from her feet, the blood threads encircled her head. A translucent paper figure appeared, faintly glowing with white light. The paper figure darted left and right, attempting to escape the confines of the blood threads. However, its head was too large, and ultimately, it was pierced by countless blood threads, vanishing into nothingness. The blood threads continued to intertwine, forming a vibrant red cocoon. Meanwhile, Jiang Jui's body convulsed, utterly lifeless, his muscles withering away, while the red cocoon grew increasingly radiant, as if it were siphoning his vitality. Was this the reason she warned me not to touch her? Li Ji gently kicked Jiang Jui's corpse, watching as it crumbled into ash. His clothing deflating. At the same time, a white paper figure fell from his pocket, but a flash of black light enveloped it, causing the paper figure to expand to the size of a balloon before bursting, releasing a black cat from the air. Damn it. How dare you let me out after cursing me? It was none other than the half-tailed Xiao Bai, grumbling and irritable, turned around to find Li Ji staring at it with a blank expression. Instantly, it felt a tightness in its chest, dropping to the ground and cradling its head with its paws, realizing that it wasn't merely its carelessness, but rather the cunning of its adversary. Where's Xiaojin? Li Ji inquired coolly. She isn't with me. She went off to pursue a treasure. Xiaobai muttered. Lig knelt down to assess Xiaobai's injuries, concluding that overall, it was in relatively good condition. A vial of growth potion should suffice for recovery. Subsequently, Li Ji delivered 2 sharp slaps to Xiaobai, chiding, "Speak up. Aren't you usually quite cautious? How did you end up captured this time?" Xiaobai sighed. Curiosity killed the cat. It turned out that while on the road with Qin Xiang, Xiaobai had caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance and had darted off, abandoning Qin Xiang. That'd be why the time it followed the scent to its source, it unexpectedly encountered an injured, pure, white female cat. Adhering to its principles of kindness and goodwill, Xiaobai made a hasty decision to lend a helping paw by consuming her, thus sparing her from suffering. To its surprise, the little female cat feigned weakness. And when Xiaobai let its guard down, it struck back fiercely, taunting Xiaobai as it fled. Xiaobai could not tolerate this affront and immediately gave chase. However, as it twisted and turned into an abandoned sewer, it stumbled upon a hidden door. Following the door for several hundred meters, it entered a small chamber of about 7 or 8 cubic meters, where it found a dilapidated box filled to the brim with spirit coins and potions. "Isn't this obviously a trap?" Xiaobai scoffed. Lig nodded. "So what happened next?" "Left. I didn't leave." Xiaobai replied, bewildered. "Didn't he leave?" Li Ji looked at Xiaobai as if it were a fool. "You can't be telling me you intended to rummage through that box before leaving." "Right, rummage. How could that be?" Xiaobai exclaimed, slapping the ground with its paw. "I want it all. I plan to carry the entire box away." "Oh, did something go awry?" Li Ji asked. "Correct," Xiaobai nodded. "What you call curiosity is clearly nothing but greed," Li Ji said, half amused and half exasperated, knowing it's a trap and still going for it. "You thought you were fast enough to escape, didn't you?" Xiaobai shook its head. "Young master, you misunderstand. What I meant by something went wrong was that upon lifting the box, I discovered a hole beneath it, radiating a dazzling light. There must be treasures within." "Did you enter the hole?" "I did." "And then what?" "What did you find?" "According to my calculations, that area is likely connected to the Lin family's treasury." Upon hearing this, Li Ji was at a loss for words. Was this a blessing in disguise? Or was fortune intertwined with disaster? Xiaobai, licking its tail, dismissed the pain it felt, and added, "By the way, young master, the one who captured me is not this person on the ground." "What do you mean?" Li Ji furrowed his brow. Xiaobai approached and sniffed Jiang Jiuyi's clothes, noting the difference in scent. "Although I couldn't react at the time, my sense of smell is still quite keen, that I can assure you this is not this person's scent. Could it be that there was a third party observing our actions tonight?" Li Ji's expression turned solemn. Qin Xiang chimed in, "Young master, when we captured Madame Hong, her direction of travel was definitely not towards the candy shop. It seems she was merely trying to evade something. This, Li Ji began to understand. Capturing the true Madame Hong was purely a stroke of luck aided by Qin Xiang. However, due to this coincidence and preconceived notions, Jiang Jiuyi's companion had been misidentified as Madame Hong. The individual behind Jiang Jiuyi could very well be someone else. That Lig felt a surge of anger. Damned if it weren't for Jiang Shun's interference, Jiang Jiuyi would have likely agreed to the contract. Revealing who was truly orchestrating things behind the scenes, and why they had come looking for him specifically. Suddenly, Zhao Lihue rose, blocking the passage with a serious demeanor. "What's wrong, Uncle Zhao?" Li Ji asked. Just as he finished speaking, rustling sounds emerged from the darkness. In the shadows, a pair of red eyes glowed, singing in a strange tone. "I didn't expect to find unexpected gains." The red light vanished. A fierce wind surged, clang. A massive black paw collided with Zhao Lihue's crossed blades, producing a metallic clash. The figure emerged before them, revealing a grievously wounded giant black bear, its body entwined with chains. The Chain Bear clan, Li Ji's heart sank. This was a species with formidable individual strength, harboring great malice towards humans. Given its bloodied chest, Li Ji had every reason to suspect this was the culprit the patrol had been searching for. It was astonishing. Having just indulged in a light snack, they were now faced with yet another unforeseen predicament. The Chain Bear wiped its mouth. Observing the blood trickling from its lips, Li Ji felt a sense of foreboding. However, no sound could be made in the underground. Even if the patrol arrived, they would likely only witness the ensuing battle, perhaps reaping the benefits afterward. Thus, they were left to rely on themselves. Yet, judging by the chained bear's earlier clash with Zhao Lihui, it seemed to be at least a 6th-tier master. If a battle broke out, Zhao Lihui might withstand it, but Li Ji and the others would surely suffer, especially since the cocoon that Madame Hong had transformed into could not endure any impact. Chain bear scum, I advise you to leave. Do not compel me to take action, Zhao Lihui bellowed. When dealing with such a purely alien entity wreaking havoc in human cities, professionals could unleash their full strength without incurring the heavenly law's prohibitions. Zhao Lihui typically would have engaged directly with such beings, but given the current circumstances, he opted for a more cautious approach. However, he underestimated the chained bear's resolve. Roar. In its eyes, these individuals were delectable. Nutrient-rich prey. It aimed to devour them to replenish its evening energy and heal its wounds. That as for the seemingly 6th-tier human master, they represented an even grander feast, as the chained bear swung its chains toward them. Zhao Lihui discreetly glanced back, preparing to engage that if possible, he wished to draw the battle outside. Unfortunately, although the chained bear bore the name of a bear, it was no mere animal. It possessed its own intelligence, instinctively aware of which fruits were ripe for the picking. Thus, it defended against Zhao Lihui's blades with its resilient chains while advancing toward Li Ji and the others. Zhao Lihui had no choice but to repeatedly position himself in the chained bear's path, missing numerous opportunities to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, chains clashing against blades, sending debris flying around them. However, they maintained a certain level of coordination, controlling their strength to avoid collapsing the underground chamber. Yet it was evident to Li Ji that Zhao Lihui was ultimately at a disadvantage. The chained bear demonstrated agility that belied its size, and each strike required Zhao Lihui to exert himself fully to defend. The physical prowess of alien species had always surpassed that of humans, which was a primary reason for human losses in battles of equal rank. Additionally, Zhao Lihui had to remain vigilant against the possibility of the chained bear seizing an opportunity to break through, forcing him to endure many avoidable attacks that, of course, had he summoned the breaking blade and unleashed its domain, he could have easily contended with the chained bear. However, such actions required time, which the chained bear clearly would not afford him. If Zhao Lihui was the first line of defense, then Xiao Bai and Li Ji constituted the second. They stood guard before the red cocoon and Qin Xiang, deflecting the debris that flew about to prevent any harm from befalling either of them. An idea struck Li Ji, and he placed his hand over the cocoon. Coldness emanated as a layer of ice formed upon it. Seeing that the blood was not being repelled, Li Ji increased his output, gradually thickening the ice layer until the cocoon was encased in a substantial protective shell. Tapping it, he found it to be quite solid. A mere collision would not affect the cocoon within, granting Li Ji a temporary reprieve. Despite this, Li Ji did not rush to assist. Although he felt anxious, he had no means to intervene. After all, he was merely a first-tier, spell-casting anomaly, and his physical strength paled in comparison to the two combatants engaged in battle, rendering him incapable of withstanding a single blow from the chained bear. Nevertheless, he would not remain idle and promptly instructed Qin Xiang, inflict him with misfortune to the utmost extent. Understood, young master, Qin Xiang responded brightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing her brow. This was the first time Li Ji had witnessed Qin Xiang unleash her anomaly, yet there was nothing particularly extraordinary in her approach. First, Qin Xiang focused intently on the chained bear, her body swaying slightly as if attuning to something that Li Ji surmised that she was sensing the chained bear's soul fluctuations. After 3 to 5 seconds, Qin Xiang straightened her posture. Now, Qin Xiang swung the diminutive, stick-like doom pendulum in her hand, a gray light penetrating the air and landing upon the chained bear. The chained bear, having noticed the unmistakable attack gesture, attempted to evade, but was caught off guard by the spatial penetration. The gray light struck directly at its forehead. Although it looked down upon the human girl, the chained bear, out of caution, eased its offensive to better gauge the peculiar sensations within its body. However, to its surprise, it felt nothing amiss. Could it be merely a fade to intimidate me? The more the chained bear pondered, the more it believed this was the case. Humans were notorious for their penchant for deceit and cunning. A trivial trick. Having concluded this, the chained bear no longer hesitated, its attacks becoming increasingly agile. Although Zhao Lihui's dual blades were third-tier anomalous weapons, their quality was evidently inferior to the chained bear's inherent chains. showing signs of wear and tear, making it increasingly difficult for Zhao Lihui to defend. Though Zhao Linhui possessed remarkable swordsmanship, he found himself unable to summon his destined blade, which left his face flushed with frustration. However, fortune soon smiled upon him. It seemed that the chain bear, perhaps underestimating him, began to perform acrobatics with its chains, causing them to twist and tangle, inadvertently affording Zhao Linhui numerous opportunities to evade. Zhao Linhui's combat experience proved invaluable. Seizing the moment, he not only dodged the onslaught but also landed several blows on the chain bear, further aggravating its chest wound. The pain only heightened the chain bear's fury. And as it entwined its chains around its arms, it closed in on Zhao Linhui for close combat. One must admit, the chain bear had chosen a wise approach, for its remarkable physical resilience allowed it to engage Zhao Linhui in a battle of attrition. Yet, as Zhao Linhui found himself at a disadvantage, he noticed silver motes seeping from the creature's wounds. Recognizing these familiar glimmers, Zhao Linhui's demeanor shifted. His movements became increasingly fluid as he opted to evade rather than confront the chain bear head-on. Biding his time. Chapter 73. Awaiting rescue, the chain bear quickly discerned Zhao Linhui's intentions and became aware of the peculiarities surrounding its wounds as the silver motes proliferated from its injuries. The chain bear's movements gradually slowed, its breathing growing increasingly labored. Damn it. Wasn't it said that consuming human blood would not only heal, but also eliminate this affliction? Why isn't it working? Has that scoundrel Xiong Zhe deceived me again? Meanwhile, Li Ji and his companions understood that this was the manifestation of Qin Xiang's abilities. While she couldn't directly slay foes, she could render them exceedingly uncomfortable. The chain bear gritted its teeth and retreated after a fierce elbow strike, exclaiming, "You humans are truly insidious. It's all that wretched old man's fault for ruining my plans. I'll remember you. I will feast upon you in due time." With that, the chain bear attempted to flee. "Want to escape? Have you consulted me?" Zhao Linhui interjected. "When Lord Lei arrives, we'll see how he skins you for a coat and cooks your paws for a meal." Zhao Linhui would not permit such a simple escape. Closing in to entangle the creature, his twin blades flashing about him in a whirlwind of steel, that as he defended himself, the silver motes began to coalesce into the form of an arrowhead. And the chain bear's anxiety grew, that it understood that if the arrowhead fully formed, the formidable opponent who had previously severely injured it would soon appear, an entity it could not face alone. Gritting its teeth, the chain bear let out a ferocious roar, dark flames igniting around its body as it merged with its chain's break. A substantial length of chain was severed and hurled towards Li Ji. Not good. An alarm blared in Li Ji's mind. Instinctively, he thrust his hands forward, and an ice wall materialized in an instant. Zhao Linhui was swift as well, leaping in front of the ice wall, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he pressed his palms together, his surroundings plunging into darkness. With a thud, the chains hit the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, obliterating the passage and burying the basement. Cough, cough, Xiaoji. Are you all right? As the dust settled, Zhao Linhui spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, clutching his chest in agony as he struggled against the debris behind him. Halfway through, a hand pressed down upon him. "I'm fine, Uncle Zhao. Don't move. Your injuries are serious." That Li Ji's voice emerged from behind the rubble. Zhao Linhui breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his body dissipating as he promptly lost consciousness. Li Ji dispelled the ice wall marked with slashes, urging, "Quickly, clear the rubble." Xiaobai exhibited the agility of a feline, swiftly digging a path with its paws, quickly breaking free. "Young master, he is not dead. Just unconscious. That is splendid news. However, young master, his injuries are still grave. Without timely treatment, he may suffer lasting repercussions. Rest assured, young master, he will not perish, and I will find someone to assist." With that, Xiaobai transformed into a digging machine, burrowing through the debris. Knowing Zhao Linhui was merely injured and not dead provided Li Ji with some relief that he recognized the severe danger of the chain bear's self-destructing attack earlier, a technique known as the chain breaker explosion, which ignited the bloodline flames within its chains, resulting in a massive detonation capable of leveling the basement. However, the cost of employing such a technique was immense. Observing the slashes on the ice wall, Li Ji understood that Zhao Linhui had shielded him. utilizing the blade domain to absorb much of the explosion's damage. The domain was a rare professional effect, a gift from the heavens, with those who could access it being exceedingly rare. Once activated, the ability not only amplified the user's offensive capabilities, but also effectively suppressed the enemy's attacks. That Lig had reason to believe that Zhao Linhui had severed several chains upon activating the blade domain, significantly mitigating the explosion's impact, while also sacrificing himself to withstand the initial wave of the blast. The blade domain spanned nearly 30 square meters, and since Zhao Linhui had no time to distinguish friend from foe, he had left slashes upon the ice wall. Fortunately, the ice wall, created with utmost effort, remained robust. While the explosion and shockwave had melted it down to a thin layer, it ultimately held firm. That Lig had not merely constructed an ice wall. It extended from the front, forming a protective arch at the top, safeguarding Xiao Bai, Qin Xiang, and the encased figure within the ice cocoon. Thus, the collapse of the basement did not inflict substantial harm upon them. Of course, this endeavor exacted a heavy toll on Li Ji. The ice core, which had transitioned from a pale blue to a deep azure, had now depleted all its energy, rendering it nearly transparent. The color of the ice core directly represented the upgrade of extreme cold abilities, and it had even diminished in size at Lig's side. Such was the nature of the situation. Qin Xiang, are you all right? Help me widen the entrance. Turning, Li Ji found Qin Xiang sprawled on the ground, her face ashen, also in a state of unconsciousness. Recalling her earlier explanation of the misfortune pendulum ability, Li Ji surmised that her earlier exertion against the chain bear had led to overexertion and backlash. Realizing the instability of the external passage, which might collapse again, he hurriedly resumed digging through the debris. Fortunately, his stamina was well preserved, and within 10 minutes, he had unearthed a narrow pathway, dragging Zhao Linhui into the partially collapsed basement. Taking a breath, he found himself alone in this confined space, the only one conscious and able to breathe. Reflecting on the misfortunes of the night, Li Ji felt a pang of frustration. Is this the influence of my 50 points of misfortune? Did they shield me from calamity? Having witnessed the potency of Qin Xiang's abilities, Li Ji found himself increasingly convinced of her claims. Yet, the misfortune did not manifest upon himself. Instead, those around him bore the brunt of it. With a somber expression, Li Ji resolved to discuss with Qin Xiang how to alter his misfortune once he emerged, for he had no desire to become a solitary figure, with nothing else to occupy his time. Li Ji casually took out a mermaid pearl and swallowed it whole, for there were no restrictions on its consumption. The effects of such a substance were only potent upon first use. So he saw no need to conserve it. Better to reap the benefits sooner rather than later. Waves of warmth surged through his body. Fatigue enveloped him, and Li Ji leaned against the wall. Succumbing to slumber. Chapter 74. The aid of Lei Jiming. When Li Ji awoke once more, he found his mind unusually clear. Surprisingly, the mermaid pearl seemed to have worn off, yielding no new abilities. However, upon reviewing his character card, he discovered that his potential level had risen by 1 tier, now categorized as green. While there was a hint of regret, it was not entirely unacceptable. Qin Xiang's breathing had stabilized considerably, indicating she had regained some strength, though Zhao Linhui's condition remained dire. Yet it was not long before a commotion erupted outside. Not a collapse, but the sounds of excavation. Xiao Bai's efficiency was impressive. As he pondered this, Xiao Bai emerged, carrying a vial of medicine in its mouth. Lig hurriedly accepted the vial and administered it to Zhao Linhui, exclaiming in delight, "Xiao Bai, you're remarkably quick." However, Xiao Bai remained silent, instead mewing like a cat. Lig sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared and rushed to the entrance. Indeed, the rubble had transformed into a soft mire, cascading down as a brilliant white light illuminated the underground space. Following this illumination, 3 familiar figures emerged. Lin Sun, the heir apparent of the Lin family, Lin Quanai, the second son, and the formidable Lei Jiming, whom Li Ji had encountered in the Eternal Pillar. That I thought we had a rat scurrying about. But it's merely the little brat from the Li family. What's this? Is the Li family so destitute that you've taken to burrowing here? Lin's son, with his hawk-like nose, surveyed the scene and began mocking. Father, the Li family has fallen. Having a place to hide is commendable. That I find this location quite suitable for rodents. Lin Quanai chimed in. The father-son duo seemed intent on provoking Li Ji into action. You little scion of the Li family, Your beast is quite clever, seeking assistance and even capable of writing, indicating you've trained it well. However, do enlighten me about this situation. Why does your beast carry the sin of that chain bear? And what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Li Ji confirmed that the chain bear had indeed been injured by Lei Jiming and was being pursued in conjunction with the Lin family. He did not conceal the truth, recounting the sudden assault by the chain bear and its subsequent retreat due to the silver mark upon its chest that, of course, the reason for appearing here is to indicate that I have been tracking Jiang Jiui and have followed him to this location. Wait, at this moment, Lin's son interjected, blocking Lei Jiming's path. Lord Lei, I suspect that the chain bear was deliberately released by Li Ji to create this situation and obscure our vision. This is part of Li Ji's scheme. You are slandering me. Li Ji retorted coldly. Slander? The chain bear is a 6th-tier alien. What makes you think you could survive his grasp with your mere 1st-tier abilities? Linson pointed out that it could be that you completed some transaction with him. Allowing him to let you go, did I mean? You are the only son of the Li family and possess substantial secret information about Haiwa City, which indeed has its value, did it? Linson, do you think you can threaten the head of the Li family without consulting my blade? Zhao Linhui stepped forward, each stride akin to treading upon the edge of a knife, the aura of his blade carving visible lines in the air. Greetings, Lord Lei. Zhao Linhui saluted Lei Jiming, then cast a furious glare at Lin Sr. The chain bear is formidable, but my blade is not lacking. I have already severed half of his chains. Lin's son, do you believe I lack the strength to confront the chain bear? How did he get here? This complicates things if he truly intends to assist Li Ji. Linson mused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I never expected the traitorous Zhao to appear here. It seems the rumors about the Li family's betrayal and the reality differ somewhat. Zhao, your strength is certainly beyond doubt, yet it is curious that you did not eliminate the severely wounded chain bear. You possess a remarkable capability. Zhao Linhui pointed his blade at Lin Sun, stating, I may not have been able to capture him, but you can test whether I can contain you. At this moment, with tensions rising, Lei Jiming spoke, Leader Zhao, I can understand your presence here, though we have matters to attend to. So let us not linger. Lord Lei, please continue with your tasks. Zhao Linhui promptly responded, mindful of his demeanor before Lei Jiming. As Lei Jiming led the way to depart, Lin's son, though displeased, did not voice any objections. Tonight marked a significant operation, and they could not afford to delay. Wait, Lord Lei, Li Ji called from behind. Without waiting for a response, he quickly added, Lord Lei, I appreciate the potions you provided, that I would like to visit you soon and present a token of gratitude. May I? Just as Lei Jiming was about to decline, he reconsidered certain phrases in Zhao Linhui's words and inquired, Young man, are you now the head of the Li family? Li Ji nodded, stating, My uncles and aunts have recognized me and are willing to acknowledge me as the head of the Li family. We will soon reinstate it. Very well. No need for thanks. When you reinstate the Li family, I shall come to congratulate you. Lei Jiming acknowledged with a nod before hastily departing. Lin Sun and Lin Quanai exchanged glances, discreetly mimicking a throat-slitting gesture towards Li Ji before following in Lei Jiming's wake. As the trio exited, the light faded, plunging the basement into darkness once more. Xiao Ji, if Lei Jiming sides with the Lin family, we will be at a disadvantage. Zhao Linhui remarked somberly. That won't happen. After all, this is a matter concerning Haiwa City, and Lord Lei would not intervene uninvited. Moreover, the Lin family's reputation precedes them. Lord Lei is not one easily misled by superficial appearances. Li Ji shook his head. Furthermore, I encountered him previously within the Eternal Pillar. He claimed to be visiting Lord Yang and likely found himself in a peculiar situation that compelled him to act alongside the Lin family. Zhao Linhui forged ahead, with Qin Xiang in Li Ji's arms, while Xiao Bai trailed behind, dragging the ice cocoon along. Upon reaching the surface, they discovered the surroundings ablaze with light, with patrols frequently passing by. Clearly indicative of a significant incident that on the way, Li Ji called out to Zhao Linhui, gesturing to take another route. Where are we going? Zhao Linhui asked, puzzled. Chapter 75. Returning to the Li family, Zhao Linhui did not press for further explanation. Leading the way with a furrowed brow, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts, the jolting movements roused Qin Xiang, who insisted on walking on her OWL. Iji had no objections and took the ice cocoon from Xiao Bai, asking, Xiao Bai, how did you come across Lord Lei and his team? Did you hear what transpired outside? I never expected to be pursued shortly after leaving. I was intercepted midway. I was startled to see Lin's son, but relieved to recognize that Lord Lei was trailing behind. Xiao Bai explained that I can write, and just before they could act, I penned a message to save you. Predictably, Lord Lei arrived with them, ditto, and that healing potion was also provided by Lord Lei without charge. We owe him a great debt of gratitude, he added. However, young master, there is something rather peculiar. I will certainly repay that favor, Li Ji replied, tilting his head. What do you find strange? Xiao Bai glanced around, quickly leaping onto Li Ji's shoulder, whispering in his ear, Young master, do you remember the masked individual who captured me? Li Ji gasped. You saw that person? No, but I caught his scent among the 7 or 8 individuals who were following Lord Lei. Xiao Bai clarified that Li Ji knew that only Lei Jiming and 2 others had descended into the underground passage. More individuals awaited outside, that if that is the case, we may have narrowed down our targets or at least identified those involved. He pondered, then inquired, Did you remember their appearances? Xiao Bai nodded. I made a point to memorize them, but the scent passed swiftly, and I couldn't discern precisely who it was. Did any of them appear familiar? No, they did not seem to belong to any of the prominent families. I suspect they were individuals brought by Lord Lei. There is also the possibility that one of them infiltrated the group using some peculiar ability. Xiao Bai added, Should we inform Lord Lei about this matter? No need. Lord Lei is not one to easily fall into trouble, that we can discuss it when he visits in a few days. Li Ji decided to in a few days. Li Ji intended to announce the reinstatement of the Li family. Some matters are better addressed sooner rather than later. Had it not been for today's unforeseen incident, he would have set the date for tomorrow. As they conversed, the group arrived at Xiaoguwei Street. This moment. Just before dawn's first light, Li Ji could sense countless gazes fixated upon him as he stood at the street corner. Zhao Linhui brandished his blade, declaring, Where is the Ink Blade squad? With the blade, we are ever ready, came the synchronized response from various corners, figures emerging from the shadows to form a line before Zhao Linhui. One individual utilized a light-emitting ability, revealing that all were clad in uniform armor and wielding identical ink blades. Even in this moment, they appeared spirited, exuding an aura of lethal intent. 10 squads, totaling 50 members, simultaneously bowed to Zhao Linhui and Li Ji, greeting, We pay our respects to the leader. We pay our respects to the young master. The spies from various factions lurking nearby were astounded. They had not realized so many members of the Ink Blade squad were concealed here for the past 6 months. Call him young master. Address him as the family head. Zhao Linhui ordered, But we pay our respects to the family head. The 50 responded in unison, That in this extraordinary circumstance, there is little time for discussion. I will prove that your choices were correct and will restore your names. Upon hearing this, the Ink Blade members exhibited expressions of excitement, skepticism, and indifference. Lig observed, understanding that the Ink Blade squad's continued existence relied more on Zhao Linhui's reputation than on his own status as a seemingly inept young master. Addressing this perception would be a monumental task. Thank you, family head. Regardless, the 50 held favorable views towards Li Ji's words, as none wished to bear the stigma of betrayal. That I offer you all a piece of advice. Leave now, and I shall let bygones be bygones. When the first rays of sunlight touch Xiaoguwei Street, any non-Li family member shall be met with unrelenting force, protected by 50 adept third-tier ability users. Li Ji was confident that none would dare to challenge him at this juncture. Indeed, the assassins that the Lin family had left behind could only watch in dismay, unable to act. What should we do? Let us go. We cannot win. Fight? Are you joking? That's the Ink Blade squad, not mere foot soldiers. Let us retreat. I don't believe Li Ji is jesting. Strangely enough, that seemingly inept young master does seem a bit different now. A scattering of spies hastily departed under the cover of darkness, their interest in remaining to observe the unfolding drama dissipating. Yet in certain secluded corners, some individuals utilized their abilities to merge with walls or streets, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Ji stood at the entrance of the Li family mansion, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Gazing at the weathered bronze lock, his hands trembled slightly. Click! As the lock opened. It crumbled into dust, and a pair of azure eyes illuminated on either side of the grand door, which then swung open automatically. This was the Beast Spirit Gate, the first line of defense for the Li family mansion. It could automatically recognize and repel invading aliens. and in special circumstances, it could integrate and control all surrounding walls to unleash built-in offensive weapons. The cost was substantial, representing the family's prestige. When the family head was present, the beast spirit gate would automatically seal. At this moment, it had been reactivated. Lig and his companions stepped inside as the door thudded shut behind them. Though it had been quite some time since my last visit, the memories nestled deep within my mind were suddenly ignited in this moment. Every blade of grass and every tree felt extraordinarily familiar and endearing. Without much hesitation, Li Ji made his way directly to the secret vault of the Li family. His purpose was not to seek treasures, but rather to promptly secure the ice cocoon, an object both significant and fragile that would not allow him to rest easy unless it was properly placed. Upon verifying his bloodline, he opened the vault door, only to discover a person lying within. Chapter 76. The secret vault that Li Ji approached to investigate. He was met with a visage rendered unrecognizable, devoid of any visible wounds. Yet the muscles appeared desiccated, resembling a mummified corpse. Not far from him, on a hidden door, there were signs of forced entry, indicating an outsider's intent to infiltrate the Li family's secret vault. Upon maneuvering around a screen obscuring his view, he was taken aback to find 3 similar corpses behind it. Clearly, this was the work of a group, rather than an individual. Zhao Bo, do you know who these people might be? Li Ji inquired. Zhao Linwei shook his head, yet noted that the attire of these individuals bore the hallmark of an organized group. What organization? Treasure hunters. Li Ji had never heard of them, but the name sparked a sense of speculation within him. Zhao Linwei continued, this is not a standalone organization. It is affiliated with the Qinghai Group, whose primary mission is to scour for treasures to submit to the group in exchange for substantial rewards. The Qinghai Group, the second largest organization in Haiwa City apart from the various families, was primarily founded by individuals without familial backgrounds, although their high-end combat prowess was inferior to that of the prominent families. Their numbers of mid to low-tier abilities surpassed the families by 100-fold, making them exceedingly formidable. It seems the treasure hunters have set their sights on my Li family. Li Ji expressed his displeasure. Zhao Linwei countered, I suspect this is merely the whim of this small team. The Qinghai Group would not provoke us at this juncture. Our family's influence has traditionally maintained a non-interference stance with such corporate entities. If something were to be stolen, it would be the Lin family and other families stationed here who would bear the shame. Not the Li family, that if this matter escalates, it could very likely lead to a violent confrontation. With the group emerging as the disadvantaged party, having no justification in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, Zhao Linhui's reasoning resonated with Li Ji. The demise of these individuals here was deserved. Did they truly believe the vaults of the families were so easily penetrable? Judging by their state, it was likely they had fallen victim to some defensive formation set within the Li family vault. However, Li Ji was uncertain of the specifics of these formations, as he had not been privy to such knowledge in his previous life. The vault housed a total of 20 doors, made of metal, stone, and wood, each concealing various types of treasures. Each door bore a luminescent handprint that could only be activated by the family head. As Li Ji attempted to open one, Zhao Linwei halted him. Family head, I must step outside. The contents of the vault should remain known only to you. Furthermore, you must be aware that you have yet to complete your succession task. Thus, everything within remains sealed and imprisoned by the heavenly Tao. Do not succumb to greed, or grave consequences will follow. Lig nodded, reassuring Zhao Bo. Rest assured, I am aware of this. I shall not take anything from within. Merely placing the ice cocoon inside should pose no issue. That is good to hear. I will wait outside and have the brothers tidy the room while remaining on guard. Zhao Linwei said, leading Qin Xiang and Xiao Bai out. Once the vault door closed, Li Ji refrained from acting hastily. Indeed, the familiar azure light cascaded from a pearl the size of a fist above him, illuminating the entire space of the vault. Lig could feel the azure light penetrating his flesh, coursing through his blood, seemingly searching for something that appeared to confirm Li Ji's bloodline identity. And as swiftly as it arrived, it departed, causing a row of special energy lights on the walls to illuminate the vault brightly. Li Ji covered his hands with the ice cocoon, dissipating the ice elements to reveal the red cocoon within. The red threads were still writhing, and Li Ji could distinctly sense that its vitality had significantly increased since the beginning. In just a few hours, from a near-death state to a revival, it seemed the method of the Red Madam for preserving life was remarkably effective. Perhaps a trade could be arranged later on. With this in mind, Li Ji set to work, pressing his palm on each secret door. With each press, a portion of his blood was absorbed by the door, which then opened. After activating all 20 secret doors, Li Ji sat down, feeling dizzy from blood loss. After a considerable wait, he regained his composure that, of course, the sights before him made the sacrifices worthwhile. Large chests overflowing with spirit coins, rows of exotic weapons on shelves, piles of ores, materials from mystical beasts, and special equipment from other races. Even more astonishing were the 4 meticulously designed flower beds, flourishing with vibrant spiritual plants. The myriad colors illuminated the vault, leaving Li Ji awestruck by the considerable wealth his family possessed. Even in his previous life, having ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier master, he doubtfully possessed assets that could rival what lay within this one secret door. Despite some decay, the Li family remained one of the 5 prominent families in Haiwa City. Their foundation still formidable. Though Li Qingtian's fall had been abrupt, much from the outside world may have been plundered by the Lin family and others, yet the vault's contents had been timely sealed by the heavenly Tao. This also heightened Li Ji's intrigue regarding Xiao Bai's earlier discovery that a secret passage leading to the Lin family's treasury. Now that was a most fortuitous find. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Ji sighed. Every item within the secret doors bore a golden sealing mark, a sign of the heavenly Tao, forbidding Li Ji from taking or utilizing them. Centering his thoughts, Li Ji began to tidy the vault. Perhaps due to the fact that only the family head was allowed to assess the contents, Li Qingtian, with his typically rough manner, had never organized the vault. Tio conserved some blood for opening the doors. Li Ji applied his own reasoning along with the vault's characteristics, categorizing the treasures meticulously. The varying materials of the doors corresponded with different environments behind them, and a suitable setting would aid in the long-term preservation of the treasures, especially those of the spiritual plant variety. Merely repositioning the treasures would not provoke the backlash of the seal. However, this left Li Ji perplexed. The treasure hunters could not possibly be unaware of the seals on these treasures. Why would they still risk death to search for them? Were they merely scouts, or were they expendables sent by the organization to execute a mission fraught with peril? Li Ji could not ascertain the truth. But it would not deter him from investigating the treasure hunters later on. There was also the possibility that something within the Li family vault had drawn the treasure hunters, compelling them to risk everything for a chance to uncover it. With this thought in mind, Li Ji quickly completed his tasks, leaving 5 of the secret doors empty. Though 5 rooms were now vacant, Li Ji felt no despair. Rather, he was increasingly elated. This signified that the remaining 15 doors were brimming with treasures. Each space behind a door possessing nearly 1,000 cubic feet, that Li Ji was more than willing to repeat this endeavor, believing it beneficial for his health. Selecting one of the empty rooms, he placed the red cocoon inside and marked the door to prevent forgetting. After completing these tasks, though exhausted, Li Ji did not immediately exit to rest, but instead began searching for the secret compartment mentioned in Li Qingtian's final words. Chapter 77. The items in the secret compartment. During the transmission of the family head's legacy, Li Qingtian had informed Li Ji that there was a small secret compartment beneath the vault, containing words he wished to convey. Though uncertain of the contents, Li Ji was determined to uncover them. His intuition suggested that these words could significantly alter his future plans. The floor of the vault was laid with blocks of jadeite stone, a superior construction material that common families could scarcely afford. This type of stone had a unique property. Over time, blocks of the same kind would gradually fuse together, forming a cohesive whole. Thus, to Li Ji's eyes, the entire floor of the vault appeared as a singular entity, complicating his search for the secret compartment. Employing the most common methods, Li Ji attempted to rotate and move some decorative objects within the vault, yet elicited no response that he knocked around the floor and walls. Finding no hollow sounds that his gaze swept the area, he could discern no suspicious locations. Where could it possibly be? Was he to pry open the entire floor? Surely it could not be hidden within one of the secret doors. If it were truly within a secret door, that would pose a significant challenge. Remembering the 15 rooms filled to the brim, Li Ji smacked his forehead, realizing his approach was flawed. He should have sought the secret compartment before arranging the treasures. Wait! In that moment of hesitation, Li Ji suddenly recalled the characteristics of the four corpses. Although they had fallen in different orientations, their line of sight, based on their positions, converged on a stone secret door. Coincidentally, the 18th secret door was vacant, and it was precisely where he had just placed the red cocoon. Li Ji carefully examined the area surrounding the 18th door, confirming nothing unusual before relocating the red cocoon to the 20th door and beginning a thorough search for any peculiarities within the 18th. With a narrower focus, Li Ji soon discovered a subtle but intriguing detail. The floor was slanted. He casually grabbed a pearl-like treasure and placed it at the door's entrance. Sure enough, upon releasing it, the pearl rolled toward a corner of the room. As a few more beads fell, they indeed gathered in that corner, while no such phenomenon occurred in the other rooms and the hall, indicating that this was the only distinctive feature. Carefully extracting the Zhanqi Dao from the spatial ring, Li Ji commenced his work from a distance away from the target site to avoid damaging the items concealed within the hidden compartment. Although the jade bricks were sufficiently hard, they were naturally no match for the sharpness of the Zhanqi Dao. The blade met the stone with only a negligible resistance. After Li Ji carved out a large square, he gradually began to peel away the jade brick from the inside. Soon, merely a 30-centimeter square of jade brick remained in the corner, at which point the Zhanqi Dao encountered a resistance. It was not of a material nature, but rather resembled some elemental composition, akin to a gel-like encasement, preventing the Zhanqi Dao from advancing further. Li Ji delved deeper downwards and sideways, stripping away the surface jade brick and the underlying soil, revealing before him an astonishing jelly-like cube that was water amber. Li Ji was quite taken aback, not expecting that Li Qingtian would utilize water amber as a container for storing information. Water amber, a specialty of the foreign Yundan tribe, felt like gelatin to the touch. Similar to regular amber, water amber could encapsulate certain items within, and even advanced water amber could create a small space inside. However, unlike amber's long-lasting preservation, water amber possessed a peculiar trait. If left unopened for an extended period, it would gradually vaporize, causing the items contained within to vanish as well. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, one would not dare to use it to safeguard important possessions. The water amber box also bore a handprint, clearly indicating that it shared the same unlocking mechanism as the secret door. After once more drawing blood, Li Ji finally opened the water amber, only to discover another password box inside. According to Li Qingtian, entering the birth dates of his mother and himself would successfully unlock the box. Inside lay 3 items: a book, a letter, and a crumpled fruit. Surprisingly, Li Ji first retrieved the fruit rather than the book or the letter. From the moment he laid eyes on the fruit, the seed within his right chest began to throb violently, and his blood surged with an inclination to boil, accompanied by a sensation akin to needles pricking him. Calm down. Li Ji's expression darkened. He still had no idea what this object was meant for. Although the heavenly Tao had mentioned that this seed would ensure his survival as long as it was not destroyed, akin to a life-sustaining treasure, Li Ji ultimately felt uncertain. The heavenly Tao might not meddle in such matters. But there were always exceptions. Moreover, considering he had been reborn, did the heavenly Tao possess knowledge of this? If it did, could this be a protective measure from the heavenly Tao? He was aware that his actions would inevitably alter certain events from his previous life, potentially triggering a larger chain reaction akin to the butterfly effect, leading to a greater crisis for humanity. And he felt very uncertain about it, that if the heavenly Tao was unaware, Li Ji would breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was fully aware that he had become an object of observation for the heavenly Tao. Whether it was granting special abilities, forcibly implanting the seed, or arranging undercover missions, it all indicated that he had left a mark on the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, based on his speculation, this should be a fortuitous circumstance, as it provided him with a commendable layer of protection. Clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, Li Ji activated the ice core, using its chill to calm the seed and his blood. Grasping the fruit, though devoid of any information, Li Ji inexplicably felt it was a seed with a nature akin to the one within him. The black, wrinkled exterior was adorned with densely packed golden specks that, upon prolonged observation, induced a sense of dizziness. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach growled with hunger. Yet before Li Ji could react to the absurdity of feeling hungry in such a situation, he witnessed black filaments emerging from between his fingers, gradually enveloping the fruit. The black threads were a byproduct of the seed within Li Ji, having long taken root in his body and intertwined with his blood vessels. Thus, he was not surprised by their emergence, but rather curious to see what the seed intended to do. Similar to the act of eating, strange substances were continuously absorbed through the black threads into the seed, causing Li Ji's hunger to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of satiety as he felt the seed within him swell slightly, as if something inside was on the verge of breaking free. Contrary to Li Ji's expectations, the seed did not devour the fruit, but merely absorbed its black exterior. Once the black threads vanished, what remained in Li Ji's hand was a crystal-clear, heart-shaped seed. Chapter 78. Letter from Li Qingtian. A seed. Li Ji harbored vague suspicions regarding its purpose and temporarily set it aside, intending to examine the book and letter for any relevant information that could confirm his suspicions. The book bore a seal, so to be cautious, Li Ji opted to first peruse the open envelope of the letter. Xiao Ji, by the time you read this letter, I should no longer be among the living. My demise is likely intertwined with the Lin family, perhaps even involving my brother's participation. However, these are secondary causes. The primary cause lies with a rebellious organization hidden within our human race, the Huangquan Pavilion. I have uncovered some of their secrets, which are crucial factors overlooked even by the heavenly Tao, and they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me by any means necessary, that I hope you can live well. Though I fear my death may place you in an even more perilous situation, that if you choose not to seek revenge, find your maternal grandfather. If you plead with him, he will take you to a safe place. In exchange, you will need to hand over the sealed book to him, that if you opt for vengeance, present the sealed book to the heavenly Tao, which will surely initiate a cleansing operation against Huangquan Pavilion and reward you handsomely. After receiving your rewards, remember to conceal your identity and refrain from appearing before the world until you reach the 8th rank, that if you never achieve the 8th rank in your lifetime, then let go of the notion of revenge. Above all, do not attempt to open the sealed book yourself. By the way, there is also a seed in the box. Soak it in blood, for it is the foundation of the throne and a guarantee for your future growth. Lastly, maintain your own judgment and do not trust the words of any foreign race, no matter who they are, including Amo. Wishing you peace. Upon finishing the letter, Li Ji found himself with even more questions than before. Was there another mastermind behind the facade of the Red Lady, or was it indeed a rebellious organization within the human race? However, before his rebirth, no such events had transpired within the human race. Furthermore, the maternal grandfather mentioned by Li Qingtian was none other than Yang Yuetian, the current lord of Haiyu City. Li Ji's mother, Yang Shuelyo, and his uncle, Yang Shuyu's mother, were actually the offspring of a maid from the Yang family, resulting from Yang Yuetian's indulgence. Thus, their status could barely be considered legitimate. They were not favored by Yang Yuetian and were subjected to harsh treatment from Madame Yang, living in dire straits within the Yang residence. By a twist of fate, Yang Shuelyo fell in love with and was betrothed to Li Qingtian, allowing the siblings to escape that hellish existence. Moreover, due to Li Qingtian's status as the head of the family, they managed to ascend to the upper echelons of society in Haiyu City, which also explained why Yang Shuyu had always cared for Li Zhit. It was not only because Li Ji was his sister's only son, but also out of gratitude towards his brother-in-law. Yet, Yang Shuelyo's marriage was not universally blessed, as evidenced by Yang Yuetian and his legitimate daughter, Yang Xin. In an earlier generation, Yang Xin had already been betrothed to Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian had showcased his prowess early on and secured the position of the head of the Li family, making him nearly equal in status to Yang Yuetian. Therefore, Yang Yuetian could not forcibly require him to marry Yang Xin. Ultimately, Yang Shuelyo was Yang Yuetian's biological daughter, and marrying into the Li family to become the matriarch was something Yang Yuetian naturally consented to. In fact, retaining his legitimate daughter as a bargaining chip, Yang Yuetian was likely even more pleased, as it represented a better marital alliance. The only one dissatisfied with this marriage was Yang Xin. Although she did not harbor profound affection for Li Qingtian, being jilted in favor of a maid's illegitimate child made her the subject of ridicule throughout the city, a humiliation she could not bear. Consequently, Yang Xin harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Qingtian, Yang Shuelyo, and even the entire Li family to facilitate her revenge. She eventually married into the Lin family, the Li family's sworn enemies. Moreover, she was the mother of Lin Tianya, systematically utilizing her resources to target the Li family. Lig understood that the Lin family's ability to carry out an assassination against Li Qingtian could not be divorced from Yang Xian's involvement. Although Li Ji had received Li Qingtian's message, he believed that, given his current status as the head of the Li family, seeking help from Yang Yuetian would undoubtedly yield assistance, at the very least arranging a safe haven for him. However, this would also herald the dissolution of the Li family, with everything being absorbed into the Yang family, a fate Li Ji was unwilling to accept. How could he trust that Yang Yuetian was unaware of Yang Xian's covert machinations, or that he did not take pleasure in witnessing them? After all, his mother was his own flesh and blood. Could he truly stand by and watch her perish? Truly deserving of the moniker cold-blooded creature, Yang Yuetian. Contemplating Yang Yuetian's ruthlessness extinguished any inclination. Li Ji had to seek his AID.is for handing the sealed book over to the heavenly Tao. Li Ji expressed that this too warranted further deliberation. He understood that the sealed book was not a tangible book, but rather a tool containing special information. The information recorded within represents the intrinsic value of the Book of Seals. Opening it is a simple matter, merely tearing off the seal. However, the Book of Seals is a one-time use item. Once the seal is broken, it becomes void, lacking any insurance measures, rendering its price exorbitant and its practical value limited. Li Ji pondered for a moment, surmising that the contents of this Book of Seals likely pertained to information regarding the Huangquan Pavilion. Rather than rashly opening it, he decided to stow it away in a spatial ring. Intending to wait for an opportune moment to unveil it, he deemed it prudent to wait until he had acquired a certain level of strength, at which point he could investigate such organizations without significant risk. Lastly, there was the matter of the seed mentioned by Li Qingtian. Li Ji resolved to keep the seed for now, as it could serve as a personal favor later, but that would have to wait until he encountered the individual he had long wished to meet. Perhaps it would make for a splendid gift. Although the items left in the secret compartment differed somewhat from Li Ji's expectations, it was of little consequence. The treasures within the treasury were of utmost importance to him and constituted crucial capital for executing his plans. With a smile, Li Ji exited the treasury, holding 2 thick volumes in his hands. These were not treasures but rather record books, one documenting the items stored in the treasury, and the other containing clandestine information regarding various families, which could be invaluable for Li Ji's maneuvering among them. The process of sorting and organizing the treasures had consumed a considerable amount of time, and by the time Li Ji emerged, the sun had already risen. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Amo waiting at the door. "Master, you have returned. I have prepared breakfast. Please eat a bit before resting." "Thank you, Amo. Have they all arrived?" "Yes, young master. Those in the small courtyard have been arranged in the west garden, while the Mo Dao team has returned to their previous station. Miss Jiang has been accommodated in the east wing." "Very well," that Lig nodded, yet his mind lingered on the final words of Li Qingtian's letter. "Do not trust any words from the alien races. Not even those from Amo." What could that mean? Would Amo betray him? Chapter 79. The Zodiac Alliance. Deep down, Li Ji could not bring himself to believe that Amo would turn traitor. Her past experiences where she shielded him from danger remained vivid in his memory. She was the first to step forward to sign the slave contract yesterday. If Amo were merely a pawn covertly placed by the alien races, then he would have to concede that her performance was nothing short of flawless. "Amo, from this day forth, you shall serve as the chief steward of the Li family. I will rely on you to manage the affairs of the household," Li Ji instructed. "Rest assured, master, I know what to do." Amo replied, nodding calmly, her eyes betraying no hint of joy at her new position. Lig found this unremarkable, aware of Amo's naturally reserved demeanor. Apart from matters concerning Li Qingtian, she seemed indifferent to everything else. Perhaps there was a unique relationship between her and Li Qingtian, but Li Ji saw no need to delve deeper into it, that he had plans to venture out in the afternoon, needing to replenish his energy swiftly. He understood that the undercurrents targeting the Li family had already begun to surge, and this matter needed to be resolved promptly. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard belonging to the Lin family, a special meeting was convening. The courtyard was enveloped by a dense grove of peach blossom trees, while outside, guards were stationed every 5 paces, creating an air of stringent security. In the center of the courtyard stood a round table, with 12 seats, though only 10 individuals were present. Each person wore a voluminous cloak and a mask adorned with different zodiac symbols. clearly for the sake of concealing their identities. The individual donning a rat-shaped mask tapped the table to garner the attention of others. Clearing his throat, his raspy voice slowly intoned. Today marks the final meeting of the Zodiac Alliance for this quarter. Aside from the monkey and rabbit who have been away, the rest of you are present. The agenda for this meeting has been reviewed, encompassing 4 main topics. Firstly, we must deliberate on our current situation concerning the Lin family of Haiwa City, specifically whether to proceed with their elevation ceremony. The Lin family's actions in slaying Li Qingtian with our assistance have crossed the line, and what displeases me further is that they undertook this without our knowledge. Their lack of respect necessitates that we teach them a lesson, regardless of whether we continue with the elevation ceremony. Secondly, there is the matter of Li Qingtian's demise. This places us in a somewhat passive position, as he had connections behind him. However, at this juncture, we have 2 options: eliminate that individual or draw him into our fold. This requires a vote among us. The third point is rather straightforward. Should we eliminate that young Li from the Li family and replace him? This would significantly bolster our control over Haiwa City. Can one so inexperienced truly lead? Moreover, the Book of Seals and the seed may very well be in his possession. We need to find an opportunity to test this. The fourth issue is known to all. A spy has revealed that the young scion of the Li family possesses knowledge of a spirit currency or vein with considerable reserves. Having concluded his remarks, the rat-masked individual stood and retrieved a small hammer from his pocket, proceeding to address the first item on the agenda. Shall we continue with the Lin family's elevation ceremony? Please cast your votes. 3 abstained, while 6 raised their hands. The rat-masked figure surveyed the room, and with the principle of majority rule, declared that the elevation ceremony would proceed. Then let the bidding commence. Old Bull, since you have been tracking this project, do you wish to continue backing the Lin family and maintain your leading position? The bull-masked individual nodded and replied, Naturally, I have taken a liking to that ruthless young Master Lin and have invested considerable time in nurturing him. So, I will continue my support that I asked before. I will invest 100 points. Dragon Horse, how do you feel? Inquired the rat-masked leader. The dragon-masked individual waved his hand. We will merely invest alongside, allowing Old Bull to reap the rewards while we take a share of the spoils. The remaining participants who raised their hands echoed their agreement. The rat's small hammer struck down, and according to the rules, Old Bull would invest 100 points, allowing him to mobilize corresponding organizational resources, while the others were to contribute at least 50 points each. A glow of green light emanated from Old Bull's fingertips, which he casually flicked towards the rat's small hammer, with the others following suit, albeit with smaller orbs of light. Old Bull, have you considered what sort of lesson to impart to the Lin family? Asked the horse-masked individual. Old Bull struck the table with his fist. The Lin family has sought to extricate themselves from our Zodiac Alliance for quite some time. Their previous antics have been mere child's play, but this time they have truly overstepped, and I plan to send them some intelligence-diminishing potions. After all, being too clever only invites trouble, does it not? A splendid idea, exclaimed the dragon-masked figure, giving a thumbs up that if one speaks of ruthlessness, it must be you, Old Bull. This is clearly intended to cut off their retreat. The rat-masked leader cleared his throat. How you choose to punish them is your affair, but ensure that it does not affect the organization as profits. The boss conducts periodic inspections, after all, so do not go overboard. Now, on to the second item. How to deal with the individual behind Li Qingtian. Old Bull, why don't you take the lead, given that you oversee the Lin family's project? If anything transpires, you bear the primary responsibility, the rat-masked figure suggested. Old Bull shook his head. Rat, that's not quite right. While I may be the lead, the actual operations are handled by the rooster. I merely set the overarching framework, and there have been no issues in this regard. The individual wearing the chicken mask immediately retorted. Old Bull, your argument lacks substance. I am merely assisting you. Must I also bear the blame? The rat-masked leader rapped the table to interrupt the budding argument. Enough of this bickering. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of eliminating that individual, raise your hands. Those wishing to recruit him, do not. 3 seconds later, 7 hands were raised. The rat struck his hammer decisively. There, that resolves it that we are all brothers here. Should issues arise, we will address them without casting blame. The plan to eliminate that individual could now be placed on the agenda. Viper, you will be responsible for planning and executing this, while the rest of us will provide support. How does that sound? The individual behind the snake mask tossed a golden coin in the air, catching it deftly as he acknowledged the rat's proposal. Each of us will contribute 40 points. The rat shook his head. Too steep. I propose 20 points will suffice. The viper hissed, extending a pink tongue from beneath his mask. If you want me to act, that is the price that in truth, I desire not a single coin. Provided you can assure a flawless resolution. The rat surveyed the others, who shrugged, indicating their inability to assist. Seeing this, the rat waved his hand, casting a barrier that enveloped everyone except the viper, isolating the other 9 for a fervent discussion. Approximately 10 minutes later, the barrier dissipated, and the rat turned to the viper. You may proceed with 40 points, but we will not intervene. It is entirely up to you. No problem. Payment up front before I commence. The viper nodded, his tone brimming with evident delight. The remaining 9 participants tossed their orbs of green light to the viper, who collected them within his golden coin. The rat continued, let us combine the 3rd and 4th items for discussion, as they both pertain to Li Ji of the Li family. What thoughts do you all have?